Chapter 1 Encounter. Breaking news. Our station has just received a report regarding a tragic incident on the night of April 16th in Daojiga Village, Tai County, where a conflict during the demolition of the entire village resulted in the deaths of 4 villagers. According to verified information from our station, local authorities have intervened in the investigation and discovered that the demolition company involved is actually a security firm. The main personnel of the company have been taken into custody. Boss, could you hand me a bottle of water? A strikingly handsome young man stood at the entrance of the shop, flicking droplets of sweat from his short hair. The owner, engrossed in the news, waved his hand dismissively. Help yourself. The youth retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the cooler, placed a coin on the table, and unscrewed the cap, gulping down the water until the bottle was empty. He called out again, "Boss, another bottle, please." Inside the shop, silence enveloped the air. The young man placed another coin on the table and stepped outside, where a gentle evening breeze greeted him, imbuing the late summer night with an inexplicable sense of ease and tranquility. In a bid to save time, he opted for a dimly lit alleyway to take a shortcut home. Often, even when not in a hurry, he preferred this route, not for any particular reason, but simply because it was quiet and devoid of crowds. As he twisted open the second bottle and tilted his head back to drink, he caught a glimpse of a small figure curled up beside a trash bin out of the corner of his eye. He paused momentarily before approaching the figure, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a little girl clad in a dress, though the once vibrant fabric was now marred with stains, rendering its color unrecognizable. Sitting beside the trash bin, she hugged her knees and lowered her head in silence, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old. The young man crouched down and awkwardly reached out to stroke the girl's hair, asking gently, "Little sister, why are you sitting here all alone?" The girl remained motionless, not even flinching. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he glanced around the alley aside from the two of them. There was not even a stray cat or dog to draw attention. Looking down at this stubborn little creature, he felt a twinge of compassion stir within him. After a moment of hesitation, he knelt on one knee, bending forward to get a better look at the girl's face. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, he could see the clear signs of injury on her face, which made his heart race with concern. He scrutinized the child again, noticing not just the marks on her face, but also on her arms and the exposed parts of her legs. Almost every inch bore some form of injury. "Little sister, who hurt you? Where are your parents? Where do you live? Let me take you home." His voice carried an urgency. After a long pause, there was still no response from her. He sighed, pulling a camouflage jacket from his backpack and draping it over her shoulders. Just as he was about to ask her again, a pair of small hands suddenly gripped tightly around his cobalt blue shorts. The girl slowly lifted her head, and when their eyes met, the young man was momentarily taken aback. After a brief moment of panic, he looked down at the small hands clutching his shorts and, feeling a bit uncomfortable, pointed toward the night sky, saying, "Little sister, look how late it is. It's dangerous for you to be out here alone. I'll take you home, just tell me where you live." Yet the girl remained silent, staring blankly at the slightly older boy who seemed to be flustered. Her grip only tightened. The young man scratched his head, feeling he had stumbled upon a troublesome situation, one that made him uneasy. "Please let go and put on your jacket. They'll take you to the police station, and they can help you find your parents, okay?" As he spoke, he leaned forward and gently placed her small, delicate hand into the oversized sleeve of her jacket. Just as he finished helping her, those little hands suddenly wrapped around his neck with a force greater than before. "Hey, little sister," he exclaimed, sensing the trembling body clinging to him. The small frame was holding on for dear life, and he found himself wondering about the source of her injuries and what had transpired to bring her to this state, causing his brow to furrow deeper. "Don't be afraid, it'll take you to find the police. You don't need to worry," he reassured her. The little head on his shoulder shook like a rattle drum, and her body trembled even more intensely. With one arm, he lifted the girl off the ground, standing in the deserted alley, feeling a sense of helplessness. He was uncertain of what to do in his 18 years of life. The complexities of a high school exam seemed far simpler, for every question ultimately had a correct answer, unlike many of life's dilemmas that remained unsolvable and baffling. When his parents, who had been waiting at home, finally spotted their son at the gate, His anxious mother rushed out, but her reprimands fell silent as she froze in place. Upon seeing the little girl draped over her son's shoulder, her expression shifted and she cautiously asked, "Xiang Lei, why are you carrying a child? Whose is she?" Xiang Lei remained silent as he entered the living room, where his parents quickly gathered around. His mother gasped, covering her mouth, gesturing to his father about the girl's eyes. His father, who appeared to be of a sturdy build despite his relatively young age, had noticeable strands of white in his hair. With a serious demeanor, he picked up the remote control and turned off the television, casting a scrutinizing glance at the girl before inquiring, "Xiang Lei, what happened?" As Xiang Lei's arm slackened, the girl still clung tightly to his neck, her hands refusing to let go. This sudden movement startled his mother, who instinctively reached to support the girl's waist, glaring at her son. "What are you doing? What if you drop her? How will you explain that to her parents?" However, his father quickly grasped the situation, and after a moment of solemn contemplation, his expression brightened as he leaned closer to the girl, asking, "Child, what is your name? Where do you live? Do you know your parents' phone number?" The little girl buried her face deeper into Xiang Lei's neck, remaining utterly silent. His mother glanced between her son and the girl clinging to him, then burst into an inappropriate fit of laughter. "Seeing Xiang Lei like this reminds me of what he might look like in 10 years with a child of his own. It would be best if he had a daughter. Let's see how he maintains that aloof demeanor." "Mom." Upon noticing her son's serious expression, his mother quickly stifled her laughter and approached to try and take the girl from him, attempting to rescue her son. Yet no matter what she did, the girl seemed to have latched onto Xiang Lei as if she were glued to him, proving stronger than any adult's strength. "Xiang Lei, where did you find this girl? She seems quite peculiar, especially those eyes." Drenched in sweat from the commotion, Xiang Lei settled onto the couch with the girl still in his arms, lowering his gaze to observe her small form resting on his shoulder. With gentle eyes, he murmured, "Little sister, please look at me." The girl slowly turned her head toward him, uncertainty evident in her expression as her hands tightened once more. For the first time, Xiang Lei truly saw the girl he had carried all the way. Her round face was pale. Her small lips were plump yet marred by a deep, dried blood stain at the corner. A delicate nose with a straight bridge adorned her face, while her thick, arched eyebrows hinted at a certain fierceness. Beneath her gossamer eyelids lay a pair of cold, distant eyes which, although lively, seemed to be shrouded by a fog that obscured her emotions, rendering them almost unrecognizable. Even with a second glance at those eyes, Xiang Lei found himself taken aback. Chapter 2, Oddities. His camouflage short-sleeved shirt now drenched, Xiang Lei gestured toward his mother, saying to the girl, "This is my mom. She'll help you take a bath and get into some clean clothes, and then we can tend to your injuries. Don't be afraid, you can stay in my house tonight, all right?" His mother approached and gently stroked the girl's hair, cooing, "What a beautiful girl you are, with such long and shiny hair. After your bath, Annie will braid it for you nicely, okay?" As she spoke, she cautiously attempted to take the girl from Xiang Lei, who slowly loosened her grip around his neck, but kept her eyes fixed on him. Xiang Lei smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't leave you." His mother carried the girl upstairs to the bathroom for a bath, and Xiang Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him as the weight returned to his own shoulders. He took a deep breath, leaning back against the couch and closing his eyes to rest. His father took a seat and asked, "Xiang Lei, what exactly is going on here?" Xiang Lei was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. He too was shrouded in confusion, yet somehow, he felt compelled to clarify. "I found her by the trash bin at the entrance of the alley on South Chonglu Road. I thought she was a lost child, but upon closer inspection, I noticed numerous injuries on her. She wouldn't say a word, and I initially intended to take her to the police station, but she seemed frightened of the idea, so I brought her home instead. This child is quite peculiar. She seems wary, yet unwilling to speak," his father remarked. However, Xiang Lei did not share this sentiment. His gaze sharpened with a hint of reprimand typical of an elder, as he replied, "I don't think she's wary at all, rather. She exhibits no sense of caution. When I noticed how thinly she was dressed, I wanted to offer her a jacket, and she clung to me as if I were her only lifeline. She trembled at the thought of going to the police station, and I can't help but wonder how her parents raised her. Why trust strangers, but not the police?" Unless your face bore the words, "I am a good person," such irrational behavior wouldn't make sense. Xiang Lei struggled to grasp the meaning behind his father's words, but he had little energy to ponder it further. He found today's events to be undeniably strange and inexplicable peculiarity. Rubbing the stiffness from his neck, he felt a heaviness enveloping him, as though an unseen net was closing in around him, impenetrable and suffocating. What are your plans to address this matter? Mr. Xiang, a distinguished lawyer, presides over a reputable law firm. Unlike his equally legal-minded wife, who is vibrant and spirited, he adopts a more stoic and matter-of-fact approach, adhering strictly to the law with an unwavering and obstinate demeanor. What do you mean by address? Xiang Lei feigned ignorance, irritated by his father's didactic tone. He resented the prescriptive nature of his father's words, the rigid lines drawn between what is permissible and what is not, believing that these boundaries are not entirely encapsulated in the hefty tomes of legal statutes. He has always prioritized virtue over mere legality, yet his father labels him rebellious. It seemed that Mr. Xiang was oblivious to his son's burgeoning defiance, as he gestured toward the upstairs with a grave reminder. What you have brought home is a living, breathing human being, not an abandoned kitten or puppy. The crime of trafficking women and children, as stipulated in Article 240 of the criminal law, carries a penalty of imprisonment for not less than 5 years and not more than 10. As an incoming sophomore at a military academy, with both parents as lawyers, how could you make such a grave and elementary error? Regardless of the circumstances, your first instinct should have been to take the child to the police station, not return home. Xiang Lei closed his eyes once more, wearied and emotionally drained, memories of his grandparents flooding back to him like a rushing stream. Abandoned to the care of his grandparents in the countryside at the tender age of 3 months, due to his parents' demanding work schedules, he was only brought back to the city for schooling 4 years ago after their passing. Throughout his high school years, he insisted on boarding school, and later, he unilaterally changed his application to the military academy. Every summer and winter break, he defied his parents' wishes to spend time alone in his rural hometown. Despite having lived with them in recent years, genuine emotional connection remained elusive. Of course, he had witnessed his parents' efforts to mend the chasm in their familial bond, yet he could never take that first step. He could not comprehend how they prioritized their careers over nurturing their child's growth, nor could he grasp why they believed that the gratitude owed for raising him paled in comparison to that of giving birth. 14 years is most joyous, yet profoundly disappointing years transitioning from an innocent child to a burgeoning youth. The only solace he found was in the undeniable love bestowed upon him by his grandparents, a warmth that would envelop him for a lifetime. With tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, he feigned fatigue, rubbing his face, and addressed his father, whose lecture had yet to reach its conclusion. "I will take her to the police station tomorrow." Before Mr. Xiang could voice any further objections, his wife, having descended the stairs lightly, approached with an object in hand and said to Xiang Lei, "Lei, I increasingly find this little girl to be peculiar. Not only does she bear numerous injuries, but there are also many needle marks on her arms. Have a look at this glass vial." The small, round-bottomed glass vial bore a few English letters. CN1? Xiang Lei stared at the letters, puzzled, and asked Mom, "Where did you find this?" It was hidden in the pocket of her skirt, just this one vial. I questioned her for ages, but the child didn't utter a word. Even when I treated her wounds, she remained silent. Is it possible she cannot speak? Now even Mr. Xiang hesitated to provide a definitive answer, his brow furrowed in agitation. Regardless of the circumstances, we must promptly take her to the police station first thing in the morning. Bringing this child home tonight was already a hasty decision. Xiang Lei nodded silently and ascended the stairs, clutching the vial. Xiang's mother, somewhat exasperated, lightly chastised her husband. "What purpose does your lecturing serve now that the child is already here? Besides, Lei has never been a reckless child. His actions must be driven by necessity. Your incessant preaching cannot possibly uplift his spirits. He just returned from his hometown today, and his mood is likely quite low. Instead of offering assistance, you merely criticize. He is 18, not 8. Does he not understand right from wrong? To bring home a child of unknown origin without the slightest caution, should I not remind him of the law? You speak of law and common sense as if they are everything. Is that what he needs right now? During his college application process, you nearly argued over his choice of major, pushing him toward law, yet he ultimately chose a military academy, a decision no one anticipated. We abandoned him to his grandparents due to our work. Do you think he harbors no resentment? How could he possibly choose law? You envision him following in your footsteps, yet you overlook the need to heal the wounds in his heart. Mr. Seong sat in silence, rubbing his temples, while his wife gazed upstairs, her heart heavy with sorrow. Wiping away her tears, she said, "Let us proceed with patience. If we wish to bridge the gap with our child, we must first alter our manner of communication." Although Lei has chosen a military academy, the silver lining is that he is now closer to us. He can return home on weekends. This is our opportunity. Once we conclude our current case, I intend to take a break and enroll in a cooking class to prepare some of Lei's favorite dishes. As for you, try to soften your demeanor, perhaps study aircraft, tanks, or even read The Art of War to broaden your knowledge base, thus creating topics for conversation. Mr. Seong remained non-committal, picking up a book from the table, yet unsure where to begin. Chapter 3. Being needed. Seong Lei ascended the stairs, searching the bathroom for the little girl, but she was nowhere to be found. He then checked the other two guest rooms, only to ultimately discover her standing before his desk, fixated on the bookshelf, her expression particularly concentrated, as if she were either engrossed in a book or admiring the photograph of him with his grandparents displayed upon the shelf. "This is my grandfather and grandmother," he said, bending down to point at the beaming elderly couple in the frame. "Do you miss your grandparents?" The little girl turned her head to glance at Seong Lei, her face almost devoid of expression, her eyes still shrouded in a hazy mist, betraying no discernible emotion, lacking even the clarity typically found in a child's gaze. "That I miss them very much," she finally replied. Seong Lei observed her as she lowered her head to stare at her own toes. Remaining silent, Seong Mama had found a short-sleeved white shirt from her youth, which fit the little girl like a long nightgown. Seong Lei gently placed a hand on her shoulder, gesturing for her to sit on the chair behind her. While he settled himself at the edge of his bed, he placed a glass test tube he held onto the table before him and inquired, "Is this your possession?" The little girl cast a fleeting glance at it before seizing it tightly in her grasp, her body trembling incessantly. Taken aback and feeling a pang of sympathy, Seong Lei stepped closer, lightly resting his hand on her shoulder, his tone softening as he comforted her. "Do not be afraid that I will not ask any more." "Seong Lei, what is happening?" Seong Mama, witnessing the scene from the doorway, appeared startled and questioned. "I thought I told her to sleep in the guest room. How did she end up in your room?" "I do not know," Seong Lei replied, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. He sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. This girl harbored too many secrets. Was their encounter today merely coincidental? Why did she hold such significance for him? But upon observing her frail form, the multitude of bruises adorning her small body, her tender visage, and her trembling figure, all his questions dissipated. She was so small, barely taller than his leg. She was so strong, bearing so many injuries yet remaining silent. Even the strongest among them was merely a 6 or 7-year-old child. Seong Lei recalled his own childhood, when he would fight because the other village children mocked him for being an orphan, enduring bruises without shedding a tear, yet crying out for his grandparents with abandon. But in her eyes, there was not a single tear, not even a glimmer of sorrow. Who was she? What was her name? Where did she come from? Seong Lei, do you think this child has been deceived by human traffickers? Did she sneak away? Seong Mama, filled with compassion, embraced the little girl. Though she too was a mother, she had missed the moments of nurturing and cherishing her own child. Each time she saw toddlers babbling and taking their first steps on the street, she could not help but think of whether Seong Lei had been like that too, wobbling towards her while calling out "Mama." "That I do not know," Seong Lei honestly admitted, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a child and the multitude of questions it raised, none of which he could answer. "Adio, not dwell on it. Get some rest. School starts soon. That I have packed your clothes and shoes, and as for the books you need, I was unsure which ones to include, so I left them untouched. Take some time to check and ensure nothing is missing." "All right," Seong Lei replied, casting another glance at the photo frame on the bookshelf. Seong Mama smiled indulgently at the little girl in her arms, saying, "Come, say good night to your brother. Andy will take you to bed." However, the little girl struggled to escape Seong Mama's embrace, extending her hands towards Seong Lei. Instinctively, he stepped forward, and the little girl immediately grasped his arm. "How peculiar that I bathed her, found her clothes, treated her wounds, yet she does not cling to me at all. Xiang Mama remarked with a laugh, playfully tossing the little girl to Xiang Lei. Perhaps I should have another daughter. For you seem to have quite the way with children, Mom. In just a few short hours, Xiang Lei had already become adept at lifting the little girl with one arm supporting her bottom and the other cradling her waist. Though his movement still bore a visible awkwardness, with a pained expression, he protested, I cannot hold her all night. Can I? Xiang Mama shrugged, relishing the moment. Then what should we do? The little girl does not want me. Since you found her, you are responsible for her care, she teased. Xiang Lei, who had always been mature and composed, was countered by his mother's playful nature. Thankfully, her cheerful disposition brought warmth to their home. Otherwise, with both him and his father's serious temperaments, the atmosphere would remain perpetually cold. Xiang Lei never indulged in his mother's jokes, often pondering how such a light-hearted demeanor could possibly align with the seriousness required of a lawyer. He turned, placing the little girl on his bed, and gently said, Then you shall sleep in your brother's bed tonight. The little girl promptly released her grip and gazed intently at Xiang Lei. He fetched a neatly folded quilt and covered her, then thoughtfully dimmed the desk lamp a bit, patting the quilt as he reassured her, Sleep now, do not be afraid. Once the little girl slowly closed her eyes, Xiang Lei exhaled a sigh of relief and stealthily exited to join his mother, closing the door behind him. That I will sleep in the guest room tonight. That will have to suffice, Xiang Mama nodded, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her as she gazed at her son, who towered over her. As they descended the stairs, she suddenly turned back to him, posing a question as he opened the guest room door. Xiang Lei, did you ever have trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds as a child? Xiang Lei's hand gripped the doorknob tightly for a moment, his voice steady as he replied, No. The following day, as Xiang Lei opened his door, he was met with the sight of the little girl curled up asleep at his doorstep, unaware of how long she had been there, or she had indeed sat there all night. Her hair was spread about her, eyes shut, head resting upon her bent knees, presenting an exceptionally obedient appearance. With a sigh, Xiang Lei crouched down to lift the child that it was still early, and he had his morning run to complete. So he did not intend to wake her, but he turned and carried her back to his room. But as soon as he placed her on the bed, she immediately awoke, her dull, lifeless eyes locking onto his. Why are you not sleeping in bed? What if you catch a cold? He asked, pulling the quilt over her once more. Sleep a little longer. I'm going for ARUN. As he stood and approached the door. He glanced back, and sure enough, the little girl was still watching him intently. For reasons unknown, Xiang Lei suddenly shook his head and smiled, walking back to her. How about you join me for a run? No sooner had he spoken than the little girl swiftly leaped from the bed, standing barefoot on the floor, her swift movements suggesting she had been trained, leaving Xiang Lei momentarily stunned. His gaze fell upon her bare feet before he turned to the bathroom, where he found her sandals and dress. Freshly dried from the previous night's wash, he returned to her, holding out the dress. Put this on. After instructing her, he stepped outside as Xiang Lei stood at the door changing his shoes. The little girl approached, having donned her outfit and shoes, and offered him a rubber band, looking up at him expectantly. Should I style your hair? He asked, hesitating as he held the rubber band, pondering whether it was appropriate to wake his mother for such a trivial matter. Yet allowing a beautiful child to run about with unkempt hair seemed equally unseemly. With the rubber band in hand, as if it were a stick of iron, the little girl obediently sat on a low stool by the shoe cabinet, presenting the back of her head to him. Chapter 4. Abandonment. Xiang Lei's fingers, long and slender, struggled repeatedly to gather her hair into a neat ponytail. Several attempts resulted in strands escaping on either side, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, until he finally managed to wrap the rubber band around her soft hair 3 times, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. The little girl shook her head, prompting Xiang Lei to quickly admonish her, Do not shake your head. Be careful not to let it come loose. After ensuring her hair was secure, he took her hand and exited the door. Xiang Lei's family resided in a 2-story villa, complete with a private courtyard. However, due to his parents' demanding work schedules, the yard, measuring 20 square meters, bore only a few potted plants, with most areas left bare. In stark contrast to their neighbors' beautifully adorned gardens filled with flowers, birds, and fish, Xiang Lei strolled leisurely around the neighborhood with the little girl, encountering several elderly neighbors out for their morning exercise. Those familiar with Xiang Lei approached him, curious about the child he was accompanying. Xiang Lei, who is this little girl? Oh, she is quite lovely. She looks about 7 or 8, doesn't she? Hey, she is hiding behind you. This little girl seems unfamiliar. I've never seen her before. Who is she to you? Xiang Lei stretched out his long leg to shield the little girl from view, his demeanor calm as he fabricated a story. This is my sister. A distant cousin, visiting for the summer holidays at a distant cousin. How far removed is that? I do not recall your mother mentioning such a relation. Why do you keep track of these things? She is simply here to spend some time with Xiang Lei. You have no say in it. Another elderly woman chuckled. She fears that a distant cousin may take away Xiang Lei as a son-in-law. Haha, the child is still so young. Why are you all so eager? The woman who had been teased grew flustered, retorting, I simply admire Xiang Lei and wish for him to marry into my family. I do not believe you are not thinking the same. Such a wonderful child is hard to find. He studies well, has a good temperament, is obedient, stable, and is also quite handsome. How rare, the other women nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiang Lei is a good boy. What a pity. I only have a son. If I had a daughter, I would have already gone to propose a match. Xiang Lei found himself in an embarrassing situation. Blushing deeply under the relentless scrutiny of the Andes, he hurriedly picked up the little girl and fled. Upon returning home, he discovered that both his mother and father were already awake. His mother was busy cooking in the kitchen, while his father was engrossed in the morning news. Upon noticing Xiang Lei entering with the child, his mother, with a grave expression, inquired, Why did you take her out? The outside world is full of chatter and commotion. Xiang Lei thought to himself that it was too late. The news was spreading like wildfire. Yet he chose silence in response. His mother peered out from the kitchen, squinting at the little girl with a smile. Dear, tell Annie what you like to eat, and I will prepare it for you. The little girl, however, averted her gaze and remained silent. Xiang Lei interjected, Just make anything. She won't be eating here for long. His mother nodded, pondering whether the child truly could not speak, considering her complete lack of response. After taking the little girl upstairs to wash up, they returned downstairs for breakfast. The family gathered around the table. All eyes on the little girl, while his mother had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Millet porridge, meat buns, fried dough sticks, scrambled eggs, and crispy bacon, a delightful fusion of East and West. The little girl adeptly wielded her chopsticks, eating quickly yet with grace. How could I have forgotten to prepare something for her last night? She must be starving, he mused. His mother tenderly patted the little girl's head, remarking, Whose child is this? She is so adorable. It would be quite alarming if she were lost. Xiang Lei silently finished his meal, then went upstairs to change clothes. He returned to the living room, picking up the little girl, who had just finished eating and was sitting on the sofa beside his father. Watching television, he addressed his parents. I'm heading out now. His mother, hurriedly wiping her hands, replied, I'll go with you. I worry that I won't be able to communicate clearly. Seeing that his father had no objections, they left together. His mother drove them to the alley where Xiang Lei had encountered the little girl the previous night, eventually locating the local police station. Throughout the journey, the little girl remained obedient, closely following Xiang Lei, until they reached the police station, where she suddenly clung tightly to his neck, her emotions surging, her eyes reddening with tears. Xiang Lei, feeling a pang of compassion, nonetheless stepped through the station's doors. His mother approached the duty officer and briefly explained the situation. The officer examined the little girl and asked Xiang Lei, Did you find this child? Yes. Last night? Yes. The male officer then summoned a female colleague to help check for any injuries on the little girl, but no matter how they tried, they could not pry her away from Xiang Lei. The female officer, smiling awkwardly yet politely, remarked, This child seems quite attached to you. Children are straightforward with their affections. They cling to those they like. Xiang Lei's mother chimed in. Indeed, she has been clinging to his neck since we returned last night. Refusing to let go, I tried to bathe her and treat her wounds, but she wouldn't come near me at all. The female officer mused, It must be fate. Otherwise, this attachment is quite inexplicable. At that moment, the male officer returned and reported, We haven't received any missing person reports yet, but I've notified other precincts that if a report comes in, we'll be the first to know. The female officer added, But this child won't let go. She has injuries, and if we force her, we might hurt her. The male officer appeared troubled, observing the little girl intently. Her eyes are quite striking. Do you think she can talk? Xiang Lei's mother responded, I believe she can, but she hasn't spoken a word. She doesn't respond to any questions that I ask there anything on her, perhaps a phone number? Xiang Lei's mother shook her head, then added, But she does have a glass vial in her dress, and aside from a few letters, There's nothing else. Where is it? His mother hurriedly retrieved it from her bag and handed it over. The officer examined it and remarked, CN1. What is this? Is it for experiments? The female officer questioned. It doesn't seem to fit that description. What does CN stand for? Is it an English abbreviation or opinion abbreviation? They deliberated for quite some time, but reached no conclusions, their gazes returning to Xiang Lei. The female officer suggested, why don't you try talking to her? It's not practical for you to keep holding her like this. Xiang Lei's back was drenched in sweat, and his neck bore a red ring from her grip, but he sat on a bench near the door, looking down at the little girl's crimson eyes. Uncertain of what to say, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him, especially as he met her gaze. Though her eyes betrayed no emotion, he found it difficult to look away, feeling a tumult of anxiety. The little girl's tight embrace made him feel needed, profoundly needed. From the moment she had clung to him the night before, that feeling had lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. She was frightened, distrustful, unable to sleep in a bed, seemingly afraid to close her eyes. Injured and lost by the roadside, she must have encountered other passers-by, yet it was he who she had reached out to. Why should she be so certain that he wouldn't abandon her? That he wouldn't harm her? Xiang Lei questioned. You must be looking for your parents. They're the ones you should trust. Not me, that I'm just a stranger, and I don't even know your name, that I merely brought you home out of kindness, hoping to help you find your parents, but I can't do anything more. Here, the police can assist you in locating your parents and taking you home. The little girl shook her head, burying her face in his embrace. Seizing the moment, the female officer stepped forward to pry the little girl away from Xiang Lei, who was startled and stood frozen, watching with a mix of emotions. Chapter 5. Not out of spite, the little girl struggled fiercely in the female officer's arms, reaching out desperately towards Xiang Lei. Her petite frame was fueled by an unexpected strength, twisting and turning as the officer stumbled but held firmly onto the girl's waist. The little girl crawled on all fours like a puppy, tears streaming down her face, falling drop by drop onto the floor, each one striking Xiang Lei's heart. Mom. Xiang Lei clenched his fists, rooted to the spot, instinctively calling out. His mother, already moved to tears by this unbelievable scene, was bewildered. How could such profound feelings develop after just one night together? Suppressing her discomfort, she gently rubbed Xiang Lei's back, reassuring him, Let us go. What you did is right. She will find her parents. The male officer stepped forward to assist, and they awkwardly crouched on the floor, gesturing to Xiang Lei. It's all right, go ahead. We will surely help her find her parents. Xiang Lei cast one last glance at the girl, whose tear-filled eyes were bloodshot, her mouth agape, yet unable to call out. Struggling mightily, he pushed the door open and stepped outside as he sat in the car, just as he was closing the door. He thought he heard a piercing cry filled with despair and fear. Mom, did you hear anything? His mother, still grappling with her emotions, replied with a quivering voice. What sound? Xiang Lei opened the car door again, straining his ears but hearing nothing, that he closed the door and said, Nothing. Xiang, don't doubt yourself. This child's encounter with you is fate, but she ultimately belongs to another family, still so young. Unable to discern right from wrong, that it may seem cruel now, but once she finds her parents, she will surely thank you that in a child's eyes. Parents are everything, don't you think? Xiang Lei remained silent as his mother affectionately stroked his head, a myriad of words swirling in her mind, yet she couldn't find the right ones to express herself. This scene of separation was so reminiscent of when she had to leave her young son for work. Especially considering Xiang Lei had once been abandoned by his own parents. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy. His mother sought to lighten the mood, asking, Have you considered pursuing further studies after graduating from the military academy? After a long pause, Xiang Lei finally spoke. I don't know. Which city would you like to go to after graduation? I don't know. After a moment, he added, It's not up to me. It is centrally assigned by the government. That can't you stay behind at the school? Staying would be closer to home and easier, and it would help when looking for a girlfriend. I want to stay. I want to go to the border. His voice was firm and resolute. A jarring screech of brakes interrupted the conversation, causing the car to shudder to a halt. His mother turned to him, astonished, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to suppress her voice. Why? Xiang. Do you know what this means? Xiang Lei replied. What does it mean? It means I might only see you once every few years. It means I might not see you at all. Do you understand? Xiang Lei smirked. What of it? Didn't I also see you only a few times a year when I was young? You can, but I can't. That is not it, Xiang. It's different. This is work for your mother. I am serving my country. How is that any different? Isn't it just as important as your work? Do you think I chose to attend the military academy to oppose you? You think too highly of yourselves, his mother, in a fit of desperation, nearly leapt from her seat, grasping Xiang Lei's hand and pleading. Xiang, I was wrong. That it was my fault. I shouldn't have left you with your grandparents when you were so young. That I shouldn't have left when you needed a mother the most. I was wrong, and I truly realize my mistakes, but I'm trying to change. Can't you give me one more chance? Oh, Xiang, it's too far. What'll I do if I can't see you? Xiang Lei gazed out the window, feeling a heaviness in his chest, his eyes stinging, yet devoid of tears. That I have thought of you for 14 years. Yet who among you has inquired about how I have endured these years? I have only my grandparents. I lack both father and mother. With that, he abruptly opened the car door and departed, while Xiang's mother collapsed over the steering wheel, sobbing uncontrollably, as if her heart had been ruthlessly severed. Raising her gaze to the rearview mirror, she watched the retreating figure, engulfed in confusion and despair. Was it truly too late? Upon returning home, Xiang's father noticed only Xiang's mother entering, her eyes swollen and her form weary. With no sign of Xiang Lei, he inquired, "Where is Lei? Has the child been taken to the police station?" Xiang's mother immediately flung herself into Xiang's father's embrace, crying out in anguish. "What should I do? Why should I have listened to you? Why must I obey you? Oh, heavens, why treat me thus? What has happened? What is going on? Is there something wrong with the child? Where is Lei? Xiang's father shook Xiang's mother by the shoulders, demanding answers. "Speak." Xiang's mother glared at him and declared, Lei is going to the border. What? To guard the border? He is to go to the desolate Gobi, to the oxygen-deprived heights of Tibet, to the harsh environments of the frontier. He is to leave us far behind for 14 years, or 24, or a lifetime. He no longer wants us, no longer desires us. Xiang's mother, lost and forlorn, collapsed onto the sofa. Xiang's father, momentarily stunned, regained his composure and said, "If he must guard the border, then let him. That a true man aspires to greater horizons. A son of the Xiang family pledges his body to the nation. And that is our family's honor. I support him. Your heart is so cruel. Is it made of stone? Why did I ever co-found this law firm? Why did I not stay by my child's side to watch him grow? Otherwise, he would not utter such words as only my grandparents. No father or mother to that time. It was a matter of necessity. I took on a case and became so engrossed that I scarcely had time to rest. Coupled with our recent graduation and lack of experience, often I was pulled into situations beyond my control. Finally, I established my own firm, yet I found myself busier than before. That a criminal case could last from a month to several years. Lei has suffered alongside us. In our hometown, he had his grandparents to care for him, ensuring he had regular meals. Yet he has only been by my side for a few years, and if he graduates, only to head for the frontier. I cannot accept it. That I refuse to accept it. Xiang's father remained silent, his inner turmoil deeper than hers, yet he could not express his pain as openly as a woman might. He had but this one child, who had never once sought his affection, maturing into adulthood without his presence. Lei's character mirrored his own. Cold on the outside, yet warm-hearted within, indifferent yet fiercely loyal. Once, when he entered his son's room to rouse him for breakfast, he tread lightly, moving to the bedside to gaze upon that youthful face. Filled with pride and guilt, he had such an exceptional son, brave, strong, intelligent, kind, but throughout his growth, he had never been there to accompany him for a single day. As a father, how utterly he had failed. After a long moment, he leaned down to place a tender kiss on his son's forehead, the first kiss he had ever bestowed upon him. He wished for the future to compensate for all he owed his child, yet he now realized how swiftly time passes, and that some things, once lost, are lost forever. How could one possibly seek to make amends? Who would grant such an opportunity? Chapter 6. What is chivalry? Following your previous suggestion, once I conclude this case, I shall take an extended leave, entrusting the firm to Lao Lin, so we may dedicate time to accompany our son. Even if we cannot alter his decision in the end, we must ensure Lei knows that his parents love him, that even as he serves the nation, there are those at home who will wait and care for him. Yet, this case is complex and cannot be resolved quickly. But Lei sobs that I will expedite the handling of this case. Several villagers from Daojiga wish to meet with me, and I believe it will yield significant insights. When will the meeting take place? I will accompany you. Not yet determined. They harbor concerns that I shall find time to revisit Daojigo. Then please take care. No one dares to undertake this case that I advised you against it. Yet you did not listen. Even if we win, aside from a bit of favorable notoriety, we shall be left with debts. Xiang's father smiled gently, saying, "Your words are amusing that I did not take this case for monetary gain." No one in the field wished to accept it, primarily because it appeared to be merely a case of casualties among villagers during a demolition conflict. Yet, the reality may be far more intricate. The demolition company initially insisted that the situation was chaotic, claiming that casualties resulted from mutual armed conflict, thus justifying excessive defense. Yet now they deny even that claim, asserting they acted in legitimate self-defense while seeking compensation from Daojigo for the medical expenses of their injured personnel. Xiang's mother interjected, "You say this is merely the surface. What lies deeper?" "The deeper layers are what I have uncovered through extensive investigation during this period. This incident of villagers' casualties due to demolition involves improper economic transactions between local officials and the higher-ups of the demolition company. Furthermore, the land they wish to acquire is intended for a pharmaceutical company, whose qualifications are questionable. The headquarters of this company is not domestic, but in the United States, making it difficult to investigate. Setting everything else aside, if you solely investigate the casualties resulting from the demolition, I find you possess an insatiable curiosity for secrets, as a child drawn to a switch, unable to resist the urge to press it. This is an intricate web. It cannot be disentangled that if we lose this case, do you comprehend the dire fate awaiting the villagers? They will lose their homes, their land, and will be indebted to those ruffians. The opposition has a team of lawyers, while we have but a few individuals at the firm, all wielding the same legal provisions. Yet there are those more adept at twisting black into white. In that thick tome of legal stipulations, the ideals of justice, fairness, and integrity, once reduced to rigid dogma, can be cast aside as mere refuse. You are too emotional now. More importantly, you place excessive faith in the law. The law is not infallible. That I end this perpetually conflicting society, our first instinct is to wield the law as a weapon to resolve disputes. Yet have you considered that in seeking to resolve one conflict, you may inadvertently create another? The law exists to seek balance amidst these conflicts. How can such balance ever be perfect? The law follows procedure. You cannot bypass it to discuss only your own notions of justice and chivalry. You are a lawyer, not a hero from a martial arts novel. Xiang's father bowed his head in silence. Weariness etched upon his face that I have studied the law diligently, yet upon perusing all the statutes, I have realized that the existence of vulnerable groups arises from the moral failings of the powerful. Xiang lay sat alone by the riverbank for an entire afternoon, his thoughts in disarray, uncertain whether to reminisce or to forget. Perhaps he had been excessive in his demeanor that morning. He was indeed content with his current life, grateful for the presence of his parents who surrounded him, expressing their love and concern ceaselessly. But why must he respond with the most hurtful words? The people he had called out for countless nights now stood before him. His beloved parents, names that brought him joy merely by utterance. Yet, how had it come to this? As he grappled with his confusion and regret, his phone rang. It was a call from home. "Hello? Lele, where are you?" "The sun is nearly setting. Why are you not home yet?" "Mom, I've thought it over, and no matter what you do, Mom and Dad will support you. You will always be our pride. Lele, Mom truly loves you. I wish to be your mother again, to witness your growth day by day." "Mom," Xiang Lei called out, and at once the line fell silent. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, rising to gaze at the tranquil lake surface, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "I will return shortly." And with that, he ended the call done on September 1. The school commenced its academic year. Today, as a second-year student, Xiang Lei devised an even more rigorous training regimen for himself. He excelled in his studies. His college entrance examination scores could have secured him a place at Tsinghua University. Yet he had chosen, against everyone's expectations, to attend a military academy that time. The principal, various teachers, and even his parents had urged him otherwise, especially his mother, who nearly came to blows with him over the matter. Yet only he understood that his decision was not a mere act of rebellion, but a conclusion reached after profound contemplation that he vividly remembered his grandfather's words from his childhood. Now that life has improved, where we can eat well, dress well, watch television, and cultivate the land. We must not forget our roots, that as our lives improve, we must remember the hardships of the past. The family is the small home, while the nation is the grand one, that someone must endure hunger and cold to ensure that more people can be fed and clothed. Even if it requires bloodshed and sacrifice, lay, acquire knowledge to protect our home and nation. That is true love that I in that moment. He resolved to don the most dashing military uniform and render a perfect salute to his grandfather, keeping watch over the mountains and rivers he cherished. Though his grandfather was no longer with him, he discovered that life at the military academy was precisely what he desired and yearned for. Militarized management mandates strict discipline. Each day is consumed by classes and physical training. For him, standing in formation with a steel rifle in hand is a source of joy. Even his instructor remarked that he is inherently suited for military life. 2 weeks later, while in class, Xiang Lei was summoned by his counselor. "You need to go to the reception room. Your mother is here." That a wave of unease washed over Xiang Lei as he hurried to the reception area. Upon seeing his mother, who wore a worried expression, he approached her anxiously. Lei, I just received a call from the welfare home. They said the little girl you found might not make it." "What?" Xiang Lei's mind momentarily faltered, and he steadied himself to ask, "Welfare home? How could she be there? Wasn't the police station supposed to help find her parents?" The welfare home explained that the police had searched for several days with no leads, and the child, refusing to eat or drink, had to be taken there due to her incessant distress. That in fact, her behavior only worsened at the welfare home. She would not sleep at night, and eventually, she was hospitalized, where doctors could only manage her condition with sedatives and nutritional fluids. The child was severely dehydrated, and doctors warned that if this continued, her life would be in jeopardy. The director of the home had no choice but to reach out to the police again, only to be told that they needed his assistance. "To me? What can I do?" Anger simmered within Xiang Lei. He could not fathom how her parents could be unreachable. Did no one at home seem to care about the lost child? Chapter 7. Reuniting with her. "This child is fond of you. Perhaps you should visit her. She might listen to you." After his mother spoke, she glanced back at the counselor standing at the door. "Teacher, could you grant Xiang Lei a few days off?" "Certainly." Exiting the school, Xiang Lei's mother drove directly to the hospital. Dressed in camouflage, Xiang Lei stood out in the crowd, his tall and handsome stature drawing the attention of the nurses, who eagerly guided his mother to the ward. Upon entering, Xiang Lei immediately spotted the little girl lying in bed, her complexion pale, whiter than the sheets beneath her. Her once round face had become gaunt, with sunken eyes. It was as if he were looking at a completely different person after just a few days. The little girl was asleep, sedated, while a plump, middle-aged woman stood vigil by her side. As she noticed them, she quickly rose to inquire, "You must be Xiang's mother." Xiang Lei's mother was taken aback by the child's appearance, regaining her composure as she replied, "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" "I am Director Liu, the one you have spoken to on several occasions." Director Liu, it's nice to meet you," she said, gesturing towards Xiang Lei. "This is my son, Xiang Lei." "Hello." The noticeably cool tone from Director Liu did not escape notice, prompting her to continue. "The situation is as follows. This child is incredibly difficult to manage. Even our caregivers are overwhelmed. She won't sleep at night, refuses to eat or drink during the day, and only cries." "Crying?" Xiang Lei exclaimed, surprised. "She cries?" Director Liu perceived Xiang Lei's reaction as mockery, her expression hardening as she retorted, "Have you never seen a child cry? It's just like the way you did when you were little." Xiang Lei's mother swiftly interjected, "Director Liu, please don't take offense. The truth is, when we encountered this child, she never uttered a sound, not even when she was hurt. It's quite unexpected." Director Liu's demeanor softened slightly as she explained, "Oh, I see. But this child does cry, and quite loudly, which disturbs the other children." Taking a seat beside the bed, Xiang Lei gently brushed aside some stray hairs from the girl's eyes and moistened her cracked lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. His earnest demeanor left even his mother momentarily speechless. Was this truly her usually indifferent son? Director Liu observed this interaction with a smile, leading Xiang Lei's mother out of the ward. "You see, your son seems quite fond of this little girl. Indeed, my Lei has a caring nature when it comes to children. The police have informed me that they truly cannot find this child's family. There is no information available about her, that we have done all we can." "What do you mean?" Xiang Lei's mother inquired. Why not consider adopting this child? It seems that your son has taken a liking to her. And perhaps there is a connection between your family and her. But it's not as simple as just adopting. This is a human being, not a cat or dog. Even adopting a pet is a significant undertaking. Xiang Lei's mother was nearly exasperated, feeling that these people were being far too casual about such a serious matter. This is my suggestion, and it is for the child's sake. She cannot remain in the hospital indefinitely. And do you really want to witness a life wither away? What do you mean by that? Are we to be seen as villains for trying to do a good deed? Think it over. I have to go now. You can reach me if you come to a decision. Watching Director Lu's retreating figure, Xiang Lei's mother felt an urge to confront her, perhaps even to give her a kick. Entering the room with a stormy heart, her resolve softened upon seeing her son. She approached and gently ruffled his hair. Lei, do you also feel a fondness for this little girl? What do you mean? Oh, just a casual inquiry. She sat beside the bed, looking at both the girl and her son, grasping the child's tiny hand. Her hand is so small that she's 7 years old, or 6. She is so young. If her parents cannot be found, will she remain in the welfare home indefinitely? Cannot be found. The police cannot locate her. Xiang Lei's mother sighed, nodding. Yes, Director Lu mentioned that no information about this child has surfaced. And the police have given up. Moreover, she is very difficult to manage and uncooperative. The welfare home likely does not want her anymore. Keeping her in the hospital is only a temporary measure. Difficult to manage? She doesn't cry or cause a fuss. She is quite well behaved. Leaning down, Xiang Lei peered at the girl's face. She is far stronger than I am. Lei. His mother suddenly had a flash of inspiration, her heart fluttering with excitement. What if I were to have another daughter, a beautiful sister, just like this little girl? Would that make you feel less lonely? Xiang Lei scoffed lightly, bemused. Even if you were to have another child, she would likely resemble you or Dad. How could she look like this little girl? Your reasoning is so flawed. It's no wonder you're struggling in your career as a lawyer. Was he truly engaging in a verbal spar with her? Xiang Lei's mother felt her smile freeze, astonished to witness such a rich array of expressions on her son's face, and his humor was a revelation. This was indeed her lively son, the mischievous Lei her parents often spoke of. Watching her son, Xiang Lei's mother felt a wave of sadness wash over her, a mix of joy and guilt. Noticing that Xiang Lei had fallen silent, she looked up to find him wiping away tears, prompting her to ask, Mom, what is wrong? Nothing, that I just feel you understand me so well that I realize now that I was misled by your father, thinking that I was so clever and suited to be a lawyer. Now it feels too late to turn back. Xiang Lei scratched his head and sat back down, muttering, You're so dramatic. Only now do you think to cry? What a long reflex arc you have. His mother found his retort amusing, contemplating whether this was a sign that he had entered his rebellious phase. Or perhaps he had already exited it. Was this typical for children during their teenage years? She believed it wise to explore literature on the topic, at the very least not to miss out on this critical period in Lei's life. Lei, I'm being serious that if I were to have another daughter, would that make you feel less lonely? Does solitude correlate with the number of people around? Xiang Lei sighed, exasperated. Do you really think you can still have children at your age? His mother pursed her lips, smiling as she countered. Am I too old? I was just 24 when I had you. I'm almost 43 now, and it's not impossible. Xiang Lei remained silent. When your sister is your age. I'll be 60. Oh dear, his mother exclaimed, covering her mouth in horror. Xiang Lei was left bewildered by her sudden dramatics. What is wrong? I'll be in my 60s. No. That means you'll have to take care of both me and your father, in addition to your sister. Xiang Lei was thoroughly amused by his mother's theatrical performance, resting his chin on his hand, shaking his head in disbelief. Where on earth are you going with this? Chapter 8. Adoption. Xiang Lei's mother continued to gaze at him, laughter spilling forth as she instinctively embraced him, kissing his hair. Lei, my wish to have another child is simply to hold on to you. But is that fair to the child? She continued thoughtfully. Your father and I are getting older, and we might not be able to support you as we once did if we were to have another child. Wouldn't that place the burden of responsibility on you? Xiang Lei felt a tightness in his throat, his eyes stinging. He raised his hands, then let them drop, inhaling deeply to gather his composure. If you want to have another child, I will take care of it. There is no burden in that. Lei, you are my wonderful son, the best in the world. With a mix of laughter and tears, She praised her mother before finally sitting back at the bedside, letting out a deep sigh of disappointment. What a pity that mother cannot give birth, and you 1T have a sister. As Xiang Lei recalled how he had just played along, he suddenly felt a wave of childishness wash over him, completely losing the desire to engage with his mother any further. The hospital room fell silent once more. And it was only when the last rays of sunlight faded outside that the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xiang Lei dozing by her bedside, she suddenly burst into tears. Xiang Lei, jolted by her cries, instinctively leaned back, as he was still unaccustomed to the sound of a child weeping. Yet in that moment, the little girl lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Sighing softly, Xiang Lei found himself at a loss for words, so he simply embraced her, one hand gently stroking her back, feeling a twinge of guilt as he dared not meet her gaze. After a brief spell of sobbing, the little girl quieted down. Xiang Lei used his sleeve to wipe her tear-streaked face and, observing her frail form, furrowed his brow, asking, "Why haven't you eaten? Why aren't you being good?" The little girl clung to him with all her might. Forcing Xiang Lei's neck to bend forward uncomfortably, he decided to stand up, cradling her in his arms and moving to the window, where he pointed out the bustling world outside, the distant neon lights illuminating the night. "Look how wonderful and beautiful it is outside. You are still so young. You must live well, study hard, and not dwell on anything else. Everything will pass." The little girl gazed at Xiang Lei for a long moment before suddenly tilting her face up and planting a kiss on his right cheek. Xiang Lei froze, his body stiffening like a statue. This tender moment did not go unnoticed by Xiang's mother and father, who had just entered the room, turning the three of them into a tableau of familial warmth. Xiang's mother stifled a giggle. Nudging Xiang's father with her elbow, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of her scheme coming to fruition, Xiang's father cleared his throat as he entered. Seeing Xiang Lei with the child, a faint blush crept onto his face, and he awkwardly called out, "Dad, Mom?" Xiang's father replied with a non-committal Xiang's mother, beaming with delight, beckoned the two children over for dinner. "Look what I prepared for you. Wontons, millet porridge, and soup dumplings. Did you make these? Did you really wrap the soup dumplings yourself?" Xiang Lei knew all too well that his mother's culinary skills were as haphazard as her personality. She was hardly capable of crafting such intricate dishes. Unfazed by her son's revelation, Xiang's mother continued to chuckle. "Oh, don't be too caught up in the details. Just try the porridge. It's exceptionally good." Xiang Lei, already hungry, scooped a spoonful of porridge but first offered it to the little girl. His mother quickly reminded him, "Xiang Lei, blow on it. It's too hot." He gently blew on the spoon and brought it to the little girl's lips, saying, "Here, take your time." The little girl obediently opened her mouth and consumed the porridge eagerly, prompting Xiang's mother to tease, "How adorable! Those people must not have taken good care of you, and yet they say we are disobedient, right?" Xiang Lei continued to feed her, and she ate dutifully. After a while, Xiang's father, who had been watching from the side, said, "Let me hold the child. You should eat something too." Xiang's mother was pleased with her husband's change in attitude and remarked to Xiang Lei, "Yes, let your father hold her. He is finally realizing how to care for you." Xiang's father approached, bending down to the little girl with a charming smile. "Come here, let uncle hold you, so your brother can have a bite to eat before we play." Xiang Lei handed the child over to his father, and the little girl looked from Xiang Lei to her new uncle, then surprisingly wrapped her arms around Xiang's father, inciting a wave of jealousy from Xiang's mother, who exclaimed, "It's not fair. How does such a small child understand the allure of the opposite sex?" Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Lei devoured several dumplings, and as he turned to see his mother feeding the little girl from a bowl while she leaned on Xiang's father's shoulder, he felt as if he was witnessing a scene he had never experienced before. The little girl resembled his own younger self, with his father towering like a great mountain, and the child nestled in his arms as if perched upon the shoulder of a giant. Filled with pride, his mother looked on with gentle eyes, coaxing smiles from him while feeding him, embodying the warmth of family, the sweetness of home, something that had once seemed so distant to him. Yet now he could see and feel it, the beauty of being a family. Later that evening, after Xiang Lei had lulled the little girl to sleep, his parents called him outside the hospital room. Xiang's father said, "Your mother and I have discussed it. The welfare home doesn't want this child, that if the hospital won't keep her, she will have to be transferred to another welfare home. The doctor believes this child suffers from severe psychological issues, and if she does not receive systematic treatment, provided she is willing to cooperate. She could starve herself to death through sheer will. What do you mean by that? Xiang Lei asked, confusion etched on his face. His mother interjected, we have decided to adopt this child. What? Xiang Lei exclaimed, shocked. He had harbored such thoughts, but had never dared to voice them. As his father had said, this was a child, not a stray cat or dog abandoned on the street. Raising a child was no simple feat, especially one not born of his own flesh. He pondered the myriad issues he faced with his own biological child. How could he manage the responsibility of adopting? He could feel compassion, sympathy, and a desire to help this child, but adopting her would mean a lifetime commitment, ensuring her healthy physical and mental development while being accountable for any future problems that might arise. Could he truly handle such a responsibility? Seeing the worry etched on his son's brow, Xiang's mother asked gently, Xiang Lei, are you unwilling? Xiang's father reassured him, you needn't worry too much that we have given this matter considerable thought. This child seems to be quite obedient. Your mother and I have not been the most attentive parents. We hardly cared for you when you were little, and suddenly, you grew up, feeling guilty about the past is futile. Now, having this child gives us a chance to be parents again, which is rather wonderful, Xiang's mother added. Exactly. Your father and I won't be as busy as we are now. Taking care of a child is manageable. Besides, when you go to the border, I won't be alone. You can always come back to visit your sister during your breaks. As she spoke, her voice broke and tears streamed down her face. Xiang Lei felt a pang in his heart and stepped forward to embrace her. I'm sorry, Mom. Xiang's mother held her son tightly, her heart brimming with regret. How had the little boy, once as tiny as a kitten, grown so quickly? She had scarcely had the chance to look at him, to cradle him to sleep. She had missed out on so much, and yet he had grown up before her eyes. Chapter 9. Her name is Xiang Yang after the Xiang family decided to adopt the child. The welfare home was remarkably proactive, bringing all the necessary paperwork to the police station the very next day. The three parties sat down to fill out forms and complete the adoption procedures. Xiang's mother picked up a medical report and exclaimed, Oh, she is already 8 years old. She looks nothing like it. Xiang Lei approached and realized it was a skeletal examination report, which was not entirely accurate, merely providing a rough age range. That's so. How is this age calculated? Let us just say she is 8, he replied. What about her birthday? Xiang Lei thought for a moment and said, just like mine, July 1st. Xiang's mother smiled. Perfect. That way, you two can celebrate your birthdays together. Right, Xiang Lei agreed. I won't be lonely anymore. Xiang's mother tightened her grip on the A4 paper in her hand. Perhaps, just perhaps, this decision was the right one. Two people with no blood relation could indeed become the most important figures in each other's hearts, becoming mutual sources of concern, sharing joys and sorrows, and loving one another deeply. Once the paperwork was completed, Xiang Lei carried the little girl to the household registration office to register her. When the officer asked for the child's name, Xiang Lei blurted out, Xiang Yang. Her name is Xiang Yang, with Yang meaning sunshine. Spring brings the sun, and the cuckoo sings, Xiang Lei thought as he looked at his little sister in his arms, wishing for her future to be as radiant as the poem suggests. Filled with sunshine and peaceful days, upon returning home, Xiang's mother eagerly led Xiang Yang upstairs, opening a room with a smile. Yang Yang, look. This is the princess room Annie prepared for you. It's all pink and filled with toys. Do you like it? Xiang Lei leaned against the doorframe, glancing inside with a look of disdain, but he thought to himself that sleeping in such a room would surely lead to nightmares. You don't understand. Every little girl has a princess dream. Pink sheets, pink blankets. Xiang's mother cheerfully walked over to a white wardrobe adorned with intricate carvings, opening it with a flourish. And of course, we can't forget the lovely pink dresses. With a sense of accomplishment, Mother lifted Xiang Yang and began to unveil an array of delightful little dresses, one by one, for her to try on. In stark contrast to Xiang Yang's impassive demeanor, Mother radiated the charm of a young princess, full of girlish dreams. Meanwhile, Xiang Lei returned to his room, flipping through a book on psychological issues that he had purchased from the bookstore. The book detailed various types of psychological disorders, their causes, and treatment methods. The diversity of conditions and their myriad origins led him to realize that mental health issues were far more complex than he had previously understood. They could not simply be alleviated by mere companionship or a stroll outdoors. It seemed prudent to schedule a visit for Xiang Yang to a larger hospital for a comprehensive examination. That evening, Xiang Lei entered his father's study and, upon pushing the door open, found Mother also present. Each held a set of documents. Engaged in an undisclosed discussion, that as he approached, he noticed a multitude of papers strewn across the desk. One file, its first page weighed down by two photographs, caught his eye. The left image depicted a man who appeared to be in his 50s, with a darker complexion, wide-set, bushy eyebrows, small eyes, a flat nose, and thin lips, dressed in a black wool coat, and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. His features were unmistakable. The right photograph showcased a younger man, seemingly not yet 40, captured in profile. Despite the angle, it was clear he had strikingly prominent eyebrows and eyes, exuding a captivating aura. Just as Xianglei was about to continue his examination, the folder was abruptly closed that he inquired of his father, "Is there something going on? Has Xiangyang fallen asleep?" "Yes, she has," his father replied. Turning to see the documents in mother's hands, he noticed the title: The Demolition Case of Daojega Village and the Testimonies of Villagers Zhang Wu, Chun Xuan, and 3 others. "Mother, have you taken on this case?" Mother tucked the documents away, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter. "Yes, the firm has taken it on." "Why are you still awake? You have school tomorrow. And given how busy you've been with Xiangyang's affairs, I presume you've fallen behind in your studies. Get some rest. Be wary of the instructor's punishment of 5 kilometers with a heavy load. I merely wish to consult with you both. During the National Day holiday, I intend to take Xiangyang to the provincial hospital for a thorough checkup and perhaps a psychological evaluation as well." Mother turned to father. "It seems we need not worry about the two of them any longer." "What is the matter?" "Oh, it's just that your father and I have matters to attend to during the National Day holiday. We were initially concerned about your meals. You can take Xiangyang for the examination and enjoy some outings. Also, at her age, she should be starting school. Please purchase some school supplies for her, like a backpack and pencils, along with some books that I'll take the time to teach her to recognize characters that I've already arranged for her to enroll in the 1st grade. But she still refuses to speak. Will she be able to cope with school? Take it slow. She can't avoid school forever, can she? If there are psychological issues, we shall first address those. Worst case, I can teach her at home that I can manage 1st grade material, and if need be, her academically gifted brother can assist her. Who knows? We might have another female scholar in our midst," father remarked. "This time I want her to enroll in law school, that if you don't want my firm, then let it be for Xiangyang." The memory of the argument he had with his father over his own major sent a shiver down Xianglei's spine, as he realized that the same scene could unfold in his household years later. He pondered whether Xiangyang would yield in the face of such pressure. You should start instilling that mindset in her now. Otherwise, your firm may truly become a legacy without an heir. With that, Xianglei dashed out, leaving mother and father exchanging glances. After a moment, mother linked her arm with father's, a smile of contentment gracing her face. "You see, this is the true essence of our son, so mischievous." "This child is quite the spirit reminiscent of my youth," father replied. "Does Xianglei resemble me?" "His character is splendid, reserved yet humorous. Humor is the hallmark of wisdom. He clearly takes after me." "Are you implying I lack intelligence?" "Of course, you are intelligent, but there's still a slight gap to true wisdom." "Old Xiang, are you plotting a rebellion?" As September drew to a close, Xianglei packed his backpack and pedaled out of school. Amidst the bustling crowd, he spotted mother across the street, holding Xiangyang, who was adorned in a pink outfit. Waving at him, the Xiangyang's expression remained blank, her eyes devoid of light, no matter how brightly she was dressed. Her lack of emotion was stark. Xianglei sighed. "Xianglei?" At the sound of his name, Xianglei turned to see a female classmate approaching, books in her arms, a bright smile on her face. "Hello. My name is Mengran. I am in your class. I sit right in front of you." Xianglei racked his memory, but couldn't place her. Unsure of what to say, he merely nodded. Mengran lowered her head shyly, but just as Xianglei was about to ask if she needed something, she looked up with a radiant smile and said, "You truly didn't remember me. During our last shooting practice, you came in first, and I was second." Xianglei nodded again, his gaze drifting over her head to the street across, where he saw Xiangyang break free from mother's grasp and sprint toward him, causing mother to call out in alarm. Without hesitation, Xianglei released his bicycle and dashed forward to in the midst of the throng. Xiangyang leaped into his arms, clinging to his neck. "What are you doing running off like that? What if you get hit by a car?" he exclaimed, his expression turning pale with fright as he cradled her with one arm. "Wow, Xianglei, is this your sister?" Xianglei nodded again, tightening his embrace around Xiangyang as he simply introduced her, Xiangyang. Indeed, quite succinct and to the point. Chapter 10. Taking care of the child, Xiangyang nestled comfortably against Xianglei's shoulder. Her gaze lingering on Min Gran for a few seconds before she let out a gentle yawn. That I didn't know you had such a young sister, Min Gran remarked, stepping closer to touch Xiangyang's pink dress. However, upon meeting Xiangyang's eyes, her smile faltered, and she withdrew her hand. That, oh dear, Xiangyang, you gave me quite a scare. I won't dare to bring you to fetch your brother again. I can hardly keep hold of you. After venting her frustration at mother, she suddenly noticed a girl standing nearby, and after a brief moment of surprise, she raised an eyebrow at Xianglei before warmly addressing the girl. You must be my Xianglei's classmate. You read truly beautiful, with such fair skin and large eyes. Like a doll. That mother's compliments left Min Gran blushing, and she shyly lowered her head. Hello, Annie. My name is Min Gran. I'm in the same class as Xianglei. So there are girls in military school, and such beautiful ones at that. You truly are a standout among the ranks, mother exclaimed. That my Xianglei is great in every way, but he is a bit reserved and doesn't talk much. Does he have good friends in class? Min Gran glanced at Xianglei and quietly replied, yes, actually many classmates really like him. Mother chuckled. Oh my, besides you, are there any other girls in your class? Are they all as pretty and charming as you? Mother, that's enough, Xianglei interjected, glancing down at Xiangyang. Xiangyang is getting sleepy. Mother playfully stuck her tongue out at Min Gran and said, my Xianglei has hardly spoken a few words to a girl. He is probably quite shy. You should invite him to play more often. He is really quite nice. Min Gran shyly murmured in agreement without daring to meet Xianglei's gaze. Mother added, you're always welcome to visit our home. Bring along your other classmates too. Okay, Annie, Min Gran replied. Xianglei tossed his bicycle to Mother and, cradling Xiangyang, moved ahead, while Mother exchanged a few more words with Min Gran before catching up. Upon returning home, Mother continued to express her discontent. That girl finally mustered the courage to speak to you, and you couldn't even manage a friendly demeanor. You just nodded along. How will you ever find a girlfriend like that? Xianglei washed Xiangyang's hands and retrieved 2 tomatoes from the kitchen, handing one to her. After a lengthy monologue with no one paying heed, Mother huffed off to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Later that evening, Father returned from work, pulling 2 ornate boxes from his bag, one for Xianglei and one for Xiangyang. What is this? Xianglei inquired. Open it and see, Father replied, then turned to Xiangyang. You too, open yours. Upon opening his box, Xianglei discovered a watch. Xiangyang's box contained a similar watch, though it was evidently oversized for her. Vacheron Constantine, Xianglei exclaimed, thrilled that it was a brand he adored, renowned for its craftsmanship and artistic flair, with a deep blue tourbillon dial that was both mysterious and exquisite. Surprised and elated, he examined it from all angles. Mother leaned against Father's shoulder, playfully extending her bare wrist, and teasingly asked, what about mine? Father responded, once the case is settled, I'll take everyone on a trip, domestically or abroad, it's up to you. You've certainly become generous. You're not so frugal anymore, old Xiang. Father affectionately ruffled Xianglei's hair and then Xiangyang's, asking, do you like it? Xianglei nodded, leaning forward to help Xiangyang put on her watch. Turning to Father, he said, thank you, Dad. Father smiled, looking at the watch as he said, I hope you become someone who cherishes, respects, and adheres to time. Like time, always move forward without looking back. This is a gift from me to you as you step into adulthood. You will bear greater responsibilities. I hope that whenever you glance at this watch, you remember that your mother and I are always with you, loving you eternally. Xianglei has always found himself at a loss in such situations. He was uncertain of what to say or do, merely nodding in silence, lacking even the courage to approach and embrace his father. His mother stepped forward, hugging her son close to her chest, saying, Lele, your father and I are also first-time parents. Our love for you is genuine, yet we are uncertain of how to express it. Leaving you with your grandparents for 14 years is the greatest regret of my life. But alas, there is no remedy for regret, and we cannot turn back time. Lele, you are growing up so quickly that I can barely keep up. Time is precious to me. Lele, would you consider continuing your studies after graduation? Perhaps staying at home a few more years, even if it's just to keep Yangyang company. Xianglei embraced his mother tightly, tears silently cascading down his cheeks that he felt a happiness that seemed almost unreal. The chasm in his heart that once felt insurmountable suddenly appeared to have been bridged. The hatred he once harbored was, in truth, an intense longing for this kind of love that I will think about it. He replied, "This child simply struggles to articulate his feelings." His mother, exasperated, pushed Xiang Lei away, who was still immersed in the warmth of the moment, and turned to lift Xiang Yang, mumbling as she ascended the stairs. "You better not follow in your brother's footsteps. He is not charming at all, showing no warmth towards girls. What use is excellent academic performance if he cannot attract a partner? He'll be the one crying then." Xiang Lei paid no mind, lowering his gaze to examine his watch, when his father suddenly patted his shoulder with a knowing look and said, "It's time." "What? You can start dating now. Your mother and I began our relationship in college." "Dad," Xiang Lei thought to himself, indeed, a family resemblance. The following day, while on his morning run, he inexplicably pushed open his parents' bedroom door to find it empty. The new watch on his wrist displayed 6 o'clock. Were they out so early? After completing his run, he decided to buy breakfast outside the community and return to find Xiang Yang already awake, seated in the living room, watching the news, though he could not fathom what she understood. Yang, come eat breakfast. Afterward, we need to take you for a health checkup and buy you a pretty backpack and pencils that you enjoy reading fairy tales." Xiang Lei set the table and lifted Xiang Yang onto a stool, assisting her with her hair as she ate. This skill, once daunting, had become second nature. After finishing their meal, Xiang Lei changed into a simple black hoodie but faced a dilemma when searching for clothes for Xiang Yang. After a prolonged struggle with the array of pink dresses in her wardrobe, he finally found a bright red dress adorned with small white flowers for her to wear. They took several buses to the hospital. And while he had anticipated a busy holiday season, he was unprepared for the throngs at the hospital. Had he not made an appointment in advance, he feared he might not be seen until the afternoon. Given the long queue, with the doctor's examination orders in hand, he carried Xiang Yang, checking off each test. Fortunately, children's examinations permitted family accompaniment. Without him, Xiang Yang's stubbornness would have made completing even one task impossible. After all the tests were concluded, the doctor reviewed the results and noted that while there were no significant issues, Xiang Yang was somewhat malnourished. She prescribed some vitamins and advised them to pay attention to nutritional balance. Upon leaving the hospital, they proceeded to another psychological consultation room that a competent-looking lady welcomed them, dressed in a well-tailored light-colored suit, her round glasses lending her a serious demeanor. When she noticed Xiang Yang hiding behind Xiang Lei, she smiled warmly, her expression softening like a gentle breeze over a meadow. "Dada, you must be Yang, a beautiful girl." Dr. Li said, "Did I apologize? My sister is shy and doesn't speak much." Xiang Lei explained, "That's perfectly normal for children." "Dear Dada," I assured, gesturing towards the first consultation room on the left. "Please take Yang inside. I will prepare and join you shortly." "All right," Xiang Lei said, carrying Xiang Yang through the door. The room was simply furnished with a sofa, a recliner, and a few stools, the warm sunlight streaming through the window, creating a comforting ambience. "Have your sister sit in the recliner. It's the best spot." As Xiang Lei turned back, he noticed Dr. Li entering with a small portable music player. "Do you need me to step out?" He inquired. "No, you should stay. Your sister trusts you, and your presence will provide her with a sense of security." Encouraging her cooperation, Dr. Li replied. Xiang Lei nodded and placed Xiang Yang on the recliner, but he sat on a nearby stool, holding her hand and smiling reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. Just listen to the doctor to deal what she says. And I will be right here with you." Xiang Yang lay back, turning her gaze towards Xiang L. I gently adjusted her position, but she kept turning away. After several attempts, Dr. Li decided to move on. I nodded at Xiang Lei before turning on the music player, a soothing melody spilling forth, the notes akin to soft golden sunlight cascading over a shimmering lake, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. "Now slowly close your eyes," Dr. Li whispered to Yang Yang. "Listen, the wind is blowing outside, and the leaves are falling, carpeting the ground. You stand beneath a tree, and someone approaches you from a distance, step by step. You see him now." "Who is he?" Xiang Lei watched in astonishment as this remarkable hypnotic technique unfolded, holding his breath as he observed Xiang Yang's hand gradually loosen its grip. The room was enveloped in an unusual silence, the music seemingly merging with Xiang Yang's slumber, transporting them to an entirely different realm. After a while, Dr. Li inquired, "Who is that person? What is he doing?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiang Yang's eyelids fluttered, her eyes moving rapidly beneath them, her arms previously resting at her sides, suddenly crossed over her chest, her body appearing trapped in a struggle, her expression contorted in anguish. Xiang Lei's heart raced at the sight of Xiang Yang's distress. He longed to grasp her hand, but was halted by Dr. Li's gentle shake of her head, who then leaned down and whispered in Xiang Yang's ear, "Wake up." Xiang Yang slowly awakened, her gaze fixed on a painting of red plum blossoms on the wall ahead. Her expression strikingly unfamiliar to Xiang Lei, far from that of an 8-year-old. What had she witnessed in her dream that evoked such intense emotions? What could possibly haunt the dreams of a child? I exhaled a sigh of relief, her face devoid of a smile as she retrieved a tissue to dab the beads of sweat from Xiang Yang's forehead. Given how much she has sweated, she must be thirsty. Please fetch her a glass of water, she instructed Xiang Lei. He gently patted Xiang Yang's head and followed Li out as they rounded the corner of the hallway. She paused. And Xiang Lei asked, "Dr. Li, what did you discover?" Dr. Li remained silent, studying Xiang Lei for a long moment, making him feel somewhat uneasy before finally speaking. "Has your sister always been with you?" Xiang Lei hesitated before nodding. "Then why are you the one bringing her for psychological consultation instead of your parents?" Xiang Lei felt uncomfortable with the pressure, especially as he was utterly in the dark about the situation. "Dear Li, I simply want to know what is wrong with my sister. Why doesn't she speak?" I need not answer anything else to Dr. I crossed her arms, placing her hands at her sides, from what I observed during the hypnosis. Your sister has likely experienced some distressing events in her past, contributing to her withdrawn behavior. Withdrawn? Indeed. Autism can be either congenital or acquired. Congenital autism results from hereditary factors leading to developmental disorders. As you mentioned, the comprehensive examination revealed no such issues, so it seems likely that she encountered adverse environments during her formative years. Adverse environments, such as, there are various possibilities, such as parental discord, domestic violence, or similar situations. Children who grow up in such environments may develop psychological issues that can gradually manifest as withdrawal. It dawned on Xiang Lei I had asked those questions earlier. Additionally, your sister maintained a crossed arm posture throughout the session, which indicates a rejection of external stimuli, a clear sign of resistance. Furthermore, her intense emotional response during hypnosis and her physical struggle suggest that something significant occurred that left her feeling trapped. Is there anything else? She exhibits a pronounced sense of vigilance. Vigilance? Xiang Lei recalled his father mentioning something similar. Yes, that was my immediate impression of her. When encountering strangers, she tends to assess them first, seeking a safe distance. Many might interpret this as shyness, but it stems from a prolonged lack of security. During hypnosis, she managed to control her emotions remarkably well, refraining from any utterances, which is something children with autism typically cannot do. Are all these factors related to her environment? Indeed, the interplay between individuals and their surroundings significantly influences psychological well-being. For how long must one endure a negative environment to develop psychological issues? This varies from person to person. It certainly cannot occur in a short span. Upon returning to the room, Xiang Lei found Xiang Yang still seated quietly in her previous position. When she spotted him, she blinked, and he knelt beside her, kissing her cheek. In a light-hearted tone, he said, "The doctor says you are in excellent health and very strong, so Big Brother is rewarding you with delicious treats." "All right." Xiang Yang gently touched the area that had been kissed, her gaze slowly shifting to Xiang Lei. In the depths of his inscrutable eyes, it seemed as though Xiang Lei caught a glimpse of a fleeting joy. Upon exiting the clinic, Xiang Lei placed the autism diagnosis certificate into his bag, discarding the medication prescribed by the doctor into the trash bin downstairs. He turned around, cradling Xiang Yang, and departed, standing amidst the bustling streets. His eyes were met with a sea of vibrant red national flags. The streets and alleys resonated with lively songs, for the Chinese hold their festivals in high regard and revel in merriment. This particularly momentous occasion, the National Day, is perhaps rivaled only by the Spring Festival in its significance worthy of nationwide celebration. Xiang Lei, swept up in the festive atmosphere, cheerfully purchased a small red flag for Xiang Yang to hold. Lifting her onto his shoulders, with the advantage of height, they navigated through the crowd, taking in the splendor and clamor of the bustling street. Your eyes behold a paradise of peach blossoms, yet I wish for you to also witness the vibrant tapestry of earthly festivities. The two meandered through the streets, pausing intermittently in Xiang Lei's memory. Such carefree moments were reminiscent of the time spent with his grandparents. Ever since their passing, his heart had grown closed off. The more raucous the environment, the more he found it uninteresting that he traversed the crowd alone, retreating to his own world, embracing solitude until he and loneliness became one. Chapter 12. The accident. Yang Yang. Are you happy? Xiang Lei asked as he sat with Xiang Yang in an upscale restaurant. After ordering, he took a napkin to wipe the syrup from her face, remnants of the candied hawthorn she had just enjoyed. Little flower cat, why aren't you eating these 2 skewers of candied hawthorn? Xiang Lei smiled gently, his eyes warm. Are they for mommy and daddy? Xiang Yang glanced from Xiang Lei to the candied hawthorn, cautiously offering him a skewer. Xiang Lei feigned annoyance. And now you remember me. Am I not placed behind mommy and daddy? Xiang Yang nudged the candied hawthorn closer to Xiang Lei, who took it, only to return it to her, saying, Brother, want to eat these. Let us save them for mommy and daddy. They will surely be pleased to see them. Then they want to be able to scold you while helping with your homework. As the pasta and steak arrived, Xiang Lei instructed Xiang Yang on the proper use of a knife and fork, diligently teaching her how to cut the steak. They were both earnest, but suddenly, after taking a bite, Xiang Yang's mouth fell agape, frozen in shock. Xiang Lei set down his utensils and leaned over, discovering blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Upon closer inspection, he saw a small white tooth resting on her tongue. Yang Yang, did you lose a tooth? Spit it out quickly. Xiang Lei swiftly grabbed a napkin. Gently holding her chin, he observed a row of neatly aligned teeth, except for a gap at the back of the lower row, not caused by a cavity, but it struck him that perhaps it was odd for an 8-year-old to be losing teeth. He had started losing his at 5 or 6. Could it be that he had misjudged her age, and she was actually 5 or 6? Wrapping her tooth in a napkin, he placed it in his bag and explained, When we get home, brother will throw your tooth on the roof. This way, your new teeth will grow in straight and beautiful. Xiang Yang appeared to grasp only part of it, touching her tooth and gazing at Xiang Lei. He smiled, took her steak, and ordered a soup instead, saying, Drink this. The beef is too tough. Remember to chew with your right side. Let the left rest. Xiang Yang took a hearty sip, squinting her eyes as if savoring the moment. Xiang Lei contemplated buying her some calcium tablets and informing their mother to prepare softer meals. After their meal, dusk was approaching. Remembering the task assigned by his mother, Xiang Lei hurriedly took Xiang Yang to a bookstore where they picked up several elementary school textbooks and a few fairy tale books. Turning around, he was surprised to see Xiang Yang flipping through a hefty book. Realizing it was Journey to the West, amused, he asked, Yang Yang, can you understand this? Xiang Yang looked up at him, and bending down, Xiang Lei discovered illustrations of Tang Sung and his disciples within. Understanding her curiosity, finally, they purchased some school supplies, hesitating over a choice of backpacks. One was blue adorned with Ultraman, and the other was pink featuring a pretty girl. Supporting his chin, Xiang Lei sighed and ultimately chose the pink backpack. Hastening to catch the last bus home, they arrived at 10:40 p.m. The house was shrouded in darkness. Xiang Lei turned on the light and glanced around. His parents were still not home. After a few unsuccessful calls, he grumbled softly, carrying Xiang Yang upstairs to get ready for bed. Just then, the landline rang and he instructed Xiang Yang to fill a cup of water for rinsing, while he dashed downstairs to answer the call. Within mere seconds, as Xiang Yang struggled to fill her cup, a loud crash echoed from below. Rushing out, Xiang Yang found Xiang Lei standing with his back to her, the receiver having fallen to the floor, and it seemed as if someone was still speaking on the line. Carefully, she grasped his hands, which hung limply by his sides. Xiang Lei trembled slightly as if startled, and only when he looked down at Xiang Yang did his eyes register a flicker of response. After a moment of shock, he scooped Xiang Yang into his arms and dashed outside. After a long wait, he finally managed to hail a cab. Driver, where to the 3rd hospital. Xiang Yang felt a bit uncomfortable from being held so tightly. Looking up, she noticed Xiang Lei's expression was vacant, his body cold and trembling uncontrollably. As soon as they exited the taxi, a man in his late 40s rushed over, grasping Xiang Lei's hand. Xiang Lei recognized him as Uncle Lin, his father's business partner and close friend. Tears brimmed in Uncle Lin's eyes, rendering him speechless as he pulled Xiang Lei toward the hospital. They arrived at the emergency room just as the lights flickered off. A few uniformed traffic police officers awaited in the corridor. Before Xiang Lei could approach, he saw a doctor emerge, speaking to the officers that we did our best. The officers continued to converse with the doctor, while Uncle Lin rushed forward, grabbing the doctor's hand, nearly pleading, Doctor, please try again. I beg you. Turning to see Xiang Lei and the small girl behind him, the officers exchanged glances filled with sympathy before approaching. Are you Xiang Lei? In a daze, Xiang Lei nodded. The officer, placing his cap under his arm, looked at the young boy. Unsure how to proceed, he placed a comforting hand on Xiang Lei's shoulder, saying, I'm sorry for your loss, child. Your parents were involved in a traffic accident on their way home. What? Xiang Lei's gaze shifted from Uncle Lin to the officer, his lips devoid of color as he repeated, What? Taking a deep breath, the officer continued, There was a rear-end collision. The vehicle behind was a delivery van filled with alcohol, speeding and crashing into your parents' car, resulting in a fire and explosion. Your parents did not survive despite our efforts. Another officer added, You may go in for one last look. Though he heard the words, Xiang Lei felt as though he were dragging a heavy chain, unable to move. Xiang Yang took a step forward, but an officer halted her, asking Xiang Lei, Is this your sister? Xiang Lei nodded. The officer gently took Xiang Yang's hand, saying, Your sister is too young. Let her stay outside. Xiang Yang wrenched her hand free, gripping Xiang Lei's tightly, pulling him toward the emergency room. Uncle Lin, tears streaming down his face, clutched Xiang Lei, exclaiming, It's my fault, it's my fault. I should have gone instead. It was supposed to be me. How could this happen? Pushed forward by Xiang Yang, Xiang Lei opened the door to the emergency room. What met his eyes was a solemn white, accompanied by the acrid scent of disinfectant, that a blue curtain separated two beds, both covered in white sheets. Uncle Lin's anguished cries echoed in his ears as Xiang Lei approached one of the beds, staring at the sheet for what felt like an eternity without movement. Xiang Yang tugged at the corner of the sheet, gradually pulling it away, and in that instant, Xiang Lei's heart sank as he beheld the charred visage beneath. A face unrecognizable and grotesque, flesh melded together, with some areas reduced to charred bone, the stench of burning flesh overwhelming. Xiang Lei collapsed to the ground, shaking his head incessantly. An officer approached, attempting to assist him. But Xiang Lei grasped him tightly. Calm down, child. This has happened. It was an accident. The driver of the rear-end collision died on the spot. If you have any questions, you can view the footage at the traffic police station. A doctor approached, saying, The bodies have been taken to the morgue. Arrangements for cremation will be discussed with you later. Take care of yourself. You still have a sister to look after. Your parents would not want to see you like this. As he watched the bed being wheeled away, Xiang Lei cried out, Mom and Dad, where are you going? Chapter 13. Farewell. Those words brought tears even to the eyes of the seasoned police officers and doctors. Uncle Lin entered, embracing Xiang Lei and Xiang Yang as he choked out, Xiang Lei, let us go home for now. Uncle Lin accompanied them home, preparing noodles, yet none of the three touched their chopsticks. They sat in silence. Unsure how long time passed until Uncle Lin finally spoke, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. You both should get some rest. Dawn is approaching, and we still need to go to the traffic police station to review the footage. Back in his room, Xiang Lei sat at his desk, staring at the photographs of his grandparents on the shelf. His eyes were bloodshot and hollow, his cracked lips pressed tightly together, causing him pain with even the slightest movement. At the age of 14, following the sudden passing of his grandparents, he found himself grappling with the stark reality of life and death, feeling the weight of fear as materialism crumbled before his eyes. He was engulfed by a profound sense of fear, fully aware of the chilling transition of the human body from warmth to cold, and the cruelty inherent in witnessing a pair of eyes shift from clarity to murkiness. The agonizingly slow process of closure felt interminable and futile. Grasping his hand, Grandpa spoke solemnly, This is the natural order of life. Where there is birth, there must also be death. No one can evade this truth. So do not let sorrow consume you. In that year of his 18th birthday, both his parents departed, their exit marked by excruciating pain. What kind of natural law dictated this? Clenching his fists, Xiang Lei struggled to comprehend. Yet he found himself devoid of fear. As dawn broke, Xiang Lei rose to open the door, where Xiang Yang awaited him on the threshold. He bent down to lift Xiang Yang in his arms, and the three of them made their way to the traffic police station. The officers, well prepared, guided them to the surveillance room. With a few keystrokes, the officer on duty summoned the footage onto the screen. The timestamp indicated it was 9:45 p.m. when Xiang Lei's parents' vehicle appeared, cruising steadily along the highway. 5 minutes later, a white van surged into view from behind, prompting the car in front to gradually accelerate. The van followed suit, both vehicles weaving through traffic to AT-10. 05. The van's speed surged again, crashing directly into the front vehicle. The screen froze for a moment before revealing the front car's door swinging open. From the passenger seat, Xiang's mother clambered out, seemingly glancing back before returning her gaze to the driver's seat. Bloodied and fraught, she emerged from the vehicle, appearing desperate to circumvent the wreckage and pull Xiang's father to safety. Yet before she could fully rise, the car suddenly ignited, followed by an explosion, transforming the scene into a blazing inferno. Through the flames, one could faintly discern Xiang's mother, engulfed in fire, writhing on the ground in agony. Her cries piercing the air. The final frame lingered on this harrowing moment, timestamp 10:25. No one knew what transpired in those 20 minutes, nor did anyone dare to inquire what Xiang Lei had witnessed during that time. The officer cleared his throat, uncertain of what to say, turning to Uncle Lin. "Mr. Lin, do you have any further questions?" Uncle Lin glanced at Xiang Lei, remaining silent. The officer continued, "We have already investigated the accident site. The van's driver was involved in the illicit liquor trade, and we suspect that intoxication led to this tragic incident. Here is the investigation report and the hospital's medical certificate that if you have no objections, please sign here." Xiang Lei cast one last look at the screen before signing and departing. The hospital had requested prompt arrangements for the handling of the remains. Uncle Lin advised Xiang Lei to return home to find a photograph of his parents for their memorial. Pushing open his parents' bedroom door, Xiang Lei found that nothing had changed. His mother favored pink, and the bedding was predominantly in that hue, which his father had always resisted, yet ultimately he had acquiesced. Xiang Lei seldom entered this room. Their relationship had never been particularly harmonious. As he flipped through the photo album, he noted that most pictures were of his younger self, including a few of the three of them together. After he grew up, they had ceased to take family photos. Though his mother never voiced it, her disappointed expression seemed to bring him a perverse sense of satisfaction, as if he had triumphed in some unspoken rivalry. In every photograph, his mother wore a joyful smile, her youthful, bashful grin, followed by the mature, confident smile she displayed with colleagues. Yet upon revisiting the album, he realized that in the photos where she posed with him, she neither smiled nor looked at the camera, her gaze filled with profound emotion and pain, as if tears were poised to spill with the slightest provocation. "Mom," Xiang Lei murmured, his fingers gently caressing the photograph over and over again. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang had waited upstairs from dawn until dusk, anxiously anticipating Xiang Lei's emergence. Finally, she descended the stairs and gently pushed open the door, discovering Xiang Lei asleep on their parents' bed, clutching the album. Xiang Yang draped a blanket over him and quietly laid down beside him, propping her chin on her hands as she observed him. She noticed his restless murmurs in his sleep, and the tears that had remained uncried during the day now cascaded freely in the stillness of the night. The funeral for Xiang Lei's parents was a simple affair, attended only by colleagues from the firm. He did not notify any distant relatives or ask Uncle Lin to inform his parents' friends. After the service, Xiang Lei, carrying Xiang Yang, returned to their ancestral home in the countryside to lay their parents to rest alongside their grandparents. The evening breeze carried the essence of autumn, rustling through the withered grass. Surrounding them were vast fields of crops, desolate and cold, with no one in sight during this quiet farming season. Only a few distant, flickering lights amidst the curling smoke from the nearby homes. Dressed in somber black, Xiang Lei knelt at the gravesite, while Xiang Yang, attempting to mimic her brother, was gently lifted by Xiang Lei before she could kneel. That he did not raise his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Yang, bow 3 times for Grandpa and Grandma, and for Mom and Dad." Complying, Xiang Yang stood upright, bowing earnestly 3 times, glancing at Xiang Lei. Upon returning to the old house, the night had grown late. Xiang Lei sat in silence on his grandparents' bed, bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window. Xiang Yang stood beside him, hesitant to climb onto the bed, simply watching him. Exhausted, she stifled a yawn, quickly covering her mouth. Casting worried glances at Xiang Lei. "Come here," Xiang Lei beckoned, extending his arm. Xiang Yang approached the bed, and Xiang Lei effortlessly scooped her up, cradling her. "Tonight, your brother will keep you company," lying on Xiang Lei's lap. Xiang Yang remained still, her wide eyes observing him like a cat. Yang," Xiang Lei suddenly murmured in his sleep. The moonlight illuminated the movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed several times, uttering her name but producing no further sound. Yet, Xiang Yang sensed his struggle to contain something within, His heartbeat raced, and a warmth of sweat clung to his clothing as he held her tightly. After a long while, the stillness of the room erupted with a single anguished roar that tore through Xiang Lei's throat, shattering the silence. Just one word, infused with unspeakable pain, escaped his lips. Xiang Yang felt a burning sensation on her face and, upon touching it, realized her fingers were wet with salt. Following his outcry, the room fell silent once more, save for the relentless drip of tears that signified something profound had transpired. Gently, Xiang Yang wiped Xiang Lei's face, and he lowered his gaze to her, struggling to articulate a few words. I have no home left. Without a father, who can I rely on? Without a mother, what can I trust? When I leave, I carry sorrow. When I return, I find emptiness. He gazed out into the night, overwhelmed with sorrow, yet oblivious to the exhaustion that enveloped him. His lips moved silently, uttering words of despair. Xiang Yang listened intently, eventually deciphering his words. To repay kindness, the heavens are boundless. Xiang Lei lingered in the old home for several days. Rarely stepping outside, he sat motionless on the bed, his stomach growling with hunger, while Xiang Yang, equally hungry, kept him company. Their phones rang incessantly until they ultimately lost power. Yet Xiang Lei did not even glance at his dot on one particular afternoon. As Xiang Yang leaned over the outdoor faucet to drink, Uncle Lin entered and, seeing her, scooped her up in exasperation and affection. Upon seeing Xiang Lei, who appeared weak and frail, he embraced him, tears streaming down his face. Lei, do you wish for your grandparents, your parents, to see you like this? How can they rest easy? Even if you do not think of yourself, consider your sister. She is still so young, and you are still young as well. The road ahead is long. We still have a path to walk. Uncle Lin gazed at the two children, their faces ashen and spirits diminished. Wiping his tears, he urged Lei, you must pull yourself together and return to school, that I will take care of your sister. From now on, Uncle Lin's home will be your home. Come back to visit your sister on weekends. That's unnecessary. Xiang Lei, seeming to awaken, pulled Xiang Yang closer, his tone firm and unyielding, his gaze icy. Then, how will you take care of her? You haven't even graduated from university yet. What will you do in the future? Uncle Lin exclaimed, exasperated. I am already an orphan. I will never allow her to become one as well from now on. She is my family. Wherever she goes, I will follow. This is what my parents have left me. My mother once said that having a sister means I will never be alone. But the university you attend is no ordinary one. It is a military academy, and time is inherently restrictive. How can you find the time to care for a child? What are the military academy? Uncle Lin muttered under his breath. The rules there are stricter than at other schools. And it is run with a military structure. Did I ask there room for leniency? Is there anywhere in this world that values relationships more than that place? Lei, the deceased are gone. You are the last of the Xiang family bloodline. You must live well. Your father was always proud of you, boasting about how exceptional and promising you are. So do not let them down. Furthermore, the firm your parents established is an asset that you and your sister will inherit. But since she is still young, you will inherit it first. When you return, you can sign the documents. Currently, the firm is overwhelmed with tasks, and there are many new developments. What I mean is, will you be able to take over the firm after you graduate from university? Uncle Lin, the firm is meant for Yang. When she grows up, she will inherit it. For now, I will rely on you to continue managing it. Uncle Lin gazed down at the young Xiang Yang, letting out a deep sigh. When will you ever grow up? Under the persuasion of Uncle Lin, Xiang Lei agreed to return home. Before leaving, he paid his respects to his grandparents and parents by lighting incense and bowing. And then he took Xiang Yang back with him. However, as soon as he opened the door, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that a thief had invaded their home. Xiang Lei meticulously conducted a thorough inspection and discovered that only his parents' bedroom and study showed signs of being rummaged through. Yet nothing appeared to be missing. Uncle Lin, following closely behind, seemed to ponder deeply, muttering to himself, "How peculiar." "What?" Xiang Lei inquired. "That it appears that your parents' office has also been searched." Uncle Lin responded that a sudden realization struck Xiang Lei. It seemed the situation was far from over and far more complicated than he initially thought. "When did this happen?" "Yesterday morning. Since the case your parents took over is currently unresolved, I thought, considering this was their final case, that it couldn't be left incomplete, that I intended to take over and continue the work. but when I went to their office for materials, I found the desk in disarray. And the computer's main unit was missing. Is this what you referred to as bizarre? Xianglei asked. Indeed, it's strange. The computers of others remain untouched, yet only your parents' office main unit was stolen. Did you report it to the police? I did. Aside from the computer, was anything else taken? Uncle Lin pondered, tapping his temple thoughtfully. After a moment, his eyes lit up, only to be shadowed by a look of panic as he gazed at Xianglei. Remaining silent for an extended period, Xianglei seemed to have pieced it together, asking each word deliberately. Is it true that the related documents regarding the demolition case in Daojigu village, which resulted in the death of a villager, have also disappeared? Uncle Lin was taken aback by the sudden revelation, speechless and unsteady, nodding fervently. How much do you know about that case? Uncle Lin was momentarily at a loss for words, taking time to collect his thoughts as he sat on the sofa, hands resting on his knees before shaking his head and saying, No, it can't be. How could they dare? What? Uncle Lin looked up at Xianglei, his lips pale and teeth trembling slightly. Your father once mentioned that this case is highly intricate, intertwined with both political and business realms. First, we took it on simply out of sympathy for the villagers, intending to pursue justice for them. Later, your father and I visited Daojigu village and discovered improper relationships between the higher-ups of the security company involved and local officials. We conducted several visits. Initially, the villagers were cooperative and spoke openly in their agitation, but later, perhaps due to threats and losses, they became uncooperative, their testimonies shifting constantly. In this incident, the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Dashuan, was murdered, which stirred the strongest reactions from them. The Chen family is prominent in Daojigu, and they rallied other villagers to oppose the demolition, seeking accountability from the security company. Your father aimed to find a breakthrough through the Chen family. During previous visits, Chen Ershuan, the second son, was eager to cooperate, claiming he wanted to avenge his elder brother, but then an incident occurred that altered their stance. What incident? Chen Ershuan's younger sister suddenly went mad and was forcibly admitted to the county mental hospital. The Chen family has 5 sons and 1 daughter, and this little girl was raised by her brothers, creating a deep bond. After this incident, Chen Ershuan changed his tune, declaring he would no longer pursue the security company, saying to let the matter go. Though he claimed that, it was evident the Chen family had their reasons. Your father kept pressing the Chen family for answers, yet he was uncertain when this would conclude. So he withdrew, allowing your mother to take over, thinking having a woman involved would ease communication. After that, your father and I rarely discussed these matters. Recently, around late September, your father excitedly approached me, saying the case was nearing resolution, and that it would surely make headlines. But who could have predicted that things would devolve into what they are now? Uncle Lin then asked, Xianglei, do you think your parents were silenced because they uncovered some unspeakable secret related to this case? Xianglei did not respond, but instead retorted, Are there any remaining documents regarding this case? Uncle Lin shook his head in disappointment. No, there aren't, nor could there be. This case was solely your father's responsibility, and all the documents were with him. Those individuals rifled through the office and then came home, surely stealing all related documents. Otherwise, why would they take such a risk? Indeed, they risked being discovered while dismantling a successfully staged traffic accident, searching everywhere in a desperate attempt to cover their tracks. What kind of fiends resort to such cruel measures, committing acts devoid of humanity? Xianglei closed his eyes, envisioning his parents perishing in the inferno, recalling the fleeting glance his mother cast back at him amidst the flames. From then on, his nights were plagued by despair. If it were a natural disaster, he could do nothing, but if it were man-made calamity, who would he hold accountable? Chapter 15. The first encounter with the donkey 3 years later. At the entrance of the Wu family's military officer's residence in Yitai County, Xianglei sported a neat crew cut, dressed in a crisp white shirt and faded jeans, holding a beautifully packaged cake with one hand while cradling Xiangyang in the other. Xiangyang, happy birthday! A gentle smile graced Xianglei's handsome face. Brother, Xiangyang murmured sleepily against Xianglei's shoulder, stifling a large yawn, his dazed eyes misty, revealing a row of neat, white teeth as he grinned. With a twinkle in his eyes, Xianglei playfully jostled Xiangyang, saying, Happy birthday! Tell your brother happy birthday. Brother, Xiangyang's sun-kissed cheeks flushed a rosy hue, his mouth repeating the word brother back and forth. Xianglei felt a mix of helplessness and affection, no longer pressuring Xiangyang to speak. For 3 years, he had devised countless ways to hear that one word from him. But when he finally heard brother one morning, it felt as though all his efforts had been worthwhile. Did I end this world? Only that single word could fill him with strength, the only warmth he could truly feel. Carrying Xiangyang, Xianglei turned off the main street of the county town, retrieved his bicycle from the shed, and headed home. This summer arrived particularly early and was sweltering. By early July, the heat was already overwhelming. Xianglei removed his shirt and draped it over Xiangyang's head, looking stylish and full of vitality in just a plain white tank top, revealing his muscular arms as he pedaled along, ringing the bike bell as they entered the alley. However, they had barely gone a few meters when a group of fighters blocked their path. Fights often broke out in this alley, usually involving local ruffians. And Xianglei had grown accustomed to it. Most of the time, he simply detoured when he saw such scenes, as dealing with thugs was always a tiresome affair. However, today, instead of turning back, Xianglei pressed forward. Feeling Xiangyang tighten his grip around his waist, he stopped the bike, gently placed Xiangyang on the ground, and instructed him, "Cover your face and stand still here." Xiangyang obediently nodded. Xianglei strode ahead, patting the shoulder of a young man directing the brawl. Wearing a friendly smile as he spoke, "Brother, could you kindly make way?" "Fuck, looking for death." The menacing thug cursed, but that wasn't enough. He then grabbed Xianglei by the throat, not letting go, saying, "Are you new around here? What are you acting tough for? Are you blind? Heaven has a road, yet you won't take it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. Tired of living." Remaining calm, Xianglei smirked, unperturbed as he turned to glance at the person being beaten. Suddenly, he grinned menacingly, stepped back, and twisted the thug's arm behind his back. The thug yelped in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his face, his cries a mix of laughter and tears. The other 4 men paused, seemingly bewildered by Xianglei's unexpected appearance, unsure of his purpose, the scene growing absurd. "What the hell are you waiting for? Get your asses moving." "Brother, this guy seems to have some skills." "What do you mean? Are you ignoring me? Stop hesitating, go." With a firm twist of his hand, Xianglei forced the thug, who had been gripping his throat, to kneel on the ground. He raised an eyebrow and offered a gentle smile, securing the thug's arms while using him as leverage to kick down one opponent. The 2 men fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony, while the remaining 2 quickly assessed the situation and knelt, pleading in unison, "Please, big brother, spare us." Xianglei surveyed the sprawled figures on the ground, clearing his throat to address them. "You fellows shouldn't be angry. It's just that you frequently fight here, creating a terrible influence. The wealthy residents living along this street have lodged numerous complaints that I'm responsible for maintaining order in this area. So please, let us make this easier for everyone, shall we?" The men nodded vigorously, cautiously helping the thug to his feet, assuring Xianglei, "Brother, don't worry. We'll change locations and we won't put you in a difficult position." Xianglei smiled, remaining silent, gesturing for them to proceed. The thug, supported by his friends, grew increasingly irate, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you calling big brother? Dao Go, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. That I have encountered this person before. He is a master at a martial arts school and quite skilled in combat. Moreover, we must consider the stature of Boss Mu. We cannot afford to offend him. That I couldn't care less if he is Boss Mu or Boss Yun. I have made a note of this debt, and next time, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Dao Go, please lower your voice. We can discuss this further when we return. Damn, are you trying to instruct me on how to handle things?" Xianglei coldly scoffed at the retreating figure, clapping his hands before turning to the young man huddled in the corner, beset by a group of assailants, and asked, "Are you all right?" After speaking, he reached out to help the young man up. Noticing he didn't appear to be unscathed, his face was bruised and bloodied. "That I'm fine," the battered young man replied, dusting himself off and bowing deeply to Xianglei without uttering another word. "Let us go to my house and tend to your wounds," Xianglei suggested as he made his way towards Xiangyang. The young man hesitated for a moment before following suit. Xianglei pushed open the gate to his secluded courtyard, secured his bicycle, and beckoned to the young man lingering at the entrance. "Come in. There is water in the yard for you to wash up." Xiangyang placed the cake on the coffee table in the living room and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, Xianglei emerged with a first aid kit, sitting down on a bench in the corridor that he rolled up the young man's pant leg and was met with a vivid array of bruises, with the ankle also scraped raw. "Why didn't you fight back? Why just stand there and take the beating?" Xiang Lei inquired as he tended to the injuries. That my name is Malu, the young man said awkwardly. Fumbling for words. Malu? An interesting name. I presume it is not your real name. Xiang Lei replied, nodding thoughtfully to it isn't it oh. The young man paused before adding, my real name is Liao Luoxing. That sounds lovely, Xiang Lei smiled. Malu seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Xiang Lei's reaction and elaborated. It comes from a poem by Xen Qiji. In times of hardship, stars are but a few. That's the Liao Luoxing. Xiang Lei looked Malu in the eyes, flashing a warm smile as he said, indeed, a splendid name with great spirit, reminiscent of Wen Tianxiang's verses. Malu felt a bit bashful, lowering his gaze and nervously rubbing his fingers together. I am Xiang Lei. He suddenly declared, lifting his head to meet Malu's clear, sincere gaze, that I at the three-stone Lei. Yes, Xiang Lei pointed upstairs. That girl you saw earlier is my sister, Xiang Yang, as in the sun. Malu relaxed and grinned. Together, it signifies being upright and honest, doesn't it? As solid as stone, unyielding and clear in the world. This name was given to him by his grandfather, while the meaning behind Xiang Yang suggests a promise of brightness. A name I chose for my sister, Xiang Lei said proudly. Speaking of which, Malu opened up, his voice becoming nostalgic as he gazed upstairs. I'm 17 and have a younger sister too, 2 years my junior. Named Liao Luocheng, that I am 21 and my sister is 11, Xiang Lei continued. Today we celebrate our birthdays together. Wow, how rare. You and your sister share the same birthday, but have a 10-year age difference. Such a coincidence is remarkable. After applying the ointment, Xiang Lei suggested, let us have lunch together before you head home. Malu hesitated, but Xiang Lei kindly reminded him, your face is still swollen. Your family will worry if you return like this. Malu stood squinting through his swollen eyes, and with a sheepish smile, scratched his head. All right then, Chapter 16. The first encounter and initial intentions as Xiang Lei gathered his things, he said without looking up. Come inside. It's just my sister and me at home. Oh, Malu nodded, brushing off the dirt on his clothes before stepping inside. The house was a 2-story building. The first floor had a living room, with a closed door on the left leading to a bedroom, and beyond that, a kitchen and a bathroom. To the right of the entrance was a staircase, beneath which was a small, locked room. Malu tiptoed up the wooden stairs to sneak a peek, but the upper floor, presumably the bedrooms, was obscured from view. That moment, Xiang Lei came in, retrieving a bottle of cola from the fridge, and quietly said, don't let Yang see this. I tell her it's alcohol. Malu quickly covered the bottle with both hands and followed Xiang Lei into the kitchen, which was impeccably tidy and equipped with modern appliances. Xiang Lei rolled up his sleeves and began washing vegetables, while Malu stood at the doorway and tentatively asked, Xiang Ge, may I call you Xiang Ge? Xiang Lei turned and smiled, of course. Relieved, Malu tucked the cola into his pocket and rolled up his sleeves as well. Xiang Ge, let me help you. Please prepare the scallions and garlic, Xiang Lei instructed. Sure, Malu quickly squatted down to peel the garlic, chatting as he worked. Xiang Ge, what do you do? I heard those guys say you run a martial arts school. Yes, I teach children at Boss Moo's martial arts school. Did you practice martial arts before? I learned a bit, but it's merely some rudimentary skills to impress others. You don't seem like that at all. What do you mean? Not like what? Not like a novice or someone who merely puts on a show, Malu replied, glancing at Xiang Lei, who was busy washing vegetables. Xiang Ge, thank you for helping me today. Do you often get beaten up? Yes, at your age. Shouldn't you be in school? How did you end up with those delinquents? I stopped studying after finishing the first semester of my second year. I couldn't focus. Malu handed the prepared garlic and scallions to Xiang Lei, standing by his side to watch him wash the vegetables. Not that. I actually enjoy studying. Xiang Lei didn't respond, casting a glance at him before returning his focus to the task at hand. During the summer break of my second year, I took my sister out, and then Xiang Lei waited, but Malu remained silent, his eyes reddening and his lips trembling. Xiang Lei turned off the faucet and straightened up, surprised as he furrowed his brow. What is wrong? I lost my sister. Lost her? Yes, we were walking, and I lost her. My mother became so anxious that her mind began to falter. Sometimes she is lucid, and other times she can't even recognize me. Thus, I dropped out of school to care for my mother while searching for my sister. What about your father? My father. Malu's eyes filled with sorrow as he sighed heavily and shook his head. He passed away several years ago in an accident. Illness. What kind of illness? Malu hesitated, unsure why Xiang Lei was probing. But he recalled, I think it was a tumor in his brain. He didn't last long in the hospital. Xiang Lei realized he had overstepped and gently patted Malu's shoulder, offering comfort. So now your only remaining family member is your mother? Yes. What do you do for work now? What job can someone like me, without even a high school diploma, do? I can only work as a thug at a security company. Sanhu, Malu knew his profession was not honorable, but he had only interacted with individuals of a similar ilk before, so he felt no shame. Yet before Xiang Lei, who was entirely different from those he had encountered, he felt an unusual warmth and embarrassment. Seeing Malu's discomfort, Xiang Lei felt a pang of sympathy and smiled. I've heard of that security company. It's been around for 7 or 8 years and was the only pillar industry in Yeda County before the pharmaceutical factory was built. To be honest, I once applied for a coach position there, but was unsuccessful. I didn't even get an interview. Malu's eyes widened in surprise. Disbelief etched on his face as he leaned forward. Really? How could that be? Xiang Lei chuckled at Malu's astonishment. Why wouldn't it be? Eventually, I ended up at the martial arts school. How is that possible? Xianggo. How could that be? Why wouldn't it be? The salary for a coach at a security company is good, and it's a stable job, unlike my current situation where I change jobs every few days. Malu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then asked, why didn't you even get an interview? You're far more qualified than those coaches at our company. That's my fault. They scheduled a phone interview, but halfway there I received a call from my sister. And I rushed back. When I got home, I found her crying after falling out of bed and couldn't leave until I calmed her down, and by then, the interview was over. I see. Malu's head drooped in regret before he abruptly asked, Xianggo, have you always taken care of your sister? You don't seem that old. What about your parents? With one hand holding a frying pan and the other pouring vegetables into it. The sizzling sound filled the air as sweat beaded on Xiang Lei's forehead. He smiled. My parents passed away 3 years ago. My sister has health issues, so like you, I dropped out of school to take care of her. In an instant, the donkey felt a lump in his throat. Unsure of how to respond, it seemed even a mere expression of IC eluded him, and he could not bring himself to utter a sorry. He merely gazed silently at Xiang Lei, who deftly prepared the meal in his apron, rendered speechless. How strikingly similar their fates were. Some lament the hardships of life, bemoaning the injustices of fate, while others adopt a serene perspective, accepting their circumstances with equanimity. Interestingly, those who appear most composed often evoke deeper sympathy. That moment. The donkey was one such individual, a traveler meeting Xiang Lei in a foreign land, confronting similar life experiences, a story interwoven with both truth and fiction, joy and sorrow. This brief encounter stirred within him a heartfelt desire to reciprocate his feelings. As the dishes were served, Xiang Lei instructed the donkey to fetch a large jug of orange juice from the refrigerator to fill the cups for the 3 of them. After a short while, he returned from upstairs, cradling the child Yang in his arms. The donkey, fearing his appearance might frighten the child, fumbled awkwardly, unsure where to shield himself. Xiang Lei, with calmness, gestured towards the donkey and said to Yang, call him brother. This is Brother Liao. Yang, with a neat bobbed haircut, had grown significantly taller, his skin fair and luminous. Pouting, he hid behind Xiang Lei, peering curiously at the donkey with a tilted head. The donkey squatted down, striving to make his smile appear less terrifying as he waved to greet Yang. Upon meeting Yang's gaze, he exclaimed with astonishment, Brother Lei, Yang's eyes are so beautiful. Xiang Lei, taken aback, glanced at the donkey and realized the sincerity. As the donkey's expression was genuine, he too squatted down, gently cradling Yang and caressing his eyes, saying, Yes, our Yang has very beautiful eyes. Others do not understand, this. Yang met the donkey's gaze directly. The donkey extended a hand, his tone almost ingratiating as he said, I also have a younger sister. Once I find her, you two can play together. All right. Xiang Lei clasped Yang's small hand and shook the donkey's hand, smiling. From now on, Yang not only has a brother, but also a sister. Chapter 17. The story resumes. The 3 of them raise their glasses at the table. The donkey, filled with joy, said, Brother Lei, Yang, happy birthday to you both. After finishing his words, he shyly smiled, adding, Brother Lei, I lack education and cannot articulate auspicious words. Nevertheless, meeting both of you today is the greatest stroke of luck in my life. Thank you for your help today. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word, and I shall not hesitate." With that, he drained his glass of orange juice. Xiang Lei smiled and took a sip, saying, "It was merely a small favor. Even if I hadn't stepped in, someone else would have." The donkey shook his head, his expression forlorn. "Brother, that's not true. Who would care about the brawls of ruffians? They would rather see each other dead. Only you. Not only did you save me today, but you also brought me home to cook for me. That I truly thank you. After talking with you so much today, I feel that your life is not easy either. Brother Lei, may I come to find you again in the future? Of course, you know where I live now. Even if I said you couldn't, would it matter?" Xiang Lei replied with a gentle smile. Though not many words were exchanged, each one felt comforting, and there was always something to discuss. The donkey chuckled and, between mouthfuls of food, asked Brother Lei, "Do you still wish to be a coach at Sanhu?" Xiang Lei arranged the dishes on Yang Yang's plate, replying casually, "Yes, but I haven't seen any job postings recently." The donkey remarked, "Nowadays, companies either hire internally or via parachute. It's rare to recruit externally. However, if you wish to go, I can speak to our general manager Lu about it. Is that feasible? Is your general manager responsible for personnel matters?" "Personnel doesn't quite cover this area. The Lu I'm referring to is Lu Fong, the deputy manager of Sanhu Security Company, that he was promoted from the head coach position, a solid and capable figure, while another deputy, Zhu Wei, is merely a connected parachute hire. Currently, the company lacks a general manager, only 2 deputy managers, and everyone privately refers to them as the General Ditto. I see that To express his gratitude or sincerity. The donkey candidly shared everything he knew about the Sanhu company with Xiang Lei. "So, you work under this Lu Fong?" "Yes, although sometimes he can be a bit suspicious and timid. He is quite loyal to his brothers. Unlike Zhu Wei, who is petty, constantly forming factions and engaging in favoritism. Greedy and lecherous. Once someone offends him, he will certainly retaliate. Thus, the group that assaulted you today belongs to this Zhu Wei." The donkey's eyes lit up as he admired Xiang Lei's deductive reasoning. Nodding, he wouldn't dare confront our Lu directly, so he resorts to such despicable tricks. While Lu is righteous, he sometimes cannot contend with Zhu, especially considering Zhu has backing that in this day and age. Those with strength and ability cannot compete with those who have connections and support. Who is behind Zhu? The donkey appeared momentarily perplexed and uncertain. It seems to be someone of a chairman-level status. But no one knows the specifics. That a few years back, there was a relocation incident that resulted in fatalities. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. The matter was so significant it even made it on a television. I heard from my friends that the company nearly faced closure, but it was this chairman who intervened to resolve it. Zhu was the one who caused the trouble, yet he not only escaped punishment, but was promoted to deputy manager. Isn't that a formidable background? Have you ever met this chairman? No, not me. I doubt even Lu has met him. The chairman seems to be abroad. That in my time at Sanhu, over a year, I've only heard of such a person, but have never laid eyes on him." Xiang Lei fell into contemplation, silent for a moment, and the donkey continued. "However, the company has an office belonging to him, but it's always locked, and no one has ever entered. How much do you know about that relocation case from 3 years ago?" After a few unrelated individuals were arrested, the matter seemed to vanish. That situation is indeed quite strange. Even stranger is the matter concerning the Chen family from Dejaigu village. "How so?" Xiang Lei said. "Serving vegetables to Yang Yang and refilling the donkey's glass with orange juice. That I've heard that the Chen family is a prominent local family with 5 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest being the daughter. Among those who died during the relocation, one was the eldest son of the Chen family, known as Chendasha or Chendashuan. The Chen family was understandably agitated, reporting to the police and seeking media attention, escalating the issue significantly, leading to the involvement of local leadership and law enforcement. However, shortly thereafter, the Chen family's youngest daughter inexplicably went mad and was sent to the county mental hospital. Not long after, a fire broke out at the Chen household, resulting in the deaths of Chen Er, Chen San, Chen Si, and Chen Wu. All perished in the fire. Yes, one cannot help but feel pity for such a family. Following the incident with the Chen family, local rumors circulated that the land was cursed, deemed an ill-fated place, prompting all villagers to relocate, thus bringing the matter to a close. Now, a large pharmaceutical factory has been constructed on that land. and one can smell a nauseating odor wafting from it daily. Xiang Lei turned to gaze at the scorching sunlight outside, feeling a chill that penetrated to his bones. The donkey's words mirrored the rumors he had heard. The Chen family had been annihilated overnight, while the other villagers, whether out of self-preservation or coercion, also vacated the area overnight. Soon thereafter, construction began on the large pharmaceutical factory, which was completed in less than 2 years and has since become a cash cow for Yitai County. Revered by local officials, that I asked there any connection between this relocation case and the pharmaceutical factory. According to his investigations, the owner of the factory was a Chinese American who had lived overseas for many years and rarely appeared in the country. While the chairman of the security company was Chinese, a man he had seen before, the one in the photo on the left side of his father's desk folder. The reason his father had investigated this individual. Could it be that the case was related to him? Brother Lei, the donkey called out several times before Xiang Lei snapped back to reality, his gaze still somewhat distant as he asked, "What is it?" "I was asking, what grade is Yang Yang in now?" "Oh, Yang Yang isn't in school." The donkey affectionately ruffled Yang Yang's short hair, puzzled. "Why isn't she in school? If this continues, she'll fall behind." Xiang Lei also patted Yang Yang's head with a fond smile. Though she isn't in school, she possesses a wealth of knowledge. She is quite clever. "Brother Lei, do you teach her?" The donkey seemed particularly interested in Yang Yang. "Yes, I work at the martial arts school because the hours are flexible, and I can bring Yang Yang along for easier care." The donkey's gaze deepened as he looked at Yang Yang, asking, "Brother Lei, is there something wrong with Yang Yang? Is her health poor?" Xiang Lei replied nonchalantly, "Not really. She is just shy and fearful of people. When she went to school, the other children..." Xiang Lei paused before adding, "But she is much better now. She knows to call me brother and can sit with you for meals. It's a significant improvement." The donkey observed the two siblings before him and reflected on his own family situation, growing increasingly respectful of Xiang Lei, that he believed that this was the essence of true manhood. Protecting and caring for one's family is what defines a real man. Standing tall and firm. Chapter 18. Shallow Affections. Deep Connections. After the meal, Xiang Lei urged the donkey to return home quickly, that he then went to the kitchen, retrieved a bag of food, and handed it to the donkey. Explaining, "I didn't realize you only had your mother at home. I wouldn't have insisted you stayed. I didn't know if she had eaten, so I saved some food for you to take home. It can be eaten without reheating." The donkey gazed at the food bag, its eyes glistening with moisture. Slowly, it took the bag, forcing a smile with its stiff mouth, and said, "Brother Lei, thank you that if you have the chance, bring Yang Yang to my home for a visit. The meals my mother prepares when she is lucid are quite delectable. Yes, I will definitely come. Please convey my regards to your mother." After bidding farewell to the donkey, Xiang Lei turned and opened the tightly shut door under the stairs. Inside lay a meticulously decorated small hospital room, equipped with a complete array of medical instruments, that on the pristine white bed rested a figure. The right side of its face ravaged by fire, limbs extensively burned, and some areas wrapped in bandages. The person lay in silent slumber, black circular discs affixed to the wrist and chest. Connected by thin wires to a machine on the table, where a screen displayed continuously undulating lines. Xiang Lei expertly administered an injection to the patient and replaced the foredrip, sitting quietly by the bedside, with only the beeping of the machines breaking the silence. "When will you awaken? What truth will you reveal upon regaining consciousness?" After gazing at the person for a long while, Xiang Lei rose, closed the door, and entered the kitchen to meticulously instruct Yang Yang on how to clean the dishes, wipe the table, and wash the pots. Over the years, he had gradually taught Yang Yang to manage tasks within her capabilities. Yet he ultimately could not teach her to sleep alone, that he was unsure whether it was his failure to teach or a lack of diligence in his efforts. Whenever Yang Yang cried or fussed, he would quickly relent, feeling as if his heart were being pierced by a dagger at the mere sight of her reddened eyes. Over the years, they had relied on one another, and Yang Yang had grown increasingly sensible and obedient, her cheerful disposition blossoming. The only constant was her clinginess. Whenever she reached out to him, calling for a hug, he realized his heart was warmed. In the afternoon, Yang Yang was in the study completing the homework assigned by Xiang Lei. While he delved into the materials he had collected regarding Sanhu Company, the pharmaceutical factory, and the Weilon Mental Hospital, "Brother." Xiang Lei turned to see Yang Yang, pushing her completed workbook towards him. "Finished?" Yang Yang nodded. "All right, let me see if there is any improvement." Xiang Lei picked it up, but after reading just 2 lines, he furrowed his brow, pointing to the essay. Yang Yang, the topic I gave you was spring has arrived, yet you begin by writing about the delicious watermelons of summer. Yang Yang twisted a pencil in her hands, biting her lip and lowering her head in silence. Xiang Lei paused, softening his tone to explain. Yang Yang, you see, I bought you so many essay books, with countless articles you could memorize. Why not incorporate that knowledge into your writing? He noticed that although Yang Yang was somewhat introverted and quiet, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Indeed, exceptional intelligence. Despite her innocent appearance, her mind was sharp that he validated the adage that when one door closes, another opens. Reflecting on how, while teaching Yang Yang, he often pondered if their parents were still alive, would they recognize the treasure in such a clever Yang Yang? Would their father extol the virtues of pursuing a legal career? And would their mother, arms crossed, marvel at having 2 academically gifted children, feeling immensely fortunate? Yang Yang turned to the bookshelf filled with essay books, pointing and calling out, "Brother." Xiang Lei snapped back to reality, looking at the shelf. Yes, those essay books. You're nearly able to recite them all. Why not use that knowledge? He added, how many times have I told you, when memorizing, speak the words aloud. You must vocalize them rather than silently recite in your mind. Speaking helps focus your attention, and hearing your own voice allows your mind to process the information more clearly. After a moment, Xiang Lei paused, embracing Yang Yang with a touch of sorrow. And thirdly, I genuinely wish to hear your voice. Yang Yang, the house is filled only with my voice, and I feel quite lonely. Even if you dislike speaking with others, talking with your brother is perfectly fine, all right? Yang Yang wrapped her arms around Xiang Lei's neck. Nodding, and sweetly called out, "Brother." Xiang Lei smiled contentedly. Yang Yang, I almost forgot to wish you a happy birthday. That my little princess is 11 this year, growing up so fast. Soon, you won't be able to tail your brother for long. The following afternoon, upon returning from the martial arts school with Yang Yang, Xiang Lei spotted the donkey squatting at his doorstep. Upon seeing them, the donkey sprang up, grinning widely and waving like a joyful puppy. "Brother Lei, you're back." "Hello, Yang Yang." Xiang Lei approached, pushing his bicycle and handing the keys to the donkey. "That you're here. What brings you?" The donkey took the keys, opened the door, and cheerfully replied, "I have 2 things to discuss with you. First, I've returned the food bag. Second, I bring good news. Mr. Liu wants you to come for an interview at the company tomorrow." Xiang Lei paused, momentarily taken aback upon receiving the food bag. He had spun a tale to the donkey about failing the interview at Sanhu, partly to ease his own embarrassment and largely hoping for a chance to enter Sanhu. However, he was aware that since the incident at Sanhu, external recruitment had been rare, and internal hiring was exceedingly strict that he had not anticipated that the donkey would manage to pull this off, and so swiftly. Didn't you say the company only hires internally or through referrals? How did this happen so quickly? Xiang Lei inquired nonchalantly. The donkey chuckled, ruffling his messy hair, the swelling and bruising on his face significantly reduced, presenting a sunny and lively appearance for a 17-year-old. "I went to the company yesterday afternoon to find Mr. Liu. Even with my injuries that I reported the situation regarding that fellow with the surname Zhu that Mr. Liu was furious. And I also told him how you saved me from that situation. He values talent and understood the predicament you put yourself in for my sake." Then, the donkey scratched his head, pondering for a moment. "Mr. Liu said something I forgot, but he later clapped his hands and said to bring you in tomorrow for a trial. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?" Xiang Lei smiled. Yes, that is the phrase." Mr. Liu seemed quite pleased. The donkey beamed, revealing a dazzling smile full of white teeth. "What time tomorrow?" 9 o'clock, don't worry. "Brother Lei, I'll come to get you, and we'll go together." The donkey added, pointing at Yang Yang. "What about Yang Yang? Can she manage alone?" Xiang Lei's expression darkened, and he fell silent, visibly troubled. The donkey thought for a moment, then clapped his hands. "How about this? You can leave Yang Yang at my house tomorrow, and my mom will take care of her while we go to the company. How does that sound? Is that all right? What about your mother?" "It's fine. Brother My mom is much better now with her medication, and her episodes have decreased significantly. Looking after Yang Yang is no problem. It's just cooking and keeping an eye on her." Xiang Lei exhaled in relief, patting the donkey's shoulder gratefully. "Thank you, donkey." "Brother Lei, saying that is like slapping my face. I call you brother, so you are my true brother, although we have only known each other for 2 days. I feel that's enough. Some people may know each other for a lifetime without truly understanding one another, while others, with just a glance, realize they are worth following, that I don't know what kind of person you are or what experiences you've had. But what matters to me is the Xiang Lei I know, the one I call Brother Lei. I just hope you don't mind me, and we'll face whatever comes together. With that, the donkey's eyes glistened with tears. Xiang Lei stepped forward to embrace him, unsure of what to say, merely patting his shoulder as if offering a silent promise, a remedy for the opportunities once missed and now cherished. Chapter 19. The Hope of Life. Yang Yang, tilting her little head and glancing around, rushed forward to hug Xiang Lei's leg, anxiously calling out, "Brother." Xiang Lei bent down to lift Yang Yang, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Yang Yang, remember, you now have two brothers. If you keep calling for a brother, I want to know who you're calling for." Yang Yang clung to Xiang Lei's neck, kicking her little legs, her face a picture of grievance, as she repeatedly cried out, "Brother, brother. Yes, when you call for me, it's just brother. But if you call for Liao, brother, that's him. Understand?" Xiang Lei explained, patting the donkey's shoulder. Yang Yang looked at the donkey, her mouth tightly closed. The donkey smiled, playfully tapping her nose. "Yang Yang, it's all right. You can call me whatever you like. You have the best brother in the world who is the most dedicated, that I'm just the worst brother in the world, having lost my sister and unable to bring her back. You will find her. Just give me a picture of your sister, and I'll ask my friends to help. Many hands make light work. We will surely find her." The donkey nodded, eyes glistening with sadness. "If my mother were to leave as well, I would be all alone, with no relatives in this world, that I often ask myself how my life turned out this way, that I cannot fathom, Brother Lei. How one can feel so isolated and hopeless as to lack any sense of direction." After a long silence, Xiang Lei replied, "How can there be no direction? Just cherish your mother, and continue searching for your sister. I assent that a purpose, at least your mother is still by your side, that you're still so young, that in the future, you'll fall in love, get married, have children, and create a new happy family. Isn't life meant to be increasingly fulfilling? Loneliness and despair are but fleeting states. It is impossible for clouds to perpetually weep, and oranges are not the sole fruit in existence. Life holds manifold possibilities. Yet foremost, one must survive. It is only through living that one can witness the fruition of their aspirations." The donkey wiped away its tears, discovering in Xiang Lei's gaze not only determination, but also a hint of harshness. The comforting words just uttered were likely a stern admonition to his own heart. The donkey pondered, what aspirations could Xiang Lei possibly harbor, with both parents deceased and a young sister left behind? He must have felt profound despair on that fateful night 3 years ago when his parents passed away. That evening, as Xiang Lei tidied the kitchen, he opened the rice bag to find the impeccably clean containers filled with eggs, which were also spotless, warming his heart unexpectedly. In the morning, Xiang Lei arose earlier than usual to complete his run and dress Xiang Yang before he had the chance to prepare breakfast. When the donkey knocked on the door, "Why are you here so early?" "My mom asked me to bring Yang Yang over for breakfast. I was worried you might have cooked, so I came early." Xiang Lei's handsome eyes sparkled with life, and when he smiled, his radiance exuded sincerity. "Well, you arrived just in time. I was about to start cooking, but I asked Yang Yang awake." The donkey had grown quite comfortable and natural. Standing in the living room, looking upstairs, "Yang Yang." Xiang Lei gestured towards the upper floor to go check on her. "I asked her to bring some textbooks with her, ditto." The donkey eagerly ascended the stairs, discovering that the upper floor contained 4 rooms, a bathroom, a bedroom, and an additional room of unknown purpose. Pushing open the bedroom door revealed a spacious area with 2 beds, a large luxurious mattress surrounded by curtains resembling a mosquito net, and beside it, a military folding bed, the bedding meticulously arranged with crisp corners and smooth sheets. Entering the study, he was met with a plethora of bookshelves and 2 adjacent desks, where Xiang Yang was methodically packing her books into her pink backpack. "Yang Yang, are you ready?" She nodded in response. The donkey happily took the backpack from her, slinging it over his shoulder, but hesitated to grasp Yang Yang's hand, fearing his actions might startle her. Xiang Lei emerged from the kitchen, holding a cup of water which he placed around Yang Yang's neck. "You take Yang Yang ahead. I still have some matters to attend to." "What matters?" "Yang Yang, and I will wait for you. Besides, if you don't come, Yang Yang can't follow me." Xiang Lei crouched down to reassure Yang Yang. "Yang Yang, you go with Brother Liao for breakfast first, that I have some things to handle, but I will come find you as soon as I'm done." "All right." As expected, Yang Yang shook her head vigorously, clinging to Xiang Lei's neck, The donkey felt a pang of sympathy. "Brother Lei, is it urgent? Why not take Yang Yang with you?" Xiang Lei replied, "It's nothing. Yang Yang is grown up and is quite understanding now. She knows what I say. The first time might be a bit difficult, but she will get used to it." After speaking, he placed Yang Yang's hand into the donkey's, whispering to her, "Be good and listen to your brother. I'm not lying. I will definitely come find you, all right?" Xiang Lei kissed Yang Yang. Feeling reassured when she did not cry, he nodded at the donkey. "Go ahead, just give me your address." After the donkey provided the address, he took Yang Yang, who kept looking back, leaving. Xiang Lei turned and opened the door to the room downstairs, tending to the patient in bed, changing bandages, replacing a urine bag, and administering an injection while adjusting the 4 drips flow rate. The instruments indicated that all data were normal. Glancing at his watch, he realized 30 minutes had already passed. Sweating from the flurry of activity, he had no time to wipe his brow, fearing that any delay might raise the donkey's suspicions. And also worried that Yang Yang would be frightened alone, that he hurriedly finished up and headed to the donkey's home. Though the donkey's residence was not far from Xiang Lei's, their circumstances were starkly different. This place seemed a desolate remnant left behind by the urban sprawl, far from the elegance of county townhouses. Although it featured a private courtyard, it lacked the charm of a small villa. The red iron gate creaked open to reveal a narrow cement path flanked by bare earth, suggesting either a lack of funds or a lack of spirit to maintain it. 3 large flat-roofed houses faced north, with a separate kitchen whose walls were stark, bare red bricks. Unlike the neighboring homes adorned with beautiful tiles, near the foundation, a chicken coop had been constructed, housing both roosters and hens, prompting Xiang Lei to recall the lovely eggs he had received. Before he even stepped inside, Xiang Lei heard a woman's jubilant voice calling, "Chin Chin, Chin Chin, Mommy misses you so much, where have you been?" Then the donkey's voice rang out, "Mom, this is Yang Yang, not Chin Chin. Please don't frighten her." Xiang Lei had yet to hear Yang Yang's voice, and worry surged within him as he quickly stepped over the threshold and lifted the beaded curtain, only to find Yang Yang standing expressionless behind the donkey, her arm tightly grasped by a woman, yet she remained silent. Upon seeing Xiang Lei, she abruptly released the woman's grip and dashed toward him, her little mouth trembling as if on the verge of tears. Xiang Lei bent down and scooped her in his arms, gently patting her back. "Brother Lei, you're here?" The donkey nervously pointed to the woman beside him, introducing, "This is my mother." Xiang Lei maintained his warm demeanor while observing the donkey's mother. Logically, the donkey, being merely 17, should have a mother no older than 50, that yet the woman before him had graying hair, drooping eyelids, a gaunt figure, and a dazed expression, her entire countenance exuding an air of decrepitude. "Hello, Annie, I'm Xiang Lei, and this is my sister, Xiang Yang. I apologize for the intrusion and for the trouble of asking you to prepare our meal. Mom, this is the brother Lei I mentioned to you." The donkey realized that his mother was entirely focused on the Yang Yang in Xiang Lei's embrace, leading him to feel a bit anxious as he scratched his head. "I'm sorry, brother Lei. My mom was fine until she saw Yang Yang and mistook her for me." Xiang Lei stepped forward and said to Yang Yang, "Yang Yang, say hello to Annie." Yang Yang turned to look at the donkey's mother, clinging tightly to Xiang Lei. "Brother." Xiang Lei touched his forehead to hers. "Are you hungry?" Xiang Lei suddenly looked at Yang Yang, then at the donkey, his face lighting up with excitement. Did Yang Yang say she is hungry? The donkey nearly jumped with joy, grasping his mother's hand and urging, "Mom, hurry. Yang Yang is hungry. Let's get the food ready." The donkey's mother nodded vigorously, shaking off her earlier melancholy and rushing to the kitchen to prepare the meal. At the dining table, the donkey's mother piled all the dishes in front of Yang Yang, leaving Xiang Lei and the donkey with empty spaces before them. However, they were both quite pleased, watching Yang Yang eat her steamed buns one bite at a time, while the donkey's mother gazed at her with affection, fanning her with a handheld fan. When Yang Yang requested some porridge, she promptly fed her, blowing on the spoon, "Chun Chun." "Mom, her name is Xiang Yang, not Chun Chun." Xiang Lei stood, pulling the donkey up, glancing back at Yang Yang, who was obediently eating, and said to the donkey, "Let your mother call her whatever makes her happy, if Yang Yang's presence can alleviate your mother's condition. Isn't that better than medicine? I'm just afraid my mom might frighten Yang Yang." Xiang Lei did not respond to the donkey's concern, but instead suggested, "Let's go, we shouldn't be late." The donkey nodded, realizing that time was of the essence. They parked their bicycles in a temporary shed and took a taxi to Sanu Company. Sanu Company was not located in the county town but rather far in the suburbs. The donkey pointed out a building emitting white smoke, saying to Xiang Lei, "Brother Lei, that's the pharmaceutical factory I mentioned. Can you smell that strange odor? It's worse than feces," with a chuckle. Xiang Lei laughed, but before he could speak, the driver chimed in, sharing his sentiment. Who knows if they're boiling dung or urine in there? We drivers prefer not to take passengers out of the county. Just a whiff and you'll feel nauseous. Look at the surrounding fields. They've all been ruined. The common people have land but can't farm. They have no one to voice their grievances. Xiang Lei asked, "Isn't anyone reporting this to the government?" The driver scoffed. "Report? How many people died to build this factory? And it still got built, didn't it? As long as there's money to be made. Who cares about the lives of the common folks? No rich or powerful person will ever starve." After getting out of the car, Xiang Lei watched the taxi drive away and said to the donkey, "If I pass the interview, I'll buy a second-hand car. It's not practical to take a taxi to work every day." The donkey grinned. "Great, I'll toss my motorcycle and hitch a ride with you every day." Xiang Lei registered at the security desk and followed the donkey through several training fields, stopping in front of a comprehensive building. "Are we here?" The donkey nodded. "Yes, third floor." Xiang Lei asked in confusion. "Isn't it closer to just go straight in through the front door? Why did you take such a roundabout route?" The donkey chuckled. "I wanted to show you the back training fields. They were certainly much larger and more professional than those at the martial arts school. That way, you'd be more inclined to stay." Xiang Lei shook his head with an amused smile. Upon entering, they were greeted by a staircase directly ahead, with a large mirror mounted on the wall beside a vacant area. Xiang Lei recognized this type of mirror from his school days. Often referred to as a military grooming mirror, to the right of the mirror, a phrase was inscribed in red calligraphy. Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. That it seemed somewhat out of place. Xiang Lei cast a cold smile as he glanced at the donkey, following it up the stairs. The building was flanked by rooms on either side, with a corridor running down the middle. Even in broad daylight, the sunlight failed to penetrate, rendering visibility poor. The few light bulbs overhead only added to the dimness, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. The sound of his leather shoes clicking on the empty corridor felt jarringly out of place, intensifying a growing sense of urgency. Upon reaching the third floor, just as the donkey reached out to speak, several burly men suddenly appeared, swiftly surrounding the two of them. Startled, the donkey stammered, "Who are you?" I'm Lu's man." The men paid him no heed, closing in on Xiang Lei. Understanding the situation but choosing silence, Xiang Lei took a few steps back. Realizing these men were not after him, the donkey quickly positioned himself in front of Xiang Lei, arms spread wide, saying, "What are you doing? This is a friend of President Lu's. That I know who you are. Don't go too far. Just ahead is President Lu's office, and your actions are a blatant affront to him." When he saw his words had little effect, he added, "If you seek revenge, come at me, not my friend. Besides, we all belong to the same company. Let us not create unnecessary conflict." Before the donkey could finish, the men, seemingly growing impatient, kicked him in the stomach. As he bent over, one of them aimed a kick at Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei swiftly caught the man's ankle, twisting it with force, sending him crashing to the concrete floor. The donkey, clutching his abdomen, attempted to assist Xiang Lei, but found himself repeatedly shoved back by unseen kicks, unable to find an opening. Enduring the pain, he bent over again, ready to charge, only to be seized by the collar from behind. Turning around, he saw it was none other than Lu Fong. That he pointed at the men engaged in a brawl, exclaiming, "President Lu, those men. They are being too much, daring to act violently in your presence. Please save my friend." Lu Fong squinted his sharp eyes at the fallen men, then broke into a hearty laugh, clapping his hands in appreciation. Good skills, impressive ability, and clever strategy. Xiang Lei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Casting a cold glance at the groaning figures on the floor, he approached the donkey and asked, "Are you all right?" The donkey shook his head, saying, "Brother Lei, this is President Lu." Xiang Lei nodded at the man in front of him, who stood just under 6 feet tall, his suit unable to conceal his robust physique, greeting, "Hello, President Lu. You are Xiang Lei?" Lu Fong inquired. "Yes, President Lu." Lu Fong smirked at the men on the ground, saying, "The individuals I handpicked were dispatched so swiftly by you. It seems that Mu's people are indeed more formidable than I expected." The donkey, perplexed, responded, "President Lu, what do you mean? Are these men? Is this a setup?" Lu Fong exchanged a knowing smile with Xiang Lei and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome to Sanhu. I am pleased to have someone as clever and capable as you on my team. Thank you for your recognition, President Liu, Xiang Lei replied, shaking Lu Fang's hand. Did I ask this your acceptance? No interview or assessment required. The donkey muttered behind them. Lu Fang led Xiang Lei to his office, while the donkey busied himself pouring tea. Seated on the sofa, Lu Fang regarded Xiang Lei with both admiration and curiosity. Where did you learn such skills? I learned in Boss Mu's martial arts school for a year, albeit secretly. Lu Fang laughed heartily. To achieve this in just a year, you must have mastered not martial arts, but rather the art of deception. Xiang Lei chuckled. I apologize for the embarrassment. I intended to promote Boss Mu's school, but it seems the effect was less than ideal. Amusing, young man, very amusing. Lu Fang clapped his thigh. Increasingly fond of Xiang Lei, appreciating his eagerness and adaptability. However, Lu Fang's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Xiang Lei, asking, why do you wish to join Sanhu? The pay at the martial arts school isn't low. And with your talents, surely Boss Mu sees your worth. Why abandon the comfortable life in the county to venture to this desolate suburb? Xiang Lei's smile faded, his tone earnest as he replied. To be candid, President Liu, this decision took considerable resolve. While Boss Mu's school is commendable, it remains a family-run establishment. To put it bluntly, it's akin to a small workshop. This is largely because Boss Mu treats the school as a personal hobby rather than a business endeavor aimed at growth and systemization, which limits its potential. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, I genuinely love martial arts that I've practiced these skills since childhood, driven by various motivations, whether it be passion, profit, or a desire to promote our traditional arts. I wish for more people to learn and appreciate the beauty of martial arts. Lu Fang was not swayed by Xiang Lei's emotionally charged rhetoric, nor did he fall into the trap Xiang Lei had set. Maintaining a calm smile while his eyes scrutinized Xiang Lei like a cunning fox, why Sanhu? Xiang Lei recognized that Lu Fang had shed the stereotype of a brawn-over-brain personality, yet recalling the donkey's warning about Lu Fang's suspicious nature, he knew he would not be easily deceived by mere words. Thus, he decided to be straightforward. It's simple. I am attracted to your position that you've worked your way up from coach to manager. A testament to your abilities, with your subordinates fully respecting you, that I believe I am equally capable, and more importantly, I am younger. By the time I reach your age, I expect to hold a higher position. Wealth, power, and influence are necessary to pursue one's ambitions, to recruit more students, to expand the company, and to ensure more people recognize me and Chinese martial arts. After Xiang Lei finished speaking, Lu Fang stared at him for a long moment in silence, then suddenly slapped the donkey, chiding, You've been spreading rumors about me outside. The donkey, taken aback, quickly defended himself. President Liu, I only speak the truth. Ask anyone who doesn't respect you. As he spoke, he rubbed his neck, adding, Besides, how can that be considered slander? It's nothing but pure truth. Xiang Lei sighed in relief, listening to Lu Fang tell the donkey, You ought to learn from Xiang Lei that if all my subordinates had his ambition and vision, we wouldn't always be at a disadvantage. The donkey chuckled. President Liu, does this mean you're taking Xiang Lei under your wing? Lu Fang stood up, retrieving a document from his desk and tossing it to Xiang Lei, shooting the donkey a glare. From now on, I want as many like Xiang Lei as possible. Then he turned to Xiang Lei, saying, Here are your onboarding papers. Please fill them out and let the donkey take you to the HR department to complete your employment process. We'll discuss your specific job arrangements later. Understood. Thank you, President Liu. Xiang Lei, work hard. I look forward to you surpassing me, Lu Fang said earnestly. Yet Xiang Lei remained vigilant, offering a wry smile. You've forced me to speak my mind, which may invite hostility from my colleagues if I find myself bullied because of this. You must come to my aid and speak on my behalf. You poor thing, feeling aggrieved. If anyone dares to bully you, just come to me. Lu Fang's demeanor lightened, his laughter rich and genuine, revealing a glimpse of his true character. After leaving Lu Fang's office, the donkey guided Xiang Lei to the HR department to finalize his employment paperwork. They then toured the company, arriving in front of another 4-story teaching building. The donkey pointed to the last window on the 4th floor and said, Brother Lei, that room is the chairman's office. Xiang Lei looked at the distant comprehensive building and then at the teaching building, puzzled. Why is the chairman's office in the teaching building? Shouldn't it be in the comprehensive building? The donkey shook his head. Equally perplexed regardless, The chairman rarely visits the company. The location doesn't matter. IT seems more like a formality, just a precaution. Besides, as you can see, there are no available rooms in the comprehensive building. Over the years, the one with the surname Zhu has nearly filled it with his people. I also heard that the company is set to elect a general manager, with the candidates being only President Liu and Zhu. Given the current circumstances, Zhu seems destined to win. If that happens, Brother Lei, we might as well pack up and go home. Xiang Lei placed a hand on the donkey's shoulder, smiling. I believe President Liu is no ordinary man. How could he possibly have no chance? Even if President Liu has a chance, it cannot compare to the backing that Zhu has. I wouldn't be surprised if even President Liu himself couldn't secure his position. Returning to the donkey's home, Xiang Lei found the dining table in the living room, where the donkey's mother fanned Xiang Yang, who was dutifully reciting his lessons. The two shared a moment of tender silence. The room imbued with warmth, the sun, having shed its oppressive heat, streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden glow over the two. Xiang Lei turned and pulled the donkey outside to sit on the steps. The donkey, confused, asked, "What's wrong, Brother Lei? Why not go inside? Let us sit outside for a while before we go in. Aren't you worried about Yang Yang? She is perfectly fine. Why should I be concerned?" Though the donkey was puzzled, he obediently followed Xiang Lei's lead to sit down. "How wonderful," Xiang Lei remarked, gazing up at the clear blue sky. "What spring blossoms, summer days, autumn moons, and winter snows. Each season unveils its own unique tapestry of beauty. The cycle of the 4 seasons perpetually transforms, year after year, decade after decade, century after century, yet none find it wearisome or distasteful. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The weather oscillates between clear and overcast. The moon waxes and wanes, all adhering to a predictable rhythm. In contrast, life itself is capricious, and the essence of existence is unpredictable. If one can live well, who would wish for death? If each individual were to abide by established norms and act in accordance with the law, one can only imagine how many would find themselves seated, gazing at the sky and earth, savoring the freedom of breath, and sharing the beauty of life's moments with loved ones." The donkey quietly observed Xiang Lei's desolate expression, sensing that today he was not particularly joyful, and even if he were, it was not a joy that emanated from the depths of his heart. Yet he could not fathom why this young man, who was not much older than himself, always bore an inescapable air of melancholy. He felt a kinship in their shared suffering, though the donkey's pain could be openly expressed or concealed deep within. Xiang Lei's anguish was a silent struggle, a yearning to articulate what remained unspoken. A profound restraint that often revealed a glimmer of pain during the most tranquil moments. That he managed to conceal his sorrow adeptly, donning a frigid mask far too early in life, forsaking all desires and pleasures, while harboring an incessant torment that gnawed at him, even in fleeting moments of tranquility. Chapter 22. The ambiguity of good and bad. Hearing Xiang Lei's voice from the living room, Xiang Yang hurriedly dashed out and clung to his neck, seemingly eager to showcase how well-behaved and understanding she had been that day. "Brother, brother, brother." Xiang Lei turned, planted a kiss on her cheek, and effortlessly lifted her onto his back. The donkey's mother rushed out, quickly steadying Xiang Yang's unguarded waist, urging, "Slow down, slow down." Xiang Lei turned, supporting Xiang Yang's waist with one hand, and expressed his gratitude to the donkey's mother, saying, "Annie, thank you for your help today. Yang Yang didn't upset you, did she?" At that moment, the donkey's mother seemed to regain her composure, her eyes never leaving Xiang Yang as she fanned her gently, exclaiming, "Not at all. I simply adore seeing Yang Yang. Oh, how swiftly the day has passed. I haven't even prepared a delicious egg custard for her yet, and she barely touched her dinner." Xiang Lei chuckled. "It's all right, Annie. Whenever you miss Yang Yang, I'll bring her over to see you." The donkey's mother suddenly recalled something, rushing back to the kitchen to bring out a hefty bag and handing it to Xiang Lei. "This contains the peanuts we harvested at home, all cleaned up. Make sure to prepare some porridge for Yang Yang." Xiang Lei accepted the bag, feeling its considerable weight, at least 6 or 7 pounds, and simply uttered a thank you, momentarily at a loss for words. The donkey assisted Xiang Lei with the load while Xiang Lei cradled Xiang Yang. The donkey remarked, "Brother Lei, you start work tomorrow. What'll happen to Yang Yang? I'll have breakfast with her in the morning, she can snack for lunch, and I'll cook for her when I get home in the evening. Will that work?" She is still growing. And I'm uneasy leaving her alone at home. Xiang Lei glanced at the donkey and asked, "Do you have a suggestion? Perhaps Yang Yang could come to my house, that my mom can cook for her at lunch, and keep an eye on her. So you wouldn't have to worry. That is fine for a day or two, but it's not a long-term solution. Besides, your mom isn't in great health. She is getting older, and taking care of a child will be taxing for her." Yang Yang is also quite reticent, which complicates communication. For now, let us stick to my plan. The donkey appeared somewhat disheartened, saying, "I'm actually quite happy. The house isn't so silent anymore, and I don't hear my mother sighing all the time." Xiang Lei, unable to bear her disappointment, took a step back and promised, "Once Yang Yang is in a better state, I'll try to let her stay at your house, and your mom can look after her." The donkey's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy as she asked, "Wasn't she doing quite well today?" "Yes, but we need to teach her basic words like toilet, like, and dislike. Do you think caring for a child is that simple? They express themselves in more than just cries and tantrums." The donkey fell silent, and Xiang Lei sighed. "Let us take it slowly. We have time, but I plan to buy a car in the next few days for convenience and to save time." Leaving her alone at home is unsettling. The donkey suddenly asked, "Brother Lei, are you really going to Sanhu just to become a leader? I mean, you seem to be doing well financially at the martial arts school, and you could take care of Yang Yang there. Why is it necessary to go to Sanhu? It can't just be for the money." Xiang Lei was not surprised by the question. He understood that although the donkey was quite emotional, she was not foolish, especially since today she had put on quite a show in front of Lu Fang, and he was aware she had seen through it all. However, he didn't expect her to confront him directly. "There are reasons I consider very important, but I cannot share them with you at the moment. Do you believe I am a bad person?" "Brother Lei, what is a bad person? What is a good person?" Now it was Xiang Lei's turn to be at a loss for words. "That I don't know what defines a bad person or a good person, nor do I wish to know. I only know that those who strive to live, regardless of the reasons, are good people." Xiang Lei shook his head and countered, "If someone kills to ensure their own survival, does that mean they are striving to live? Are they then considered good?" The donkey was left speechless. "Not every person who struggles to survive deserves to live." As Xiang Lei spoke, he placed Xiang Yang on the back of the bicycle, took the peanuts from the donkey, and walked away. The donkey stood still for a moment, then suddenly chased after him, calling out, I believe you. I believe you are not a bad person. You are a good person who wishes to live earnestly." Upon returning home, Xiang Lei went downstairs to change the patient's dressings and wipe their body before emerging to call Uncle Lin. Lei, how are you?" "I'm doing well. Uncle Lin, is there any issue with that person? Should I come over?" "No need. They are fine. Oh dear, after all these years, things haven't changed. If it's not too much trouble, send them over to me. I can find a better doctor to take a look." "Didn't the doctor say this is something that can only be waited out with no other options? But can you handle looking after Yang Yang while also caring for the patient? Can your body manage that?" "No problem, Uncle Lin. I reached out to you this time to ask for a favor to go on. Could you transfer the car into your name to me?" "My car? I've been driving it for several years. If you want it, I can get you a new one. No need. I want your car." "All right, but I'm worried that if someone investigates you, it could implicate me. Don't worry about that, Uncle Lin." "Okay, as long as it doesn't interfere with your work, I'll arrange for someone to drive the car over and handle the paperwork with you." "Thanks." After hanging up, Xiang Lei went upstairs and found Xiang Yang had just finished a bath. Her hair wet and cascading down her back, her cotton pajamas soaked through. "Yang Yang, come here. Let us dry your hair." Seeing her appearance reminded Xiang Lei of the donkey's words, and he pondered whether he should find a nanny for Xiang Yang. That evening, Xiang Yang lay in bed, engrossed in her copy of Journey to the West. After Xiang Lei finished a shower, he entered the room and perched on the edge of her single bed, drying his hair while asking, "Yang Yang, is Journey to the West interesting?" Xiang Yang remained silent, prompting Xiang Lei to turn around, gazing at her earnestly, and called out again, "Yang Yang." Setting her book down, Xiang Yang looked at him and echoed, "It's interesting." Her lips moved, and she picked up the book once more. Xiang Lei, undeterred, repeatedly affirmed, "Interesting, interesting. This book is wonderful, and Yang Yang is beautiful. Yang Yang is beautiful." A suddenly spoken innocent phrase emerged from behind the book, and Xiang Lei, exhilarated, dashed to the bedside, took the book from her hands, cupped her face, and reiterated, "Yang Yang is beautiful." Xiang Yang stared at him in a daze and echoed, "Brother is beautiful. Ha ha, Yang Yang is amazing." Xiang Lei embraced her joyfully, then asked, "Am I handsome?" "Yes." Xiang Yang clung to Xiang Lei's neck, repeatedly saying, "Handsome." Xiang Lei felt a whirlwind of emotions. He always believed that within Xiangyang lay a secluded paradise, a world that was hers, pure and beautiful, that he wished for her to step out of that paradise, yet simultaneously feared for her to do so, that he felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards her, as he was not yet formidable enough to protect her cherished sanctuary. Chapter 23. A bustling scene in the morning. Xiang Lei swiftly prepared breakfast for Xiangyang, watching her finish before reiterating numerous reminders about the precautions to take when home alone. Until the donkey arrived on a motorcycle to pick him up. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Feng, abandoning his previous scrutinizing demeanor, enthusiastically introduced Xiang Lei to the other coaches, praising his skills, and insisting that Xiang Lei spar with the other coaches. Xiang Lei understood that Lu Feng was building his credibility and establishing a solid professional network. So during the sparring session, he varied his intensity, allowing himself to win slightly against those of lesser skill, while maintaining a draw with those stronger. After a round of competition, everyone had come to respect Lu's favored protege, Xiang Lei. Additionally, due to Xiang Lei's calm demeanor, keen insight, and understanding of propriety, the impression he left on others was tinged with admiration. It remained unclear whether Lu Feng had appointed Xiang Lei as a lecturer out of consideration for his unfamiliarity with the company or for other motives. Regardless, Xiang Lei inexplicably transitioned from coach to teacher, with his workspace shifting from the vast training ground to a modest podium. Thus, when Xiang Lei stepped into the grand classroom, bathed in golden sunlight and greeted by eager gazes, he momentarily felt as if he were a student preparing to attend class, only to snap back to reality as he faced a sea of unfamiliar faces, his pent-up resentment surging within him. This was Xiang Lei's first time teaching, and standing before the classroom, he felt no trace of nervousness. He set aside his textbook and spoke as his own university professor had once done, seamlessly weaving theory with practical examples, interspersed with amusing anecdotes. The class swiftly passed amidst the laughter of the students. Lu Feng observed from the last row, his gaze fixed on Xiang Lei, that he had to concede that this young man surpassed all his coaches. Not only was he skilled, but he also possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, an unflinching courage in the face of adversity, and the remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the engaging. Lu Feng was utterly satisfied, unable to resist patting the shoulder of the donkey beside him, exclaiming, "You've truly found me a treasure." The donkey chuckled but remained silent, equally astonished by this man who continually surprised him. Initially, his perception of Xiang Lei had been limited to his cleanliness and warmth, then evolved into admiration for his strength and bravery. And now he marveled at his extensive knowledge and eloquence that he began to question whether someone of such caliber truly deserved to stand beside him and call him brother. After Xiang Lei's lecture, he became a sensation throughout the Sanu company. Whether students or teachers rushing to share the news, they crowded the hallways, eager to witness the divine grace of this young gentleman. Consequently, the donkey found himself simultaneously warding off the throngs while tightly gripping Xiang Lei's arm to prevent anyone from whisking him away unnoticed. "Brother Lei, you've become a celebrity at Sanhu. In my year and more here, I've never seen such a scene. It's simply explosive. You've only been here for a day, just one day." The donkey wiped the sweat from his brow, scanning the surroundings. "Now I understand a saying. Gold will shine no matter where it is placed." Xiang Lei quietly sat at the corner of the staircase, unperturbed by the newfound fame or the notion of being gold. For him, the so-called excellence and capability were merely props for his performance that if the person he sought was present, he would not hesitate to obliterate the place with a bomb. The donkey, having been excited for quite some time, finally noticed that something was amiss with Xiang Lei's mood. He obediently sat down and asked, "Brother Lei, what's wrong? Were you too exhausted from the lecture?" Xiang Lei shook his head, diverting the conversation. "Is at lunchtime? Does the company provide meals?" The donkey nodded. "Yes, they do, and the food is quite good." "All right, let's go eat then." With that, Xiang Lei rose and pulled out his phone to dial a number. Moments later, a youthful voice responded. "Brother." Hearing Xiang Yang's voice brought a smile to Xiang Lei's face, his brow easing that he covered the mouthpiece and gestured to the donkey that it was Yang Yang before continuing the call. "What are we having for lunch?" "Meat." Xiang Lei chuckled, his amusement deepening that he had spent half the morning teaching Yang Yang the word meat, and now she could actually say that he realized her learning ability was growing stronger, her verbal skills improving as well. "Good girl, there are fruits in the fridge. Do you know what fruits are?" "Round apples. Take them out early and wash them before eating this afternoon." Brother. What's wrong? Xiang Lei tightened his grip on the phone, knowing Yang Yang was about to express her feelings. This was the first time he had been away from her all day, and he too was consumed with thoughts of her, yet he dared not inquire, fearing he might rush home. Brother. Yes, brother is here. Then I'm going to eat with Liao brother now. As he spoke, Xiang Lei handed the phone to the donkey, rubbing his tired eyes. The donkey took the phone with enthusiasm, calling out, Yang Yang, do you miss your brother? The voice on the other end seemed slightly anxious. That you're such a good girl, Yang Yang. Your brother misses you dearly too. Be good and wait at home. I'll be back after work to have dinner with you, all right? Brother, be good, Yang Yang. That if you don't listen, your brother won't be able to focus on work. That he's worried about you. Just wait at home. And look at the time. We'll be home by 6, okay? Great. The donkey hung up with a smile, trying to comfort Xiang Lei. Brother Lei, Yang Yang is actually quite remarkable. You needn't worry. Xiang Lei smiled, but the thought of Yang Yang's solitary figure at home tugged at his heartstrings. The employee cafeteria was spacious, accommodating up to 300 people, and the variety of food was abundant. However, after surveying the offerings for a while, Xiang Lei found himself at a loss for what to eat, primarily because he lacked the appetite. The donkey took charge and served them both bowls of rice and dishes. Just as they settled in, Xiang Lei felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he encountered a diminutive man whose small stature was matched by his oddly arranged features. The uneven distribution of flesh on his face made one wish to rearrange it. Particularly his dry, darting eyes evoked the phrase shifty-eyed. Hello, do you need something? Xiang Lei inquired politely. Are you Xiang Lei? He asked. Xiang Lei, maintaining a warm demeanor, nodded affirmatively. The other man's smile widened, laced with a hint of sycophancy. That everyone's talking about you, saying a dashing young gentleman has graced Sanhu. And Lou has found a favored prodigy. It seems you are indeed exceptional, destined for greatness. Brother, you're too kind. Being new here, I've merely exerted my utmost to impress the leadership. The leniency shown by everyone is merely a sign of their understanding. It's nothing but a show for the crowd, Xiang Lei replied. The man, upon hearing this, tapped his chopsticks against the bowl's rim, pondering, as he prepared to sit down, but then quickly returned to his previous position. Xiang Lei turned back to see two individuals approaching, one of whom he recognized as the troublemaker known as Brother Dao from the alley fight. The other was an extraordinarily corpulent man, tall as a sack and twice as wide, with slicked back hair that gleamed. His unremarkable features were overshadowed by his notably thick lips, which curled into a disdainful smirk as he ambled towards Xiang Lei with ill intentions. Chapter 24. Attracting trouble. The donkey, following Xiang Lei's gaze, immediately stood up, respectfully greeting. Hello, General Zhu. Zhu Wei slapped the donkey's shoulder with a palm the size of a bear's, causing the donkey to shudder. Hello, General Zhu. Xiang Lei also stood to acknowledge him. So? You are Xiang Lei? Zhu Wei scrutinized Xiang Lei, not waiting for a response before continuing. Why hasn't anyone arrived yet? Yet you already exhibit such an attitude. Does Lu Fang think he can topple me with a clever boy? Xiang Lei understood the implications, but feigned ignorance, asking, I'm sorry, General Zhu, but I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhu Wei remained silent, abruptly overturning the donkey's bowl of rice onto the table, then turning back to Xiang Lei. Do you comprehend now? Xiang Lei maintained his warm smile, nodded, and leaned over to scoop the rice back into the bowl, consuming it piece by piece until it was spotless. The onlookers observed in silence, none daring to voice a word of fairness. The donkey's eyes reddened with fury, his fists clenched tightly, but upon catching Xiang Lei's discreet glance, he held his tongue. After Xiang Lei finished his meal, the donkey offered him a bowl of soup, saying, Brother Lei, have some soup. After drinking the soup, Xiang Lei addressed Zhu Wei. Thank you, General Zhu, for the meal. If I have erred in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Being welcomed into Sanhu is already a favor from General Liu, and now I am grateful for your generosity, that I shall serve Sanhu wholeheartedly in return for the kindness shown by both General Liu and General Zhu. Zhu Wei felt momentarily speechless, his blood boiling at Xiang Lei's words. That in a fit of rage, he slapped the smug Brother Dao beside him, cursing him as useless, and waddled away. Brother Dao, clutching his face, dared not voice his anger. Following Zhu Wei out of the cafeteria, Brother Dao murmured, Find out who this person is and what his relationship is with Lu Fang, but he can't possibly think that just because he's a pretty boy with a few smooth words, He can challenge my position at Sanhu that I've let him be for years, not because I couldn't touch him, but because I didn't want to. I never imagined he would misunderstand his standing so greatly. The donkey, witnessing Zhu Wei's departure, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Damn it, that Zhu character." Before he could finish, Xiang Lei placed a hand over his mouth. "Sit down and eat properly. What are you shouting about?" The donkey, still fuming, settled back down, watching as Xiang Lei continued to eat with earnestness, chewing slowly as if nothing had transpired. "Brother Lei, be quiet and eat it." "Oh, brother." The rat is back at it again, speaking ill of you behind your back. Xiang Lei turned around, asking, "Hello? Do you need something?" The other party was clearly taken aback, only to realize that he had indeed called out to the person twice without clarifying anything. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he chuckled and said, "Brother, please don't take offense. Our General Zhu enjoys a good joke, that I see you possess both grace and courage. After all, Han Exon endured humiliation, and Go Jian persevered for over a decade to vanquish Wu. Such individuals are truly capable of both submission and resilience." Xiang Lei, unable to contain his impatience, interrupted, "So, what is it that you need?" Now, brother, don't be in such a hurry," the other replied, pulling out a business card from his pocket and handing it to Xiang Lei while explaining. "I engage in a bit of small business. Since you, Brother Xiang, have just joined the Sanhu, there might be many things you are still unclear about. Rest assured, if there is anything you wish to know or inquire about, just give me a call. That we are all family here, with fair prices and no deception. I can certainly clarify all your doubts." Xiang Lei took the card, noting its coarse texture and aesthetically unpleasing design. It read "Information Specialist, Ho Liang," with a landline and mobile number listed at the bottom. As Xiang Lei and the donkey emerged from the cafeteria, he examined the card and inquired, "What is the background of this person?" The donkey, unfazed, responded, "His story is quite amusing." Tio put it bluntly. "He is merely an information dealer. I have no idea where he gathers his intel. But whatever you want to know, he can dig it up for you. The highest bidder wins. He is all about the money, not loyalty. He one of Zhu's people." The donkey shook his head. "No, he doesn't belong to anyone. He is just a fence-sitter. It said his father is a minor government official. He is the only son, and since childhood he has been up to no good, learning all sorts of petty tricks. Just 18, he took advantage of the chaos during a fire at a shopping mall to steal. Initially, no one noticed, but in the midst of his escape, he ran into another thief, and as the saying goes, fellow thieves are enemies. They ended up fighting, and because of that scuffle, he was sentenced for several years. Later, his father managed to negotiate his release, and he was placed in the Sanhu officially. He is a warehouse manager, but he secretly dabbles in side enterprises. Almost everyone here has a card like this. You could just glance at it, no need to take it too seriously. Does this person have any weaknesses? His weakness is greed. For money, he might even sell out his father. Intriguing. Xiang Lei toyed with the small card before pocketing it. In the afternoon, no classes were scheduled for Xiang Lei due to the incident at noon, which had caused Lu Feng to unleash his fury in the office. However, aside from cursing under his breath, he had not taken any substantial action. Xiang Lei felt unfazed by the situation. Instead, he even offered a few comforting words. Lu Feng then chastised Xiang Lei for his perceived weakness, claiming he was too soft and easily manipulated, leading to another round of scolding. The donkey attempted to defend Xiang Lei, only to earn a reprimand himself, resulting in both of them leaving the office with their heads hung low, heading home early. The donkey parked his motorcycle at the alley's entrance when Xiang Lei stopped him, saying, "This is good. I'll go to the market ahead and buy some vegetables." The donkey patted the back seat, saying, "Wouldn't it be quicker if I drove you there?" "No need. You should hurry home. Your mother is alone. It's fine. My mom is used to it. Enough with the excuses. Head back quickly. You're not a child anymore. When will you learn to be more responsible?" The donkey hesitated but nodded, saying, "Understood, Brother Lei. You hurry back with the vegetables. Yang Yang must be waiting anxiously." As Xiang Lei watched the donkey leave, he walked toward the alley. Just after rounding the corner, he spotted several individuals wielding clubs waiting for him. "Have you been waiting long?" Xiang Lei loosened his shirt cuffs, rolling up his sleeves with an air of refinement. "I must admit, I'm rather impressed with you. Did you foresee this?" Dao Ge tossed his cigarette to the ground and swung his club towards Xiang Lei's head. Xiang Lei deftly dodged, grasped the club, and delivered a swift kick to Dao Ge's abdomen, who cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and sinking to the ground. Xiang Lei seized the club, retaliating against the others with a direct and unrefined approach that grew increasingly ferocious. He unleashed the pent-up emotions that had long plagued him upon these individuals. In the end, he was so relentless that he left no room for resistance. One desperate person, in a moment of panic, grabbed a handful of dirt and flung it at Xiang Lei's face. As Xiang Lei rubbed his eyes, he was struck several times from behind, enduring a few punches to the face. Xiang Lei's white shirt was now stained beyond recognition. His face bruised, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him quite disheveled. Yet he felt exhilarated and invigorated, a smile lingering on his face. The others were left dazed and frightened, wanting to flee but unable to escape. After a few more rounds of confrontation, Xiang Lei finally allowed them to leave. Dao Gu and his crew fled a considerable distance before realizing they had come to attack, but ended up being the ones assaulted. This had become a routine occurrence since encountering Xiang Lei. Damn it, what a nightmare. Chapter 25. Enduring beating, Xiang Lei brushed off the dirt from his clothes and quietly opened the door, stealthily making his way to the sink to wash the blood from his face. Suddenly, Xiang Yang dashed out of the room, calling out, "Brother!" Upon seeing Xiang Lei's appearance, her joyful exclamation transformed into a terrified scream. "Brother, brother, blood, brother!" Xiang Lei hastily wiped his face and scooped up Xiang Yang, quickly explaining, "Don't be afraid, Yang Yang, don't cry. Brother is fine. This isn't brother's blood. There's nothing to fear. It hurts." "Brother, it hurts," Xiang Yang cried, cupping Xiang Lei's face, glancing from side to side, her eyes devoid of expression, yet brimming with raw concern. Doesn't hurt? Brother is fine. I just slipped and fell. Just like you used to when you were little. Does it hurt when you fall? Xiang Yang shook her head. Xiang Lei smiled. Exactly, so brother is also fine. After changing into a fresh outfit, Xiang Lei descended to administer medication to the patients. Once he was done, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiang Yang, perhaps due to not having seen Xiang Lei all day or because of his injuries, became particularly clingy, wrapping her arms around his legs and following him wherever he went. "What did you do today, Yang Yang?" Xiang Lei asked while washing vegetables, hoping to encourage her newfound willingness to speak. "Book." Xiang Yang, still holding onto his leg, appeared especially obedient. "What book, master? Is it Journey to the West? Did the master get captured by monsters? Which monster captured him?" "Monster? Is it a beautiful monster?" Xiang Yang rubbed her head against his leg. "Is this monster called by Gu Jing?" Xiang Yang looked up at him, repeating, "By Gu Jing? 3 battles against Bai Gu Jing, right?" "Bai Gu Jing," Xiang Yang echoed again. "Yes, it's called Bai Gu Jing. This beautiful monster is named Bai Gu Jing." Xiang Yang kept murmuring Bai Gu Jing. Xiang Lei continued, "Besides reading, what else did you do? Meat?" Xiang Lei laughed. "Ah, so you had meat. Did you eat an apple?" Apple. Do you like apples, brother?" Xiang Yang pointed at her mouth. Xiang Lei, very seriously, looked down at her open mouth and said, I see. It's a big, round, red apple. Isn't it? Time to eat." Xiang Lei placed Xiang Yang on a stool. Although he wasn't particularly hungry, he sat with her and ate a little. "Yang Yang, are you hungry?" Xiang Yang placed her hand on Xiang Lei's stomach, and he placed his hand on hers, laughing. "Yang Yang's stomach is all empty. Brother has made you go hungry. Are you angry?" Xiang Yang shook her head, chewing her food and mumbling, "Brother, good." Xiang Lei felt tears welling up in his eyes as he kissed her head, saying, "Yang Yang, you might have to get used to this in the future. Brother can't have lunch with you anymore. Is that okay?" Xiang Yang continued eating, not looking at Xiang Lei. He added, "How about this? Brother will take you to Liao Guo's house and let Aunt Liao cook for you and play with you." "Okay." Xiang Yang remained silent. "Or I can find someone specifically to cook for you at home. How about that?" "Yang Yang, are you angry?" Xiang Lei asked, realizing too late. Suddenly, Xiang Yang put down her chopsticks and burst into tears, wailing, "No, I want brother. I want brother. I only want brother. Woo woo woo." "Yang Yang." Xiang Lei held her close, pacing in the living room. The two siblings, relying on each other, had become an inseparable bond. That night, as Xiang Lei lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, he could hear the sounds of Xiang Yang turning over. Even if he couldn't sleep, he had learned not to toss and turn, a habit formed during his time at the military academy. After contemplating, he decided to get up and turn on the bedside lamp, pulling aside the curtain to find Xiang Yang sitting upright in bed, eyes wide open, staring at nothing in particular. "Yang Yang, why aren't you sleeping?" Xiang Lei sat beside her, gently touching her forehead. Brother. Xiang Yang's hand rested on Xiang Lei's face as she asked, Does it hurt? Xiang Lei placed his palm over hers. Smiling softly, Are you worried about me? Are you so concerned that you can't sleep? Xiang Yang nodded. Does it hurt? Yang, brother does not feel pain. Apart from you, there is no one else who can soothe brother's heart. Therefore, you must be obedient and not cause brother any worry. Do you understand? Yang does not hurt. Xiang Lei cradled Yang in his arms, gently swaying. Yes, Yang does not hurt, and brother does not hurt either, so we are both fine. You need not worry. Your current task is to study diligently, especially in writing. You mentioned you cannot even compose an essay. How do you expect to become a lawyer in the future, brother? Xiang Lei glanced down to see Yang's eyes slowly closing. With a helpless sigh, he thought to himself that this child always shied away whenever the topic of writing arose. When the morning arrived and Mao Dun came to pick up Xiang Lei for work, he gasped upon seeing the bruises on his face. Brother Lei, who hit you? Who else could it be? Zhu, was it the people from Daoge? Indeed. Damn it. Do these people have no sense of decency? What decency can you expect from thugs? Do not worry. They did not gain anything from it. This won't do. I must ensure you are escorted home in the future. First, focus on protecting yourself. Mao Dun was left speechless. Indeed, if he were not around, Xiang Lei might perform even better. Upon arriving at the company, Xiang Lei, with his still swollen face, wandered around the office, conducting a class in front of all the trainees that he also used the previous day's brawl as a case study for an in-depth analysis, emphasizing the importance of not cornering a dog, for even a handful of dirt could obscure one's vision and lead to lost opportunities. Word spread throughout the company regarding Xiang Lei's altercation, and everyone was well aware of who was responsible. The gossip grew increasingly exaggerated, and an exasperated Lu Fong summoned Xiang Lei to his office, nearly succumbing to high blood pressure as he demanded, Was it Zhu who did this? Yes, Xiang Lei replied with a smile. Lu Fong, seeing Xiang Lei's grin, became even angrier, slamming his hand on the table. You are still smiling. Do you think this is a slap in your face? It is a blow to my reputation. Everyone in the company now believes I, Lu Fong, cannot even protect my subordinates, that I am a coward. And you, despite your injuries, stroll around the office and even hold a class. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiang Lei thought to himself. Aren't you just a coward? A mouse wielding a gun, ruling its nest. No wonder you are oppressed. Lu Fong puffed on his cigarette, pacing around the office like an inflated frog. After a moment, Xiang Lei slowly said, Director Lu, please do not be angry. Do you not see this as a good thing? A good thing? Lu Fong was taken aback, but upon noticing Xiang Lei's calm demeanor, he became curious. He extinguished his cigarette and sat down, inviting Xiang Lei to do the same. Explain how this could be a good thing. Director Lu, Zhu has long been accustomed to being tyrannical within the company, that he did not rise through the ranks like you, and his relationships with the trainees and other coaches remained distant and untrustworthy. However, you are different. You have attained your position through merit, and you are fair and upright. The contrast between the two of you is evident. It is clear whom people prefer. Lu Fong appreciated this flattery, nodding approvingly, but then he asked, What does this have to do with you getting beaten? Director Lu, the blows I am enduring serve as your campaign votes for the position of general manager. Chapter 26. The masked Lu Fong's eyes suddenly lit up with joy as he inquired, What do you mean? Yesterday, Zhu made things difficult for me in front of so many people, which naturally caused discontent among them. Then in the afternoon, I was attacked by his men, that I am new here, and within a single day, I have been targeted twice. Do you think people will side with you or with Zhu? Everyone knows his vengeful nature. Do you believe those who surround him are genuinely loyal, with no thoughts of rebellion? The more Lu Fong listened, the more pleased he became, as if he could already envision himself in the position of general manager. Continue that if that is the case. Why not remain calm and observe quietly? As the saying goes, the reckless must face storms. Those who are arrogant will meet their downfall, that a strategic show of weakness will not make you seem feeble. Even if we were to seek sympathy, it could lead to victory over Zhu. Well said. Lu Fong nearly applauded, instantly filled with confidence and determination. Xiang Lei, I did not expect such strategy from someone your age. In fact, I had considered this too, but seeing you bullied by Zhu, I simply could not swallow my pride. Xiang Lei quickly added, To be honest, Director Lu, I merely articulated your thoughts. When I saw you remaining composed yesterday, I was puzzled. It took me all night to ponder, and this morning, I intentionally played along with the act again. Regardless, it is still your foresight and wisdom that shines through. Haha, someone who understands me, Xianglei. Lu Fang exclaimed, brimming with joy. Oh, having you as a coach is a waste of talent. You would be better off as my assistant. You cannot imagine how exhausting it is to work with people who fail to comprehend my intentions. Xianglei responded, I appreciate your recognition, Director Lu, but I believe I should continue as a teacher for now. Maintaining a good relationship with the trainees will benefit your future endeavors. Very well, very well. You are indeed thoughtful. For now, let us leave it at that. Once the election is concluded, you will come to serve as my assistant. Agreed, and I hope Director Lu will continue to support me. Absolutely, that if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. I will assist you without hesitation. Xianglei pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, Director Lu, why have I never seen the chairman since I joined the company? Oh, the chairman does not come to the office. He has been abroad. No wonder Zhu acts so recklessly. What you may not know is that Zhu is related to the chairman, which is why he behaves like a king in the jungle. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would fear that fat man? It is purely out of respect for the chairman. Indeed, what kind of relationship do they share for the chairman to grant Zhu such power? I'm not entirely sure. I believe he is a cousin or something. What is the chairman's name? Zhu Yin. Xianglei confirmed that this was the person he had Uncle Lin investigate. He then asked, will the chairman attend the general manager election? The election is still in its early stages. Who can say whether the chairman will be present? Since that incident 3 years ago, the chairman has remained abroad, rarely involving himself in company affairs. However, he did give us instructions to act with discretion and self-discipline, and not to expand our trainees too quickly. Xianglei nodded. I see that. I was wondering why, despite our company's vast area and well-equipped facilities, our number of trainees remains low. That incident was nearly catastrophic for our company. We were fortunate to survive. That I have heard about it. It even made the news, but then it faded into obscurity. It seems the chairman is quite formidable. Indeed, the chairman is an influential figure. Lu Fang said, his previously admiring gaze turning worried. You must understand, individuals like him are often ruthless. We cannot compare. Xianglei felt a pang in his heart, looking down at the brightly lit desk before him. Many lives were lost in that case. People are like ants, yet often they live without the dignity even ants possess. The Chen siblings, 6 in total, some perished. Others went mad. It was a tragedy. That it is quite strange how suddenly the Chen daughter went mad, followed by a fire at their home, leading one to ponder. Xianglei, Lu Fang suddenly turned serious, coldly warning. Some things should not be said lightly, nor should we make reckless associations. Such events are in the past. We can discuss them privately, but do not speak of them outside, understood? Xianglei nodded. Rest assured, Director Lu. I was merely sharing with you. There is no need to discuss it with others. Lu Fang's expression softened as he said, there are many young people in the company, and you should not take idle gossip to heart. Although we live better than those who suffer, in the eyes of the powerful, we are no different from pigs, dogs, or sheep. With so many people around, and Zhu's loyalists prevalent, we must tread carefully and choose our words wisely. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Director Lu. After leaving Lu Fang's office, Xianglei wandered through the teaching building, floor by floor. Upon encountering a cleaning lady, he spoke kindly, Annie, I just joined and wanted to familiarize myself with the work environment. May I look around this building? The cleaning lady, encountering a polite and handsome young man, replied, You must be the new teacher, Xianglei, right? You can explore. It's fine. Thank you, Annie. Xianglei casually strolled around other hallways before making his way to the office at the far right of the 4th floor. This is Zhu Yan's office, with a door identical to that of the other classrooms. Xianglei nudged and, as expected, the door was locked. Leaning down to peer through the gap in the middle door, he could only see a sofa and a coffee table facing directly opposite him, the layout resembling Lu Fang's office quite closely. Beyond that, he could discern nothing further. Fearing to attract attention, Xianglei did not linger and departed. Contemplating the necessity of returning one day with tools to investigate whether this office held any clues that in the afternoon, after completing his final class, Xianglei emerged to find the donkey waiting for him at the entrance to head home. As they walked and conversed, they fortuitously encountered Ho Liang. Finished class, little brother Xiang. Ho Liang's eyes darted around Xianglei's face, seemingly aware of everything, wearing an expression that suggested, "If you pay, I'll tell you." "Hello, President Ho." Xiang Lei teased deliberately that he recognized that there was no need to win over someone like Ho Liang, who neither took sides nor could be offended. Thus he understood that the necessary payments must be made. "Come on, don't embarrass me. President Liu and President Zhu are the ones deserving of that title. The AS for me. I'm merely scraping by on the ground. Just calling me Brother Ho is already showing respect." Xiang Lei willingly obliged and called out, "Brother Ho." Ho Liang nodded repeatedly, saying, "You truly are a person of potential. The political arena suits you perfectly." Xiang Lei smiled and signaled Ho Liang to step aside for a private conversation. The three of them sauntered to the corner on the side of the teaching building. With a grin, Ho Liang asked, "Little brother Xiang, is there something you need?" Xiang Lei replied, "I require Brother Dao's home address, as well as detailed information about the company's trainees." Ho Liang retorted, "Every trainees?" "Yes, the more detailed, the better." Ho Liang's astute eyes glimmered with delight as he said, "The more money, the more detailed the information. Money is not a problem. I also want President Zhu's information." Ho Liang licked his lips and advised, "Little brother, let me give you a free tip. Some losses must be accepted. There's no shame in that. With someone as slippery as Zhu Wei, it's best to avoid confrontation. And another friendly reminder, steer clear of those with backgrounds. If you must provoke them, do it decisively. If you lack the capability, keep your distance." After sizing up Xiang Lei, Ho Liang extended his hand like a monkey, calculating for a moment before declaring, "I'll assist you with a free prediction. Your chances of winning are 0. Xiang Lei looked at this so-called monkey fortune teller, momentarily at a loss for words, and shifted the topic, asking, "Besides doing business with me, who else do you engage with?" Ho Liang resumed his shrewd businessman facade and replied, "Little brother, that question doesn't have an answer even if you pay. There are rules in business. I won't partake in anything out of line. Besides, as long as someone can afford the price, they can do business with anyone who has enmity with money. Then I want a copy of the information you've sold." Xiang Lei rephrased his request. Little brother, your mind works swiftly. Fortunately, I'm only doing business with you, not making an enemy." Xiang Lei chuckled, pulled out his wallet, and asked, "So, what is the total?" Ho Liang calculated and said, "Since it's your first deal with me, and such a pleasant one at that, I'll give you a discount. 800 yuan. Is it really that expensive?" The donkey exclaimed, "Are you robbing me?" This comment struck at Ho Liang's professional core, but he remained unperturbed, maintaining a cordial demeanor as he explained. "What do you know? Do you realize what is most valuable in the 21st century? Talent," the donkey replied. "Wrong. Information is the most valuable. Knowing yourself and your enemy is essential before engaging in battle. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a sack, tossed into the river, thinking you're practicing swimming." "Who was tossed into the river?" Xiang Lei asked suddenly. Ho Liang's expression shifted, and he backtracked, saying, "No one, just an example." "Why take it so seriously? Can I not provide examples anymore? Must someone die for every example?" Xiang Lei remained silent, taking out a wad of cash and handing it to Ho Liang, asking, "How long will it take?" "A week at least. Given the volume you require, the time will certainly extend. All right, next Tuesday at this location for delivery." After saying this, Xiang Lei patted Ho Liang and the donkey before departing. Ho Liang stood there, dazed with 100 yuan bills in hand, contemplating that this was the largest transaction he had ever made. Watching Xiang Lei's departing figure, he felt as though it was not just any figure, but that of a radiant god of wealth that on the way, the donkey lamented the expenditure. "Brother Lei, you're too extravagant with your spending. Don't you know how to bargain? How could you agree to that amount so readily?" Xiang Lei scarcely registered the donkey's words, his mind swirling with questions. Who was the person mentioned by Ho Liang, tossed into a sack and thrown into the river? Did this matter relate to events from 3 years ago? It seemed Ho Liang must know something, but how could he inquire without raising suspicion? If his intent to gather information was too blatant, it would certainly attract Ho Liang's attention, and he was still unclear about the role Ho Liang played within the Sanu company. Was he truly just an information broker? Where did his information originate? Brother Lei, are you listening to me?" I am. What did I say?" Xiang Lei playfully slapped the donkey's back, smiling. "Now it's your turn to quiz me." The donkey laughed. "I just think you're spending without a care. Your monthly salary could barely cover 3 transactions." Xiang Lei responded, "Spending money to make friends is far better than spending it unwisely and creating enemies." "Right. You're spending so much just to make a friend. The donkey nearly shouted, slowing down, turning to look at Xiang Lei, realizing he wasn't joking. Brother Lei, you're spending that much to befriend someone like Ho Liang? Are you out of your mind? That kind of person speaks one way in front of people and another in front of ghosts. As long as the price is right, they can say anything in front of anyone. Do you think he can really be a friend? Xiang Lei was almost overwhelmed by the donkey's loud voice, quickly redirecting the conversation. I'll take you to pick up the car tomorrow. That is quick. I haven't seen you go check it out. This car belongs to a friend of mine. He just wanted to sell it to me as he is buying a new one. Oh, what car is it? A Santana 2000. Not bad. Not bad, a good car. The donkey was completely absorbed in his automotive fantasies, temporarily ceasing to torment Xiang Lei's ears. This time, the donkey insisted on accompanying Xiang Lei to his doorstep. But since they had arrived, they might as well go inside for a bit. As the motorcycle came to a stop in the courtyard, Xiang Yang joyfully dashed out of the house and hugged Xiang Lei. Exclaiming, "Brother, brother!" Xiang Lei embraced Xiang Yang, fondly inspecting her face and arms. "Yang Yang, have you grown taller? Brother can barely lift you now." The donkey approached, smiling at Xiang Yang. Of course, our Yang Yang is a big girl now. Though she still can't write an essay, Xiang Yang huffed, resting on Xiang Lei's shoulder, ignoring the donkey, while Xiang Lei pondered deeply. That evening, Xiang Lei called Dr. Li, whom he had previously met, to express his concerns. Li reassured him, there's no need to rush. Everyone's physique is different, and the timing of menstruation varies. That as long as you ensure she has a balanced diet, sufficient sleep, and exercise, it should be fine. I worry that her late onset might be related to her psychology. That is not a significant concern. Moreover, you haven't given Yang Yang any medication, so it shouldn't have much impact. After hanging up, Xiang Lei entered his study, where Xiang Yang was working on physics problems of middle school difficulty. However, Xiang Lei felt that Xiang Yang was far more intelligent than he realized. With an astonishing memory, she had memorized an entire Xinhua dictionary in less than a month and breezed through the English dictionary without difficulty. Subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, geography, and English were increasingly challenging for him to teach her. Yet writing essays was an area where she seemed completely at a loss. Xiang Lei scrutinized Xiang Yang's quiet little face, repeatedly questioning himself. Was she hiding her talents, or did she genuinely struggle? Why was she so exceptional in every aspect except for writing? Was writing truly more challenging than mathematics or science? Yang Yang. Xiang Lei sat beside her. Are you done? Xiang Yang handed her exercise book to Xiang Lei, obediently waiting for him to review it. Xiang Lei flipped through it several times, finding every answer correct. Not only had Xiang Yang completed the assigned problems, but she had also tackled those he hadn't assigned. With neat handwriting, clear problem-solving strategies, and detailed steps to his surprise, she had completed all these problems without needing any scratch paper, solving them in one go. Upon further inspection, he noticed she had even finished the competition paper for physics without a single mistake. Excellent. Everything is correct. Xiang Lei smiled at Yang Yang, asking, "Did you find the problems difficult?" Xiang Yang shook her head. Xiang Lei then asked, "Did you encounter any problems you couldn't solve? Brother can explain them to you now." Yang Yang seemed to contemplate for a moment before shaking her head again. Xiang Lei chuckled. "That is fantastic. Yang Yang is so smart. Soon, brother won't be able to teach you anything." Hearing this, Yang Yang grew anxious, jumping down from her seat to open the drawer and retrieve her composition book, handing it to Xiang Lei. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a diary, in the 28th chapter. Titled Longing, every entry focused solely on her brother, with the content invariably revolving around him. Every line filled exclusively with the words brother, devoid of punctuation. Glancing at the dates, he realized this began from the moment he started working at Sanhu. Xiang Lei felt a pang in his heart, staring at the character for brother, momentarily unable to recognize the word. Xiang Yang has memorized an abundance of exceptional essays and an entire volume of the Xinhua dictionary. Yet she struggles to articulate even a single sentence infused with longing that requires no ornate language. A delicate expression of emotion suffices. Even a straightforward statement would convey the essence of yearning. Xiang Lei set aside the notebook, lifted Xiang Yang into his arms, and gazed at her for an extended moment before finally managing a faint smile that he said to her, "Brother only hopes for your happiness. In spring, when the flowers bloom resplendently, may you feel no sorrow. In autumn, as the leaves wither, May you feel no loneliness. Let not the monotony of winter or the heat of summer disturb your peace. Strive for excellence without stubbornness. Simplicity and ease and happiness are what truly matter. Brother. Xiangyang pointed to her composition book, seemingly awaiting Xianglei's evaluation of her special essay. It's beautifully written. You've even begun to keep a diary? Xianglei closed the notebook, adding, but in the future, strive to write complete thoughts. Whatever you wish to convey to brother, just express it in writing, that I wish to know what is on Yangyang's mind, he spoke. He carried Xiangyang to the bathroom to wash up, squeezing toothpaste for her and watching her brush her teeth, feeling an unusual warmth that dispelled the earlier irritation. East railing, a solitary snow plant. In life, how many moments are truly clear? In a world I cannot comprehend, why should I force you to accept it? The next morning, the donkey arrived joyfully to take Xianglei and Xiangyang to retrieve the car. The understated black Santana was parked discreetly at the vehicle management office, and it was Uncle Lin's nephew, Lin Qi, who had come to deliver the vehicle, Xianglei. Here are the transfer documents. Please fill them out, Lin Qi said, handing the paperwork to Xianglei that he then attempted to tease Xiangyang, but was pushed aside, laughing, still holding a grudge. Xianglei handed Xiangyang over to the donkey and smiled at Lin Qi, saying, "Did you think that I would overlook the slap you gave me back then? That my sister would forget it? She bit me too, drawing blood. Isn't the revenge enough? After all these years. She still looks at me as if I were her enemy. That it would be wise for you to appear less often." He handed the completed documents back to Lin Qi, took the car keys, and turned to leave, only to be stopped by Lin Qi, who pulled him aside and said, "My uncle wants me to take that person away." "Why?" "He worries you might struggle alone, that you're starting work at Sanhu. And with Yangyang at home, that should already keep you busy, not to mention a patient who needs care. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, you might not manage. Keeping that person here gives me peace of mind. Do you not trust us? I simply wish to know the truth of the matter as soon as possible. Besides," Xianglei twirled the keychain in his hand, "Uncle Lin is getting old. There's no need for him to endure this alongside me. We don't know how many years this will take, whether it will succeed or fail. Lin Qi, do not involve yourself. This is ultimately my family matter." Lin Qi, frustrated, nearly grabbed Xianglei by the collar again. Noticing the donkey and Xiangyang observing from a distance, he switched to patting Xianglei on the shoulder, saying, "When you act like this, you truly lose your humanity. Dropping out of school, selling the house, moving with Yangyang. Did you consult anyone about any of this? Do you think you are so formidable that we lack the right to help you?" Xianglei walked away in silence, leaving Lin Qi so enraged he nearly tore down the sign at the entrance of the vehicle management office. "How is the car?" Xianglei asked, glancing at the 2 students seated in the back. "Do you have a driver's license?" The donkey, overwhelmed with excitement at riding in a small car for the first time, replied, "Brother Lei, I'm not yet 18, and I've never even been in a small car before. How could I possibly have a license? Have you never ridden in General Lu's car?" General Lu's car is treated like a precious gem. He himself is reluctant to use it. Xianglei chuckled and said, "Let us go pick up your mother. We'll treat ourselves to a meal today." Xianglei drove to the donkey's home to collect his mother, who beamed with joy upon seeing Xiangyang, and no words from anyone else reached her ears. Her focus was solely on Xiangyang. Upon arriving at a restaurant, Xianglei chose a small private room and ordered several dishes favored by the elderly and children. That he then asked the donkey, "Donkey, what dishes do you like? Choose for yourself." As the donkey perused the menu, he found each dish appealing, but upon seeing the prices, he thought each one exceedingly expensive. After deliberation, he selected vinegar stir-fried shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, then handed the menu to Xianglei, muttering, "Brother Lei, this restaurant is too pricey. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes cost 7 yuan. Are they made from golden eggs?" Xianglei laughed, crossed out the donkey's 2 selections, and picked several meat dishes instead. That if they aren't golden eggs, then why not eat them at home? "Here, let us try something we haven't had before. I'll treat you, so don't mind the cost." Xianglei's lavishness was something the donkey had witnessed before. Yet he still felt reluctant to spend Xianglei's money, as if calling him Brother Lei would justify using his funds. That he was aware that Xianglei harbored many secrets, and though he often felt the urge to inquire, he refrained, recognizing that if Xianglei hadn't volunteered the information, he likely deemed it unnecessary or felt the donkey wasn't yet worthy of knowing. On one occasion, he had inadvertently come across a phrase in Xiangyang's notebook. The distance tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's heart. Perhaps he had grown impatient, desiring too much to integrate into Xianglei's world while forgetting they had only known one another for a brief month. Brother Lei, I've been meaning to ask you that I understand why you had Ho Liang help you find Dao Guo's address. But why do you also need the information of all the students? What purpose does that serve? While Xianglei was busy serving food to the donkey's mother and Xiangyang, he paused momentarily and replied, "Let us eat first." The donkey hurriedly took a few bites, shifting his focus from Xianglei, only to notice his mother was feeding Xiangyang, meticulously wiping her mouth after each spoonful. Despite having not eaten herself, she wore a joyful expression that the donkey had not seen in quite some time. Xianglei patted Xiangyang's head and said to the donkey's mother, "Annie, please eat yourself. Yangyang can manage on her own." That he then turned to Xiangyang, saying, "Yangyang, use your chopsticks to eat. Let Annie see how capable you are." Xiangyang immediately picked up her chopsticks and waved them in front of the donkey's mother, skillfully picking up food and eating at a leisurely pace. After finishing, she pointed to the donkey's mother's bowl and enunciated clearly, "Auntie, rice, rice." The donkey's mother, her eyes welling with tears, grasped Xiangyang's small hand and said, "All right, Annie will eat too. Let us eat." Xiangyang turned to Xianglei, as if seeking approval. Xianglei bent down, kissed her cheek, and praised. "Yangyang is becoming so sensible, taking care of others. When brother grows old, will Yangyang also care for me like this?" Imitating Xianglei, Xiangyang used her chopsticks to pick up a large piece of meat and placed it in Xianglei's bowl. Saying, "Brother, meat. Eat meat." Xianglei held up his bowl, showcasing the largest piece of meat, and said to the donkey, "Look at the meat Yangyang picked for me. She has truly grown quite a bit." The donkey laughed and handed his bowl to Xiangyang, saying, "Yangyang, please pick a piece of meat for Brother Liao as well." Xiangyang placed her chopsticks on the table, feigning that she had already finished eating and ignored the donkey. Xianglei chuckled. "Do you think it's that easy to eat the food my sister picks? You'll need to practice for a few more years." The donkey laughed to himself and resumed eating. Xianglei stood up to go to the restroom, and Xiangyang followed him out, asking, "Do you need to use the restroom too?" Chapter 29. Morality. Xiangyang nodded, and Xianglei took her to the entrance of the women's restroom, waiting outside for her. After a long while, when Xiangyang had yet to emerge, the donkey, having grown impatient, ventured out with his mother. "Brother Lei, is Yangyang inside?" "Yes, but she has been in there for quite a while," Xianglei replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Is she taking a long time to do her business?" "Can Yangyang wipe herself?" "She can, but I forgot to give her toilet paper." The donkey's mother quietly said, "I have paper. I'll go check on Yangyang." Xianglei nodded, adding, "By the way, Annie, if you see someone wearing canvas shoes with the shoelaces on the outside of the foot, that's Yangyang." The donkey's mother nodded and entered. The donkey, puzzled, asked, "Brother Lei, what does that mean?" "If someone calls Yangyang's name, she won't respond, so we established a code in case something like this happens. It's inconvenient for me to enter the women's restroom, and if I send someone else, they need to know how to find her." The donkey nodded thoughtfully, unable to fathom how Xianglei had managed to care for Xiangyang all these years on his own. Before long, the donkey's mother emerged with Xiangyang, but upon seeing Xiangyang's pale complexion, Xianglei rushed to squat down, asking anxiously, "Yangyang, what happened? Are you feeling unwell?" With tears welling in her eyes, Xiangyang leaned against Xianglei's shoulder, murmuring, "I vomited." Xianglei gently rubbed her back while the donkey's mother explained, "Perhaps she ate too quickly and too much earlier, putting pressure on her stomach. But now that she has vomited, she should feel better." Only then did Xianglei relax, lifting Xiangyang in his arms. Just as he turned, he heard someone calling his name and looked back to see a woman emerging from the restroom, shaking water off her hands. "Xianglei, why didn't you even say thank you before leaving?" Xianglei straightened his expression and smiled. "Long time no see, Director Wei. Long time no see. Are you out with Yangyang today?" Xianglei nodded and introduced the donkey and his mother, saying, "This is Director Wei from Yuelon Hospital." The donkey nodded toward Director Wei, who continued, "Yangyang, just over 8. Children can't articulate how they feel. You should keep a closer eye on her. When you go home, give her some digestive tablets, and in the evening, cook some millet porridge for her to drink. Vomiting can irritate the stomach, and millet porridge is best for nurturing it." Xianglei expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." "Director Wei, are you here with friends for a meal today? Today is a day of respite. You are aware of the hospital's circumstances, an ebb and flow of activity. After much anticipation, I finally have a day off. Yet I hesitate to turn off my phone, that I inquire of Xiang Lei, how is the hospital faring? It has been quite some time since I last visited you all. Director Wei chuckles as usual. We are daily staging various farces. You should hasten to find time to return. The little nurses miss you to the point of losing their sanity. The dean is contemplating whether to increase the number of beds in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. How is the patient in bed 15 on the 7th floor? I knew you would ask about her. Her condition is rather dire now. When you were here, her illness was relatively stable, but subsequently. What happened after that? She has accrued over a year's worth of overdue hospital fees, medication costs, and nursing expenses with no one to settle the bills. Without medication, her mental state has deteriorated significantly. She often screams in the middle of the night, disturbing the sleep of other patients in the ward. What does she scream? Director Wei furrows his brow, recalling she keeps shouting about fire and that someone has died. Her expression is frightful, as if she has seen a ghost. Has no one come to visit her? Director Wei shakes his head and steps closer to Xiang Lei, whispering, "Who would come? Her family is all gone." "What about others? Are there any strangers you haven't seen who might visit her?" "You mean the people from her village?" Director Wei's expression turns ghostly. "Those villagers would rather sever ties with that family for life. Why would they come to see her? The dean has only kept her here out of pity. But the dean cannot possibly keep her forever. Can he?" Director Wei wears an expression of helplessness, giving a wry smile, "that we can't set another fire. Can we?" Xiang Lei chuckles lightly, bidding farewell to Director Wei before driving home. Upon arrival, Mauda and Mama dashes to the kitchen to prepare millet porridge. Xiang Yang, feeling unwell, leans silently against Xiang Lei's shoulder. Xiang Lei settles on the steps of the courtyard, and Mauda sits beside him. "Brother Lei, was that Director Wei from the Weilon Psychiatric Hospital?" "Indeed." "How do you know her?" "I once worked there. Oh." Xiang Lei picks up a twig and idly scratches the ground. "What's the surprise? Why did you work there? Were you a doctor or had you studied medicine?" Xiang Lei's expression remains neutral, though his eyes reveal a flicker of emotion. "That I spent nearly a year studying nursing at a small clinic, and later, by chance, I worked as a nurse at Weilon Hospital for a year." "So, the patient in bed 15 on the 7th floor, who is she?" Crack. The twig in Xiang Lei's hand snaps, and he discards it, looking at Maodun. "Who do you think it is?" Maodun's mind momentarily goes blank, and he hears himself say, "The mad daughter from the Chen family." Xiang Lei remains silent. Maodun realizes he has spoken the truth, but dares not ask further. He picks up the broken twig and begins drawing circles in the dirt, losing count of how many he has made, the ground becoming dusty. Eventually, he cannot restrain himself and asks, "Brother Lei, you're not a policeman, are you?" "Why would you think I am a policeman?" Xiang Lei observes Maodun's flustered expression with amusement. "You think I hope you are a policeman? Whether friend or foe, one can never be certain. You're my only good friend, and if you were a policeman—" "What if I were a policeman?" Maodun tosses the twig to the ground, fuming. "If you were a policeman, then we would be fundamentally at odds. And how could we remain friends?" Xiang Lei laughs. "What kind of path do you follow?" "An underhanded one." Maodun's face flushes. This is a question he has always avoided. The reason he hesitates to delve deeply into who Xiang Lei truly is. Indeed, if he is of a crooked path, how could he befriend one who represents the righteous? Since joining the Sanhu, he has felt as if he dwells in a cesspool, akin to a sewer, shunned from the light. He often mingles with the dregs of society, and sometimes looks down on those who claim to uphold righteousness, believing that a false righteousness is less commendable than his brazen existence in the sewer. Gradually, he has drawn a line between the two paths, each walking their own way, without looking down upon the other. Before Maodun can speak, Xiang Lei suppresses his mirth and states, "I follow no path. I merely seek justice and wish to live openly under the sun." Upon hearing Xiang Lei's words, Maodun instinctively exhales in relief. Though he does not fully grasp their meaning, he observes the lingering sorrow in Xiang Lei's eyes and offers consolation. "Brother Lei, although I do not know what has transpired, I believe that justice resides within the hearts of men." Before Maodun can finish, Xiang Lei interrupts with a cold laugh. "The hearts of men. There is no justice within them. Have you ever seen pure justice, without peeling away the layers of filth, selfishness, greed, desire, and pain that envelop it? How could one perceive the true nature of justice? Justice is akin to a fish stranded on dry land. gasping for redemption, yet it becomes a delectable dish eagerly consumed at another's table. Can it rise up to slap those who feast upon it? In the 30th chapter, benevolence is not endurance. Mao Dun genuinely fails to comprehend Xiang Lei's meaning and bows his head. Brother Lei, please do not be angry. I shall refrain from asking questions in the future. Whatever you say will be so, and I will do as you instruct. Would you kill if I asked you to? Mao Dun falters, having never contemplated such a brutal act. Even in fights, he has often been on the receiving end, defining himself as a minor rogue but with boundaries. Xiang Lei no longer teases him, lifting Xiang Yang in his arms to check if the millet porridge is ready. Mao Dun Mama's dinner is indeed delicious. Xiang Yang, clutching a bowl, consumes a small portion of porridge, yet his mood remains subdued. After dinner, as Xiang Lei and Xiang Yang depart, Mao Dun suddenly recalls something and leans out of the window. Addressing Xiang Lei, Brother Lei, while I may not necessarily resort to killing, if anyone seeks to harm you, I would dare to protect you with my life. Xiang Lei playfully flicks Mao Dun on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think this is a film? He continues, I will come to pick you up tomorrow. Following yesterday's conversation, Mao Dun sits in the car, feeling somewhat despondent and silent, unable to uplift the atmosphere. Even the automobile fails to ignite his excitement. Xiang Lei glances at him several times, but refrains from speaking, surprised by the depth of Mao Dun's emotions that a small hoodlum, possessing a modicum of cleverness, has transformed all his learning into the bold camaraderie found in water margin. Does Mao Dun comprehend such camaraderie? Upon arrival at the company, as expected, Xiang Lei's car is surrounded by a throng of students. Known for his gentle demeanor and polite manner, Xiang Lei is respected and admired by the students. That Mr. Xiang, is this your new purchase? Yes, a second-hand vehicle. Xiang Lei places the keys into his pocket, smiling. I wonder if the company will reimburse the fuel costs. Another student scoffs, Teacher, don't get your hopes up. There aren't many who drive for the company. Most rely on motorcycles. Only Zhu and Lu get their fuel fees reimbursed. Right, Mao Dun? Mao Dun, with his head drooping, remains silent, and Xiang Lei suspects he is still sulking over yesterday's events, planning to talk to him during lunch. However, just as he begins his third class, someone rushes into the classroom, exclaiming, Mr. Xiang, hurry and see. Mao Dun is fighting with Brother Dao. Xiang Lei drops his book and rushes outside, followed by all the students who had been sitting quietly. They arrive at the parking lot specifically constructed by the company, where a crowd is already gathered. Upon seeing Xiang Lei approach, the onlookers part to make way. Xiang Lei quickly spots Mao Dun, covered in dirt, with bruises and a bleeding mouth, sitting on the ground in front of his car. Nearby stands Brother Dao and several others, glaring menacingly at him. Xiang Lei steps forward to help Mao Dun up, asking, What happened? Mao Dun, with red-rimmed eyes, points at Brother Dao, stating, I saw your car was dirty, so I thought to fetch a bucket of water to wash it. But then I noticed those guys sneaking around your car, and when I approached, I discovered they were letting the air out of the tires, so I ended up fighting with them. Xiang Lei turns to Brother Dao. Is this true? To which Brother Dao, not being foolish, defiantly replies, No. Did he say we were letting the air out? Mao Dun, agitated, rushes forward but is restrained by others, shouting, You're talking nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. If it wasn't you, then why are you here? If it's not you, then who let the air out? Brother Dao smirks, adopting a rogue demeanor. Oh, I just found it curious and wanted to come see the foreign goods with four wheels. Is that a crime? Besides, when I arrived, the air was already gone. How can you be certain I let it out? Perhaps someone has grievances against our Mr. Xiang and is retaliating. His gaze roams lewdly around, while his followers chime in, Exactly, we just heard Mr. Xiang bought a new car and we're curious to see it. Who knew the tires were so delicate? Just a look and they're gone? Xiang Lei inspects the deflated rear tires, then glances at Mao Dun, his tongue twirling around in contemplation, that he approaches Brother Dao with a calm demeanor, stating, Perhaps I didn't T-check thoroughly when I purchased the car. The tires might be leaking. Let us consider this a misunderstanding. After finishing his words, he addressed the donkey, saying, Donkey, please apologize to Brother Dao. We are all from the same company. There's no need to fight over such trivial matters. The donkey stared at Xiang Lei, disbelief etched on his face, with tears of grievance welling in his eyes. Why should I apologize to him? I witnessed them deflating the tires with my own eyes. Xiang Lei maintained a stoic expression, his tone unwavering. Apologize after a long, intense stare at Xiang Lei, the donkey reluctantly approached Brother Dao, gritting his teeth as he bowed his head and said, "Brother Dao, I'm sorry that I was wrong. I misjudged and wronged you. Please forgive me." Brother Dao scoffed disdainfully, patting the donkey's head in a victor's manner. "Not bad, donkey. Following cultured folks, you've learned some manners. Why was it so difficult for you to say I was wrong before? Have you switched from eating filth to honey? Huh." Brother Dao, along with the others, walked away, while Xiang Lei observed the scene, maintaining a serene demeanor as he dissuaded the aggrieved students who had followed him. The donkey remained motionless, head bowed, only to realize that tears were falling silently to the ground, crying without a sound, "I know the knife was wielded by Dao." Xiang Lei sat atop the car's hood, saying, "I can confront them. You know it's as easy as dealing with filthy rats." The donkey then lifted his head to look at Xiang Lei, who gestured for him to sit beside him. Slowly, the donkey walked over and sat down, asking, "Are you worried about President Zhu?" The actions of Dao and his group were merely a reflection of President Zhu's will. Their audacity to deflate the tires today was simply a small lesson from him. Thus we must refrain from retaliation. But shall we allow them to bully us? Xiang Lei placed a hand on the donkey's shoulder, speaking firmly, "There will be opportunities, I assure you, to make them pay back with interest." A week later, Xiang Lei received intelligence from Ho Yang, skipping over Zhu Wei and Brother Dao's information. Upon opening the leather pouch bearing his name, he found only a single A4 sheet with one line: "Parents died in a car accident. Only a younger sister at home, no connections to rely on." Xiang Lei gazed at the words, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, tears slowly trickling from the corners. Since entering the Sanhu, there had been no progress regarding the car accident. After finally gaining access to Zhu Yan's office, he found nothing, as if no one had ever worked there. Meanwhile, the patients in the ward downstairs lay there day after day, with no signs of improvement. It seemed as if time had come to a standstill. Frustrated, Xiang Lei returned to his desk, scrutinizing the student information in his hands. After several reviews, he circled a dozen names on the student roster. 3 months had passed since the altercation between the donkey and Dao, and the power struggle between Lu Feng and Zhu Wei within the company was intensifying. Lu Feng, in his pursuit of winning hearts, insisted that Xiang Lei conduct more classes and even demanded he engage in practical training with the students. His intention was to have everyone learn as much as possible for his own benefit, believing the students would be grateful to him. However, unbeknownst to him, this approach was counterproductive to catch more fish. One must be willing to part with bait, but this bait was certainly not knowledge, nor was it the grand promises he painted. Xiang Lei understood this, which is why he suggested to Lu Feng that funds be allocated to improve the training venue and living conditions, thus elevating Lu Feng's status among the students while also serving as his personal achievement within the company. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, Lu Feng was more than happy to pursue this funding. Half a month later, as soon as Xiang Lei received the funds, he promptly improved the meals for everyone, provided training attire, and, under Lu Feng's name, distributed a considerable sum as a cooling-off FES for the remaining funds. Every last cent was spent on enhancing the training facilities and accommodations, with Xiang Lei taking not a single penny for himself. The donkey, observing this, felt a bit puzzled. "Brother Lei, you're working so hard for the students without seeking money or fame. There must be a reason, right?" Xiang Lei closed his notebook, turned around, resting his chin on the back of the chair as he explained to the donkey. "There are indeed reasons, 3 points. To be precise, first, I've reviewed the student information on file. The company has a total of 270 students, which is neither too many nor too few, that I've also looked into their family situations. Most come from impoverished backgrounds. But why do they choose to spend money to come to Sanhu? Quite simply, the fees are low, and meals and lodging are included. Whether they learn or not is secondary. The most important thing is that if they can secure a job through the company, they can earn money through fighting, which is simple work with no worries about unemployment. If they succeed, they can go out with their underlings to collect protection fees, gaining both fame and fortune. This is their purpose for coming to Sanhu." Xiang Lei spoke persuasively, but the donkey remained silent, too intimidated to interject. Xiang Lei continued, "These kids, at an age when they should be studying, have become street thugs, and I understand they each have their own struggles that if I can secure more benefits for them, their lives will improve. And so will their families that I feel at peace with myself. Secondly, this pleases President Liu. After all, It's his money being spent, and it's important to garner support, even if he feels pain in his heart. He must appear pleased on the surface. Lastly, there's my own selfish motive to end the classes I teach and the practical training sessions. All the students I chose to include are part of that dozen. These individuals are different from the others. Before Xiang Lei could finish, the donkey interrupted. How are they different? They understand gratitude. Did I ask at all? The donkey's mind spun in circles, unable to grasp the full meaning, staring at Xiang Lei with a naive smile. After a moment, he cracked a smile and said, Brother Lei, do you still believe in that? Why wouldn't I? Xiang Lei replied with a smile, looking earnestly at the donkey. When one is in a pit, does that mean one cannot see the light? Then why do you refrain from fighting back when you're attacked? Is it because you can't win, or is there a glimmer of hope within you that inspires a different kind of anticipation? The smile on the donkey's lips faded, and after a brief moment of confusion, he scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Brother Lei, I'm increasingly unable to understand what you're saying. It's too profound, too philosophical, and oh wonder Yang Yang is never satisfied with how you critique her essays. Xiang Lei had initially intended to use this topic to address the unresolved knot in the donkey's heart from that day. But seeing the donkey's aversion to such discussions, it seemed that knot would not be untied anytime soon. Therefore, you should take more care of those individuals in the future, should we ever need them. We want to feel guilty in our hearts. The donkey nodded, suddenly recalling something as he pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Xiang Lei. Brother Lei, this is the bank transfer slip. The money has already been sent to Yuelon Hospital. Xiang Lei placed the slip in the drawer and asked, Have you made the call? Yes, I have. This payment is for the medical expenses of the patient in bed 15 on the 7th floor. All right. Brother Lei, why are you covering the expenses for that person? It's 10,000 yuan. I know you have many questions in your heart. I'll explain everything when the time is right. Brother Lei, I'm just concerned about the money. I've never inquired about your matters. Xiang Lei nodded. I understand that in Yitai County, autumn arrived with a biting wind, devoid of any hint of the refreshing crispness one might expect. The donkey had already donned a high-neck sweater, while Xiang Lei had also dressed Xiang Yang in a thick sweater and put on long johns. Brother Lei, I saw in the weather forecast that there will be strong winds during this period. Are we still going to conduct practical training? Xiang Lei, gripping the steering wheel, carefully navigated around a flock of sheep that lined the roadside. Since President Liu hasn't called for a halt, we naturally cannot stop. During the change of seasons, the company is at its busiest. I doubt anyone is focused on training. What do you mean? Brother Lei, you don't know. Once autumn hits, we have to go out to help various coal yards with security work. Providing security for coal yards? The coal yards I'm referring to aren't the large ones you might be thinking of. They're all small coal mines. During winter, the demand for coal surges, and the coal yards require more manpower. Greedy coal bosses want to increase output without raising prices and fear disturbances, so they need us to send people over to maintain order. Are there disturbances? Yes, when there are many people, there are bound to be troublemakers. And how do you generally handle it? Whoever leads the fight, naturally. Once we subdue them, no one dares to cause trouble anymore. Are there many coal yards? Yes, I know of 3, all of which have hired our Sanhu for security. Who has hiring Sanhu, Liu or Zhu? The donkey gave Xiang Lei a thumbs up. Brother Lei, you're brilliant. Providing security for coal yards is highly profitable, with quick returns. Liu and Zhu have both worked hard behind the scenes, but it's Zhu who ultimately benefits, as he controls 2 coal yards while Liu only has 1 to hence. It's often not that the students lack ambition. They know Zhu is unscrupulous but still follow him, simply to earn a bit more money. Xiang Lei frowned as he parked the car in the garage, shutting off the engine but not hurrying to exit. Why does Liu have a coal yard? The donkey stared at Xiang Lei, not comprehending. Xiang Lei continued, Why was Liu's coal yard not chosen by Zhu? Why? The donkey blurted out. Xiang Lei tapped his forehead with a chuckle. Who are you asking? Get out of the car. The donkey laughed as well, hopping out and bouncing over to Xiang Lei like an eager student seeking guidance. Brother Lei, what do you think the reason is? Xiang Lei paused to reflect before responding. One thing is certain. Liu can fulfill the conditions set by that coal yard, while Zhu can never meet them. What conditions? The donkey murmured. Xiang Lei smiled and said, Take your time to think it over. I must attend my class now. As anticipated. Upon entering the classroom, Xiang Lei discovered that fewer than 20 students were scattered about, 16 of whom were his chosen ones. What about the others? Fu Yinkue stood up and said, Teacher Xiang, the others have all been summoned by President Zhu. Where have they gone? I don't know. It seems there was some unrest at the coal yard. Another student chimed in, no, it's 2 coal yards that are in turmoil. Xiang Lei placed his bag on the lectern, reflecting that as soon as he had mentioned the trouble, it had indeed arisen. Though he was uncertain whether the adversaries were Liu Bei or Sun Quan, and who would emerge victorious, that in light of this, I shall elaborate on the tactical principles of encirclement and support that I did not finish discussing yesterday. This strategy is often employed when there is a disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves. The attacking side must possess the capacity for sustained assaults while also having sufficient resources to annihilate the large enemy reinforcements that may arrive. Xiang Lei stood at the lectern, speaking eloquently, while students left intermittently until only those 16 remained, that he paused to look at them, hands tucked into his pockets, a slight smile gracing his handsome face. Chapter 32. Theory and Practice. Why aren't you all out making money? Xiang Lei inquired. Teacher, I enjoy listening to your lectures, Fu Yinkui replied, with others nodding in agreement. Listening to you makes me feel as though I've truly returned to school. Back to the classroom. Xiang Lei brushed the chalk dust from his hands, descended from the lectern, and leaned against the first row of desks that if given the chance in the future, would you wish to return to school? Teacher, there won't be another opportunity. That my homeroom teacher asked me the same question when I dropped out. And what was your reply? What could I say? I had no answer. My family was too poor. A boy sitting beside Xiang Lei rested his chin on his hand and said, Last year, my father, feeling hopeless, jumped into a river and was rescued. His first words were, those who want to live cannot, and those who wish to die cannot. Teacher, why is that? Xiang Lei hesitated before responding. This is a question even I do not know the answer to. During lunch at the cafeteria, as Mao Lu sat down, he was soon called away. Moments later, breathless, he rushed back to Xiang Lei, saying, Brother Lei, you need not wait for me after work. President Liu has sent me to the coal yard. Why has he sent you? Xiang Lei inquired further. What about me? Mao Lu chuckled. Brother Lei, President Liu can see that you are not short of money, and I believe he treats you quite well, that he certainly wouldn't involve you in such matters. Just focus on your class. Xiang Lei questioned, Did you bring anyone with you? You're going without understanding the situation? We already have our people at the coal yard, and I'll take a few more over. Don't worry. It's just to maintain order. It will be fine. As Xiang Lei stood to speak again, Mao Lu had already dashed off that he felt something was amiss. First, there was trouble at Zhu Wei's site, and now at Lu Feng's. What an uncanny coincidence. After finishing his meal, Xiang Lei attempted to contact Lu Feng to learn about the situation at the coal yard, but Lu Feng was unavailable, and his calls went unanswered. Moreover, he discovered that not only was Lu Feng absent, but so was Zhu Wei. It seemed the matter was serious, that he worried that Mao Lu, being so impulsive, would surely suffer if there was a fight. As the afternoon approached the end of the workday, Ho Yang approached him, a broad grin plastered across his face, exuding a sense of commercialism. Little brother, let me sell you some information. Xiang Lei sensed that this news might be precisely what he needed. So without further ado, he asked, about the coal yard situation? Little brother, how should I praise you? You're incredibly astute. Xiang Lei frowned. Name your price. I want the full scoop. Ho Yang held up 2 fingers, 200 yuan. I know you're anxious, but this price is absolutely fair. Without uttering a word, Xiang Lei retrieved his wallet and handed over 2 large bills. Upon receiving the money, Ho Yang's demeanor shifted, and he leaned closer to whisper in Xiang Lei's ear. President Liu's coal mine is run by his brother-in-law, and President Zhu's coal mine is struggling to find workers at the moment. So they resorted to underhanded tactics, poaching from President Liu's mine. This isn't the first time either. This time, Liu's brother-in-law got desperate and sent people to cause trouble at Zhu's coal mine. Xiang Lei raised an eyebrow, questioning, Is that all? Ho Yang, typically confident in his information, felt a twinge of irritation at Xiang Lei's skepticism. He thumped his chest, assuring, There's not a single falsehood in this. Should I lose my head if I'm wrong? I don't need that, Xiang Lei replied. What I want to know is how President Zhu is responding to this. This was Ho Yang's second encounter with Xiang Lei, and he recognized that he was dealing with a sharp mind, that if he were to grade Xiang Lei, he would undoubtedly score a perfect mark. This individual was nothing like the timid, gentle character others described. He was multifaceted, complex, and hard to read or connect with. Thus, whenever he conversed with Xiang Lei, he felt a thrill, a desire to engage in a battle of wits. President Zhu must have brought people over to resolve matters physically. Does he know that the coal yard is run by Lu's brother-in-law? Ho Yang hesitated before answering. I'm not sure. But even if he does, what difference does it make? Some matters can be negotiated, but once money is involved, it can only lead to a falling out. Xiang Lei rubbed the tip of his nose, pondering, both sides are made up of our own students. How will they fight? Ho Yang momentarily faltered, unsure of whom Xiang Lei was referring to. After a brief pause, he replied lazily, they can fight however they like, that if you can throw me a brick. I can retaliate with a stick. As long as there's money to be made afterward, it's all good. Xiang Lei's eyes sparkled as he smiled at Ho Liang before turning to leave. However, that smile made Ho Liang's face suddenly flush. An inexplicable sensation coursing through him, as he muttered softly, even the prettiest smile needs to be paid for. Xiang Lei hurried to the student dormitory, instructing Fu Yunkei, gather the others and come with me to the coal mine. Without a word of hesitation, Fu Yunkei swiftly rallied the others, and they rode off on motorcycles toward the coal mine. Xiang Lei, positioned behind Fu Yunkei, commanded, do you know the address of President Lu's coal mine? Yes. Good, let's head there first. Several motorcycles raced toward the desolate coal yard, situated several kilometers away. Just as they approached, two guards brandishing shovels emerged to confront them. Xiang Lei dismounted and hurriedly explained their purpose. Only then did the guards lower their shovels, stating, you're too late. Everyone has gone to the Erdeo-go coal mine. Erdeo-go? Where is it? Did President Lu go as well? Fu Yunkei stepped forward. Whispering to Xiang Lei, President Lu did not go. After pointing in the distance, he added, that way is Erdeo-go, and right next to it is Dao Jiago village. You can see that area is now a pharmaceutical factory. Xiang Lei turned to survey the surroundings, and indeed, about 5 or 6 li away was the pharmaceutical factory, enveloped in smoke and emitting a somewhat foul odor. Let us go to Erdeo-go. As they rode past the pharmaceutical factory, Xiang Lei instructed Fu Yunkei to stop. That he pointed to the road below and asked, is this the only route from the company to Erdeo-go? Fu Yunkei nodded, yes, this is the quickest route. Xiang Lei took out his wallet and handed some money to another young man, saying, you 6 wait here and intercept any students heading to the Erdeo-go coal mine. Teacher, do you mean to use money as a bribe? Xiang Lei smiled and replied, why not? Surely this is more effective than sticks. Today, I will teach you what encirclement and support mean in practice. Fu Yunkei recalled the lesson and asked, using money to eliminate the continuous reinforcements of the enemy. Xiang Lei's expression grew serious as he responded, they are not enemies. You are all my students. You should be like brothers. There is no right or wrong, no good or evil in this matter. Therefore, there is no need for swords to clash. That if money can turn conflict into harmony, why should we pay in blood? Xiang Lei left 6 individuals behind and, along with the rest, traveled for about 5 minutes until they reached the Erdeo-go coal mine. Before the vehicles had fully stopped, they could already hear the cacophony of shouting and fighting from within. Fu Yunkei leaned against the open door, peering inside before retracting his head, a look of confusion on his face. Teacher, something seems off. What seems off? There are 2 groups fighting, and some people have coal dust smeared on their faces, making it hard to see who they are. Which side should we assist? Xiang Lei positioned himself at the doorway, observing the scene. Indeed, he saw a 2-on-1 struggle, where 2 individuals, faces obscured by dark grime, were utterly indistinguishable. Due to the vast disparity in numbers, one side was clearly overpowered and left defenseless on the ground. Chapter 33. Secret. Xiang Lei despised Zhu Wei's underhanded tactics, yet could not help but admire his cunning. He thought, this man understands psychological warfare. Despite being the guilty party, he shows no shame when confronted. Instead, he seems to revel in it, thinking that as long as he remains unrecognizable, he can endure any humiliation without shame. He not only thought this way, but also employed this ruse on the students to in a direct confrontation. They might hesitate to act, but in a covert one, the outcome was uncertain. Xiang Lei scanned the area, but could not spot Mao Lu. He turned to Fu Yunkei and instructed, you all find a place to hide. You may only exit but not enter. Do not concern yourselves with anything else until I return. Just as he was about to rush inside, Fu Yunkei grabbed him, saying, teacher, you can't go in alone. They are outnumbered. You will surely suffer if you go in unarmed or on their turf. It's unfamiliar territory, and we only stand a chance if we charge in together. Xiang Lei had never intended for these students to engage in fighting. Their hands were clean, and their hearts were pure. Fighting is an addictive vice. Once one becomes accustomed to such a lifestyle, they inevitably grow accustomed to that way of life. How disappointing it must be for the parents who raised them and the teachers who imparted knowledge and wisdom. Our purpose here is not to instigate violence, but to mitigate unnecessary conflict. Do you understand? The others looked at Xiang Lei, shaking their heads in confusion. Regardless, you all stay put and do not wander off. I will go in and find the donkey and return to we are all students from the same 3 households. No matter the circumstances, you should show me, as your teacher, some respect. After saying this, Xiang Lei slipped inside. He made no effort to disguise himself, carefully maneuvering around the tumultuous crowd engaged in a fierce brawl. Entering a room that resembled a factory, roughly 200 square meters in size, cluttered with small carts and shovels, while other tools were wielded as weapons. When Xiang Lei observed a man with a dark complexion poised to strike another with an iron rod, he acted swiftly, seizing the weapon and shouting at the dark-faced man. "Have you lost your mind?" The man glared at Xiang Lei with dark, glistening eyes, his gaze evasive, clearly recognizing him. As Xiang Lei wiped the man's face a few times, he finally discerned his features. Although he could not recall his name, he felt a sense of familiarity. Grabbing the man by the collar, he ordered both him and another to stand side by side, admonishing them. "What is this? Have you forgotten each other so soon? Just a few days ago, you were sharing a meal together, and now you are ready to swing clubs at one another? How much does it cost for a blow like that? The teacher will cover it." The young man resembling a calico cat protested. "This is General Zhu." "General Zhu," Xiang Lei replied. "I am aware of that, but you cannot strike with lethal intent. What if someone dies? You have parents, and so does he. Have you considered that?" The 2 misbehaving students lowered their heads in silence. Xiang Lei urged, "Quickly return and gather the others. We all need to go back together." Another young man with a pale complexion added. "General Liu said he wants to settle scores. If we leave, General Liu will not let us off easily." Xiang Lei reassured them. "You need not worry about that. I will speak with General Liu myself," the calico cat remarked. "And what about General Zhu?" Xiang Lei replied. "You need not concern yourselves about General Zhu." He then asked, "Have you seen the donkey?" "The donkey?" The calico cat pondered and said, "I saw him just now. He seems to be injured." Xiang Lei, feeling anxious, inquired, "Where is he?" "Behind, near the miners' dormitory." The calico cat responded. He added, "Teacher, it's not just our 3 households here. There are miners as well. The miners have rebelled. These people are in prison here, forced to work, and they took the opportunity to escape amid the chaos. Be cautious. They're the ones who truly pose a threat to life." Xiang Lei sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. He turned and headed towards the miners' dormitory, as most of the fighting involved students from the 3 households. Regardless of the cold dust on their faces, everyone paused their actions upon seeing Xiang Lei enter. Xiang Lei gazed upon these faces, younger than as yet, bearing the weight of hardship, and felt a twinge of empathy. He raised his hand and called out, "Everyone, cease fighting. Students from the 3 households, stop. Even if your faces are smeared with soot, as long as you keep your eyes open, I can recognize you. Some of you have attended my classes, while others have not, but if we cross paths, you still call me Teacher Xiang. Therefore, I now request that you lay down your weapons. Those uninjured should assist the wounded back. Let's consider today as a practical exercise. Friendship comes first, practice second. Hold no grudges against each other. And when we return, I shall treat everyone to a meal and drinks." As words echoed, a sharp voice cried out, "Teacher, be careful." Before Xiang Lei could turn around, he felt a heavy blow to his back, causing him to stagger forward and kneel on the ground. Xiang Lei glanced down from under his arm, spotting several individuals behind him. Despite their faces being smeared with cold dust, he immediately recognized them. Whether fate had led them to cross paths as adversaries or they were seeking trouble, the grudge formed in the alley persisted to this day. Since the stage had been set, he reluctantly accepted the role of performer. Xiang Lei slowly rose to his feet, facing the knife wielder and deliberately addressing the onlooking students. "Is this a miner attempting to escape? Everyone refrain from violence. Today, I shall impart another lesson, which also serves as a report for General Zhu." With that, he sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to the knife wielder's face. After landing and executing a sweeping kick, the knife wielder fell to the ground like autumn leaves, blood spilling from his mouth. "How fragile you are!" Xiang Lei hoisted the knife wielder upright, instructing the students, clench your fists, aim for the target, and let your upper arm propel your forearm with force. He landed a punch on the knife wielder's face, followed by another, his grip unyielding as he continued to strike until a student, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and pleaded, Teacher, teacher, you've mistaken him. He is not the escaping miner. He is Brother Dao. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lei instantly released his hold, and the knife wielder crumpled to the ground, bloodied. Xiang Lei feigned surprise. How could it be him? Hurry, you lot, take him to the hospital, and you must testify for the teacher. This is all a misunderstanding. The individuals accompanying Brother Dao quickly helped him up and scurried away. Xiang Lei clapped his hands and asked the remaining students, Has anyone seen the donkey? Meanwhile, he had taken a group to pursue the fleeing miners. Xiang Lei raced to the miners' dormitory, where a row of crudely built houses comprised about a dozen rooms. The red paint on the wooden doors had long since peeled away, revealing rotting wood underneath. Upon pushing open one door, he was assaulted by a musty smell mixed with an indescribable stench that in the cramped room. A makeshift bed was assembled from uneven wooden planks, covered with thin, filthy bedding, and the floor was a cloud of dust, lacking even bricks for a proper surface. Xiang Lei closed the door and opened the other rooms in succession, revealing the same dismal conditions. No wonder the miners sought rebellion and escape. Such living quarters were uninhabitable, even inferior to a livestock pen. It was only upon opening the final door that Xiang Lei discovered a room unlike the others. This one contained only a bed, which had been tidied, and a washstand with a mirror and a towel. Xiang Lei scrutinized the small mirror for a moment before turning to touch the neatly made bed, noticing a thick layer of dust, indicating that it had not been occupied for quite some time. Chapter 34. Rescuing the donkey, there was no one in any of the rooms. Xiang Lei circled around to the back and soon heard voices. Following the sounds, he arrived at a makeshift straw shelter surrounded by a crowd. At a square table sat a stout man, not Zhu Wei, but a bald man with a fierce, grotesque visage. After saying something, he angrily swept a teacup off the table, then stood up and whipped the kneeling individuals with a whip taken from one of his subordinates. Xiang Lei counted approximately 20 individuals on the ground, all emaciated and haggard, with their hands bound behind their backs, rendered immobile. Could these be the miners? Xiang Lei stepped forward and concealed himself behind a large cart, noticing a few individuals lying on the ground nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the donkey, face down with a bleeding forehead, and the others also bore serious injuries. Are you all useless? You can't even keep watch over these few people? The bald man spun around, glancing at the donkey's location, and ordered his men, Put those few in his sacks and send them away. Xiang Lei watched as 7 or 8 individuals retrieved burlap sacks, treating the donkey and others like they were mere cargo. Soon, a blue 3-wheeled truck emerged from within and stopped beside the sacks. The men tossed the donkey and the others into the vehicle as if discarding goods. After a brief exchange with the driver, the bald man nodded, and the truck drove off toward the main gate. Xiang Lei contemplated that rescuing the donkey was of utmost importance and stealthily followed the truck outside. Just as he emerged from the gate, Fu Yinkue and a few others, who had been lurking there, sprang into action. Teacher, did you find the donkey? They asked. Have all the students left? Yes, they've all left. Xiang Lei replied. Did you see General Zhu or General Liu? Fu Yinkue shook his head, and Xiang Lei inwardly mused. What are these two up to? Why so composed? Teacher, what should we do now? Fu Yinkue inquired. Xiang Lei replied. We'll take motorcycles to chase that truck. The donkey and the students are inside. The motorcycles quickly caught up to the truck. Suddenly, Xiang Lei had a thought. Reached into his pocket for a piece of coal, rubbed it in his hands, and smeared it on his face. Noticing the nearby pharmaceutical factory, he felt something was amiss and patted Fu Yinkue on the shoulder. Go ahead and stop them. With a screech, the truck came to a sudden halt, and the driver poked his head out, cursing, Damn it, are you blind? Driving so fast, are you looking to play chess with the King of Hell? Xiang Lei stepped out, maintaining a blank expression, approached the driver's side, and suddenly raised his head with a smirk. Grabbing the driver's head, he wedged it between the half-open window, exerting a bit of force to twist the head side to side as if cleaning the glass. The driver's neck was cut, blood flowing down into his chest. Open the door and get out. Xiang Lei smiled at the person in the passenger seat, who upon witnessing this scene, was already so terrified that he was beside himself. Just after getting out of the car, he had been bound by Fu Yunkui with a rope. Without hesitation, Xiang Lei struck the driver on the head, sending him back into the passenger seat. With a swift motion, he opened the car door and dragged the driver out onto the ground, instructing Fu Yunkui, "Go to the back and let the others out." Then, pressing a finger against the driver's bleeding neck, he quietly inquired, "Where are you planning to take these people?" The driver trembled uncontrollably, too frightened to meet Xiang Lei's gaze, and opted to close his eyes, murmuring, "To the pharmaceutical factory." "What purpose does this serve?" Xiang Lei pressed. "Boss Bao ordered us to deliver them. Beyond that, I know nothing. Did I at the bald man from the shed earlier?" The driver, summoning all his strength, swallowed hard and nodded. "What is his name?" "Bao Yiding." "Are those kneeling there the escaped miners?" "Yes." "Are the two coal mines fighting merely to seize miners?" "Yes." Xiang Lei applied a bit more pressure, and the driver pounded the ground in agony, struggling until his face turned pale. Only then did Xiang Lei loosen his grip slightly, asking again, "Is it solely about seizing miners?" "It's for the people." Xiang Lei frowned, displeased that at that moment, a man trapped nearby could no longer bear it. Curling up on the ground and pleading, "Grandfather, I beg you, spare us. We are merely doing our jobs, we know nothing." Boss Bao ordered us to take these few people to the pharmaceutical factory, and said nothing more. Xiang Lei raised his head, his countenance ghastly, as he scrutinized the faces of both the driver and the kneeling man. "What does he mean by people?" Boss Bao said that with the increased coal mining in autumn, more miners are needed. However, after a month of recruitment, not a single person was found, so Boss Bao instructed us to go to Lu's mine to seize workers. Therefore, what does he mean by people? Xiang Lei pressed. Boss Bao said he has been urged from above to deliver people, but he only has some frail miners left, so he set this trap, all for the purpose of. The man glanced at the rescued donkey and trembled. To seize people for the sake of accountability. Upon seeing the donkey, Xiang Lei's expression softened somewhat. He turned to Fu Yunkui and ordered, "Arrange for someone to take these individuals to this address in the county to receive treatment. Remember, do not make a fuss and say nothing." That he pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Fu Yunkui. Sensing something amiss, Fu Yunkui cautiously accepted the card and personally led the other trainees away. Xiang Lei released the driver's neck and approached another person, crouching down to ask, "What connection does Boss Bao's coal mine have with this pharmaceutical factory?" "I truly do not know. We merely follow the orders of our boss. And knowing too much is often not beneficial. Does you know about this?" The man nodded. "Yes, he knows. This idea originated from him. He disapproves of Lu, hence he wishes to hand over Lu's people." "What does Boss Bao plan to do with those miners?" "That is hard to say. How did those miners come to be?" "They were captured by Boss Bao, but I don't know from where. Those people have been mining day and night. Many have literally worked themselves to death." "How long has this coal mine been operating?" "Not long, perhaps just 2 or 3 years. Where is this coal primarily sent?" I do not know. It is also sent to the pharmaceutical factory. The coal mine heavily guarded at night." The man hesitated, then shook his head, explaining, "But if the pharmaceutical factory does not receive the people today, Boss Bao will certainly find out." Xiang Lei smiled. "There are many reasons why they might not receive the people. Such as your car having an accident." "I beg you, big brother, spare us. We haven't even seen your face. We know nothing. Please, let us go. We are merely following Boss Bao for a meal. We do not wish to partake in these heinous deeds. I can spare your lives, but if your tongues wag too freely, I assure you, Boss Bao is not someone with a benevolent heart." After saying this, Xiang Lei stood up, picked up a half brick from the roadside, and struck each of the 2 men on the forehead, knocking them unconscious. He then dragged them into the driver's seat, set the car in neutral, and after ensuring everything was ready, he and the others pushed the car down a slope, crashing it into a tree by the roadside. "Brother Lei?" The donkey, wiping the blood from his forehead with his sleeve, spoke as tears streamed down his face. "Overwhelmed with emotion from being saved, that I knew you would come to rescue me." Xiang Lei examined his wounds, relieved to find they were not severe, and comforted him. "Why work yourself to the bone for others?" Chapter 35. Rescuing the donkey. Upon hearing this, the donkey's tears flowed freely. "It was Lu who said that if we managed to retrieve people from Zhu's coal mine, the credit would be yours, which is why I." Xiang Lei wiped away the donkey's tears and smiled at the other trainees. "Remember this. I am here to impart knowledge and skills to you, not seeking fame or profit. For the day I serve as your teacher, I shall protect you for that day, and I hope you will respect me for that day. That is the best teacher-student relationship. Turning to the donkey, he asked, "How is your body? Can you still endure?" The donkey nodded. "Brother Lei, are you planning to rescue those miners?" Xiang Lei replied, "Those individuals are of little use to Boss Bao now. Their situation is likely dire. Moreover, today's events are riddled with uncertainties and numerous questions that I cannot yet unravel. Since everyone is in disarray, it may be best to seize the chance while the waters are murky and save whoever we can." The donkey said, "Now would be our last opportunity to return, that if Boss Bao discovers we have escaped, there will certainly be inquiries that it is uncertain what these two will say when they awaken. If we do not rescue them today, we may never have another chance." Xiang Lei nodded and then turned to the others. "Today's incident will undoubtedly offend both Lu and Zhu. Furthermore, we do not know what might occur when we return to rescue the miners. If any of you do not wish to go, I will not force you. You may return to the company, and I ask that you speak not a word of today's events to anyone." Without a moment's hesitation, the others chimed in unison. "Teacher, the principles you have taught us about being human are clear. We are certainly not foolish. Moreover, rescuing people is an obligation that comes with being martial artists. We are not afraid." Xiang Lei said nothing further and led the group back to Erdega coal mine under the cover of darkness. To be why this time, the mine's gate had been locked from within. But this posed no challenge for Xiang Lei, who was adept at picking locks. While others gazed helplessly at the high courtyard wall, he suddenly produced a slender black hairpin, typically used by girls. Inserting it through the vertical bars of the gate, he managed to hook the padlock, twisting it until it clicked open. The trainees gasped, "Teacher, you can do this too?" Xiang Lei chuckled, "A good skill is never wasted." Pushing open the iron door and locking it behind him as before, Xiang Lei led the others swiftly toward the miners' dormitory under the moonlight, their path clear and unobstructed. Upon opening the dormitory door, they found it pitch dark and empty. Xiang Lei stepped back, pointing toward the rear of the building, and everyone circled around to the back, observing the brightly lit shed filled with bustling figures. Xiang Lei picked up a few pieces of coal and handed them to the donkey and the others, instructing them to smear their faces with it. The group crouched low and stealthily approached the back of the shed. This shed appeared to be a resting place for supervising the miners, not far from the entrance to the mine. After waiting for a short while, they soon heard Bao Yiting approaching with his men. At that moment, Bao Yiting was in high spirits, holding a small teapot like a refined tea connoisseur, sipping from it contentedly. "Now that this important task is complete, you all should bring gifts to Lu Fang another day to apologize on my behalf," explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. After all, it is never good for brothers to quarrel. This way, Lu Fang will have little ground to stand on, especially since we do not actually have any of their miners. They came knocking on our door without cause, causing us significant losses. Out of respect for Zhu, we shall let this matter pass. One of his subordinates asked, "But what if he demands his trainees back?" Bao Yiting laughed even more heartily. "Strange. Who has seen his trainees? He can come here and look for them himself. Besides, who are his trainees? The Three Houses Company is not as Lu Fang's. He is likely more eager than any of us to keep this matter under wraps." "Haha, so he is like a mute eating bitter herbs, suffering in silence." The donkey was incensed, clenching his fists, wishing he could tear those people's mouths apart. He whispered to Xiang Lei, "It seems he is still unaware that you have already escaped." Xiang Lei regarded Bao Yiting, reflecting on all that had transpired that day, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed amiss. This coal mine was already peculiar enough, and now a pharmaceutical factory had emerged. What connection existed between the two? Was Bao Yiting merely a private coal mine owner? What was his relationship with Zhu Wei? Why did the pharmaceutical factory require him to deliver people? Xiang Lei had yet to fully grasp the situation concerning the issue at hand. When Bao Yiting appeared unable to muster a smile, in a hurried manner, he answered a phone call and left with a companion after exchanging only a few words. Xiang Lei exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to split into 3 groups, one to keep watch near the grass hut, another to guard the entrance of the coal mine, while he and Mao Dun ventured inside the mine to subdue 2 guards. Upon reaching the well, they noticed a rope at the coal mine's entrance, adorned with several bells. Xiang Lei shook the bells and shouted down into the depths, "Come up! Everyone down there, come up now!" Before long, the bells rang again, and a multitude of individuals began to ascend from the depths, their bodies covered in soot, with only their eyes and teeth visible. None wore safety helmets. These miners, upon seeing Xiang Lei and Mao Dun, who shared their grim countenance, expressed their fear and inquired, "Who are you?" Xiang Lei replied, "It is not necessary for you to know who I am. How many of you are down there? Has everyone come up?" "Yes, we have come up," one miner responded. Xiang Lei counted and remarked, "This cannot be right. There are only 14 of you. Where are the others?" Silence enveloped the group as they exchanged troubled glances, and Xiang Lei, though nearly understanding, pressed on with a sense of urgency. "Where are the others?" "They are dead." "Dead?" Mao Dun exclaimed in shock. "How could that be?" "How could it not be?" Boss Bao took action. "He has no need for those who cannot work." "Scoundrel, wretched scum, worse than beasts," Mao Dun seethed, gritting his teeth and fighting back tears, ultimately unable to contain his emotions. After a moment of silence, Xiang Lei instructed, "You few, hurry to your dormitory and gather your things. We must leave at once." "Where are we going?" the miners asked, their eyes filled with distrust and trepidation. They had been battered by fear, perhaps once contemplating escape, yearning for a glimmer of hope for life. But the outcome had been devastating. They continued to endure a life devoid of light, perpetually anxious. Should illness strike or labor become impossible, death awaited them, a luxury they could scarcely hope for. Xiang Lei reassured them. "We will exit from here, far away. You may go wherever you wish, but you must hurry," before Bao Yiting realizes. Mao Dun, anxious and urgent, grasped the miner's hand, imploring, "Quickly, don't waste time. Gather anything of value you possess." Only then did the miners spring into action, racing back to their dormitory, emerging after a time with little more than a single blanket. "This is all?" Xiang Lei inquired. "Yes," they affirmed. Mao Dun, exasperated, retorted, "I told you to take valuable items. What use is a mere tattered blanket?" The miners replied, "This is what we consider valuable. Do you not receive wages for your labor here?" Xiang Lei questioned. "None at all. Our lives are nearly extinguished." "What good are wages?" Xiang Lei turned his gaze to the last room, suddenly pointing, "There are clean blankets in that room. Will you take them?" At this suggestion, the miners fell silent once more, one of them nudging Xiang Lei, saying, "No, we do not want anything from this hell. Let us leave quickly." Chapter 36. Rescuing the miners. Xiang Lei cast a heavy glance at the speaker, then signaled the other trainees to lead the miners out the main entrance. He instructed the trainees, "You should take the long route back on your motorcycles. Mao Dun and I will guide them along the mountain path to avoid Bao Yiting's search. Once we have delivered them to safety, we shall return." The trainees pulled out the little money they had and handed it to Xiang Lei, saying, "Use this for them to escape by vehicle. Please ensure your safety and return swiftly." Xiang Lei accepted the money and passed it to a miner standing beside him without uttering a word, turning to lead the group into the overgrown fields. After walking for nearly an hour through the desolate terrain, they encountered lonely graves scattered throughout the empty land, occasionally accompanied by the eerie sounds of unknown creatures. Fortunately, their numbers provided some comfort. Alone, one might have succumbed to terror or madness in such a place. At that moment, Xiang Lei's phone rang, startling everyone. That he glanced at the caller ID and realized it was a call from home, recalling that he had forgotten to inform Xiang Yang. "Hello?" Brother Xiang Yang's voice trembled with clear signs of distress. "Brother, where are you?" Continuing to lead the group forward, breathing heavily, Xiang Lei reassured, "I'm here, don't be afraid, I'm just working late today, and forgot to tell you I'm sorry." Yang, please stop crying. I'll be back shortly." "Brother, I'm scared that I can't sleep." "Brother, come back." Xiang Yang's sobs echoed, even reaching Mao Dun's ears from a distance. Unable to contain himself, Mao Dun approached Xiang Lei, suggesting, "Brother Xiang, why don't you return to comfort Yang? I can lead them out." Xiang Lei covered the phone as mouthpiece and replied to Mao Dun, "No, it's not possible." That he then spoke into the phone, Yang, listen to me. I'm at work. Remember what I told you. Be brave, be strong. Wait for me at home. Don't be brave. Don't be strong. I want my brother. I want you to come back with a heavy heart." Xiang Lei hung up and tucked the phone into his pocket. Urging Mao Dun, "Let us move quickly." One miner inquired, "Do you have a sister?" Xiang Lei remained silent, while Mao Dun replied, "No more talking. Let us hasten our steps. Once we exit this barren land, we'll traverse the mountain path for another hour before reaching the road. You can then take a vehicle to leave. That I have a sister too. I haven't seen her in years. That I wonder if she has grown into a young lady." One miner murmured to himself. Mao Dun, Somewhat irritated, responded, "Who doesn't have a sister? Save your energy and hurry. You'll find out when you get home." "Thank you all. You seem young yet possess great capability," Xiang Lei, gazing down as he walked, remarked. "Your misfortune does not define you. Those who survive are heroes. Compared to those who perished in the pits, our fortune isn't so dire that if they had lived just a few more hours, perhaps they would have returned to see their families." Though he had hesitated to ask, he could not suppress his curiosity. "Is it common for people to die here?" "Indeed. Some succumb to illness, others to exhaustion, or even torture. It is tragic." "How long have you been here?" "Over a year." "Who among you has been here the longest?" The miner walking alongside Xiang Lei pointed to a silent figure behind them, saying, "It is him. His name is Old Qin. He has been here for nearly 3 years." Xiang Lei turned to glance back, recognizing the miner who had previously nudged him. "You have been here for 3 years?" he asked. The man fell silent for a moment before responding with a simple Xiang Lei scrutinized the man, but chose not to press further. The group quickened their pace, and after nearly another hour, they finally emerged from the desolate area, beginning to traverse the rugged mountain path. The trail proved steep and treacherous, and a few miners struggled to keep up, gradually falling behind, without uttering a word. Xiang Lei hoisted one onto his back and continued onward, while Mao Dun, unable to carry anyone, assisted the others. They traversed the path for nearly 2 hours, with dawn approaching, before finally spotting the descent. At the base of the mountain lay a narrow, winding road, and Xiang Lei wondered how such a path could accommodate any form of transportation. "Are you certain there are buses here?" Mao Dun nodded. "Yes, but there are not many. They can disembark midway and transfer. With a few changes, they should be able to make it." Xiang Lei gently set the person he carried on a nearby stone, checked the condition of the others, and then pulled out some change from his pocket, distributing it among the group, saying, "As you heard, for safety's sake, you should get off midway and switch vehicles several times." Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiang Lei approached Old Qin, who sat quietly in the distance. Squatting beside him, he noticed a red thread wrapped around a hair tie hanging from Qin's wrist. It struck Xiang Lei as familiar, and he pondered how someone who worked daily with coal could possess such a clean item. He surmised it must hold sentimental value, likely a gift from someone significant, reserved for special occasions. "That hair tie is important to you?" "Isn't it?" Xiang Lei inquired. Upon hearing this, Old Qin swiftly concealed the tie beneath his clothing, covering it with his hand and remaining silent. Xiang Lei refrained from asking further questions. After a long pause, Old Qin suddenly spoke. "She lives in that room." "Who?" Xiang Lei asked absent-mindedly, tracing patterns in the dirt with his finger. "She was captured by Bao Yiting." Xiang Lei halted his movements, fixing his gaze upon Old Qin, noticing the glimmer of tears in his eyes. "Bao Yiting is a beast, a complete monster. That girl is so young. He imprisoned her and subjected her to the same fate as Zhu Wei. And then, later, the girl became pregnant." Xiang Lei felt a chill run down his spine. Bao Yiting had forced the girl to give birth. And when she resisted, he abused her that her belly swelled with life. Nearing the time of delivery, she tragically passed away. Xiang Lei shivered, his lips trembling uncontrollably. She died. She died. Bao Yiting summoned me to dispose of her body in a sack. When I entered, the room was drenched in blood, and her belly bore a long, stitched wound. What about the child? Old Qin cradled his head, weeping softly. "I don't know. When I arrived, there was no child. She was placed in a sack and thrown into the river." Xiang Lei immediately recalled a statement made by Ho Liang about someone being tossed into the river, and a chilling realization dawned on him. Could it be that the person Old Qin referred to was the same? Old Qin suddenly grasped the dazed Xiang Lei and cautioned, "Brother, keep your distance from those people. Stay far away. They are madmen, ruthless fiends who kill without a second thought. You cannot contend with them. One cannot stand against malevolent spirits." Xiang Lei slowly met Old Qin's gaze, witnessing a terror akin to an abyss, a bone-chilling dread. The shuttle bus arrived, and all the miners boarded, yet Xiang Lei remained on the ground, lost in thought, unable to rise. The donkey approached him, inquiring, "Lego, what is wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you afraid of ghosts?" Xiang Lei's lips turned white, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "Ghosts?" The donkey, puzzled, wiped the sweat from Xiang Lei's brow. "What is there to fear about ghosts? I've done nothing wrong. Brother, we should hurry home. Yang Yang is waiting for you." Yes, Yang Yang is still at home waiting for me. She must have been awake all night. After several transfers, Xiang Lei and the donkey finally returned to the county town, but instead of rushing home, they went to Boss Mu's martial arts school. Chapter 37. The red-haired Tai Xiang Lei entered Boss Mu's tea room alone. As usual, Boss Mu was brewing tea. Upon seeing Xiang Lei's unexpected arrival, he was taken aback, but after noticing his demeanor, he poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Xiang Lei lifted the cup and drank it in one go. Boss Mu asked, "Is there something you need from me?" "I trouble you." Boss Mu for a statement. "What do you mean?" "Last night around 11, I brought a friend here seeking assistance, but you refused me." "What kind of assistance?" "A brawl ensued, and the odds were against us, resulting in injuries, which left me feeling resentful." Boss Mu raised his drooping eyelids to regard Xiang Lei. The aged spots on his face appeared darker as he sighed. "Will vengeance bring you joy? It will grant me peace of mind." Xiang Lei turned to leave. As Xiang Lei and the donkey pushed open the courtyard gate, they spotted Xiang Yang sitting on the steps of the corridor. Upon seeing Xiang Lei, she rushed over and hugged his waist. Her eyes swollen, betraying a night spent in tears. "Brother, brother." The repeated calls of brother seemed to restore Xiang Lei's lost soul as he bent down to embrace Xiang Yang tightly, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Closing his eyes heavily, and when he reopened them, sunlight poured in, the sky was clear, and the gloom had dissipated. Xiang Lei hastily cooked several dishes in the kitchen, watching Xiang Yang and the donkey devour the food. He found himself unable to eat a single bite. "Brother, eat." Xiang Yang shoved the chopsticks into Xiang Lei's hands. "I'm not hungry. You eat quickly and then go upstairs to rest." Grasping the hem of Xiang Lei's garment in one hand while holding the chopsticks in the other, Xiang Yang ate. The donkey, observing, chuckled, "Brother, when Yang Yang gets married, you'll surely be heartbroken." Xiang Lei shot a glare at the donkey, saying, "With all that on your mind, keep such meaningless chatter away from my sister." The donkey made a silly face at Xiang Yang and resumed his meal. After dinner, Xiang Lei tended to the donkey's injuries and allowed him to rest on the sofa in the living room. Xiang Lei took Xiang Yang upstairs to help her wash up. Watching her lie in bed, he sat at the bedside, reading her favorite Journey to the West while coaxing her to sleep. Once she drifted off, he quietly left the room, entering the study next door, pulling out a chair to sit down slowly, arms crossed, eyes closed in deep contemplation. However, the moment his eyes shut, old Qin's terrified expression surged in his mind. So horrifying it compelled Xiang Lei to open his eyes abruptly. Shaking his head to regain composure, he opened a drawer, retrieving a blue folder containing information he had gathered over the years related to that car accident. A photo slipped out and fell to the ground. As Xiang Lei bent to pick it up, a jolt of shock resonated through his mind. His blood ran cold, and every hair on his body stood on end. His gaze fell upon the photo of a girl with a radiant smile and a high ponytail, adorned with a red hair tie, causing his heart to momentarily skip a beat. Xiang Lei clutched his chest, unable to straighten up for a long time, feeling a pain akin to being skinned alive, a heart-wrenching anguish that surged through him again in the bright daylight. Liao Luocheng, the sister the donkey had been yearning to find. How could it be her? Of all people, why her? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed it. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. A red hair tie was not exclusive to anyone. Even if it was a rare tie wrapped in yarn, it didn't have to belong to her. Little girls often liked a variety of peculiar things. Why should it necessarily be her? But how could he confirm this matter? Old Qin was gone, and he had no idea where. Who else could he turn to? Ho Yang? Would he enlighten him? With such thoughts swirling, Xiang Lei sprang to his feet and descended the stairs, his heavy footsteps awakening the donkey. The donkey, still groggy, looked up at Xiang Lei. "Brother, why aren't you sleeping?" Flustered and unable to meet the donkey's gaze, Xiang Lei pressed his head back onto the sofa. "Stay here with Yang Yang. I need to head to the company." "What is at the company?" "Did President Liu summon you?" The donkey mumbled while still facing the sofa. "No, I'm just going to check on Fuyin Ke and the others. Last night's incident requires an explanation. I'll have a word with President Liu and bring the car back." "In your wallet." "It's still with those rascals, but I suspect it's now just an empty shell." The thought of this made Xiang Lei's heart ache even more, pondering how to tell the donkey that he was actually seeking answers from the underworld's ledger of life and death. Taking a taxi to the company, Xiang Lei did not find Ho Liang in the warehouse, but was called to Lu Feng's office instead. Lu Fong sat in his chair, his expression grim. Upon seeing Xiang Lei enter, he sighed, instructing him to close the door. Xiang Lei, what exactly happened yesterday? Before Xiang Lei could sit down, he was met with such a straightforward inquiry that he instinctively looked up at Lu Fong. The man's anxious demeanor suggested he was either pretending to be oblivious or genuinely confused about the situation. Xiang Lei pondered for a moment and replied, "Is the matter you mentioned the same as what I know?" Lu Fong paused, uncrossing his legs and leaning forward. "What do you mean?" Xiang Lei smiled faintly. "I'm not sure what you're referring to, that I did take someone to the coal mine to rescue the donkey and the others without permission. By the time I arrived, the situation at the Erdeo ditch coal mine was chaotic, and I was ambushed." He paused, a guilty expression crossing his face. "The one who ambushed me had a knife." He thought I wouldn't recognize him with coal dust on his face, that in truth, I had already identified him but chose not to expose him, mistakenly believing he was a fleeing miner, and ended up giving him a beating. As he recounted this, Xiang Lei felt somewhat embarrassed, his innocent smile faltering before he asked, "He wouldn't have gone to report me to President Zhu, would he?" Lu Fong waved his hand, his brow furrowing as he stood, and sat back down to regain his composure. "And then, I sent the trainees back. You wouldn't believe it, but those with coal dust on their faces were also our trainees. Isn't that a case of fratricide? I just gave them a lesson. And once they left, I went to find the donkey, but I couldn't locate him. It wasn't until nearly 11 at night, when I intended to head back, that I passed by the pharmaceutical factory and saw a truck crashed into a tree, with several bags moving inside. Upon opening them, I discovered it was the donkey and several other trainees, all injured. That I took them to the county clinic for treatment and sent the other trainees back to the company. Then took the donkey to find Boss Mu." "Boss Mu?" Lu Fong appeared bewildered, as if the enthralling story had suddenly derailed unexpectedly. "Yes, I sought Boss Mu's assistance to borrow some people. The donkey mentioned your task was to ensure our miners were rescued from the Erdeo ditch coal mine. Since the task was incomplete, I didn't want to implicate the trainees, but Boss Mu refused, and we returned home. The donkey said he felt embarrassed to come to the company to see you." Upon hearing the entire account, Lu Fong blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that remaining silent would do a disservice to the earnestness of his subordinates, so he forced a smile. This child, so stubborn, even injured, is still thinking about the task. Such a thing. Chapter 38. Weighing options, Xiang Lei chuckled lightly. "President Lu, yesterday's events unfolded rather suddenly. I don't quite grasp the details. Later, I learned that President Zhu and you had a disagreement over the miners. The trainees were also confused, and coupled with the fact that the people on President Zhu's side had coal dust on their faces, our side rushed in and started fighting. That I recognized the black-faced individuals as our trainees and ordered everyone to stop. But rest assured, I've already paid for a meal and drinks for all the trainees out of my own pocket, and I've taken care of the injured, so I may need your help explaining this to President Zhu." "Did you not see any fleeing miners?" Lu Fong suddenly looked at Xiang Lei with a serious expression, as this was the answer he ultimately sought. "Miners?" Xiang Lei quickly recounted the events of yesterday, and the story he had just shared in his mind to ensure nothing was overlooked. "I didn't see any miners, not a single one," that he could only respond with ignorance. Seeing miners would imply he had seen the donkey stuffed into bags, which would lead to the mysterious pharmaceutical factory. Did Lu Fong know about this situation? Did he know about the pharmaceutical factory? If he were to divulge every detail, would that not provide an additional motive for silencing him? Lu Fong slammed his palm onto the table, his face turning an angry shade of blue, rendered speechless by his fury. Xiang Lei raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Lu Fong, his expression shifting as he inquired, "Mr. Lu, are you referring to our altercation in Erdega yesterday? Or is there another matter at hand?" Lu Fong, still fuming, retorted, "That good-for-nothing Zhu Wei is trying to turn the tables on us, that we've lost several coal miners under our watch, and instead of us demanding their return, they have the audacity to demand ours. What does that even mean? Early this morning, Zhu barged into my office claiming that our people had abducted all their miners and insisted we return them." As Lu Fong spoke, his features contorted with rage, cursing vehemently. "What people am I supposed to return? You've nearly shoved recruitment flyers down my throat, and I haven't even sought retribution for that. They shamelessly claim we are causing trouble without any evidence. Their ruthless methods show they don't even consider the miners as human. Given such a prime opportunity yesterday, do they really think those miners would prefer to stay and be exploited rather than seize the chance to escape? They are utterly oblivious to their own moral bankruptcy. Xiang Lei, ever vigilant, observed Lu Fang's expression with caution. Lu's demeanor appeared naturally relaxed, and his words and actions seemed genuine, perhaps indicating he was unaware that yesterday's chaotic skirmish was a deliberate setup. "Mr. Lu, what should we do now?" Xiang Lei's tension eased slightly. He hoped that the conflict between Lu Fang and Zhu Wei would remain in the open, allowing for a straightforward exchange of blows. "Rather than descending into a deadly game of shadows and vengeance, that I have nothing to fear, for I have done no wrong. Zhu Wei can come to my coal mine and search, if he can find even one miner who escaped from his pit. I will bow 3 times and call him grandfather, etching his name into my family tree." Xiang Lei nearly chuckled, thinking to himself, what a ruthless character. If he can't outmatch Zhu Wei, he intends to marry him instead. Is this a long-planned scheme, or merely seizing the moment? Yet, recalling Zhu Wei's pompous demeanor, he couldn't help but acknowledge. His tastes are indeed rather extravagant at Mr. Lu. That may be overstated. At the heart of this matter lies a misunderstanding. Why did we go to Erdaegu to demand miners? There is no smoke without fire. That it appears that Zhu has been waiting for this opportunity, perhaps even prompting the students to smear coal dust on their faces. Anticipating a confrontation. Had I not sought out the donkey yesterday and inadvertently unveiled this facade, what would the outcome have been? Lu Fang rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, pondering, and what would that be? Xiang Lei replied, an act of aggression. Lu Fang abruptly withdrew his fingers, falling silent for a moment before erupting. Damn it, he was just waiting for me to make a move. No wonder he summoned so many students from the company, far outnumbering us, and then used them as hostages to barter for miners that he truly managed to recruit without spending a dime. This affront shall not go unpunished. Xiang Lei stoked the flames further. Mr. Lu, although we may have ostensibly lost this round, I believe the students are discerning enough to see through the charade that we approached openly to reason with them, while they, consumed by guilt, could not even reveal their true selves, resorting to cowardly ambushes in plain view. It evident who stands right and who stands wrong. Everyone follows you merely to earn a little extra, that if you can meet that condition. Who do you think they would support in the general manager election? Lu Fang eagerly embraced Xiang Lei's suggestion, clapping his hands. Exactly. This time, I will confront Zhu Wei openly. Surely, righteousness will triumph over wickedness. Lu Fang fixed a serious gaze upon Xiang Lei, adopting a commanding tone. You are to inform all students that anyone who aids in recruiting miners will receive a reward of 300 yuan per individual, an initiative that will remain in effect indefinitely. Secondly, the company will establish a scholarship program, details to be handled by you. Thirdly, Xiang Lei quickly interjected, Mr. Lu, we could also provide students with allowances for their meals and lodging. Good idea, Lu Fang approved. Fourthly, all participants in company competitions who achieve awards will receive cash incentives. Naturally, promising candidates will also be encouraged to participate in higher-level competitions, with all expenses covered by the company. Xiang Lei hastily jotted down notes, his mind racing with numerous potential competition ideas that if they organized legitimate contests, the students he selected would surely win awards, significantly alleviating their financial burdens. Emerging from Lu Fang's office, Xiang Lei was surprised to find Ho Liang waiting for him. Upon seeing Ho Liang, the commie had just regained stirred once more. That I heard you were looking for me? Ho Liang inquired, squinting as he took a drag from his cigarette. Xiang Lei regarded him, suddenly reluctant to seek answers. Rationally speaking, regardless of who that tragic girl was, both Bao Yiting and Zhu Wei were unforgivable scoundrels. Yet on a more selfish note, if he refrained from asking, perhaps this matter wouldn't reach a deadlock, allowing him to assure the donkey that her sister was still alive and could indeed be found. I know I hold a sharp knife. Yet whenever I extend it, I always present the hilt outward. Onlookers admire the beautiful blade, unaware of its lethal potential that I have been wounded, and thus I understand pain. I wish to spare others from it. Oh, it's nothing, Xiang Lei said as he walked, initially intending to ask him something, but now deemed it unimportant. Ho Liang flicked the cigarette butt away, exhaling a smoke ring with a grin. Don't say that. What seems trivial now may not be so later. Besides, asking now is cheaper. Xiang Lei halted, seriousness etched on his face as he asked, Do you know about the coal mine in Erdaegu? What is Bao Yiting's background? Ho Liang rummaged through his pants pocket, shrugging with a helpless expression. You dare to ask, but I dare not answer. Is there truly something you don't know? I know. But I cannot say. Not even for a price. Not even for a price. Chapter 39. Revenge. Xiang Lei huffed and turned away, with Ho Liang trailing behind. Xiang Lei. As for the matter in Erdaegu, let us leave Bao Yiting out of it. That don't delve deeper. That I know you suffered a setback yesterday, and your brother did too. However, setbacks aren't necessarily a bad thing, understand? Setbacks can be blessings. But I haven't seen anyone demanding blessings as vast as the East S. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Just heed your elder's advice. Bao is far more ruthless than Zhu Wei. Xiang Lei, already ahead, suddenly spun around, storming toward Ho Liang, demanding, is it the difference between the 17th and 18th levels of hell? Ho Liang, startled by Xiang Lei's sudden change, stumbled back a step, clutching his racing heart, and scrutinized Xiang Lei for a moment before asking pointedly, what happened yesterday in Erdaegu? Nothing happened. Xiang Lei reined in his emotions and continued toward the teaching building. Ho Liang watched his retreating figure, muttering to himself, I look forward to the mysterious fangs that reveal themselves beneath your gentle facade. Xiang Lei, his thoughts in disarray, entered the classroom, where the students all stared at him as he pushed the door open. Shifting their gaze to the teacher at the podium, Fu Yunkui stood up and said, Mr. Xiang? Only then did Xiang Lei realize he had entered the wrong classroom and that he had no class today. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly at everyone and retreated. Just a few steps later, Fu Yunkui emerged from the back door of the classroom. Catching up with him, Mr. Xiang, are you all right? He pulled out his wallet from his pocket and offered it to Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei accepted it without looking and stuffed it into his pocket, nodding toward the classroom. How are the injured students faring? They're fine, just some flesh wounds. The doctor of the clinic was quite good. We mentioned your name, and they didn't even charge us. Fu Yunkui looked at Xiang Lei with admiration, exclaiming, Mr. Xiang, you're really well liked, that you're adored wherever you go. Good character breeds good relationships. Xiang Lei winked at Fu Yunkui, flashing a bright, white smile. Teacher, you're so childish. Fu Yunkui chuckled, oblivious to the fact that the man before him was not much older than himself. Once brimming with ambition and aspirations, cherished by his parents, the pride of all, he could have had a bright future and a fulfilling life, but a tragic car accident had plunged him into this wretched abyss, where the fleeting beauty of life could no longer be reclaimed. Xiang Lei sought help to tow the car to a repair shop in the county, and after finishing up, he noticed the day had grown late. He borrowed a motorcycle to head back. Halfway through, a chilly autumn rain began to fall, its droplets pattering down and blurring his vision. Xiang Lei slowed down, but just as he did, several motorcycles suddenly shot out from behind, coming to a halt right in front of him. Xiang Lei stopped and stepped off, squinting against the rain to see 5 figures clad in black raincoats standing silently in a row. Saying nothing, that he glanced around. There was no village in sight, and the night was dark and the rain fell heavily. Truly a fitting setting for a covert operation. The individuals stood quietly, none willing to speak first. Xiang Lei took a step forward and inquired, Are you looking for me? Are you Xiang Lei? The man in the middle finally spoke. I am not. Xiang Lei, can you let me go? In the midst of this, a man did not utter a word but instead threw a punch. Xiang Lei swiftly dodged to the right, pivoted, and assumed an offensive stance with his fists clenched. After exchanging several blows with his opponent, Xiang Lei realized that these individuals were not from the Sanu faction. They were clearly trained fighters, likely sent by the Bao Yiting. Were they truly here to silence him? Yet his knowledge of the coal mine incident and the tragic fate of the girl was merely hearsay. He possessed no concrete evidence. Did they suspect that he had let the miners escape? Logically, that should not be the case. Just today, he had confessed to Lu Feng about his whereabouts last night, and Zhu Wei should have been informed. If they confronted Boss Mu, it would be evident that he had no opportunity to rescue the miners and was unaware of the events at the Erdaegu coal mine. However, it was an undeniable fact that Mao Lu and his companions had been saved. He had inadvertently disrupted the plans of Bao Yiting and Zhu Wei. Thus their appearance was likely a theatrical display by Bao Yiting to vent his anger at Lu Feng. Xiang Lei's mind raced to devise a strategy. But the muddy ground hampered his kicking speed. With the odds stacked against him, he soon found himself physically drained that in a moment of inattention, he was kicked to the ground, landing in the mud. A rough, hard-soled shoe landed heavily on his face, nearly shattering his cheekbone. The assailant not only stepped down but twisted his foot, grinding it mercilessly. The pain was overwhelming as his skin began to tear. The metallic scent of blood invading his nostrils, followed by the warm trickle of liquid filling his mouth. "Speak. Where were you at 11 p.m. last night?" The man leaned closer, his mouth near Xiang Lei's ear, causing his foot to press down harder. Blood filled Xiang Lei's mouth, and his face was a canvas of raw wounds, his muscles twitching uncontrollably from the agony. Yet his mind sharpened with clarity. His suspicions were correct. Bao Yiting had no knowledge of who had let the miners escape. Today's beating was merely to teach Lu Feng a lesson, as Bao Yiting perceived himself to have suffered a significant loss. The bitter truth that Lu Feng had once spoken now echoed in his own mouth. He could not swallow it easily, that I went to Boss Mu's place at 11 p.m. last night. Xiang Lei gasped, summoning his breath to finish his statement, then immediately shut his eyes, willing himself to endure the pain. "What were you doing at Boss Mu's? Borrowing people." "What?" The man leaned in further, and in a sudden burst of energy, Xiang Lei opened his eyes and struck the man's calf with all his might. The man staggered back several steps, but the moment his foot left Xiang Lei's face, the indescribable pain intensified. Xiang Lei tentatively moved his mouth, reluctant to touch his face, then stood up to assume a fighting stance. "Who are you?" "My brother was beaten by the people from Erdegi yesterday, that I couldn't bear it, and went to Boss Mu to borrow some help. But he refused, so I went home." "How much longer will this go on?" The five opponents exchanged glances and slowly surrounded Xiang Lei, that a torrent of fists rained down upon him, leaving him unable to defend against the onslaught. He fell back into the muddy ground, utterly exhausted, devoid of any willpower to rise again. As he slowly closed his eyes, he caught sight of distant headlights approaching him. "Xianggu." Xiang Lei moved his fingers, attempting to signal for the person to leave, but the vehicle ultimately came to a halt before him. Malu rushed over like a madman, embracing Xiang Lei and brandishing a short knife to intimidate the seasoned thugs. Resembling a child defiantly confronting an adult in a fit of rage, "That I'm not afraid of you, and I'm even less afraid of death, that if any of you dare to approach, we'll perish together. None shall survive." Malu shielded Xiang Lei behind him, his hand trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. That it was unclear whether the thugs were swayed by Malu's courage or merely amused by his foolishness. But they hesitated to advance further, creating a stalemate. Chapter 40. Unraveled. The rain fell heavier, and Malu's tension mounted as he struggled to maintain his grip on the knife. Those five, perhaps tired of the charade, seemed poised to deliver a final blow when a police car approached, sirens blaring. The vehicle stopped in front of Malu, and a uniformed male officer leaned out from the passenger seat, shouting at the five men. "Where did you come from? All you know how to do is fight." The five men immediately began to protest. "Officer, we were just playing. We weren't fighting. That if you weren't fighting, then what are you doing? Get home." Okay. We're leaving now. Did I see all right?" the officer inquired. Malu, still holding Xiang Lei, dared not say too much. "Yes, fine. Just a few scrapes." With great difficulty, Xiang Lei propped himself up against Malu. The flashing lights of the police car were blinding, and as he shielded his eyes, he caught sight of the driver. His mind jolted awake as he locked eyes with Shen Nanxing, the very face he had seen countless times in his father's files and his own camera. To see that face so unexpectedly up close filled him with an ominous premonition. With great effort, Xiang Lei crawled a little closer. The officer in the passenger seat asked, "What happened? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Xiang Lei's gaze was fixed on Shen Nanxing, who was nonchalantly smoking while resting his hand on the steering wheel, remaining silent. Shen Nanxing, clearly annoyed, pressed the horn and remarked, "You're intervening in a child's fight." Captain Shen, you have no idea how chaotic this area is. Our small county has limited police resources to manage it. Just yesterday, there was an incident at the Erdega coal mine. Then why are you wasting time here? Hurry to Erdega," the officer addressed as Li Captain hurriedly instructed Xiang Lei and the others to get home before rolling up the window and driving away. Ignoring his injuries, Xiang Lei sprang up and chased after the car, his mind racing. Indeed, they were headed to Erdega. There must be developments concerning the incident. Malu looked at Xiang Lei, his emotions shifting rapidly before he finally took Xiang Lei's hand, and they rode away on a motorcycle. Upon returning home, Xiang Lei's thoughts were consumed by Shen Nanxing and the coal mine incident. For years, he had awaited Chen Lung's recovery, hoping to glean information from Shen Nanxing. Yet despite following him for quite some time, he did not even know where he lived. His lack of social connections, coupled with the absence of significant cases in Yutaixian over the past few years, meant that minor crimes were easily handled by the local police, leaving Shen Nanxing's whereabouts a mystery. What role did this person play in the case at Daojiga village? Why was he so invested in the Erdaiga coal mine incident? What was the connection between the coal mine and the pharmaceutical factory? Mao Lu remained silent as he followed Xiang Lei into the living room, neither of them speaking at that moment. Xiang Yang rushed down from upstairs, spotting the injuries on Xiang Lei's face, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She opened her mouth to cry silently, wanting to reach for Xiang Lei's hand but hesitating to approach. Xiang Lei turned his head, shielding half of his face with his hand. Yang, don't cry. Brother is fine. I just slipped and fell in the rain. Quickly go upstairs and sleep. Liao Gu will take care of me, don't worry. Xiang Yang shook her head vigorously, but ultimately she stepped forward and hugged Xiang Lei. Quietly watching as Mao Lu tended to his wounds, Mao Lu's unusual silence that night surprised Xiang Lei. After washing his face and changing into clean clothes, he went downstairs to find Mao Lu sitting alone on the sofa. Head bowed, a sudden jolt of alarm shot through him. Could it be that Mao Lu had discovered something about his sister? What's wrong? You're not going home or speaking. This ice and tea like you, Xiang Lei said as he sat beside Mao Lu, drying his hair. Mao Lu suddenly stood up, his small face flushed with determination, as if he had made a momentous decision. He hurried to the small room at the bottom of the stairs. Before Xiang Lei could even turn his head, Mao Lu had already flung the door open. You? Xiang Lei exclaimed, unsure of what to say as he locked eyes with Mao Lu. After a moment, he finally said, close the door. Mao Lu shut the door and approached Xiang Ge. I know you have a story. He paused, fingers nervously intertwining. This afternoon, while I was sleeping, I heard something making a beeping noise in the room. I asked Yang, and she handed me the key. When I opened it, I didn't mean to. Xiang Lei tightened his grip on the towel and looked up at Mao Lu. Let us talk upstairs. As the study door closed, the bedroom door opened, revealing Xiang Yang in cartoon-patterned pajamas, her long hair cascading down as she emerged, hugging her knees at the study door. The clock in the living room ticked away, seconds passing slowly. After the hour hand completed a full rotation, muffled sobs emanated from the study. Mao Lu, like a child, squatted on the floor with his face buried in his knees, crying uncontrollably. Xiang Lei leaned against the desk, silent and brooding. Why are you crying? Xiang Lei asked, curling one leg up, arms crossed over his chest as he stared at the ceiling, his expression wooden, his neck stiff as he swallowed hard. He allowed himself to cry freely in a long time. In the span of 3 years, countless nights had been spent waking from dreams, feeling helpless. The horrific car accident, engulfed in flames, played in his mind. He could see his mother crawling on the ground, pleading for him, calling his name over and over, voiceless and desperate. He had every reason to cry. But to whom could he confide his sorrow? The child, stripped of protection, must not only embody resilience, but also cultivate the ability to read the nuances of others, mastering the art of knowing when to refrain from further comment. At times, he exists yet feels as though he has long since perished. The donkey finally weeps with exhaustion, leaning against the wall, its eyes swollen and glistening with tears, a pained expression etched on its face as it clutches its chest. Brother Lei, you must seek vengeance, employing every means necessary to avenge your parents, the donkey declares. Gazing at Xiang Lei with unwavering resolve. Revenge? How facile it sounds. I have spent 3 years seeking the merest hint of the truth, and yet I have uncovered nothing about the events in Daojiga village or their connection to my parents' demise. Now that the 3rd anniversary of their passing has come and gone, what can I offer to console their restless spirits? Brother Lei, your efforts thus far have been commendable. The Daojiga case stirred significant turmoil, and many secrets remained shrouded in darkness. You mentioned that Zhu Yin and Shen Nanxing, the chairman of the 3 House Company, appeared in your father's investigative records. That I can understand your suspicion towards them. However, I noticed you also wrote down Zhu Wei's name. Is there a connection to him as well? Xiang Lei responds, to investigate a case buried in time and fiercely concealed by many is no simple task. After a brief pause, he continues, every matter is intertwined with interests. Whoever stands to gain from it becomes a suspect. You once said that Zhu Wei was not punished for the Daojiga case, but rather promoted, while Shen Nanxing, He retrieves a somewhat yellowed newspaper from his drawer and hands it to the donkey. Upon receiving it, the donkey notices a section circled in red ink, the bold black headline proclaiming, "The case of the Daojigu villagers' casualties has been solved. His contribution was indispensable." Chapter 41. Shin Nanxing Shin Nanxing. The donkey rests his chin on his hand, seemingly recalling something, muttering. He was the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Naitai County Public Security Bureau. It was he who handled the Dao Jaiga case, and after its conclusion, he reportedly received commendation and soon after was promoted to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Before Xiang Lei could elaborate, the donkey interjects. He ascended from a humble county investigator to the deputy captain of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, making him a beneficiary, and thus a suspect that M.Y. entry into the three-house company was to get closer to Zhu Wei. Yet the outcome has been minimal as for Shin Nanxing. I find no trace of the past in him. Unsure of how to comfort Xiang Lei, the donkey shifts the topic, inquiring, and the person lying downstairs. Is he Chen's second son? He wasn't burned to death. Observing the donkey's red, swollen eyes yet bright gaze, Xiang Lei finds it difficult to meet his gaze, slightly averting his head, for the first time in 3 years. He reveals his true feelings in front of another, but he has harbored this secret, filled with tumult and unease, for 3 long years. The longer it remains hidden, the more burdensome it becomes, akin to a sponge soaked with water. Heavy and unwieldy that he fears that one day he might relinquish it without warning, and should he do so, it would mean his own demise, one that would be met with bitterness and unrest. Meeting the donkey was serendipitous. That child, cornered and enduring punishment without retaliation, left a lasting impression on him. Later, upon learning that the child belonged to the three-house company, his intrigue transformed into a conscious desire to understand. As he contemplated being more candid, the donkey, sniffling, gazed at him with eyes shining with understanding, warming his heart. The secret remains the same, yet now it is one that is basked in sunlight, no longer shrouded in darkness. "Brother Lei, what are you pondering?" The donkey, supporting himself against the wall, slowly rises to his feet and approaches Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei pulls out a chair for the donkey and recalls the earlier question, replying, "Well, a month after my parents' accident, I arrived in Daojiga village and stumbled upon the Chun family's fire. The blaze was particularly fierce, with many attempting to extinguish it. The scene was chaotic, amidst the turmoil. I rushed in to rescue someone, managing to save only Chen's second son, but he appeared gravely injured at the time, and I believe he must possess vital information, rather than taking him to a public hospital. I sought treatment at a private clinic recommended by a friend. Although his burns were not severe, he suffered from smoke inhalation, which has left him in a coma for years." The donkey reflects for a moment, then asks, "Wasn't Uncle Lin with you when you went to rescue people from the Chen house?" Xiang Lei's eyes brighten with surprise. "How did you know? You've never seen Chen's second son. How would you know it was him you rescued?" "Surely it must have been Uncle Lin, who knows the Chen family, accompanying you, and he was the one who found that private clinic, correct?" The donkey's eyes still glisten with bloodshot veins, his face adorned with a hint of youthful innocence and shrewdness. A smile gracing his lips, Xiang Lei nods. "You are quite astute." The donkey beams. "No one has ever claimed I am foolish." After basking in his triumph, the donkey inquires, "You worked at the Blue Hospital because of the Chun family's youngest daughter, didn't you?" "Indeed. The madness of the Chun family's youngest daughter is closely intertwined with the family's changing demeanor. What did she witness or learn that drove her to insanity? Was it a result of human malice? Did you discover anything about her?" "Nothing definitive. She is genuinely unhinged, at times. Even medication fails to contain her. The doctors attribute her condition to trauma, yet I remain skeptical. Brother Lei, Chen's second son has been in a coma for 3 years. If he remains this way, will you care for him for a lifetime?" Xiang Lei's pale face appears even more fatigued as he sighs. "For now, it shall be as it is as long as he lives. I shall hold on to hope. Moreover, as long as he lives, the Chen family will not be entirely extinguished, and thus there remains a glimmer of hope. Brother Lei, I truly believe you must have attended a military academy in the past. You possess an extraordinary aura, capable of laughter, anger, and combat. Your skills are swift, precise, and fierce. Though you could easily resort to brute force, you choose instead to persuade with reason and virtue, exuding strength without harshness. all while bearing your own scars and striving to protect others, that I have never encountered anyone like you. Des the donkey peels away the superficial fade surrounding Xiang Lei. The chasm between them dissipates. His admiration for Xiang Lei transcends mere feelings of inferiority. He rejoices in uncovering the authentic Xiang Lei, yet feels sorrow for the reality he witnesses that we are worlds apart, two souls from different realms, encountering one another within this nightmare, that if I were to strike with all my might, could it not return you to the world that rightfully belongs to you? The donkey muses. Xiang Lei takes a week off from work under the pretext of his injuries. Upon his return to the company, Lu Fang's eyes reveal a deep-seated empathy as he notices Xiang Lei's face. Yet, as soon as Lu Fang speaks, Xiang Lei discerns the source of this concern. My coal mine has been shut down. Lu Fang sinks heavily into a chair, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. It is unclear whether the blow has left him shattered or if he simply sees no need for pretense. The truth spills forth. His murky, fatigued eyes peer through the smoke at Xiang Lei, adding, however, the two coal mines in Erdo have also been closed. Xiang Lei internally acknowledges the truth of his statement. It undoubtedly relates to the events of that fateful night with Shan Nanxing. How many heinous secrets lie buried within the coal mines of Baoyidi? Who could have predicted that they would be closed under the guise of brawls? With not a single inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the fleeing miners, all sins are carelessly concealed, leaving one to wonder if the truth will ever see the light of day, with the mines closed. Where has Baoyiding gone? Shan Nanxing, Baoyiding, Zhu Wei. Who do they represent, and whom do they collectively implicate in this mutual destruction? Has Zhu Wei come to trouble you? Lu Fang lifts his chin, his gaze fixated upon the injuries on Xiang Lei's face. His meaning unmistakable. This trouble is quite literally written on your visage. Xiang Lei touches his face, lowering his head with a faint smile. Gentlemen, could you please refrain from using me as a punching bag in your disputes? I nearly lost my looks this time. Fortunately, my youth affords me a swift recovery. Were I to age another decade, I would surely bear scars. Lu Fang rises, moving behind Xiang Lei to pat his shoulder. Everyone knows of your capabilities and recognizes you as my most valued asset. Naturally, they see you as a target. However, you must endure a bit longer. What do you mean? Xiang Lei, having tucked away his forced smile, turns to Lu Fang, querying, what is it, Director Lu? The chairman called yesterday. The election for the position of general manager has been scheduled. Next August. This is good news. Indeed, but the chairman also stated that only one general manager position will be filled. So, if someone fails to secure the position, they will have to leave the company. Lu Fang nods, leaning against the desk, arms crossed, his hopeful gaze fixed on Xiang Lei. Xiang Lei, you must win this time. Xiang Lei's eyes harden with determination as he replies, rest assured, Director Lu, I will not allow you to lose the coal mine and then your job. Lu Fang shakes his head, his expression sincere and words earnest. Though the coal mine is vital, it is merely a tool for generating income. Losing it is not the end. However, if Zhu Wei were to ascend to the position of general manager, the three-house company would truly be doomed. The trainees, instructors, and personnel under my charge, how could they survive under the vengeful hand of a petty man like Zhu Wei? While I may not be able to challenge Zhu Wei directly, I can at least provide them with some measure of protection that if I were to leave, the three-house would fall into Zhu Wei's grasp. And who could stand against him? Chapter 42. Confrontation. Xiang Lei is taken aback by Lu Fang's words. If he is not merely acting, then his sentiments are profoundly moving. From both personal and professional perspectives, Zhu Wei must not be allowed to assume the role of general manager. When a villain ascends to a position of power, calamity is sure to befall the realm, and he will undoubtedly find it difficult to remain in his post for long. This is a scenario he is loath to witness. Xiang Lei, consumed by his own world, failed to heed Lu Fang's words. Lu Fang continued, if you wish to stay, you must strive to secure your place that in just 2 months, the new year will arrive. Set aside your current tasks and distribute a gift package, along with red envelopes, to each trainee and instructor, so that everyone may celebrate the new year joyfully. This would entail a considerable expense. Xiang Lei calculated that it would not be less than several tens of thousands. And he surmised that General Zhu would certainly not remain idle either. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fang waved his hand decisively. Therefore, we must outshine what Zhu Wei is orchestrating, though we shall demonstrate our sincerity. allowing everyone to see who they can truly profit alongside. Xiang Lei interjected. Lu, is this election genuinely based on merit? I mean, considering the relationship between General Zhu and the chairman, we must be cautious not to spend our resources merely to benefit others. Rest assured, Lu Fang replied, the chairman has stated that it will be a fair contest based on one's capabilities. The candidate with the highest votes will prevail. The rules are straightforward, with a simple process, anonymous voting on-site, immediate counting, and instant results. All voting materials will be destroyed on-site after the election. Xiang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. In that case, you can be assured, Lu, we are bound to win. Lu Fang finally smiled, adding, we must remain vigilant, as there are indeed many loyal to Zhu Wei that we can only rely on our sincerity in this endeavor. Xiang Lei responded, I will draft a list of gift items for you to review as soon as possible. Lu Fang, visibly pleased, remarked, excellent, I have full confidence in your capabilities. Upon exiting Lu Fang's office, Mao Lu approached Xiang Lei, inquiring, Brother Lei, how did it go? Did Lu have anything to say? Xiang Lei shook his head. And Mao Lu pressed on, did you manage to gather any news about Xin Nanxing? Xiang Lei glanced around cautiously, replying, that name is too sensitive. Asking too directly would surely raise suspicions. Moreover, I feel Lu Fang is not deeply entangled in that matter. To this day, he remains unaware of why his coal mine was shut down, preoccupied only with immediate gains and losses that a person like him can barely keep his own small domain in order. As they turned a corner, they encountered Zhu Wei and his entourage approaching. Mao Lu instinctively pulled back, but Xiang Lei halted him, whispering, why run? With a smile, he took a few steps forward and greeted Zhu Wei. General Zhu. It has been a while. Zhu Wei, whose rotund belly nearly bumped into Xiang Lei, paused momentarily to regard him before exclaiming, why has Teacher Xiang not graced the company with his presence for an entire week? I have missed you. Xiang Lei replied, to be honest, General Zhu, last week it rained, and the roads were slippery. I had a minor accident while riding my motorcycle. You see, my face nearly served as a brake. Haha. Zhu Wei leaned in closer, scrutinizing the injury on Xiang Lei's face, nodding as he said, you must take care when walking. We cannot afford to have such a handsome face injured. It would be a loss for Sanhu. Xiang Lei smiled gratefully. Thank you for your concern, General Zhu. Noticing Zhu Wei had no intention of departing, Xiang Lei inquired, do you have any further instructions, General Zhu? Zhu Wei, with an oily grin, placed his chubby hand on Xiang Lei's muscular shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Teacher Xiang, we have interacted quite a bit, and while there have been some unpleasant moments, I hope you can understand that we each serve our respective masters. Frankly, I think highly of you, clever, adaptable, and loyal. However, as the ancient saying goes, a good bird chooses its tree wisely. A worthy minister serves a worthy lord. By following Lu Fang, you are merely a multifaceted subordinate. How much can you truly earn? Xiang Lei regarded Zhu Wei with a smile, remaining silent. Zhu Wei continued, why not consider following me instead? If I become the general manager of Sanhu, you could serve as my deputy. That position, I can assure you, is within my means to offer. Sanhu will be divided into two factions. I will oversee economic development, while you will handle the recruitment and training of trainees. Imagine, together we could forge an even stronger Sanhu, achieving both fame and fortune. What do you say? Would you consider this? Xiang Lei, stifling a laugh, gave Zhu Wei a thumbs up and subtly stepped back to evade his hand, that I can sense your appreciation for talent. General Zhu, and you indeed paint a grand vision. However, you have just confined me to a hollow notion of loyalty, that if I were to leave Lu Fang for you, would I not be betraying your goodwill? What value would I hold beside you then? I am grateful for your recognition, General Zhu, but regardless of who I work under, my ultimate goal is a brighter future for Sanhu, leading us to the same destination. Wouldn't you agree? A fleeting flicker of anger crossed Zhu Wei's eyes as he leaned in closer, whispering with a forced smile, you ungrateful wretch, I will ensure you and Lu Fang are both shown the door. Xiang Lei, maintaining his composure, replied, General Zhu, I eagerly await that day. Zhu Wei, with his belly jiggling in frustration, stormed off. Mao Lu, with a worried expression, remarked, Brother Lei, it seems you have truly torn your relationship with Zhu Wei. That was inevitable, Xiang Lei responded, muttering, it has been far too long since I've seen a blade. Mao Lu grinned, Brother Lei, did you not know? What? Xiang Lei queried. The last time you injured Daozi, he was left severely wounded and is now bedridden at home. At home? Xiang Lei recalled how heavily he had struck Daozi. It was not merely an act of vengeance, but also a means to establish authority before all the trainees that he had to make an example of someone, unaware that Daozi would unwittingly become the target. Why hasn't he gone to the hospital? Mao Lu sighed. I've heard others say his family is in dire straits. They have no money for hospital care. Does Zhu Wei not care? Mao Lu scoffed, as if hearing a grand joke. Why would Zhu Wei concern himself? Brother Lei, not everyone is like you. While this place may bask in sunlight, it lacks warmth. Everyone appears human, yet the existence is far from humane, that in contrast to Mao Lu's worldly wisdom and weathered demeanor, Xiang Lei seemed like an inexperienced youth. Let us go visit Daozi, Xiang Lei ultimately decided. Unable to ignore his conscience. Previously, Hou Yang had provided Xiang Lei with information regarding Daozi's family. For siblings, with Daozi being the eldest, followed by a younger brother and 2 twin sisters. Their parents toiled relentlessly, with no other means of livelihood. All of this was documented. Yet when Xiang Lei finally arrived at Daozi's home, he understood the true meaning of poverty. 3 adobe houses stood in a row, with the 2 side rooms furnished with beds, while the middle space remained unclear if it served as a storeroom or a living room, as a large square table occupied the area against the wall. Upon entering, Xiang Lei first approached the left room, pulling aside the curtain only to find it empty, that he then turned to the right room, where he discovered someone lying on the bed. Mao Lu casually sat on the edge of the bed, reaching under the quilt and exclaiming, "Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? On such a cold day, why aren't you heating the bed?" Chapter 43. Visiting Daozi, the figure beneath the covers jolted awake, lifting the quilt to reveal a startled face, initially showing surprise before transitioning to fear. Struggling to rise, he was forcibly pushed back onto the bed by Mao Lu, who reassured him, "What is the point of struggling now? Besides, we're not here to harm you, so don't be afraid." Daozi's lips were pale, his body trembling. Whether from pain or cold, he lay back, avoiding eye contact, and gasped, "What do you want?" "We came to witness the spectacle," Mao Lu replied nonchalantly, only to earn a sharp glare from Xiang Lei, prompting him to obediently fall silent. Xiang Lei also settled on the edge of the bed, observing the walls plastered with newspapers, and the wires secured in the corner, charred and blackened from smoke. An empty bowl sat on the windowsill, with dried food residue crusted around its rim. "How is your health? You really should see a doctor." "Lying here is not a solution," Xiang Lei suggested. Daozi, opting for silence, simply closed his eyes and turned his head away. Mao Lu, irritated by Daozi's demeanor, retorted, "Daozi, don't be so ungrateful. The fact that Brother Lei has come to see you today is not out of guilt but rather his kindness. Do you understand? Given the things you've done, do you even have the right to speak? Why hasn't General Zhu come to visit you? Why hasn't he sent you to the hospital?" Any trainee injured during the fight in Daegu, whether they belonged to Zhu Wei or Lu Feng, was taken to the clinic by Brother Lei, with all medical expenses covered by him. He even treated everyone to a meal afterward, all from his own pocket, without asking the company for a single penny. His visit today is purely out of goodwill. He is not one to instigate harm. That if you're still upset, once you're well, we can settle this one-on-one. If I get beaten again without fighting back, I'll consider myself your grandson. Xiang Lei discreetly kicked Mao Lu, signaling him to be quiet, and added, "We have no significant enmity between us, so there is no question of revenge. The injuries you sustained were a necessity at the time. I never intended for you to be left bedridden. You are still young. Don't let this incident leave a lasting ailment. You should see a doctor. Don't let it drag on." With that, Xiang Lei pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet and placed it at the edge of the bed, then led Mao Lu away. Once seated in the car, Mao Lu was fuming. "Brother Lei, why did you give him money? Are you a deity of wealth, distributing cash to anyone you meet?" Xiang Lei parked the car at the roadside and asked, "Do you think it was inappropriate to give?" Mao Lu glared ahead, silent with indignation. Xiang Lei continued, "Daozi has indeed committed many frustrating acts, yet his sins do not warrant death. Since they do not, why should we turn a blind eye to his suffering? You mentioned that this place lacks humane living conditions. Have you considered why decent people end up in such dire straits? I bear the profound enmity of my parents, feeling that the world has wronged me, and that its inhabitants do not merit kindness, that I once harbored a deep-seated resentment. As I spoke to Lei, my eyes brimmed with tears, and a bitter smile graced my lips. Yet, I cannot act upon it. Whenever I see Yang Yang, I can't help but inwardly express my gratitude. Thankfully, there is still one person by my side, someone closely intertwined with my life, though unrelated by blood. I must find a way to reconcile with this world, to carry forth the hatred within my heart while enduring an existence that cannot find peace. Brother Lei, I cannot emulate your strength. I only know that those who treat me well shall receive my kindness in return, and those who do not, even if I cannot retaliate, shall not be reconciled with the as I gazed at the donkey. Thoughts of my sister pierced my heart, making it hard to breathe that I gently ruffled his unruly hair, saying, "Then grant me this burden of unresolved feelings. I will bear it for you, whether it be revenge or suffering. I will shoulder it all that I in my heart. I resolved, I will help you with your vengeance. This world is beautiful, and you must live well." The donkey looked up at me, confusion evident in his eyes, tears glistening as he sniffled. "Brother Lei, life and death are of utmost importance. You have already saved me once. There is no need for you to bear any more. Ever since I met you, I feel as though I've changed. No, not just changed, but become someone better than I in a few months. I will turn 18. I will be an adult, and you can no longer view me as a child. Your burdens are too heavy. I wish to help you carry them. That I started the engine," I softly replied. "There is no need. You simply need to take care of yourself." Looking at Chinlar, who has lain silently in bed for over 3 years, I felt uncertain whether waiting was the right choice. This person is significant, but if he continues to lie there, what purpose does it serve? "Brother Lei, go check Yang Yang's homework. I will wash Chinlar," the donkey said, carrying in a basin that he had listened to my advice and gone to the barber shop to have his unruly hair cut into a neat crew cut. Though this style seemed somewhat out of season, he felt a sense of happiness. It had been a long time since anyone cared about such trivial matters. "Will you be able to administer the 4?" I inquired. "Yes, you have taught me many times. I believe Yang Yang has learned it as well, so how could I not?" The donkey expertly washed Shinlar, his skills rivaling those of a professional caregiver. I stepped out of the room and saw Yang Yang sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the news. "Yang Yang, bring me your homework for review." Yang Yang immediately sprang up the stairs and soon returned, handing me her notebook and standing by to await my inspection. As I flipped through the math, physics, chemistry, and English assignments, everything appeared commendable as always. However, upon opening the Chinese homework, I couldn't help but frown. The essay was subpar, and the reading comprehension was a chaotic mess. Answers irrelevant and lacking coherence that I closed the notebook and looked at the obedient Yang Yang, suppressing my frustration. "Yang Yang, is Chinese difficult for you?" She nodded, too timid to speak. "What is difficult about it?" "I just don't understand." Yang Yang replied, glancing toward the hospital room. "Where do you struggle?" "I dislike Chinese," she confessed, and I tossed the notebook onto the sofa, my voice rising slightly. "Dislike? Do you think in this world everything is done solely based on preference? You clearly understand, yet insist on making mistakes at the most crucial moments." Yang Yang began to cry, her tears falling like rain. She leaned closer, seeking comfort, but I held her shoulder firmly, compelling her to stay in place. No crying did I picked up the Chinese homework again, scrutinizing it thoroughly before asking. "You've memorized all the poetry and classical texts from elementary to high school, correct?" Amid her tears, she nodded. "Do you understand their meanings?" She hesitated, then shook her head that I recognized her deception, but chose not to express my anger. Instead, I softened my tone. "Brother has excelled in Chinese, and I hope you can too, even if you dislike this subject. You must learn to respect it. Do you understand? You will eventually attend school, pursue higher education, and these exams will require proficiency in Chinese, which carries significant weight, that if you perform poorly in this subject, it will adversely affect your overall score, making it challenging to gain admission to a good university." After my reprimand, I felt a pang of guilt, pulling her into my embrace and gently wiping away the tears clinging to her lashes. "Brother should not have lost his temper with you. You have been doing remarkably well lately, reading aloud, learning to express yourself, and even helping Brother Liao care for the patient. That I apologize. Will you forgive me?" "Brother." Yang Yang gazed at me with tear-filled eyes, tightly wrapping her arms around my neck as she choked out, "I love you, brother, that I'm not angry." Chapter 44. Yang Yang's Chinese. A heaviness weighed upon my chest. and my temper grew increasingly difficult to manage. With the new year approaching, Lu Fong instructed me to halt classes and concentrate on preparing gifts for the trainees and instructors, while Zhu Wei was fervently attempting to win over hearts. The tension between both sides was palpable, and the resulting competition left me utterly exhausted, with scarcely any time to investigate the matter of Shen Nanqing. What was the nature of his relationship with Zhu Yan? Where had Bao Yiding gone? What was truly happening at the pharmaceutical factory? Brother Lei? The donkey approached, noticing the remnants of tears on Yang Yang's face, instantly aware that the academic pressures had taken their toll. He ruffled Yang Yang's hair and glanced at her homework. Yang Yang, you're amazing. What sort of assignments are these? I can't make sense of them that I took the assignment from him and chuckled. Don't feel bad. I'm struggling to understand them myself, that I'm particularly concerned about her Chinese. If she cannot complete the reading comprehension and essay sections, then all her previous efforts will be in vain. The donkey, lacking understanding of academic matters, awkwardly sat down and made a silly face at Yang Yang. Brother Lei, Yang Yang is still young. She may be slow to grasp emotions that don't rush her. The more you urge her, the greater her pressure will be. Their essay saying, he mused, cradling his head in thought, his expression growing anxious. Yang Yang leaned on my shoulder and softly reminded him. Haste makes waste. Yes, yes, yes. That's the saying. The donkey clapped his hands in delight. I looked at him, torn between amusement and exasperation, then turned to Yang Yang. You see, if you do not improve in Chinese, you will end up like Brother Liao. The donkey, caught between laughter and frustration, exclaimed, Hey, Brother Lei, don't compare Yang Yang to me. How did I become the negative example? After lunch, Yang Yang went upstairs to read, while the donkey and I seized the moment to discuss the New Year's gift list and the evaluation of final grades. The matter of grades was straightforward for me, as I had experience, and the scholarship recipients had already been decided. I simply needed to compile the list based on their scores. 1 grand prize, 1 first prize, 3 second prizes, and 5 third prizes. 7 of the 10 spots I had chosen were occupied by my students, and as I looked at the list, I felt a sense of pride as a teacher. Brother Lei, what should we send as gifts to convey our sincerity? The donkey scratched his head, pondering, eventually concluding that sending sunflower seeds and candies would be appropriate for the new year. That I pointed at the list. Exasperated, I think sending you would be more sincere. The donkey, bewildered, chuckled. Me? Yes, I've heard that pork prices soar during the new year. What do you mean? I retorted. Look at your final grades. Your theoretical scores are acceptable. But when it comes to practical training, you've fallen to the bottom ranks. With these scores, even if I applied for 100 more scholarship spots, none would be for you. The donkey, realizing the situation, felt a warmth in his chest, unsure of how to respond, muttering. The practical training is too difficult that I just don't like hands-on work. It feels too crude that I was at a loss for words. Exasperated by how similar he and Yang Yang were, both adept at spinning tales, that as we spoke, a paper-wrapped stone suddenly landed in the courtyard. The donkey and I exchanged glances, immediately springing into action. The donkey rushed to retrieve the stone while I dashed to the door to pursue the culprit. The person who had thrown the stone had likely not anticipated our swift reaction and was caught off guard, that I seized the individual by the collar, and upon seeing their face, I exclaimed in surprise, Daozi? How did you find my address? The donkey stepped out, handing me a note, and chuckled at the embarrassed Daozi. How did you know where Brother Lei lives? I loosened my grip on Daozi's collar and glanced at the note, which read, Zhu Wei's New Year's gift list. 3 couplets, 10 firecrackers, 5 pounds each of sunflower seeds and fruit candies, 3 pounds of pork, and 1 quilt. That a quilt. Why send a quilt? I inquired, laughing. Daozi replied, The quilt is left over from the warehouse. Zhu Wei said it would be a waste to let it sit, so he thought it practical, and best of all, it wouldn't cost him a dime. The donkey burst into laughter. What a miser. Why doesn't he just chop up the classroom desks and chairs for firewood to give away, and the bunk beds in the dormitory could be sent too? After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. That I turned to Daozi. Why are you giving this to me? Daozi averted his gaze, feeling awkward. I owe you, I don't like you, so I don't want to owe you any favors. Hey, how can you say that? Brother Lei is such a good person, yet you don't like him. Do you prefer that miser Zhu Wei instead? And you still haven't answered me. How did you find out where Brother Lei lives? Daozi glanced at the donkey and met my gaze. You've only been at the company a short time, yet Zhu Wei sought out Ho Liang to inquire about you. While the information was limited, It was still possible to obtain a small address. Xiang Lei nodded slightly at Liang, then turned his gaze to inquire, I understand this, but what I fail to grasp is how Ho Liang could possibly be privy to such a wealth of information. Daozi chuckled softly, responding, this individual has previously served time in prison. His father is a minor official who maneuvered to secure his early release that I suspect his channels for gathering information primarily stem from his father's connections. Daozi added, oh, he bears his mother's surname. His mother is named Ho Fengzhao. What is his father's name? Malu could not help but ask. Daozi retorted, you could always pay Ho Liang to find out, as long as you offer money. He will disclose everything. Malu, who had previously struggled to best Daozi in their banter, now felt a swell of frustration that I merely came to deliver a message. I'm leaving now, Daozi declared before turning to depart. Xiang Lei made no attempt to retain him and pulled Malu into the house, stating, the items sent by Zhu Wei are flashy yet insubstantial, and when calculated, they hardly amount to much, so our list will be simple to compile. Early Monday morning, Xiang Lei submitted the drafted list to Lu Feng. Lu Feng scrutinized it several times, remarking, rice, flour, oil, vegetables, meat, isn't this a bit scant? Xiang Lei replied with a smile, this is what I devised myself. Please let me know if you think anything else should be added. Couplets, firecrackers, New Year paintings, calendars, sunflower seeds, and candy. These are all essentials for the new year. How could they be omitted? All right, I shall add those shortly. Xiang Lei mused to himself. Indeed, they are of one mind. Surely, you two must have been a couple in a past life. Let the red envelope contain 300 yuan for the auspicious meaning of 3 yangs, opening to great fortune. Lu Feng, seemingly prepared, retrieved a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills from the drawer and handed them to Xiang Lei, saying, I forgot to buy the red envelopes. Remember to procure them and distribute according to the head count. Ensuring everything is documented. Understood. Xiang Lei accepted the money, adding, I have also prepared the list of scholarship recipients for this semester. If you find no issues, please sign it, and I will submit it to the Academic Affairs Office. Lu Feng glanced over and signed. Once outside, Xiang Lei handed the money to Malu, instructing him to deliver the list of awardees to the Academic Affairs Office. Hesitating momentarily as he passed the Human Resources Department, he knocked on the door, saying, Good day, esteemed teachers. I apologize for the interruption. This year, Lu intends to distribute New Year goods and red envelopes to everyone, so I need to gather the household information of all staff members. Could you kindly assist me with the relevant data for my records? The office erupted in a flurry of excitement, and a woman in her 40s, sporting black-rimmed glasses, approached Xiang Lei with a warm, yet slightly bashful smile. Pointing to a row of file cabinets against the wall, Xiang, that row contains all the files. Do you think you can manage to read through them all? There are over 200. Another woman chimed in teasingly. Are you hoping to assist Xiang with the registration? Seeing a handsome fellow has certainly spurred your enthusiasm. Chapter 45. Ho Liang. The office erupted in laughter once more, and Xiang Lei offered a faint smile, saying, such a monumental task would be too much to burden the teachers with. I will call the students to help with the registration to minimize disruption to your daily work. Stepping outside, Xiang Lei summoned Fu Yun Kue and others to assist with the registration, while the rest were tasked with sifting through the documents. The previously spacious office quickly became a bit cramped as Xiang Lei and his group searched for information. The majority of the human resources staff were women, and at this moment, all eyes were fixed on Xiang Lei, each radiating a sense of springtime warmth and unspoken charm. Xiang, what do you enjoy drinking? Amidst his busy work, Xiang Lei lifted his gaze, his eyes, dark and bright, sparkling like the stars. Landing on a young girl beside him, he smiled gently, replying, There's no need for trouble. I feel quite embarrassed to disturb your work. The innocent girl, overwhelmed by such a radiant and pure smile, blushed deeply, setting her water cup down on the table before hastily fleeing. Malu, finishing his drink, asked, Is there any juice? Having plain water is already a blessing. Do you want monkey urine? A middle-aged woman quipped, her bluntness surprising. Having spent considerable time with these individuals, Malu, a smooth talker, effortlessly navigated the banter. Monkey urine, not urine, he retorted. It. Malu chuckled. That's holy water. I'd pay a fortune for even a drop of it. Stop spouting nonsense. Your mouth is full of absurdities. Malu feigned a look of unfulfilled desire, saying, They say those who drink monkey urine become eloquent and clever. I see our company is filled with sharp minds in the HR department, each one articulate and astute. Could it not be due to the consumption of holy water? Ah, you little monkey, are you slyly mocking us? I'll tear your mouth apart. The office erupted into even more laughter as Xiang lay focused intently on the materials. Upon hearing Ho Liang's name mentioned, he seized the employee information registration form and scrutinized it closely. Noticing that under family members, only his mother's name was listed, with no mention of his father. After pondering for a moment, Xiang Lei inquired, "Why is there no record of Ho Liang's father's information among his family members?" The girl who had just brought Xiang Lei water explained, "The family member section does not require mandatory listing of parent information. Thus, some have only listed one parent." Xiang Lei nodded, asking, "Then is this address listed as father's or his mother's?" "It should be his father's address. Since there is no divorce, they are still one family, so the address certainly wouldn't distinguish between the fathers and mothers." After meticulously verifying Ho Liang's information, Xiang Lei swiftly completed the registration and handed the organized materials to Fu Yin Kue before driving with Mao Lu to the vicinity of Ho Liang's home. Glancing at his watch, which indicated there were still 30 minutes until the end of the workday, Xiang Lei noted that Ho Liang typically rode a motorcycle to work, with his home situated on the eastern side of the county. In close proximity to Sanyu, that it would take no longer than an hour on foot and about 20 minutes by bike. The area where he lived was an ordinary residential neighborhood, bustling with people entering and exiting. Nearby were a market, a small supermarket, schools, and hospitals. Basic infrastructure that, when compared to the upscale residential area where Xiang Lei resided, seemed more vibrant, comfortable, and leisurely. Mao Lu observed the passers-by intently, asking Xiang Go, "Why are you so invested in Ho Liang?" "It's an indescribable feeling. This person is somewhat enigmatic. Typically, those who are mysterious tend to be either profoundly malevolent or benevolent, either overwhelmingly joyful or sorrowful." Xiang Lei glanced at his watch again, which read 6:15 in the evening. When Mao Lu suddenly exclaimed, "Xiang Ge, he's here," Xiang Lei leaned forward, peering through the passenger window to see Ho Liang arriving on his motorcycle, stopping at the entrance of the community before pushing his bike inside. Mao Lu inquired, "Xiang Ge, shall we follow him in?" "Yes." The two trailed Ho Liang into the entrance of Building 3, Unit 1. Xiang Lei remained at the entrance while Mao Lu, quick on his feet, darted inside when someone exited. Moments later, he emerged to inform Xiang Lei, "Xiang Ge, he's on the 18th floor." Xiang Lei nodded and returned to the car with Mao Lu. Noticing Xiang Lei had no intention of leaving, Mao Lu asked, "Xiang Ge, are we waiting?" Xiang Lei reclined his head against the seat, replying, "Just a little longer." Mao Lu, puzzled, asked, "But who are we waiting for?" "I do not know." "You don't know? Xiang Ge, what does it mean to not know who we are waiting for?" "Just hold your tongue and wait." They remained in the car for another hour, with Xiang Lei keeping his eyes closed in silence. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mao Lu asked, "Xiang Ge, are you hungry?" Without opening his eyes, Xiang Lei replied, "Go buy some buns." Mao Lu promptly hopped out of the car, crossing the street to a bun shop, returning shortly with several buns that he first handed a large pork bun to Xiang Lei, saying, "Xiang Ge, this pork bun is particularly fragrant. You should try it." Xiang Lei's expression unchanged replied, "I don't eat pork buns. Do you have any with vegetable filling?" Mao Lu blinked in surprise, saying, "But I thought you liked meat?" "Indeed, I do, but I simply do not enjoy meat-filled buns or dumplings that I only bought two with vegetable filling." Mao Lu, bewildered that someone could dislike meat buns, reluctantly extracted the vegetable buns to offer them to Xiang Lei, asking, "Is this enough? Should I go buy a few more?" "This is sufficient." Xiang Lei took a large bite, his gaze fixed outside the window. In winter, when nights are long and days are short, it was now nearly 8 o'clock. And darkness had already enveloped the surroundings that it was difficult to see clearly across the street. So Xiang Lei and Mao Lu decided to exit the car and stroll near the entrance of the community. Just as Xiang Lei was about to give up around 9 o'clock, a sudden appearance caught both Mao Lu and Xiang Lei's attention, their eyes widening in shock. Mao Lu, unable to suppress his fear, pointed, but Xiang Lei pulled him back with a firm grip. Mao Lu whispered, "How could it be him? How is he here?" Xiang Lei, his eyes reddened, stood motionless, resembling a statue as he observed Shen Nanxing, who was leaning out of the driver's seat conversing with the security guard. In his heart, he felt no surprise. It was as if many events had suddenly clicked into place, forming a coherent explanation. Why could Ho Liang operate in Sanhu without relying on anyone, without anyone troubling him? How could he gather information unknown to others and sell it to opposing parties without facing any consequences? How did he know about the Bowie coal mine and Malu's sister? Furthermore, he had previously warned Xiang Lei not to provoke Bowie, for he was aware of the connections between Bowie and Shin Nanxing, the sordid affairs involved, and the formidable methods of those individuals. But why did he choose to tell him? Was it solely because he was paid? Did he know where Bowie was located? Is he aware of the matters concerning the pharmaceutical company? Xiang Lei's mind is somewhat in disarray. Just how much does Ho Liang actually know? Should I seek his confirmation regarding the situation with Sister Donkey? If it is indeed true, how shall I avenge the grievance that looms before me? Upon encountering the sly-eyed Ho Liang once more in the company, Xiang Lei found his emotions far from the tranquility he had previously experienced. Xiang, what have you been busy with lately? Why haven't I seen you around the office? Ho Liang's eyes sparkled with mischief, his smiling demeanor appearing harmless. Chapter 46 is precisely about her. Xiang Lei, feeling somewhat ill at ease, replied, "What else could I be busy with? Naturally, it's the tasks assigned by General Manager Liu.is at the New Year goods list." Xiang Lei offered a faint smile. Neither confirming nor denying, it seems that General Liu and General Zhu are embroiled in fierce competition over next year's election. Even the smallest matters can ignite fierce disputes, if you ask me. What is the point? Spending so much money for a title that may vanish at any moment is wasteful. Truly wasteful. Xiang Lei raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you mean?" Ho Liang chuckled lightly, adopting a mockingly playful tone. "Oh dear Xiang, you possess no sense of humor at all. Must you dissect every casual remark? I notice you don't treat others this way." Xiang Lei also laughed, saying, "What can I do? Your words, Brother Ho, are worth their weight in gold. When I finally get the chance to hear a secret without spending a dime, naturally, I must inquire further." Ho Liang burst into hearty laughter. Pointing at Xiang Lei, "Xiang, I truly find myself growing fonder of you, yet I am increasingly wary of saying too much, lest you seize upon some incriminating detail. Brother Ho, what incriminating detail could you possibly have for me to seize? You haven't even recounted the tale of the burlap sack. It seems you are indeed on guard against me." Upon hearing this, Ho Liang's expression shifted dramatically. "You are quite persistent. Why do you cling to this question?" "I've already explained. It was merely an example. Why keep probing?" Xiang Lei observed the tension in Ho Liang's demeanor and resolved to employ a strategy of deception, that he leaned closer to Ho Liang and whispered, "Even if you don't tell me, I can almost guess. Impossible." Ho Liang looked at Xiang Lei in disbelief. "Back then, you were likely off playing in the mud, and this was ages ago. What could you possibly guess?" "I heard a few words from the miners at Erdeo Go, and I also stumbled upon a photograph of that girl in that room." "Nonsense. How could you? How could you possibly have a photograph?" Ho Liang's face instantly drained of color, panic visibly consuming him. Summoning his courage, Xiang Lei pulled out the photograph from his pocket and waved it slightly in front of Ho Liang. "Is this her?" Ho Liang glanced at it, and terror flooded his eyes as he staggered back, collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen, muttering, "It's too tragic, too tragic." Xiang Lei's heart sank. He realized he was holding the very photograph of Sister Donkey, a piece of paper that had nearly crumpled in his pocket. He could no longer deceive himself. This ruse had torn at his heart, and it took all his strength to return the photo to his pocket. He helped the feeble and trembling Ho Liang up and took him behind the teaching building, where he gently placed him on the ground, following suit to lean against the wall himself. "The day I went to Erdeo Go to rescue Sister Donkey, I merely happened upon a miner fleeing amidst the chaos. They uttered a few words in desperation and then led me to that dormitory, where I inadvertently found this photograph." Xiang Lei fabricated a half-truth, his voice dwindling as he spoke. Now quieter, Ho Liang stared vacantly ahead, seemingly oblivious to Xiang Lei's explanation. His expression was one of profound pain as he murmured, "This matter must not be divulged to anyone. Xiang Lei, I speak for your own good. Bao Yiding is a demon. Those he targets cannot escape. Why would he do such a thing?" Ho Liang shook his head. "I truly do not know. All I know is that the girl was one he saw on the street and had his subordinates abduct. It was horrific. She met a dreadful fate. And how do you know this?" "I overheard it by chance." Xiang Lei didn't need to ponder. He already knew whose conversation he had inadvertently eavesdropped on. Ho Liang continued, "I followed that vehicle to the riverbank and witnessed them dragging her out from the trunk. They had tied numerous heavy stones to the burlap sack before casting it into the river that I suspect she has long since turned to bones. Why didn't you report it to the authorities? Ho Yang turned his gaze toward Xiang Lei, his expression reminiscent of a bewildered gorilla in a zoo refusing a banana in favor of greasy noodles that I confess to Buddha in my heart. I believe this would be more effective than reporting it. Xiang Lei was at a loss for words. His head leaned heavily against the wall, the nerves beneath his scalp signaling a dull ache. Yet he felt a strange sense of relief. Where is Bao Yiting now? Ho Yang chuckled softly. What, do you wish to act as an avenger for that girl? Or perhaps spit in his face? He nudged Xiang Lei's leg with his knee. Brother, the wicked will meet their fate. We are but small beings that if we can survive, we ought not to court death. Indeed, the realm of hell is desolate, and demons walk among us. True, good men live short lives, while calamities linger for millennia. But who is to determine who is good and who is evil? Such judgments have never been ours to make. Some may choose to be good or evil, while others are coerced into becoming the latter. That's so. Do you know where he is? Ho Liang shook his head. Xiang Lei rose, gazing down at the pensive and silent Ho Liang. This matter is known only to us. Let it rest here. Ho Liang nodded, murmuring, Let it rest, let it rest. Xiang Lei held tightly to the photograph in his pocket, pacing around the training ground, haunted by Ho Liang's vacant expression. Today, he seemed like a different person. When he mentioned that some could only be forced into becoming bad, was he referring to himself or his father? Shenanxing, Xiang, why are you here? I've been searching for you everywhere. Sister Donkey rushed over, panting yet visibly animated. Brother Lei, Fu Yunkue, and those lads want to treat you to a meal to express their gratitude. Xiang Lei was caught off guard, his sorrowful expression colliding with Sister Donkey's cheerful demeanor. She hesitated for a moment before drawing closer and quietly asking, Brother Lei, has something happened? I see your eyes are red. Have you been crying? Xiang Lei forced a smile. Do you think I'm Yang? I don't cry at the drop of a hat. Then why aren't you happy? What are you doing here alone? Xiang Lei draped his arm around Sister Donkey's shoulders, walking while grinning. I've noticed you've grown increasingly perceptive. You're quite the observant one. The Sister Donkey finally relaxed and joined in the laughter. So, are you going or not? Of course, I put in considerable effort to secure scholarships for these boys. I must give them a thorough scolding. Ditto. Off to slay the big fish then. Sister Donkey cheered, raising her arms to the sky in jubilation. The finest restaurant in the county. Fu Yunkue reserved 2 tables. Though a bit cramped, the atmosphere was lively and cheerful as everyone chatted and laughed together. When Fu Yunkue attempted to pour wine, Xiang Lei intervened, saying, How can students drink in front of their teacher? Besides, you're all too young for that. The essence of a gathering is to converse. The Fu Yunkue laughed. Teacher, you're not that old yourself, yet you always come across as an old scholar. Sister Donkey added. Brother Lei is just concerned that you'll waste money. Isn't it better to save your money to honor your parents than to drink? Fu Yunkue quickly conceded. Brother Donkey is right. I actually don't drink either. I just didn't know how else to express my gratitude to the teacher that we all understand how this scholarship came to be and how we ended up together. There are countless words of thanks, but today, as students, we can only offer this cup of tea in place of wine to our teacher. The textbooks say heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teacher. They teach us loyalty to our country and respect for our teachers, which is essentially filial piety. Loyalty to the country feels distant, but I can deeply appreciate the respect for teachers. You are the most unteacher-like teacher I have ever encountered, yet also the one with the most profound essence of a teacher. You not only impart knowledge and resolve doubts, but also teach us many principles of being human. Your teachings are not mere words, but are demonstrated through your actions that I never imagined I would meet someone like you in a place like this. Someone who possesses the light to illuminate hearts. Chapter 47. The division of good and evil. As Fu Yunkue spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and Sister Donkey was already weeping uncontrollably. The others tightly grasped their cups, struggling to contain their overwhelming emotions. Xiang Lei felt a complex mix of emotions as he looked at the youthful faces of these 18 or 19-year-olds, all hailing from impoverished families, forced to grow up too quickly. If one day they were to become bad individuals, would it be due to coercion or choice? Murderers and arsonists are deemed bad. Thieves are also bad. What about those who fight simply to eat? Are they considered bad? Is there a distinction between major and minor evildoers? Xiang Lei remained silent, clinking his cup against Fu Yunke's and downing his tea in one go, upon seeing Sister Donkey in tears. He lamented to the group, "At least they can articulate such heartfelt sentiments. What about you? All you do is cry." That is the difference between those who receive scholarships and those who do not. The disparity is glaring. The once silent atmosphere was suddenly enlivened by a playful remark from Xiang Lei, causing the mood to shift dramatically. The donkey, initially teary-eyed, broke into laughter, and soon the gathering at the dining table was filled with lively chatter and banter. The bolder among them even offered songs and dances, while a few exuberant souls attempted to drag Xiang Lei into the dance. However, the donkey noticed that Xiang Lei seemed unusually downcast today, and stepped in front, engaging with others to lighten the mood. As the joyful gathering came to a close, with everyone well-fed and merry, Xiang Lei discreetly rose to settle the bill, while others were still absorbed in their revelry. "You all should take a taxi back. It's late and not safe," he advised. He pulled out several bills from his wallet and handed them to Fu Yunkui, ensuring everyone's safe return to the company. "In less than a week, we'll be on holiday, so try to keep your spirits up." Fu Yunkui clung to Xiang Lei, refusing to let go until the donkey kicked him away. "Is there a student who hangs on to their teacher like that? This is my brother. I've never clung to him like that. How can you, as a junior, not know better?" Xiang Lei shot a sidelong glance at the donkey with a smile, and after watching everyone board their vehicles, he turned to walk back with him. "Why don't you and your aunt celebrate New Year's at my house this year?" The donkey's face lit up with joy as he asked. "Is that really okay?" Xiang Lei raised his well-groomed eyebrows slightly, replying, "What is stopping us? Isn't your birthday on New Year's Eve? It would be a perfect occasion to celebrate it together." The donkey was even more surprised. "You remember my birthday?" Xiang Lei laughed openly. "Certain individuals nearly poked a hole in my family calendar. Even Yang Yang knows your birthday is on New Year's Eve. If I didn't remember, how could I claim to be your brother?" The donkey, overwhelmed with excitement, danced a few steps before turning back to embrace Xiang Lei, suddenly choking back tears. "Brother Lei, thank you for celebrating my birthday. Since my dad passed away, I haven't celebrated it anymore. No one says, 'Falling star, happy birthday,' or 'brother, happy birthday.' I really miss my dad and I miss my sister." Sob, sob, sob. Xiang Lei gently patted the donkey's back, feeling his sorrow. How could he convey the unbearable truth of his sister's tragic demise, that no one would ever again say, "Brother, happy birthday"? If he knew all this, could he still live like a normal person? Feeling both sorrow and joy, with a barely audible sigh, Xiang Lei kept his thoughts to himself. Zhu Wei and Lu Fong were utterly defeated in their struggle over the distribution of New Year goods, to the point where Zhu Wei glared at Xiang Lei with venomous eyes, wishing he could bore a hole into him. He constantly set traps to make things difficult for him, behaving as childishly as a pup that only knew how to bark. Xiang Lei was unfazed. In fact, he believed that the more fiercely they competed, the better it would be for everyone else. That he also hoped that this competition would enable him to secure more advantages for the other trainees. Since they were a security company, he wanted to ensure that after graduation, the trainees could be assigned proper jobs instead of trailing behind some unsavory characters on the streets. That was his true ambition. Lu Fong showed great interest in Xiang Lei's proposal. It seemed like a commendable achievement for him. Moreover, he had been harboring thoughts of doing good for the three households. However, the task of securing job placements was already challenging enough, and finding proper jobs would be even harder. He held a position of respect in the three households, yet lacked significant standing in society, making it difficult for his words to carry weight. If it ultimately came down to using money to pave the way, the allure of this achievement would diminish considerably for him. Xiang Lei said, "Isn't there a large and renowned enterprise near our company?" "What enterprise?" "A pharmaceutical factory, which is not only a pillar of our county, but also our neighbor. I believe with a bit of networking, we could manage something. Even if our people only end up as cargo handlers or drivers, it would still be a respectable job." Xiang Lei fixed his gaze intently on Lu Fong. Lu Fong lowered his head, seemingly contemplating seriously. However, when he raised it again, he appeared hesitant, expressing, "We would need the government's assistance to make this work. But who can persuade government officials on our behalf? The government already has numerous reservations about our company. Approaching them for job placements would be quite futile, wouldn't it?" Xiang Lei understood that Lu Fong was not well versed in the pharmaceutical factory situation. Based on the recent incident with the Erdeo Go coal mine, Zhu Wei had conspired with Bao Yiting to undermine him, suggesting Lu Fong might not fully grasp the dynamics between Zhu Wei and Bao Yiting. He was likely just a pawn in someone else's game against Zhu Wei, and it was conceivable that he was a tool cultivated by Zhu Wei himself that I believe the government would be quite willing to assist. Facilitating employment for graduates is advantageous for them. It prevents talent drain and addresses the employment needs of enterprises while inadvertently advertising the company. The allure of guaranteed job placements is significant. Why wouldn't they agree? Lu Feng still seemed disinterested, prompting Xiang Lei to seize the opportunity to persuade him further. Why not present this suggestion to the chairman? After all, it's for the benefit of our 3 households. Even if the chairman is reluctant to assist, he would recognize your goodwill and pragmatic efforts for the future of the 3 households, which would enhance your standing in his eyes, that if he is willing to personally intervene. Wouldn't that be even better? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately perked up, more energized than if he had consumed an entire bottle of calcium tablets. He rubbed his fists together, eager to act, and said to Xiang Lei, "Let us wait until after the new year to approach the chairman. We shouldn't disturb him during the holiday, right?" Xiang Lei nodded, adopting an expression of agreement, and exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Feng before finishing work and heading home to embark on his holiday. The donkey, eager to spend New Year's with Xiang Lei, took his mother's meticulously prepared shopping list and headed to the market with Xiang Lei and Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang, bundled in a thick down coat and wearing a pink hat hand-knitted by the donkey's mother that protected her ears and face, looked adorably round and chubby. The trio wandered the market for a while, but soon Xiang Yang insisted on being carried by Xiang Lei, refusing to budge. Xiang Lei, helplessly observing Xiang Yang clinging to his leg in the bustling street, didn't want to provoke her into tears. However, the Xiang Yang of today was not the same as the one from 3 years ago, nor even from a year ago. She had grown, and he could no longer easily carry her. Bending down, Xiang Lei attempted to negotiate. "Yang Yang, your brother is too tired to carry you now. Let us be good. We'll head home after we finish shopping." "Okay." Chapter 48. Happy birthday. Donkey Xiang Yang squatted on the ground, gazing up with her rosy face, pouting and shaking her head in silence. The donkey stood nearby, hands laden with goods, seemingly unfazed by the weight. Cheerfully watching the unfolding scene, and mischievously chimed in, "Brother Lei, just carry Yang Yang. She probably woke up too early this morning and is still a bit groggy and tired." Xiang Lei shot him a glare. "Why don't you carry her?" Xiang Yang shook her head vigorously, tugging at Xiang Lei's leg. "No, I want brother to carry me. Brother, carry me." The donkey laughed even more heartily. "It's not that I don't want to carry her. It's that Yang Yang won tea, let me I'm at a loss here," that he added playfully. "This idiom is what Yang Yang taught me." With a deep sigh, Xiang Lei finally relented, slipping his arms under Xiang Yang's armpits and lifting her high. Securing her legs around his waist, Xiang Yang expertly wrapped her arms around Xiang Lei's neck, resting her head comfortably on his shoulder. "Yang Yang, you can't keep doing this. You're growing up now. A big girl. How can you still rely on your brother to carry you?" Xiang Yang, however, paid no heed, pointing at the myriad of stalls, while the donkey eagerly followed beside, collecting items and making payments. The trio returned home in the afternoon, arms full of treasures. Upon entering, they encountered the donkey's mother, dressed in a long-sleeved apron and cheerfully emerging from the kitchen. She took Xiang Yang's hand, asking, "Are you cold? Are you hungry?" Xiang Yang shook her head, while Xiang Lei and the donkey entered with their bulging bags. "Mom, can you check how to store these vegetables? And for the fish and pork, please make some fish soup for Yang Yang. She loves it, and since she is growing, she needs nutritious food." "All right, I'll make it right away." "Yang Yang, just wait," the donkey's mother replied, turning back to the kitchen to get busy. The next day, Xiang Lei drove Xiang Yang back to their hometown, returning to the place they visited once a year. The grave was overgrown with grass, and leaves fell softly around it, while a new grave was added next to the old one. Xiang Lei knelt before the grave for a long time without speaking, quietly burning incense and paper money, placing a bottle of wine before the tombstones of his grandfather and father. Xiang Yang stood behind him, her gaze lingering on his back. "Brother?" Xiang Yang could no longer endure the prolonged silence, stepping forward to rest her hand upon Xiang Lei's shoulder. Xiang Lei did not turn back, but murmured a low "hm." Watching the last flicker of the paper money in the fire go out, the candle sputtered to its end, and the incense ash pile up before slowly rising to smile at Xiang Yang and taking her hand to leave. As Xiang Lei drove home, he passed by Boss Mu's martial arts school, retrieving a gift he had prepared earlier to present to the staff there, before making a stop at the county's finest cake shop to collect a pre-ordered cake before heading home. At home, Maodan Mama was in the kitchen preparing the New Year's Eve dinner, while Maodan attended to patients in the ward, cleaning them and administering 4 drips. Upon seeing Xianglei return, he first observed his expression, momentarily unable to discern his mood, and thus refrained from speaking. He had noticed that whenever Xianglei was alone or did not require conversation, his expression remained placid, not devoid of emotion, but rather inscrutable, leaving others uncertain whether he felt joy or sorrow, whether he was pleased or displeased by their actions. Initially, Maodan found it challenging to connect with such a version of Xianglei, but later, as their estrangement faded, he realized that this demeanor was merely Xianglei's normal state, not a facade. "Brother Lei, wash your hands. Dinner is ready," Maodan cautiously suggested, having deliberated for quite some time about the safety of the topic. "All right," Xianglei replied with a smile, taking Xiangyang upstairs. Every year during the new year, Xianglei would buy new clothes for Xiangyang, while he himself had never indulged in such luxuries that he had worn the same black down jacket for several years. Fortunately, his physique had not changed much, nor had he grown taller, allowing him to make do with his old clothes that he was reluctant to waste time and energy on such matters that as he held Xiangyang's hand descending the stairs. He noticed a set of pastel-colored cotton coat and pants laid out on the sofa. Maodan approached, rubbing his hands together, and explained, "This is what my mom made for Yangyang." "Handmade cotton clothes?" Xianglei inquired. Maodan nodded, pinching the sleeve of the coat. "All handmade. The cotton was carted by my mom in the county, and the fabric was also sourced from there. She said the colors of Yangyang's clothes were too dark." At this point, Maodan seemed to have a backlog of grievances to express, his voice growing louder. "Brother Lei, I checked Yangyang's wardrobe, and there's not a single bright-colored piece of clothing. It's one thing if you don't care about your own attire. But Yangyang is a girl. She ought to pay more attention to her appearance. Her hair is always cut short, and she dresses in long clothes and pants. When she grows up, she'll resemble you in every way." Xianglei frowned, displeased at is it wrong to resemble me. Maodan quickly smiled. "No, it's good to take after you in personality, but if her character, interests, and habits all mirror yours, that would not be ideal. People might call our Yangyang a tomboy." After finishing, Maodan turned to Xiangyang and asked, "Isn't that right? Yangyang is a beautiful little girl, not a tomboy." Xiangyang habitually leaned against Xianglei in silence. With a sigh, Xianglei bent down to pick up the clothes from the sofa and led Xiangyang upstairs to change into them. Uncertain of how much cotton Maodan Mama had stuffed into the coat, Xiangyang's slender figure appeared considerably bulkier in the warm attire, making her movements somewhat awkward as she adjusted to the heaviness. Maodan Mama beamed with delight at seeing her handiwork on Xiangyang, repeatedly praising her cuteness, while Xianglei and Maodan exchanged amused glances, for Xiangyang's clumsiness at the dining table was simply too comical. When the dishes were served, Xianglei placed the cake in the center of the table, lit the candles, and turned off the lights. Watching the candlelight dance upon Maodan's excited, glistening face, he clapped and began to sing, "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Xiangyang joined in with her clear voice, clapping her hands. "Happy birthday, Brother Liao. Wishing you good health." During this time, Maodan Mama's spirits had lifted considerably from spending time with Xiangyang. Wiping her tears, she grasped Maodan's hand and said, "Little Xing, happy birthday, Mama." Maodan leaned against her shoulder, sobbing softly. This was a birthday he had longed for, yet also feared. 18. What significance did a birthday hold? How many rural children had families that truly celebrated their birthdays? No cake, no matter how exquisite, could compare to a simple bowl of noodles in his eyes that he yearned for Xianglei to celebrate his birthday, to have someone who would acknowledge this day, feeling a touch of shame in admitting that it was merely a desire for affection. His father had passed away too soon. Before he fully understood responsibility and duty, he found himself bearing the burden of caring for his mother and younger sister, that he dared not fight or cause trouble. He had to stand tall for his family like a true man. The devastating blow of his sister's disappearance shattered him, causing his mother to age overnight, her hair turning white, her mind fraying. He cried out to the heavens in vain, wandering through despair while reminding himself that he could not succumb to death. His sister was still lost, and his mother was left alone. He was her entire world, and they had to endure the hardships of life, but he believed that fate would not be so cruel, that it would not torment an ordinary person like him endlessly. Everything would turn out fine. Until he met Xianglei, who brought him smiles in his dreams. Xianglei looked down, striving to smile at Xiangyang, rolling up her sleeves, and whispered, "Quickly wish Brother Liao a wish. After that, you can eat cake." Xiangyang hopped down from her stool, wrapping her arms around Mao Dun's back from behind, urging, "Brother Liao, hurry and make a wish. Yang wants to eat cake." That moment, Mao Dun ceased his sobbing, with tears still glistening in his eyes as he turned to glance at the cake. Then at Xianglei. Bowing his head and closing his eyes, he made a solemn wish. "I hope Brother Lei can avenge our parents soon, that I can find my sister, and that Yang will always be happy." After making his wish, Mao Dun handed a small knife to Xiangyang, then grasped her hand to slowly cut the cake, saying, "Cut the biggest slice for Yang. It has little figurines on it." Xiangyang, clumsily carrying the largest piece of cake, stumbled a few steps before offering it to Xianglei. "Brother, eat. It's sweet." With a smile, Xianglei dipped his finger into the cake and playfully smeared it on Xiangyang's nose, remarking, "This little girl is truly grown up. She even knows to offer her brother a taste first." Mao Dun Mama chimed in with laughter. "Your brother has taught her well, and Yang has learned splendidly." Amidst his sniffles, Mao Dun interjected, "All she sees is her brother. The birthday star here hasn't even had a piece of cake yet." Xianglei fetched a spoon for both himself and Xiangyang, and they began to eat from the same slice, disregarding Mao Dun's jealousy as they focused on the television. "The gala is starting. This year, let's make a bet. Whoever falls asleep first has to use their New Year's money to buy fireworks for everyone. What do you say?" Mao Dun Mama immediately waved her hands, laughing shyly. "I certainly won't last against you kids. I'm bound to lose." Before she could finish, Mao Dun, grinning mischievously at Xianglei, retorted, "I wonder how these older brothers dare to win money from their younger siblings? Besides, if we don't even get our New Year's money, how can we gamble with it? That's just unfair." He gestured to his empty pockets, hinting at his lack of funds. Upon hearing this, Mao Dun Mama suddenly recalled something and rose to retrieve her coat from the hanger, rummaging through the pockets for a while before producing 3 red envelopes. She first handed one to Xiangyang, saying, "How could we forget our Yang's New Year's money? Annie has prepared this well in advance. Our little Yang must not be without her share." With a beaming smile, Xianglei encouraged Xiangyang. "What should you say to Annie?" Xiangyang looked up and said, "Thank you, Annie. Wishing you a happy new year, filled with peace and joy." Afterward, she stepped forward to hug Mao Dun Mama. Mao Dun Mama then handed a red envelope to both Xianglei and Mao Dun. When Mao Dun opened his, he exclaimed, "Mom, you didn't mix these up, did you? Why so generous this year?" Hearing this, Xianglei opened his as well, finding a crisp 50 yuan note inside. Meanwhile, Xiangyang extracted a 100 yuan note from her envelope, prompting Xianglei to chuckle, while Mao Dun protested. "Why does Yang get 100 yuan? Mom, aren't you being a bit biased? Brother Lei and I only got 50. That's not fair. I must win Yang's 100 yuan tonight." Mao Dun Mama gazed at Xiangyang with warmth and affection, smiling silently as she allowed Mao Dun to jump around in his playful antics. Unable to outdo his mother, Mao Dun shifted his focus back to Xianglei, extending his hand and drawing out the request in a prolonged tone. "Brother Lei, what about yours?" Xianglei leisurely sampled his food, savoring each bite before addressing Xiangyang. "Yang, where is Brother Liao's red envelope?" Xiangyang pointed to her pants pocket, saying, "It's right here." She then pulled out a red envelope and waved it in front of Mao Dun in a hurry. Mao Dun checked his other pocket, and indeed felt a red envelope. As he examined its thickness, his brow furrowed until he saw the amount inside, causing him to exclaim, "My goodness!" He pulled out a wad of cash, shouting, 500 Brother Lei. "How come there's so much?" Xiangyang mimicked him, extracting her own money and echoing, 500. "So much." Mao Dun Mama, upon seeing the amount in her envelope, hurriedly attempted to return it to Xianglei, saying, "This is too much, Brother Lei. Annie cannot accept this." Mao Dun, peering at the envelope, was astonished to discover 1,000 yuan. "Brother Lei, what is this? New Year's money is merely a gesture. Who gives such lavish amounts?" Xianglei stood and pressed the envelope into Mao Dun Mama's hands, stating, "Annie, just for calling me Lei and for making clothes for Yang. This money is merely a token of my blessings. The bonds we share are far more significant. Please accept it, and let us celebrate the new year joyfully." The maternal figure of the donkey, upon turning back to see the silent donkey, had no choice but to accept the situation. Xiangyang, clutching money, placed a bill on the dining table, then another on the television, and subsequently dashed to the sofa to deposit yet another. Money was strewn everywhere, and Xianglei did not intervene. Observing these bewildering antics, the donkey pondered briefly before remarking to Xianglei, "Your family's attitude towards money, as if it were mere refuse, is truly hereditary." Xianglei scoffed, "Tonight, do not blink. I shall bestow upon you all this refuse." After the meal, disregarding all objections, the donkey's mother busied herself with washing dishes and tidying the kitchen. During this time, Xianglei placed a congratulatory call to Uncle Lin, during which he sensed an unusual hesitance in Uncle Lin's speech. When pressed, Uncle Lin claimed there was nothing amiss. Xianyang insisted on climbing into his lap to deliberately disrupt his conversation with Uncle Lin. Lowering his gaze to Xianyang, Xianglei instructed, "Yinyang, wish Uncle Lin a happy new year." Seizing the moment, Xianyang shouted into the phone, "Uncle Lin, Happy New Year!" Uncle Lin, chuckling heartily on the other end, responded, "I also wish our little princess Yinyang a happy new year. May she find joy every day." With a hint of nostalgia, he added to Xianglei, "Yinyang has indeed grown. I remember when I first saw her, she was so small, her little face pale and waxy. Last time Lin Qi returned, he mentioned that Yinyang is now a young lady. You have raised her well. Uncle Lin, is there anything wrong with Lin Qi?" Xianglei felt an unsettling strangeness about Uncle Lin tonight. Signaling Xianyang and the donkey to be quiet as he stood and moved towards the door, "That he hasn't caused any trouble, has he?" Uncle Lin coughed lightly on the line, "No, he's old enough not to cause trouble. By the way, when will you come to visit us? Your aunt has been mentioning you." After a moment's thought, Xianglei replied, "The 6th day of the new year should be fine. Your relatives should have finished their visits by then." Uncle Lin said, "Should I come to pick you and Yinyang up? What about the patient at your home? Someone is helping me care for the patient. You needn't worry. Only if they can be trusted. If you're overwhelmed, your aunt and I can come stay for a while to help you keep an eye on things that Eno need. Please don't concern yourself with this matter. You won't let me handle it. Nor Lin Qi. How can you, a mere child, resolve such a significant issue? You mustn't allow any more mishaps, Xianglei. Uncle Lin is already halfway down the road to the netherworld. Don't bring me shame before your parents." Xianglei leaned against the door, gazing into the yard adorned with colorful strings of lights, and sighed softly, "Uncle Lin, I am no longer a child. I know what to do and what not to do. If I need your assistance, I will certainly reach out, just as I did when seeking your help with Boss Mu regarding the car." Uncle Lin, calming his emotions, took a step back. "All right, Xianglei, remember that whenever you encounter difficulties, you must reach out to me at the first instance. Do not do anything that would leave Uncle Lin with regrets for a lifetime. Understood, Uncle Lin." After hanging up, Xianglei found his emotions once again tugged back to the past, his expression distant and sorrowful. Xianyang rushed over to embrace Xianglei's arm. "Brother, hug." Xianglei tucked his phone into his pocket, bending down to lift Xianyang, stepping outside to stand beneath the colorful lights. "Yinyang, do you enjoy the new year?" Xianyang pressed her face against Xianglei's cool cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Not really. Why not? Brother doesn't like it." Xianglei chuckled wryly. "Nonsense. How could I not like it? Brother doesn't like it. Yinyang doesn't like it. But I do." Xianyang shook her head resolutely. "Brother doesn't like it." Xianglei countered, "How do you know I don't like it?" Xianyang leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother will cry." Xianglei, taken aback, tilted his head back to look at her. "Cry? Brother cries at night, and when he sleeps, he cries. Yinyang doesn't like it. It hurts that." As she spoke, Xianyang placed her hand over her own chest. "When brother cries, it hurts here." Momentarily stunned, Xianglei realized what Xianyang meant, and he swiftly pulled her into a tight embrace, tears cascading onto her soft, warm coat. "That I'm sorry, brother has worried you." Xianyang gently patted Xianglei's back, mimicking how he used to comfort her when she was younger. "Brother, don't cry. Yinyang loves you. You are hers." Xianglei, with reddened eyes, kissed her cheek and said, "Yes, you are my little cotton-padded jacket, my home as long as I am with you. Yinyang, I am very happy. You are my everything." After saying this, he rested his head against her, noticing out of the corner of his eye through the living room window that the donkey was gently resting her head on her mother's shoulder while sitting on the sofa, pointing at the television and laughing at something, prompting him to murmur sorrowfully to himself. The jade steps stand empty. The roosting birds hurry home. Where's the way back? The long pavilion or the short pavilion? Carrying Xianyang back inside, the donkey's mother immediately rose. "Why have you been standing outside for so long? Yinyang, don't catch a cold. The donkey also turned to Xianglei. Gidge, is everything all right? Xianglei shook his head, placing Xiangyang on the sofa. I will visit Uncle Lin's home on the 6th. Is there anything going on at yours? If not, please bring your aunt to my house to help look after the patient. The donkey replied promptly. Gidge, you go about your business. Don't worry about home. Xianglei nodded and opened the door to the sick room. Looking at Chen Laosi, the new year has arrived, marking the end of one year and the beginning of another. I hope you awaken soon. Your sister seems to be in a more serious condition. You both should have met, yet one is mad and unrecognizable, and the other is sick and cannot open her eyes. I am at a loss for what to do. The director of Weilon Hospital intends to. A sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted Xianglei's thoughts. He turned to listen and confirmed it was indeed the gate of his home. Quickly spinning around to close the door, while the donkey rose, warily watching him. Gidge, who is it? I don't know, Xianglei replied, already stepping outside, with the donkey following close behind. The knocking continued unabated, revealing the impatience and agitation of the person outside. Without asking further, Xianglei swung open the door, and upon seeing the person standing there, he felt a mixture of astonishment, horror, and a hint of annoyance that he finally understood why Uncle Lin had persistently mentioned Lin Chi during their call. As the bizarre feeling that had lingered in his heart was now clarified by this extraordinary encounter. Why are you here? Xianglei maintained a calm fa-ade at the door, showing no intention of inviting the person in. If not me, who else could it be? Who do you think it is? A pair of slender, fair hands pushed past him as the figure stepped inside, glancing at the stunned donkey and addressing Xianglei. Finding you was no easy feat, you. Xianglei's hand remained on the door. Did I bet you don't even know my name? The girl teased, looking back at him mischievously. Ming Grand Xianglei closed the door and followed her into the room. While the donkey's mother and Xiangyang stood in the living room, momentarily too stunned to greet the unexpected guest at Yin-yang, you've grown so much. Ming Grand smiled as she reached to touch Xiangyang's face, only to have her recoil. Not only avoiding her touch, but also running behind Xianglei with a whimper. The donkey instinctively shielded Xiangyang, turning to Xianglei without speaking and directly asking, Who are you? Why are you here on New Year's Eve instead of at your own home? Ming Gran suddenly welled up with tears, looking at Xianglei. Xianglei, please tell him who I am. Xianglei introduced her to the donkey. This is my university classmate, Ming Gran. Afterward, he did not introduce the donkey to Ming Gran, but instead inquired directly. Did Lin Chi tell you? Mingran's gaze faltered momentarily as she looked back at Xianglei. Her nose slightly reddened. She wore a vibrant red sweater paired with deep blue jeans, youthful and lively, but clearly freezing. Indeed, you are clever. No wonder Lin Chi said that once you see me, you'll know who spilled the beans. Xianglei sighed. Is there something you need? Mingran's eyes, filled with deep emotion, sparkled with excitement as she stared at Xianglei for a long while. Before she could speak, tears began to stream down her cheeks, emotions long suppressed bursting forth uncontrollably. Ming Gran squatted in the living room, hugging her knees, transitioning from soft weeping to loud sobs, shaking all over. Prompting the donkey's mother to intervene with tissues. Dear, please don't cry. It's New Year's Eve. We should be happy. Xianglei stood impassively, contemplating why Lin Chi had informed Ming Gran of his whereabouts. What did she know? Would her arrival pose any risks to his plans? Brother. Xiangyang tugged at Xianglei's sleeve, nuzzling against his arm like a small kitten. Hugged at Xianglei's thoughts were pulled back to the living room, where Ming Gran was still crying, and Xiangyang seemed a bit drowsy, that he gently patted her back, reassuring, in a moment. Brother will take you upstairs to sleep. You can go watch TV with your aunt for now. Xiangyang clung to the hem of Xianglei's garment, refusing to let go, while the donkey leaned closer to Xiangyang, saying, Yin-yang, how can brother hug you at a time like this? If I do, how can I embrace this stunning beauty who's crying like a delicate flower? Be good, or I will carry you. Xiangyang swatted away the donkey's outstretched hand, stepping forward to hug Xianglei around the waist, crying, Hug, brother, hug, brother, oh. Xianglei shot a fierce glare at the instigator, feeling exasperated by the chaotic situation. Having gently embraced Xiangyang, Ming Gran seemed to be provoked by the utterance of her name, abruptly rising to point an accusatory finger at Xianglei, exclaiming, Is she the only one in your eyes? Is she your sister? Your biological sister? Xianglei, the sacrifices you've made for an adopted sister are truly monumental. Such unwavering sincerity is bound to move the heavens. You certainly deserve a place on this year's list of those who have touched the hearts of China. Xiang Lei's piercing gaze fixed upon Mingran's face as he tenderly covered Xiangyang's ears, retorting, "Are you finished? If so, please leave." The burly figure of the donkey, incensed by these words, gestured towards the door, exclaiming, "How can someone so beautiful possess such a venomous heart? I've never seen anyone come to a person's home on New Year's Eve just to be scolded. For shame, especially as a classmate of Brother Lei. How can your words be so vicious?" It seems that the importance of quality education still has a long way to go. Tears glistened in Mingran's eyes as she gazed at Xiang Lei with a dazed and somewhat unwilling expression, asking, "Do you have any idea how long I have searched for you? This world is neither too big nor too small, yet finding someone who is hiding is no easy feat. That IT has been 3 years. I have searched for you for 3 whole years. Xiang Lei, I want to ask you, how could you so resolutely abandon everything? Why did you vanish after the 11th holiday? You disappeared completely. No one knows where you went or the reasons for your reckless departure." Chapter 51. Why cling so desperately in a tone devoid of warmth? Xiang Lei inquired. "What do you want with me?" Mingran, caught in a daze, laughed softly at him, saying, "What do you think?" knowing it is futile, yet persisting. Aware that you do not harbor feelings for me, yet still yearning to seize an opportunity, as so many are openly or secretly in love with you. Yet what have they done beyond expressing sorrow? Only I, and I alone, have taken action. Xiang Lei, to stand before you and declare my affection, I have exerted every ounce of my strength. Such poignant words, filled with deep emotion and a steadfast gaze that could bring one to tears. Even moved the donkey that he noticed Xiang Lei's lips move as if to speak, but ultimately, only 3 cold words escaped his lips. No need. Mingran had always been a proud and talented young woman, cherished by her family, possessing everything she desired, with others scrambling to curry favor. She had never bowed her head for anyone. Yet, for the one person she liked, she had to endure such turmoil and humiliation. Her lips nearly bitten through as she slowly asked, "No need. For what?" Xiang Lei, meeting her shattered gaze, offered a sliver of sincerity as he gently advised, "There is no need to like me that I do not like you. Nor do I like anyone else. You excel academically. You should devote more of your energy to your studies. Striving for excellence is what you ought to pursue." During our first university class, the teacher recited a poem. In the southwest, the Milky Way descends. The neighbor's rooster crows again and again. Ambition's fate as illness takes its toll. Stepping outside, one mourns their life whole. 30,000 miles of river flow to the sea. 5,000 feet of mountains touch the sky's decree. Tears of the people are shed in the dust of the foe, yearning for the king's army as another year goes. The teacher expressed his utmost desire not to witness in us the regret of ambition's fade as illness takes its toll. Stepping outside, one mourns their life hold. We are the most loyal guardians and defenders of this vast land. Illness that comes from the body is not to be feared. The most dreaded is that which arises from the heart. Spending 3 years searching for someone unworthy is the greatest disrespect to your life. That is the affliction that I have my own reasons, which I cannot articulate. I hope you can understand. You have seen me today. I am doing well. You should return to your world and fulfill your unfinished mission. From now on, do not dwell on me. Do not rejoice. Do not disturb me to go back. And I wish you a happy new year. Mingran traversed 3 years of cold time, step by step approaching Xiang Lei, reaching out to touch his face, only to be halted by his firm grasp. Mingran, do not do this. Xiang Lei, do you know what it feels like to love someone? To never possess them, yet feel as though you have lost the entire world. With that, Mingran wiped away the tears on her face, her departing silhouette lonely and frail. The donkey closed the door and entered. Noticing Xiang Lei still standing frozen in place, he deliberately exhaled warmth into his hands, saying, "On such a cold day, that girl is quite bold to come after you." Xiang Lei ignored him and turned to Xiangyang, saying, "Come on, brother will take you upstairs to sleep." Xiangyang, appearing less drowsy, pointed to the television, saying, "I want to watch TV, not sleep." Noticing the time nearing 11 o'clock, Xiang Lei recalled how in previous years, he and Xiangyang would sleep right after dinner without staying up late. However, this year, with the donkey's mother present, she adored Xiangyang so much. "All right then, Xiangyang and Annie can watch TV together, and we shall set off fireworks at midnight. Shall we?" Xiangyang promptly settled onto the sofa. The donkey retrieved a long string of firecrackers from a cardboard box and arranged them in the yard. And Xianglei added, "Let's also set off a few fireworks for some excitement." "Okay." The donkey mumbled while arranging. "When the firecrackers go off, all evil shall retreat. With a sprinkle of sulfur, malevolence shall stay away." Xianglei leaned against the doorframe, saying, "You're still young, yet you know so much. Hee, it's just an old saying passed down. Although I don't know the basis for it, I find it quite interesting. Brother Lei, you are cultured. Your family must not say such things during the new year, right?" Xianglei pondered for a moment. Indeed, his family did not have such sayings. When his grandparents were alive, his parents would return to their hometown to celebrate the new year with them, resulting in a mountain of delicious food and fun. Though he was typically taciturn and had no friends, during the new year, his family would be lively, and the village children would come to play with him. His parents would often express their pride in him for making friends, but in truth, those children were merely drawn by the prospect of tasty treats. Yet, upon reflection, how could his parents not see through it? They simply wished to employ a different approach to make their son more popular. "Brother Lei, do you truly not like that girl?" The donkey completed arranging the fireworks, entered the house, and leaned against the door beside Xianglei. His eyes fixed on the figures on the television. "That I do not like her," Xianglei replied in a flat tone, his heart unmoved. "How can you not like such a beautiful girl?" the donkey inquired, his expression one of playful curiosity. Xianglei, without diverting his gaze, responded, "Does liking someone inherently relate to their beauty?" The donkey pondered this relationship, thinking to himself, "Isn't there a significant connection?" He bluntly stated, "Who wouldn't like a pretty girl? Would anyone intentionally choose to like someone unattractive?" Xianglei narrowed his eyes, glanced at the donkey, then got up to sit beside Xiangyang. Feeling it was still insufficient, he pulled Xiangyang into his embrace, asking, "Is she beautiful?" Xiangyang rested her head against Xianglei's neck, lazily like a little kitten, and nodded. Pointing at the skid on the television, she playfully said, "Brother, I want to eat dumplings." Before Xianglei could respond, the donkey's mother immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Dumplings? Xiangyang wants dumplings? Just wait. Annie will go make them for you right now." Xianglei swiftly grabbed the departing donkey's mother, saying, "Annie, Xiangyang was just saying it casually. Please don't spoil her, that we can make dumplings at home tomorrow. Please sit down and watch TV." That he then leaned close to Xiangyang's ear, whispering, "Why are you being so unreasonable? It's so late." "What dumplings?" Xiangyang huffed and turned to lay her head on Xianglei's chest, gazing at him with her misty eyes. They locked eyes for a while until Xianglei finally smiled and surrendered. "Why are you so clingy tonight? Not sleeping or watching TV properly?" The Xiangyang's little mouth was a rosy pout, burrowing deeper into Xianglei's embrace without uttering a word. Noticing something was amiss, Xianglei gently lifted her waist and leaned down to her face, asking Xiangyang, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Still silent, Xiangyang squirmed against Xianglei's chest, pressing her forehead against him. The donkey approached, bending down to stroke Xiangyang's head, worriedly asking, "She isn't burning up, is she? She was fine just a moment ago. What's happening?" The donkey's mother stood up, her face filled with anxiety, saying, "Xiangyang wants dumplings. I will go make her some." Xianglei replied, "Annie, she doesn't want dumplings. Just ignore her and watch TV." He then carried Xiangyang to the dining table, softly asking, "Did Mingran's words upset you?" Upon hearing this, Xiangyang immediately froze, her small teeth clamping down on Xianglei's shoulder, gradually applying pressure. Enduring the pain, Xianglei gently patted her back, comforting her. "Xiangyang, you're being silly. Why pay heed to what others say? In this world, you are the one I care about most. You are my sister, my only sister. Not by blood, but closer than blood. You grew up in my arms. Look at you now, so grown, yet still in my embrace that I have never held another sister in my arms." "I hate her," Xiangyang mumbled, releasing her grip. Chapter 52. Chun Lar awakened. Xianglei paused for a moment, stating, "You may choose not to like her, but you cannot harbor hatred, that if someone makes you uncomfortable, simply distance yourself. But do not fill your heart with malice towards others. Such emotions are unhealthy. You are still young and have never played alongside peers. I do not know how to teach you what friendship, kindness, and unity mean. Many lessons I have failed to impart upon you, and that is my fault. Xiangyang, I hope you grow to be a positive, optimistic, and bright girl. Cherish life and everything around you." "All right, I do not cherish." she replied. With unwavering resolve, Xiang Yang spoke, and Xiang Lei felt a jolt of apprehension, accompanied by a subtle pain, as he pulled Xiang Yang closer, saying, Yang Yang. He found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to console her. After all, had he ever truly cherished any of this? This was the consequence of his own example. Yang Yang, if you cannot embrace everything with love, at the very least, you must learn to respect it all. Respect life, respect existence, respect others. Yet, the brothers still hoped she could approach the world with a heart full of affection. This world, vibrant and colorful, is deserving of your love and your experience. Tears welled in the corners of Xiang Yang's eyes as her lashes glistened. She glanced at Xiang Lei, blinking and stating, I only want you, brother. Xiang Lei sighed deeply within, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Yang Yang. He had intended to provide her with a complete and warm home, a childhood filled with happiness and bright memories. Yet over the years, she had lived a life of constant upheaval by his side, devoid of even a single peer. All the joys a child could wish for were absent from her life. Her world contained only him, which was profoundly unjust that a young girl's world should not be so heavy and dim. Brother Lei, it's time for the countdown, the donkey reminded cautiously. Xiang Lei leaned down and kissed the top of Xiang Yang's head, saying, Yang Yang, let us go set off fireworks. The donkey, timing the countdown in the yard, called out to Xiang Lei as he held a lit sparkler. Crouched beside the arranged firecrackers, the donkey shouted one. He lowered his head, blowing gently to ignite the fuse, and without waiting for sparks to fly, he dashed up the steps, the firecrackers erupting behind him with a cacophony of sulphurous sound. As sparks flew, the donkey embraced his mother, his face radiant with joy and satisfaction, and shouted towards Xiang Lei, Brother Lei, Happy New Year! With arms wrapped around Xiang Yang, Xiang Lei watched as the sky lit up with firelight, the distant sounds of firecrackers echoing through the night. Beautiful, splendid fireworks burst forth in the tranquil darkness, their sounds drowning out Xiang Lei's every utterance. Devotion without reincarnation, life and death without complaint. You are Xiang Yang, and I am myself. Why should we scatter Buddha's light among mortals as the fireworks faded? The donkey noticed the litter strewn across the ground and remarked to Xiang Lei, Brother Lei, we aren't supposed to sweep on the first day of the new year. Without turning back, Xiang Lei replied, Then you can sweep on the second day. After all, the broom isn't going anywhere. The donkey hopped excitedly into the house and asked his mother, Mom, are we not allowed to sweep on the second day either? Donkey's mother, turning off the television, smiled and replied, There's no need for so much fuss, but if you're eager to clean, you can do it now. Seeing the donkey's crestfallen expression nearly made Xiang Lei laugh. But he stifled his amusement, instead clearly hearing the creaking sound of the bed as he slowly turned to meet the donkey's gaze before they both looked towards the hospital room below the stairs. The donkey quickly turned to his mother, saying, Mom, take Yang Yang upstairs to wash up, and then you can sleep with her tonight. Brother Lei and I have matters to discuss. Xiang Lei could hardly contain his anticipation as he rushed downstairs, his fingers trembling as he slowly opened the door. The monitoring equipment in the room beeped urgently, indicating a rapid heart rate. The sound was unsettling as Chen's younger brother, who had lain in silence for 3 long years, began banging on the bed's railing, creating a clatter that ceased only upon seeing Xiang Lei and the donkey. Standing at the bedside, Xiang Lei examined this man, who had just awakened from a long slumber. Noticing the confusion and fear in his eyes as he confronted the unfamiliar surroundings and strangers, for a long moment, he hesitated, unsure how to begin. He felt both joy and trepidation. This person had finally awakened, and the truth would soon surface. Would he be able to accept it? Who are you? Chen's younger brother asked, having just emerged from years of slumber, yet speaking with surprising clarity. This astonished Xiang Lei. Do you know who you are? He inquired. That Chen's younger brother paused, struggling to sit up. His body ached from lying down for so long. The donkey, perceptively, adjusted the bed's height and placed a pillow behind him. Chen's younger brother glanced at the donkey and then turned to Xiang Lei, asking, Who are you? And who are you? Xiang Lei countered. That Chen's younger brother surveyed the room, instinctively clutching the blanket as panic washed over him. With agitation, he yanked the 4 from his arm. Though he shouted with all his might, his voice was hoarse, and the harder he tried, the more difficult it became to speak. What do you want from me? I have no family left, none at all. What more do you want? Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes, already clouded, struggled to open wider. Overwhelmed by painful memories, he grasped his head and struck it against the iron railing on either side. The donkey and Xiang Lei rushed to restrain him back onto the bed. "Calm down, please, that we are not bad people," the donkey said. That Chen's younger brother looked up, tears flowing, yet he could not suppress a mocking laugh. "Not bad people. Are you good people? Are you?" Xiang Lei, regaining his composure, took a seat beside the bed and asked, "Is there no such thing as good people?" Chen's younger brother turned to him, silent. The donkey leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing quietly. "Are those who rescue you from a sea of flames not considered good people?" Xiang Lei said, his expression complex as he looked at Chen's younger brother. "And what about the lawyer who was killed trying to seek justice for you? Is he not a good person?" "What?" Chen's younger brother trembled, sitting up, trembling fingers pointing at Xiang Lei. "You? Who are you?" "I am their son. My name is Xiang Lei," he replied, clenching his fists and offering a faint smile. Chen's younger brother slowly reclined back against the bed, closing his eyes for a long moment before saying, "I'm sorry, truly sorry. Are you apologizing to me or to my parents?" Xiang Lei struggled to suppress the bitterness within, his smile fading. "That if it's to me, there's no need. I would never utter the words forgive you. If it's to my parents, they cannot hear you, and it is even less necessary." Chen's younger brother murmured, "I'm sorry. It was all our fault, all our fault. I wish to know the truth of that year. You are a witness, perhaps the only surviving one, so please speak." Chen's younger brother opened his eyes, looking at Xiang Lei with pain and fear. "What does knowing matter? What does it change? Will it save another innocent life? You have no idea how formidable those people are. They can easily bring ruin upon a family. You should stay far away." "As far as possible," Xiang Lei scoffed. "You are currently in Yitai County. 17 kilometers from here is the Yuelan Psychiatric Hospital, and less than 80 kilometers away is Daojaiga Village, which has now been transformed into a large pharmaceutical factory. If you wish to see it, I can take you back there right now." Chapter 53, An Unbearable Truth. "Please no." Chen's younger brother flared with agitation, recoiling as if he had seen a ghost. "No. Why not? Do you know what I lost because of your disaster? Do you understand? It is utter devastation. I have lost everything, so what do I have to fear? What are you afraid of? Death? Look at you. You have already died once. Tell me, what are you still frightened of?" Xiang Lei stepped forward, grasping Chen's younger brother by the collar, pulling so tightly that 3 buttons popped off his shirt. The donkey, standing at a distance, cautioned, "Brother Lei, don't do that. He has just awakened and is agitated. You should speak calmly." Xiang Lei snapped back to reality, slowly loosening his grip and returning to his seat. "I merely wish to know the truth. You tell me the truth, and everything else is irrelevant to you." Chen's younger brother's face turned pale with fear, his body shaking uncontrollably, unable to bear it. The donkey brought him a cup of water. After drinking, Chen's younger brother's emotions calmed somewhat. The donkey glanced at the clock. It was 3 a.m., already the first day of the new year. The government announced that Daojaiga Village must be entirely relocated to build a large pharmaceutical factory. My elder brother, who was the village head at the time, was quite pleased with this news, as the village was impoverished, relying on a barren mountain with little hope for improvement. My brother responded to the government's call and worked on convincing the villagers. But they were largely unwilling. The elderly, who had lived here for generations, felt a sense of guilt towards their ancestors, as their family graves were in this mountain. The younger folks demanded higher relocation fees and hoped for the government to provide a new foundation, ideally with the government funding the construction of new homes instead of using their relocation fees. Xiang Lei interjected, "How much was the relocation fee per person?" Chen's younger brother replied, "The relocation fee isn't calculated per person, but per household. Each household received 50,000 yuan. Xiang Lei remarked, "That's not much." Chen's younger brother nodded. "Indeed, it's not much." Thus, my brother reported the villagers' opinions to the higher-ups, but instead of agreeing, the leaders reprimanded him for his poor handling of the situation and removed him from his position as village head. My brother was caught in a dilemma. The leaders refused to allocate funds, while the villagers accused him of accepting bribes and failing to act, leaving him caught between two sides. This matter dragged on for over half a year without resolution. Then one day, the demolition team arrived with many people, claiming they were going to tear down houses. The villagers naturally resisted, and conflict ensued. My brother feared trouble would arise and went to mediate. "But who knew, Sai?" Xiang Lei asked. "Who killed your brother?" Chen's younger brother replied, "I don't know. The scene was too chaotic. The villagers claimed he was killed by the demolition team. Initially, the demolition team admitted it, but later retracted, claiming we were the ones causing a disturbance and that their people were also injured, demanding compensation from us. Xiang Lei inquired, and then Chun Lao Air replied. Then this matter escalated to a considerable extent. The media got involved and even helped us find a lawyer, specifically your father's law firm, as he was the only one willing to take on our case at the time. Xiang Lei pressed on. I want to know what exactly transpired 3 years ago on National Day. Chen Lao Air seemed oblivious to Xiang Lei's question, lost in his own reminiscences, pausing intermittently to share his thoughts. My elder brother passed away, which only intensified the villagers' anger. They unanimously decided against relocating, demanding the government provide an explanation for this incident. Your father, along with his colleagues, visited the village numerous times, yet the testimonies from the villagers kept changing. I understood that the villagers were attempting to leverage this situation for greater benefits. It wasn't just the villagers. Our family harbored similar sentiments. Hence our testimonies were also, a month later, my younger sister suddenly went mad. This incident instilled fear among the villagers, and I was terrified as well. Some elders claimed that someone had cast a spell on our family, while others suggested that the vengeful spirit of my deceased brother had returned to exact revenge. People began to avoid our family, and eventually, my sister was forcibly admitted to a mental institution. Shortly after she was hospitalized, my third brother returned, claiming that my sister's madness was the result of foul play and that he had evidence indicating that many had embezzled the relocation funds. When I asked him where he obtained this information, he confessed that he had stolen it, assuring me that the evidence was irrefutable. Xiang Lei asked, "Have you seen that document?" Chen Lao Air replied, "My brother had a small card-like object. He said it could only be viewed on a computer, so..." Xiang Lei, feeling helpless, questioned, "How can you ascertain the authenticity of this document?" Chen Lao Air responded, "My third brother believed that we would not gain anything from this situation. So he thought it best to go down fighting, that he called your father to discuss the matter. Your father reviewed the document on his computer and deemed it significant, cautioning us to ensure our safety before leaving with the document." Xiang Lei asked, "Did he give that card to my father?" Chen Lao Air confirmed, "Yes, your father advised us to await further news." Xiang Lei furrowed his brow. "If the document was given to my father, how did those people find out?" Chun Lao Air's expression grew increasingly pained as he clenched his fists and wept bitterly. "It's my third brother's fault, his foolishness. He not only shared the document with your father, but also sent a copy to that policeman, intending to blackmail him, that if the policeman conceded and agreed to distribute the relocation funds as initially promised, he planned to retrieve that card. But little did he know, as soon as your father drove away, those individuals came to our home, threatening my life and that of my fourth and fifth brothers to compel my third brother to..." Xiang Lei's eyes reddened with fury as he gritted his teeth. "Demanding, to do what?" Chun Lao Air sobbed, "To perish alongside your father's vehicle." Xiang Lei jotted down a number on a piece of paper and held it before Chun Lao Air, asking, "Is this the license plate you saw?" Chun Lao Air shook his head. "I do not know. I cannot say. All I know is that a month later, our house was engulfed in flames. They never intended to spare us." Xiang Lei seethed with rage. "You fools, driven by greed and ignorance. Why drag my parents into this? Shouldn't you be the ones facing retribution? My parents left home before 6 in the morning for your sake, yet by 11 at night, I was confronted with charred remains, their faces unrecognizable. Do you comprehend the horror of their demise? They died without ever knowing who was responsible for their deaths. Those they sought to assist, the monsters masquerading as humans. A pack of treacherous beasts devoid of loyalty, deserving of the deepest abyss of hell." Ji Lei, the donkey approached, embracing the trembling Xiang Lei, and turned to the equally distressed Chen Lao Air. "What is the name of that policeman?" "Shun Nanxing," he replied. "He is a devil." Upon hearing this, Xiang Lei scoffed. "When devils encounter demons, you all deserve to perish. How many more lives do you intend to destroy?" Chen Lao Air lamented. "Indeed, they deserve to die. They should have long since met their end, yet here they remain." The donkey helped Xiang Lei to the living room, where it was already 5:30 in the morning, and the sky outside began to brighten. "Gulei, although the truth is indeed difficult to accept, the events have transpired, and no amount of anger will alter that. Now we know that the mastermind behind this is that scoundrel Shin Nanxing, the true culprit behind your parents' deaths. Therefore, we must gather our wits and devise a plan to confront him. As for Chun Lao-er. Xiang Lei hung his head in silence, beads of sweat trickling down his neck onto the floor. The donkey went upstairs to fetch a towel to wipe away his sweat, but upon reaching the staircase, saw Xiang Yang leaning against the wall, sitting on the floor in the same position as Xiang Lei. Head bowed. Chapter 54. Every story is bloodied. The donkey gasped softly. Yang Yang? Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing sitting here? Xiang Yang looked up at the donkey, lips moving silently. They all deserve to die. The donkey was taken aback, bending down to cover Xiang Yang's mouth, glancing around. Yang Yang, don't say such things. It's not for children to meddle in adult affairs. Do you understand? You must not utter that word. Especially not in front of your brother. It would sadden him. Xiang Yang, expressionless and resolute, repeated, they all deserve to die. The donkey, now frightened, exclaimed, Oh dear, please don't say another word. Be good and go back to sleep. Xiang Yang stood up, stepping out from the corner, gazing distantly at Xiang Lei. Revenge. The donkey swiftly lifted Xiang Yang and returned her to the room, placing her beside their still sleeping mother, leaning down to whisper gently. Yang Yang, you're still a child. Don't overthink it. Whatever happens, your brother will handle it. Just sleep soundly, okay? The donkey descended with the towel, but found no sign of Xiang Lei that he walked to the hospital room. Discovering Xiang Lei administering in-4 to Chun Lao-er, who fell asleep shortly thereafter. Closing the door, Xiang Lei remarked to the donkey, You were right. Although the Chun family is despicable, they too have faced their due punishment. It is a matter of cause and effect. My focus should be on Shin Nanxing and those behind him. The donkey expressed surprise. There are others behind him. Xiang Lei replied, Do you believe Shin Nanxing could orchestrate such monumental events all on his own? The donkey nodded. Indeed, he was merely a small criminal investigation captain at the county police station. Such a grand affair could not possibly be managed single-handedly without leaving a trace. But who else could it be? Xiang Lei mused. What about that mysterious pharmaceutical factory? The donkey, perplexed, questioned, How could it possibly be the pharmaceutical factory? It seems that all events ultimately point towards the pharmaceutical factory. The incidents in Daojaiga village. The coal mine matters, the three households. The donkey was even more astonished. The relationship between Zhu Wei and Bao Yiding is peculiar, and Bao Yiding is intricately connected to the pharmaceutical factory. As for Zhu Wei's ties to the factory, I have yet to uncover more information. However, Zhu Wei's identity in the three households is quite strange. If there is a connection between the three households and the pharmaceutical factory, it is tenuous at best. The donkey struggled to keep up with Xiang Lei's train of thought, feeling overwhelmed by the intricate web of relationships. Yet he understood one thing. Whatever Xiang Lei said was paramount. Having spent a sleepless night, Xiang Lei retreated to the study, organizing Chun Lao-er's earlier statements. As he gazed at the densely packed notes, he was reminded that these were the very words that had stolen his parents' lives, causing his heart to ache. What began as a simple case of violent demolition resulting in death had gradually morphed into a tale of governmental corruption, ultimately culminating in a horrific murder designed to silence the truth. A predictably grim narrative. With reddened eyes, Xiang Lei forcefully closed the notebook, declaring a terrible play. Downstairs, the donkey's mother had risen early, busily preparing dumplings for Xiang Yang, while the donkey lay on the living room sofa, catching up on sleep. Xiang Lei quietly opened the bedroom door and sat beside Xiang Yang's bed, gazing at her peaceful face, murmuring, Yang Yang, the enemy has been found. That person is wicked to the core and deserves death. He reached out a trembling hand to stroke Xiang Yang's face, speaking to himself, Yet I do not know what to do that I end my life. The concepts of repaying debts and killing for vengeance have never held any real significance. From childhood, I have learned about selflessness, loyalty, friendship, and the ways of a gentleman. I do not comprehend how to exact revenge. Why is it so difficult for a good person to become a bad one? To commit wrongdoings? Xiang Lei sighed deeply. Weariness etched upon his face. Bad people. Even if I do not partake in the filth of this stinking gutter, I will inevitably be tainted by its stench. Unable to remain clean, that he spoke to himself, struggling to mask his sorrow and melancholy, as tears fell from his eyes onto Xiang Yang's face, which he quickly wiped away. Tenderly, he tucked her in before rising to leave. And at that moment, Xiang Yang slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Xiang Lei descended to the kitchen to assist the donkey's mother with the dumplings. She was cheerful, and her good spirits prompted her to chat as they worked. Chun used to love the dumplings I made. The donkey lay on the living room sofa, catching up on sleep. Xiang lay, fully alert and smiling, engaged in conversation with the donkey's mother. Little girls can be quite particular. Yang is the same. She doesn't like meat buns or meat dumplings, yet she can eat meat. The donkey's mother replied, "Indeed, my Chin is the same, but she absolutely refuses to eat any meat at all. I was once a skeptic, quietly using lard to cook, only for her to detect it with a mere whiff. She didn't take a single bite. Subsequently, our household adopted a practice of preparing meals separately." With a sigh, Xiang Lei remarked, "You certainly have it tough. I find it exhausting just taking care of Yang. Mother Donkey responded, "Caring for children is never easy. However, you've done remarkably well raising your sister on your own. Yang is both obedient and beautiful, and that little girl is exceptionally clever." That a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Lei's eyes before he quickly acquiesced. Indeed, Yang is very well-behaved and intelligent, quite understanding for her age. But you don't know, when she was younger, she threw tantrums, driving me to the brink of frustration that I would spank her, and afterward I felt utterly remorseful. Mother Donkey chuckled. "It's all the same. Little Xing used to fight with Chun, making his sister cry, only to rush over to comfort her, and not long after, he would provoke her again. But I know he treasures his sister dearly." Xiang Lei, wishing to avoid this topic, felt pained as the memory of his tragically departed sister was continually resurrected, each word striking his heart like a barbed steel blade. That he glanced back at the sleeping donkey on the sofa, surely dreaming of his sister, and he hoped that image was a beautiful one. He wished fervently that this was all merely a fleeting dream, that upon waking, nothing had transpired. Mother Donkey had not taken his sister out shopping. His sister had not been discovered by Bao Yiting, and on that fateful day, after his father kissed his cheek, he would open his eyes, embrace his father's neck, and say, "I love you, Dad," returning the kiss, rather than feigning sleep out of spite. Xiang Lei rubbed the corners of his eyes and let out a barely audible sigh before placing the dumplings he had covered in the pot, preparing to call Xiang for dinner. Just then, the front door echoed with a thud, thud, thud. In a hurry, he washed his hands under the yard faucet before opening the door, only to furrow his brows again upon seeing the visitor. "What brings you here again? Are you that impatient?" Meng Ran, still clad in the same outfit from the previous night, strode in unabashedly, completely devoid of the sorrow she had shown upon her departure. "I've made up my mind. I shall exchange sincerity for sincerity, that I refuse to believe that I cannot thaw this icy heart of yours." Xiang Lei, without shutting the door, remained stationary and replied, "Meng Ran, I cannot say that I hold any affection for you, so please don't make me dislike you. That we are merely classmates. There is no need for any animosity. Please go back. Let us pretend I have passed away, shall we?" Chapter 55. Only memories are sweet. Meng Ran stood there, stunned, as Xiang Lei did not seem to be speaking in anger. His words, frigid and severely articulated, bore a tinge of earnestness, almost pleading. "Xiang Lei, please don't say such things." She stepped closer, gently tugging at his sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. "Xiang Lei, I just want to be here for you. I know your parents' sudden passing has deeply affected you. You vanished overnight, hiding away, that I searched for you frantically for 3 years, and now that I've finally found you, you want me to leave? How can I go back? Tell me, how can I go back?" Xiang Lei averted his cold gaze from Meng Ran's face to the concrete ground outside and said, "Return to school, continue your studies. Consider pursuing a graduate degree, or even teach at the university. But do not seek me out. I do not need your company. Our relationship is solely that of classmates, nothing more." Meng Ran loosened her grip on his sleeve, wiping her tears defiantly. "I refuse. Xiang Lei, do not think you can simply send me away, that if I could be so easily dismissed by mere words, I wouldn't have spent 3 years searching for you. What I love, what I desire, must be mine." With that, she dashed into the house, waving at the awakened donkey. "Hi, I'm back." Donkey retorted, "What a thick skin you have," before heading upstairs to wash up, leaving Meng Ran in an awkward state, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Mother Donkey, bringing out the dumplings, greeted Meng Ran warmly. "This girl is back again. Come, sit down and eat some dumplings. They're freshly made." Turning to Xiang Lei, who was still at the door, she urged, "Xiang Lei, hurry and wake Yang. She loves these dumplings filled with green beans and eggs. Just last night, She mentioned that your dumplings were quite ugly. Xiang Lei smiled silently as he ascended the stairs, finding Yang Yang already dressed and folding her quilt. His heart warmed, and he approached to take the quilt from her hands, saying, "Let your brother handle this to go wash up and come downstairs for dumplings. Annie made your favorite green bean and egg dumplings, and they're particularly cute. Hurry." Yang Yang said nothing, tossing the quilt aside and leaving the room. Xiang Lei, now seated on the edge of the bed, was lost in thought, feeling a mix of anger and the unfairness of reality at Meng Ran's sudden reappearance. What Meng Ran possessed now were things he could only dream of for the rest of his life. The companionship of family, the ability to sit undistracted in a bright classroom, the chance to wear that green military uniform. How could she so squander it? Xiang Lei pulled out a photograph from beneath his mattress. The only one of him in military attire, taken by his mother during his first day at military school. Gazing at the image, his anger began to dissipate, and his expression softened somewhat. Yang Yang, having finished washing up, followed Donkey downstairs. Upon seeing Meng Ran seated at the table, her eyes dulled, and she instinctively grasped Donkey's hand, blinking her large, watery eyes at her, remaining silent. Donkey, stirred by Yang Yang's actions, felt a surge of protectiveness. The more she looked at Yang Yang, the more vulnerable she seemed, contrasting sharply with the annoying presence of Meng Ran, whom she found increasingly irksome. Thick-faced lady, did my brother agree to let you in?" Donkey raised her chin, holding Yang Yang's hand, unsure for whom she was defending that if he didn't agree. "How did I get in? Who are you anyway? Just because you call him Brother Lei doesn't mean you belong here." His sister hasn't said a word. "Who do you think you are?" Donkey was left speechless, her face reddening, unsure how to retort. Just then, Xiang Lei's voice cut through. "Clearly, I'm the second child. Can't you count? We are 3 siblings, and I am the second." Donkey turned to Xiang Lei, pouting in a somewhat aggrieved manner. "Brother Lei." Xiang Lei smiled at Donkey and said, "Sit down and eat." That he then took a seat beside Donkey at the table. Glancing at the silent Meng Ran, "Finish your meal, and then go back that I won tea," Meng Ran declared, shoving a dumpling into her mouth, chewing and grimacing. "These dumplings are terrible," Xiang Lei replied, "if you find them so unpalatable. You need not eat." Donkey also popped a dumpling into her mouth, feigning nonchalance. "There's no extra anyway." Mother Donkey, glancing nervously at Yang Yang, who was quietly eating her dumplings, asked, "Yang Yang, are they good?" Yang Yang looked up, presenting her empty bowl to Mother Donkey, her voice clear and bright. "Delicious." Yang Yang loves dumplings, and so does brother. Xiang Lei smiled warmly at Yang Yang. "Yes, your brother loves them too." Meng Ran stared in shock at Yang Yang, leaning forward in disbelief. "So you can talk? I thought you were mute, since you always spoke one word at a time." Her words left even the usually gentle Mother Donkey incredulous, while Donkey, utterly speechless, slammed her bowl onto the table, pointing outside. "For heaven's sake, please go back to elementary school. Did you only learn to recognize characters and forget how to form sentences? A parrot could speak better than you. And even a gorilla would fare better if it could talk. What a pretty girl, yet so unfortunate in her speech." Meng Ran's face flushed crimson, realizing her words were inappropriate, and she hurried to clarify. "No, I've never heard Yang Yang speak before. Not so fluently that I'm just surprised." Xiang Lei remained silent, ignoring Meng Ran, while Donkey smugly declared, "No wonder you chased after my brother Lei for 3 years. It seems your emotional intelligence is so low that no one finds you appealing. What a pity, what a pity. My brother Lei doesn't like you, so all that chasing was in vain." "Please be quiet. You talk too much. You can't even shut your mouth while eating," Meng Ran retorted, nearly ready to smack Donkey across the table. "That if you think you're so strong, I wouldn't mind practicing my grappling skills on you. You can ask Brother Lei. My wrestling grades are quite good." Donkey immediately fell silent, intimidated. Xiang Lei glanced at his watch, calculating the time, and then looked up at Donkey and Meng Ran. Annie mentioned there might be a leak in the kitchen ceiling. "Take Meng Ran with you to check it out." Donkey instantly understood Xiang Lei's implication and nodded. "Okay." Meng Ran, puzzled, asked, "Why are you taking me? Am I here to repair the house?" Xiang Lei regarded her calmly. "You ate Auntie's cooking. Isn't it only fair to help out a bit? What about you?" Meng Ran felt an uncontrollable surge of happiness. Did Xiang Lei's request signify his acknowledgement of her? "I have other matters to attend to." With that, Xiang Lei stood and headed upstairs to the study, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Uncle Lin, It's me, Xianglei. No, Xianglei. I know, Lin Shi told Meng Ran my address. You knew? Meng Ran is currently sitting in the living room. This troublesome young man, always acting recklessly, merely wishes for you to return without dwelling on vengeance. That it is also my fault for constantly worrying about you in his presence, which led him to concoct such a misguided idea. By the way, has he caused you any trouble? Not yet, Uncle Lin. That person has awakened. Who? Just as Xiang Lei was about to repeat himself, a piercing shout erupted from the other end of the line. Lei, are you saying that Chun Lao heir has awakened? He has. Chapter 56. Kindness towards others. Xiang Lei nodded at the phone, saying yes, he woke up suddenly last night. Had he clarified the situation? What exactly happened? I have clarified it. It was Chun Lao-san who drove the car that killed my parents. How could it be him? The mastermind behind it is Shun Nanxing. Shin Nanxing, the police officer who handled that case back then? Yes. Chun Lao heir mentioned that Chun Lao-san stole a USB drive containing evidence of government officials embezzling relocation funds, which was given to my father. This very USB drive led to the tragic demise of my parents and the silencing of the Chen family. Uncle Lin, do you have any recollection of this USB drive? None at all. Your father never mentioned anything about it. However, just a few days before he set off for Daojiago village, he excitedly told me that there had been significant progress in the case. I am unsure if he was referring to this USB drive. Uncle Lin, now that Chen Lao heir has awakened, it is no longer appropriate for him to stay here. I wish to send him away. Where do you intend to send him? Back to my hometown, where there are fewer people and less trouble, allowing him to recuperate in peace. During the new year, did I ask there anything you need me to do? I would appreciate it if Uncle Lin could find someone to tidy up my house in my hometown in advance. And then, Lei, there is no need to be so hesitant in our conversation. Just speak plainly that I also need Uncle Lin to find a reliable person to assist me with the task. What is it? I wish to go to the Blue Mental Hospital to bring Chun Lao heir's sister out, so that she can be reunited with her brother. How should we proceed? I have already inquired. Director Zhang of the Blue Mental Hospital plans to transfer some severely ill patients who cannot afford their medical expenses to a rescue station, including Chun Lao heir's sister. Once she is sent there, could you arrange for someone to pick her up, ensuring that no evidence is left behind? All right, I understand. You can leave this matter to me. As soon as she arrives at the rescue station, I will find a way to ACT. As Xiang Lei prepared to hang up, he heard Uncle Lin hesitatingly call out, Lei. Yes? Uncle Lin, I'm listening. Lei, now that you know who is responsible for your parents' demise, what do you intend to do? Xiang Lei tightened his grip on the phone, uncertain of how to respond. Lei, with Chun Lao heir's testimony. We can pursue legal avenues to avenge your parents, bringing those responsible to justice. What do you think? Justice. Xiang Lei's head rested against the window. His eyes felt somewhat sore. These 4 words struck a deep chord within him, solidifying his previous indecision, that he believed that if there were a way, no one would choose a path of crime to the bitter end. Everyone experiences life. Who wouldn't want to live openly under the sun? Gritting his teeth, Xiang Lei replied, I understand, Uncle Lin. After hanging up, he descended the stairs only to find that the donkey had already left with his mother and Meng Ran. Xiang Yang was in the kitchen washing dishes. Xiang Lei turned and opened the door to the ward, discovering that Chen Lao heir had awakened, lying quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling without complaint. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Chun Lao heir weakly shook his head. Xiang Lei went to the kitchen and brought back a bowl of white rice porridge, placing it on the bedside table. You should eat a little. After lying in bed for so many years, your limbs have become stiff, and you will need plenty of strength for rehabilitation training. Since you survived that fire, it seems the heavens have spared you. Are you now trying to defy them by refusing to eat? Chun Lao heir moved his lips. You're young, yet you believe in such things. Such words are only meaningful to those who believe. Regardless of whether it be a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Chun Lao heir sighed, and Xiang Lei adjusted the bed to help him sit up, carefully feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Your name is Xiang Lei? Xiang Lei continued to feed him without pausing to respond. Your father spoke of you with great pride. You resemble your mother, especially your eyes, which are particularly bang. Xiang Lei abruptly placed the bowl on the cabinet and stepped outside, gazing up at the clear blue sky, inhaling deeply, his chest heaving violently. The veins on his temples throbbed, and he ran around the yard countless times until he was drenched in sweat. Finally stopping, his eyes reddened. Breathing heavily, he returned indoors, where Xiang Yang approached him with a warm towel. "Brother, wipe your sweat." Xiang Lei took the towel, turning his back to Xiang Yang and quickly wiping his face. Inadvertently wiping away the tears he could not control, that as he spoke, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Yang, go upstairs and read. I have matters to attend to." Xiang Yang obediently nodded and went upstairs. Xiang Lei pushed open the door to the ward once more, silently resuming the task of feeding. And this time, Chun Lao Er remained silent. After finishing the meal, Xiang Lei helped Chun Lao Er change into some clothes and assisted him in exercising his arms and legs, saying, "You should stay here for now. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to take you back to my hometown. There, you can focus on your rehabilitation. I will also find a way to bring your sister from the mental hospital. You two can rely on each other. Once you fully recover, you can go wherever you wish." However, Xiang Lei raised his head, coldly observing the sobbing Chun Lao Er, wiping away his tears and snot with a tissue, and continued, "You may need to testify as a witness in court later." "All right." Chun Lao Er raised his head, his eyes swollen, nodding, "I will do whatever you ask. The gratitude I owe to your family for their immense kindness to mine is something I can never repay. I truly had no idea my third brother was involved in such a scheme. Had I known earlier, I would have never allowed your parents to be drawn into this, from the very beginning. This was a mistake, a conspiracy." Xiang Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead, expressionless. "If you had not been so greedy, if you had not taken such crooked paths, no matter how grand the conspiracy, it would not have ensnared you that on the 6th day of the new year." Xiang Lei took Xiang Yang to Uncle Lin's house to pay New Year's greetings that as soon as Lin Chi opened the door. He greeted Xiang Lei with a mischievous smile. "Lei has arrived." Xiang Lei ignored him, while Uncle Lin warmly welcomed them in with a broad smile, taking Xiang Yang's hand. "Yang has truly blossomed into a young lady. After a year, you have grown quite a bit, nearly reaching your brother's shoulder." Xiang Lei chuckled. "This year, it's evident she has grown taller, but not in weight." Aunt Lin emerged from the kitchen, cheerfully saying, "As long as we are healthy, who cares about gaining weight? I am most troubled by my inability to lose weight. I foresee Yang resembling you in the future, tall and slender." Xiang Yang tightly grasped Xiang Lei's clothing without uttering a word, ignoring all the delicacies Uncle Lin brought over, sticking closely to Xiang Lei. Lin Chi, having set down the items, approached but was ignored by everyone as he sat down on the sofa, placing his hand on Xiang Lei's shoulder. Preparing to speak, Xiang Yang unexpectedly dashed out, slapping Lin Chi's hand away, exclaiming, "Don't touch my brother." Everyone was taken aback, and Xiang Lei was momentarily stunned, quickly pulling Xiang Yang into his embrace and asking, "What is wrong, Yang?" Xiang Yang buried her head in Xiang Lei's chest, remaining silent. Uncle Lin anxiously inquired, "What is wrong with this child? She usually doesn't say much. Why is she so temperamental today?" Lin Chi shrugged, looking bewildered, while Aunt Lin approached and gave him a nudge. "Did you do something to upset Yang? Why does she dislike you so much?" Chapter 57. A visit to Uncle Lin. Lin Chi feigned innocence. "I swear I have done nothing wrong. I have always been cordial." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, saying, "Could it be that last time when I delivered the car, she saw me grabbing your collar and thought I was going to hit you?" Upon hearing this, before Xiang Lei could respond, Uncle Lin erupted in frustration, scolding, "What business do you have grabbing Lei's collar? Just to deliver a car. You had to make such a fuss?" Yang can't differentiate. She must think you're about to harm her brother. Why must you complicate things whenever you are asked to do something? And why did you disclose Lei's address to Meng Ran? Are you that idle? Xiang Lei gently patted Xiang Yang's back, shaking his head at Uncle Lin. "It's fine. You needn't worry. Yang has become accustomed to throwing tantrums and being spoiled by me." Aunt Lin remarked, "This child is quite impressive. After that outburst just now, all your hard work over the years hasn't been in vain." Xiang Lei leaned down and kissed the top of Xiang Yang's head, allowing her to fidget in his embrace, smiling. "Indeed, she has matured significantly. I now work at the 3 house during the day, and she often stays home alone, sometimes even helping me take care of patients and changing dressings." Aunt Lin's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she spoke. "Back then, when I offered to take care of your child at my home, you were utterly unwilling. Now, reflecting upon it, I am grateful that such a little one has been by your side, enabling you to persevere through these years. Otherwise, Lin Chi lowered his head in silence, his eyes darting around before he leaned closer to Xiang Yang and whispered, Yang Yang, Brother Lin was wrong, did I swear. I truly never laid a hand on your brother. Besides, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. So please, don't be angry with me. All right. Xiang Lei lowered his head as he chimed in to defend Lin Chi. Yang Yang, could you forgive Brother Lin? Xiang Yang, with her cheek resting against Xiang Lei's chest, muttered in a muffled voice. No, Uncle Xiang laughed heartily. Good child. Let us not forgive him just yet. He ought to reflect on his actions. Now, let us go have a meal. Xiang Lei exchanged a helpless smile with Lin Chi, indicating his own powerlessness. Lei, I have arranged for someone to tidy up the house back home. When do you plan to send Chun Laoer over? I will go back to check on his condition, perhaps in a day or two. Meng Ran has been frequently coming over lately, and if she discovers anything, it would be hard to explain. After all, her temperament is rather explosive, and one can never know what trouble may arise. Uncle Xiang glared fiercely at the seemingly indifferent Lin Chi and said, All right, just give me a call when the time comes. And I will drive over to pick him up. That ain't no need. I'll drive him myself. Lin Chi immediately insisted that I'll take him. Both Uncle Xiang and Xiang Lei responded in unison, no need. Aunt Lin couldn't help but chuckle. A promise easily made is often broken. You deserve it. Lin Chi pouted in silence, then glanced at Xiang Lei and said, I leave the matter of picking up Chun Laoer's sister from the shelter to you. The key is to avoid raising any suspicions. Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's face lit up with joy as he vigorously nodded. No problem at all. Xiang Lei felt a warmth wash over him as he looked at the table full of people. Now, in this world where he had no relatives, he was not isolated or helpless. Thankfully, he had these people by his side, and thankfully, there were those who silently loved him, worried about him, and genuinely wished him well. It was a blessing that he still had some worth. That in the afternoon, after being warmly invited to stay for dinner by Uncle Xiang's family, he finally drove away. Upon returning home, the donkey excitedly opened the door and exclaimed, Brother Lei, Yang Yang is back. Have you eaten? The feeling of being greeted with smiles wherever one goes was truly delightful. Xiang Lei replied to the donkey, Yes, I've eaten. How is Chun Laoer? He is doing well. I just fed him some porridge, bathed him, and gave him a massage. He just fell asleep. The donkey reported in detail. Did Meng Ran come by today? Xiang Lei inquired. Yes, but I told her you weren't home. She came in, didn't he find you, and left that I planned to send Chun Laoer to my hometown for recuperation tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Sure. The donkey's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his adorable little tiger teeth. Xiang Lei truly wished to see that smile on his face forever, but as soon as he thought of his sister, his heart sank. The next morning, Meng Ran arrived at Xiang Lei's house, carrying a large red backpack. Upon entering, she began to take out the contents, which were all gifts for Xiang Yang. From a floral dress suitable for a young girl to face cream, everything one could think of was present. Xiang Yang stood expressionless, allowing Meng Ran to hold up clothes against her. Xiang Lei, busy with sending Chun Laoer away, had no time to deal with Meng Ran. That he stepped forward, taking each item that Meng Ran had pulled out and stuffing them back into the backpack. Then slinging it over her shoulder, that he pointed at Xiang Yang and said to Meng Ran, Since you have so much free time, help me with something. Meng Ran eagerly replied, What do you need? I'll do it. Xiang Lei explained, It's quite simple. Today, take Yang Yang to the donkey's house. The donkey's mother has a cold, so while you're there, could you also buy some cold medicine from the street? Then, take care of the elderly and the children. Lunch and dinner should be manageable for you. That I will return with the donkey once we finish our business. The Meng Ran listened. Her face grew increasingly pale, and she stammered, Do I have to cook too? Xiang Lei, with a sincere attitude, reassured her, No need for anything too elaborate. Since Annie is ill, she can't eat heavy meals. Yang Yang is even simpler. Rice or noodles will do. She isn't picky. Just prepare something, and of course, you don't have to wait for the donkey and me to eat. You can have your meal first, without waiting for Meng Ran to respond. Xiang Lei stuffed Xiang Yang's water bottle, school bag, coat, scarf, and gloves in her arms, then bent down to ask Xiang Yang, Yang Yang, do you think this is all right? Xiang Yang turned to look at Meng Ran and said, Okay, brother, come back early. Xiang Lei smiled with satisfaction. Good, I'll try to return as soon as possible. That you're doing great, Yang Yang. Meng Ran, laden with various items, was pushed out the door by Xiang Lei. Just as the donkey arrived, that he grabbed Meng Ran and explained the general direction to his home, adding, No worries, Yang Yang knows the way. Just listen to her. Did you drive? Ming Ran, bewildered, nodded. The donkey nodded enthusiastically and couldn't help but tease. Indeed, you're quite capable. Drive to the street to buy cold medicine for my mom. It doesn't need to be expensive, just some cheap cold tablets, the white ones that if you're unsure, just ask Yang Yang. She knows that don't dawdle in the street, just buy the medicine and come to my house that we have a vegetable garden in the backyard. Just pick whatever you want for lunch. This time, Ming Ran was so bewildered that she didn't even nod in response. But the donkey didn't give her a chance to back out and closed the door behind her. Ming Ran looked down at Xiang Yang, who was silently following her, feeling a bit of a headache. Yang Yang, I feel like I've been used. Xiang Yang remained silent, pointing toward the white car parked not far from the door, looking at Ming Ran. Ming Ran sighed and said, yes, that's my car. Let us get in and talk. Ming Ran took the driver's seat while Xiang Yang sat in the front passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt and completely treating Ming Ran as her chauffeur. Ming Ran glanced at Xiang Yang, holding the steering wheel, and sighed again, muttering to herself, I really can't believe you're not even 12. Xiang Yang didn't respond, putting on her headphones and holding the latest MP4 player that Xiang Lei had bought for her. Ming Ran pouted and shook her head, her eyes filled with envy. Chapter 58. A different Xiang Yang. The car stopped on the main street of the county town, and Xiang Yang took off her headphones and got out of the car. Ming Ran, watching Xiang Yang's skilled movements, was somewhat astonished, thinking to herself, is this child really in her teens? She seemed more like a big shot out on the town, while I am merely her little follower. Ming Ran hurried to follow Xiang Yang into a pharmacy. As soon as they entered, Xiang Yang pointed to a small white bottle in the medicine cabinet and said, the cold medicine costs 50 cents. After that, she pulled out a 50-cent coin from her pocket and handed it to the clerk. After purchasing the medicine and stepping outside, Ming Ran was heading toward the parking area when she turned around and noticed that Xiang Yang was not following her. Following her gaze, she spotted a store nearby with an array of colorful stuffed toys displayed outside, surrounded by many children. Ming Ran chuckled and asked, do you want one? She thought, this is how a child should be. Why does she always have to act so mature? Come on, sister will buy you one. Ming Ran took Xiang Yang's hand and crossed the street, both of them joining the group of children excitedly picking out toys. Ming Ran held up a Cinderella doll clad in a bright red cape and asked, Yang Yang, do you like this one? Xiang Yang had been pushed out of the way by the crowd of children and only turned to look at the doll when she heard Ming Ran's voice. Shaking her head, slightly disappointed, Ming Ran set it down and muttered, not pretty. She continued rummaging through the toys, but after several attempts, each one met with Xiang Yang's disapproval. She finally picked up a pillow shaped like an unattractive little cabbage that no other child wanted. Yet it received Xiang Yang's approval. Confused, Ming Ran paid for it and, as they walked out, complained, your taste is terrible. With so many beautiful options, you chose this ugly, uninspired thing. After walking a few steps, Xiang Yang stopped again. And Ming Ran halted in her tracks as well, noticing a few people approaching with unpleasant expressions. Where are you two beautiful ladies headed? Allow me to give you a ride. Zhu Wei, with a protruding belly, approached with a group of similarly unattractive companions, likely emerging from a nearby hotel, their suit pants unzipped. Ming Ran, who always wore her emotions on her sleeve, loving what she loved, hating what she hated, couldn't stand such ruffians. Seeing them, she felt an overwhelming urge to kick them away. Good dogs don't block the way. Step aside. Ming Ran tightened her grip on Xiang Yang's hand and glared. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's smile widened shamelessly, and his lewd gaze swept over Ming Ran and Xiang Yang as he stepped closer. Wow, the beauty is quite the temper. How interesting. As he reached out to touch Xiang Yang's face, Ming Ran seized his fingers and nearly broke them. Get lost. Don't make me say it twice. Zhu Wei's face turned pale from the pain, and he shrank in size, almost kneeling on the ground. His companions prepared to step forward, but Ming Ran applied more pressure, causing Zhu Wei to sweat and hurriedly wave his hands. Ouch, ouch. You guys don't move, beauty. Take it easy, I was just joking. Only then did Ming Ran release her grip, crossing her arms and standing in front of Xiang Yang, raising her chin defiantly. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, the consequences won't be as trivial as a broken finger. After finishing her words, Ming Ran grabbed Xiang Yang and headed towards the car parked across the street. Zhu Wei, covering his fingers, sighed with a hint of admiration, his gaze fixated on Ming Ran's retreating figure, a somewhat twisted smile forming on his lips. So wild, so spicy. Damn it, One day I'll have you lying beneath me, and we'll see if you dare to break your fingers. Humph, by then, you'll only know how to scream in ecstasy. That moment, one of his subordinates approached, saying, "Boss, I've noted down the license plate number. The brothers will definitely help you track down this lovely lady." Zhu Wei nodded in satisfaction, unable to contain his excitement, akin to a ravenous dog eyeing a bone, swallowing hard with anticipation. Hurry, the sooner the better. Min Gran, filled with fury, nearly spun the steering wheel off as she accelerated towards the home of the donkey. Xiangyang pushed open the door, carrying her belongings, while Min Gran, noticing the pillow left behind on the back seat, grumbled, "Didn't you say you liked it? Why didn't you take it? Just like your brother." So heartless. With that, she followed her inside. Upon seeing Xiangyang, Donkey Mama's spirits lifted considerably, her ailment seemingly alleviated. Min Gran, however, was once again ignored, a treatment she had grown accustomed to, wandering about alone. Xiangyang fetched a cup of water from the table and handed the medicine to Donkey Mama, saying, "Take your medicine." "Good, good." Yang is so obedient, so understanding. Donkey Mama replied, smiling as she took her medicine, soon dozing off on the Kong. Xiangyang retrieved her backpack and quietly sat down to do her homework. Min Gran roamed around Donkey's house, her heart filled with sympathy for the harsh living conditions of rural folk. Upon entering the inner room, she saw Donkey Mama sleeping after taking her medicine and Xiangyang diligently working on her homework, stirring an inexplicable sense of strangeness within her. The warm winter sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiangyang's hair, casting a golden, almost sacred glow that was dazzling. Xiangyang, engrossed in her studies, appeared obedient and sensible, her face still possessing the innocence of childhood. Min Gran stared at her, momentarily unable to discern which was the true Xiangyang. Just as she was engulfed in confusion, Xiangyang abruptly lifted her gaze towards her. The emptiness in her eyes startled Min Gran, awakening a realization. Neither was the real Xiangyang. Both were mere facades. Min Gran averted her gaze, pondering. Does Xianglei know? Has he seen this version of Xiangyang? What is going on? It was Xiangyang's first inquiry directed at Min Gran, a simple question that left Min Gran feeling as though she had been caught in a lie. "It's nothing, I just wanted to ask what you and your mother are having for lunch," Min Gran stammered, rubbing her hands together nervously, as if to warm them. "What can you cook?" Xiangyang inquired. "Huh." Min Gran was taken aback, responding, "Oh, I can cook. Haha, actually I'm not skilled in cooking, but today I'll showcase my culinary debut for you." Xiangyang displayed no surprise, likely having anticipated this, setting down her pen, getting off the Kong, putting on her shoes, and joining Min Gran in the kitchen, which in the winter resembled an ice cellar. Xiangyang glanced around, noting that apart from a bowl of leftover porridge, there was nothing readily edible. The donkey family had been staying at Xianglei's home during this period. So naturally, there were no convenient ingredients at hand that Mingran's expression grew increasingly grave as she realized the absence of food. How could a skilled cook work with no rice? Xiangyang remained silent, returning to the inner room, retrieving a bag of noodles and 3 tomatoes from her backpack, presenting them to Min Gran. "Let us have noodles." That Mingran's mouth fell open in astonishment. "How did you know? Did you prepare the ingredients in advance?" "This was packed by my brother," Xiangyang replied, her tone laced with undeniable pride. Min Gran smiled softly, her gaze on the 3 adorable tomatoes. "It seems your brother knows me well, understanding my lack of culinary skills and preparing ahead." "Oh, he has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Hasn't he changed?" "Then can you cook?" Xiangyang asked. Min Gran glanced at the 2 ingredients in her hands. "How hard can tomato and egg noodles be?" "You go find some eggs. Let us fire up the stove and cook." Xiangyang pointed at the bellows, asking, "Do you know how to use this? Can you start a fire? Can you burn wood?" Min Gran approached, sitting on a low stool, attempting to pull the bellows but struggling, her hands covered in ash from rummaging through the pile of corn stalks used as firewood. She complained, "Why can't we use coal? Gas would work too. How can we start a fire with this? I don't like using this. Fire can be clean, so why is this wood so dirty?" Chapter 59. Min Gran's advice, Xiangyang silently chopped the tomatoes, whisked the eggs, and motioned for Min Gran to rise, as she expertly stoked the fire with the bellows, saying coldly, "If you love fire but not wood, where does the fire come from?" Min Gran asked, "How come you know how to do everything? Didn't your brother raise you like a princess? How could he let you do these chores?" Xiangyang replied, "Being raised like a princess doesn't make me a princess. Besides, Aren't these things something one should know how to do? They aren't difficult. Min Gran fell silent, turning to fry the eggs. Despite her efforts, the eggs burned, and the tomatoes remained undercooked. Although tomatoes can be eaten raw, winter tomatoes are a bit tough and unripe. Min Gran took a bite, frowning in frustration, tossing the spatula onto the countertop in silence. Xiangyang turned to her, asking, "What is wrong?" "I added too much salt. It's inedible." Xiangyang replied, "It's fine. We can use less salt in the noodles and add more broth." Min Gran observed Xiangyang, who was stoking the fire, and asked, "Does your brother know you're so articulate?" Xiangyang's face was aglow from the firelight, her eyes seemingly tinted red, making her even more beautiful. "He doesn't have time to listen to me," Min Gran queried. "How can that be? He gave up everything, even his education, just to take care of you. How could he not have time to listen to you?" Xiangyang remained silent. Min Gran pressed further, "Isn't it because of you?" "What is his reason?" Xiangyang responded evasively. "If my brother stayed here, living this kind of life, would you choose to stay?" Min Gran instinctively straightened, her grip tightening on the spatula as she stammered. "I can provide him with a better life, help him return to school. I can. You wouldn't want it. Do you even know where my brother is working now?" "What?" Min Gran was momentarily taken aback. "He works at Sanhu Company." "Sanhu?" Min Gran pondered the word, feeling it was familiar. "He is no longer of your kind, that you've always admired Xianglei, the one who sat behind you in class, sharing your aspirations. The one you looked up to, what you've spent 3 years searching for is merely an unshakable memory. Now my brother to know, you're talking nonsense. There is only one Xianglei in this world. He is the one I'm looking for, and I want to let go. Yet you exude strangeness, always appearing weak, pitiful, and harmless in front of Xianglei, while in front of others, you are so articulate. Quick-witted and persuasive, every word laden with intent, every action a test. I want to ask you, who exactly are you? What are you doing besides Xianglei?" Xiangyang added more wood to the fire, producing a crackling sound, and looked up at the flustered Min Gran, stating, "I am Xianglei's sister. Xiangyang, did I accompany my brother in everything he does? Always by his side. Did I there any more to ask?" Min Gran gazed at Xiangyang for a long time, a question bubbling within her, yet she could not voice it. Donkey Mama, enjoying the overcooked noodles, remained blissful, while Min Gran, affected by her earlier conversation with Xiangyang, had lost her appetite, leaving her bowl untouched. Xiangyang accompanied Donkey Mama. Eating half a bowl of noodles and seeing Min Gran's vacant eyes, she realized she had accomplished both her objectives for the day. That evening, Xianglei and Donkey returned after settling Chun Lao back home and had a brief exchange with Uncle Lin before driving back to Yitai County overnight. Upon entering the house, Xianglei and Donkey found Donkey Mama lying down after finishing her medicine, while Min Gran curled up at the head of the Kong, still dressed, asleep. Only Xiangyang remained awake, reading. Upon seeing Xianglei, she immediately jumped up and dashed into his embrace, sweetly exclaiming, "Brother, you're back." Xianglei held Xiangyang close, planting kisses on her cheek, and asked, "Have you eaten?" Xiangyang nodded. Xianglei inquired again, "What did you eat?" Xiangyang leaned in close to Xianglei's ear, whispering, "The noodles you gave me. Are they tasty?" Xianglei asked, his eyes lighting up with joy. "Not really," Xiangyang said, shaking her head. Xianglei rested his chin on Xiangyang's shoulder, patting her back. "I haven't cooked for you in a long time. I am becoming less competent." Xiangyang shook her head, saying, "Brother is the best, I love you the most." Donkey chuckled. "It seems you've gotten along quite well with this Miss Ming." After Donkey spoke, he deliberately coughed, prompting Min Gran to slowly open her eyes, saying, "You're back." Donkey replied, still pretending, "I noticed you were faking sleep long ago. Your eyelashes fluttered as if you were being chased by 1,000 horses in a dream." Min Gran, caught in her act, embarrassed, kicked Donkey, retorting, "You talk too much." Then, with affectionate eyes, she turned to Xianglei, asking, "Xianglei, you're back. Have you eaten? Do you want me to cook something for you?" Before Xianglei could respond, Donkey, holding his calf, interjected, "The noodles are all gone. What else can you cook?" Yang remarked that your cooking lacks flavor and accused you of wishing to harm me and Liege, illustrating the cruel nature of women. Min Gran leapt from the bed, chasing after the donkey. While Xianglei carefully dressed Yang's feet with shoes before carrying her outside, he addressed Min Gran, saying, "It's getting late. Please drive back cautiously and refrain from seeking me out in the future. I appreciate your help in looking after Annie and Yang today." Mingran, observing Yang Yang nestled like a kitten on Xianglei's shoulder, coldly inquired, Xianglei, do you think my fondness for you renders me inferior, allowing you to exploit me? Let me clarify. My affection for you is solely because I choose to like you, understand? Xianglei turned to Mingran and replied, I understand that my exploitation of you is not due to your feelings for me. Mingran pointed at Yang Yang and questioned Xianglei. What about her? Will she exploit you? Will you exploit her? Do you truly know your sister? Are you aware of her intelligence? Perhaps she is the cleverest among us, manipulating us all with ease. What then is her purpose? Xianglei adjusted Yang Yang's hat to cover her ears and sighed heavily, stating, Mingran, this is the second time you've brought up Yang Yang that I hope it will be the last. I am genuinely grateful for your help today, but that does not grant you the right to criticize her. You need not inform me of Yang Yang's intelligence, even if we siblings use each other. What concern is it of yours? She is my sister, who calls me brother. I have raised her since the moment her name appeared on our household registry, that I have a lifelong responsibility to care for her. If you wish to discuss intentions, perhaps that is hers that so. Might you take your leave now? Enraged, Mingran stomped her foot in defeat, glaring at Yang Yang as she passed Xianglei. Warning, one day, you will realize just how clever your sister is and how little you truly understand her. I hope you do not regret it then. After Mingran departed, Xianglei pondered whether she would return, reflecting on how disheartening it was to repeatedly confront such an arrogant individual. That I in the car, Xianglei chatted with Yang Yang. Yang Yang, I took the patient downstairs back to our hometown. Yang Yang turned to Xianglei, awaiting his next words. Chapter 60. The indomitable Mingran, I have also located the villains. Now, I seek further evidence to bring them to justice. Upon finishing his statement, Xianglei smiled, expressing, for the first time, I feel a glimmer of hope. Once those scoundrels are imprisoned one by one, I'll bring you home, and your brother will accompany you daily to school and back. You should focus on your studies, aim for law school, become a lawyer, and take over our family's law firm, that I believe that would bring peace to my parents' spirits. Yang Yang gazed intently at Xianglei, who could not help but caress her face, feeling light-hearted and joyful as he laughed multiple times that day. After the Lantern Festival, upon arriving at the company, Xianglei encountered two significant events. Firstly, Lin Qi called to inform him that the Chun family's youngest daughter had been sent to the rescue station, and he was preparing to go pick her up. Secondly, he unexpectedly met Mingran, someone he had thought he would never see again. Mingran's sudden appearance sent a chill down Xianglei's spine, but he glanced around before pulling her into a corner, demanding, What are you doing here? Mingran, unfazed, retorted, If you can come, why can't I? Flustered and agitated, Xianglei replied, Can you stop causing trouble? What do you want? Do you even know where you are? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Mingran chuckled. I've already been accepted into graduate school. I'm not that busy. I just wanted to see what you do here. What is there to see? Now that you've seen it, can you leave? Xianglei urged, attempting to push Mingran away. Yes, they tussled. A lewd voice interrupted, causing Xianglei to scowl even deeper. Well, if it isn't the stunning beauty. What a coincidence. Fate has brought us together. Zhu Wei leered at Mingran, his eyes glinting with unwelcome desire. Mingran, startled at seeing Zhu Wei, exclaimed, What are you doing here? Xianglei pointed at Zhu Wei and asked Mingran, Do you know him? Before Mingran could respond, Zhu Wei, heavily pregnant, approached and draped her arm over Xianglei's shoulder, winking at Mingran with an ambiguous smile. Not just acquainted. Our connection is positively profound, right? Mingran felt nauseous and forcefully pulled Xianglei away from Zhu Wei, warning, If you dare act lewd again, I'll make you regret it. Xianglei, bewildered by the situation, intervened to protect Mingran, introducing Zhu Wei. I forgot to introduce you. This is my superior, Manager Zhu Wei. Xianglei was reluctant to introduce Mingran to Zhu Wei, wishing only to dismiss her and escort Mingran away. But his intentions were thwarted. Zhu Wei pointed at Mingran, asking, Would you mind sharing your name? Beautiful, Mingran, with her straightforward nature, blurted out, I am Mingran. That day, I was the one who wanted to teach you a lesson. Please don't blame Xianglei. He knows nothing. You fought. Xianglei was taken aback. Zhu Wei waved dismissively. How can you call it a fight? To me, it was a delightful encounter. Anything that happens with a beauty is wonderful. Such flirtatious words might have been tolerable coming from a youthful, handsome lad, but from a corpulent man like Zhu Wei, they were nothing short of repugnant. Could you refrain from being revolting? Today, out of respect for Xianglei, I won't lay a finger on you, but do not mistake my restraint for fear. Zhu Wei finally regained his wits and pointed at Xianglei, asking, "What is your relationship with him?" Mingran quickly linked her arm with Xianglei's. Claiming her territory, Xianglei smiled and replied, "This is my distant cousin. She visited my home for a few days over the New Year and insisted on seeing where I work." Mingran looked at Xianglei in surprise. Yet she sensed the warning in his gaze. Zhu Wei sighed. "Your family's genes are remarkable that I saw her with a little girl the other day. They were both stunning." "Who is she?" Xianglei's fists clenched tightly. The tension palpable enough for Mingran to feel it. She quickly replied, "She is my sister, my sister." Zhu Wei seemed captivated by the memory, nodding appreciatively. Although they don't resemble each other much, both possess extraordinary beauty and charm. Despite their age, Manager Zhu, you should attend to your duties. I will show my cousin around. Xianglei interjected, his teeth clenched, leading Mingran away before Zhu Wei could respond. Once in the deserted outdoor training ground, Xianglei coldly questioned, "What is going on? How did you encounter Zhu Wei?" Mingran scratched her head, clearly frustrated that it was that day I took Yang Yang to the donkey's house. We bumped into him while buying medicine on the street. "Did you two come to blows?" "Not really. He had that lecherous look, and I merely twisted his finger as a warning." "Who knew he would be your boss?" Xianglei insisted. "You need to leave immediately and never seek me out again." Confused, Mingran replied, "Xianglei, what on earth are you doing? Why are you entangled with these people? I increasingly find it hard to understand your actions." Xianglei responded, "You don't need to understand. This is my life. Everything you see is genuine. Without disguise that I am not the Xianglei you once knew, and our relationship has changed. Mingran, this is my request. Please leave, all right." He knew the depths of this world, its moral decay, and the stench that lingered in the air. Once ensnared, it left a permanent mark, a nightmare's beginning. Mingran, go. You have been accepted in a graduate school. A bright future lies ahead, and you shouldn't be hindered by a petty obstacle. Tears welled in Mingran's eyes. She felt reluctant, embracing Xianglei tightly as she sobbed. "Xianglei, what has happened to you? Please tell me. I can help you. Even if you don't like me, I will still assist you to do not forget you have school. And the instructors will support you. Please do not do anything foolish." Deep down, Xianglei couldn't deny the joy he felt upon seeing Mingran. She represented not just a classmate, but a cherished fragment of his past, the classroom he adored. The teachers he admired, the training sessions he relished, and his mother waiting outside the school to pick up Yang Yang. 3 years had passed, and he thought he had forgotten it all, that even in dreams, those memories had faded. Yet in that moment, upon seeing Mingran, he realized he had forgotten nothing. Those memories were merely sealed away in the deepest recesses of his mind, treasured yet untouched. Watching Mingran drive away, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart that as he walked towards the teaching building, he unexpectedly encountered Zhu Wei once more. Zhu Wei approached, unusually enthusiastic, and asked Xianglei, "Where is your cousin?" Xianglei was almost unable to restrain himself from throwing a punch at Zhu Wei's face, wishing to transform him into a grotesque caricature of a gluttonous pig. The disdain in his eyes was on the verge of spilling over, yet he managed to suppress his fury and remarked, "She has returned home. Her family came to fetch her." Xianglei deliberately emphasized the words "her family," intending to remind Zhu Wei not to let his baser instincts dictate his actions. Zhu Wei responded with a derisive chuckle, sighing, "What a pity. I was looking forward to inviting your cousin out for a sumptuous meal. I truly admire her forthright nature." Xianglei sneered coldly. Zhu Wei continued, "Oh well, there's always a chance to reschedule. I can't shake the feeling that my fate is intertwined with your cousin's. Perhaps we'll cross paths again, before long." As Zhu Wei departed with a grin, Xianglei released a sigh of relief, lowering his fists as he headed towards the classroom. However, his mind remained tumultuous. Several words on the blackboard were misspelled, and even Fu Yunke noticed his disquiet, quietly inquiring, "Teacher, are you all right?" Xianglei gazed at the student seated before him. Yet Zhu Wei's cryptic remark, "Perhaps we'll meet again soon," echoed incessantly in his mind. What could he possibly mean by that? As he twisted a piece of chalk, breaking it repeatedly until he reached the 11th piece, he finally hurled it aside and shouted at Fu Yunke, "Gather a few people and follow me." Xianglei dashed downstairs, heading straight for the parking lot, just as Fu Yunke and 3 others settled into the vehicle. Xiang Lei slammed his foot down on the accelerator, racing out of the company S gates. The car sped faster and faster, and with each passing second, Xiang Lei's heart filled with dread. Meng ran. "You must not come to harm. You must not. I implore you, wait for me." Fu Yunke discreetly glanced at Xiang Lei's troubled expression, choosing to remain silent as the group sat in tense silence. When they reached the most desolate stretch of road, Xiang Lei spotted Meng Ran's white car parked ahead, its doors ajar. His heart leapt into his throat, but he leapt from the car and sprinted towards it, only to discover that Meng Ran was nowhere to be found inside. The disarray within the car suggested a struggle had taken place, and no matter how proficient Meng Ran was in self-defense, she would be outmatched by sheer numbers that if her assailants were armed or, worse yet, had resorted to using drugs, even 10 Meng Rans would be powerless to resist. Xiang Lei scanned the surrounding waist-high weeds and instructed Fu Yunkue. "You all search the area for a girl. Quickly. Where could she be? Where has that scoundrel Zhu Wei hidden her?" In a panic, Xiang Lei paced back and forth, his mind in disarray. The coal mine was sealed off. She couldn't possibly be there. Zhu Wei wouldn't take her home either, and the company was out of the question. Where could he have taken her? The pharmaceutical factory? As he turned to observe the factory nearby, emitting white smoke, he was about to head there when his phone suddenly rang. "Did I in his haste?" He answered the call, and it was Xiang Yang's voice on the other end. "Brother." Xiang Lei wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Yang, what's the matter? When are you coming back?" Xiang Yang's voice was soft and endearing, as usual. Xiang Lei, one hand on the phone and the other starting the ignition, spoke with a shaky breath. "Listen well, Yang. I have something very important to attend to. I must hang up for now." "Brother?" Xiang Yang called out louder. Leaning against the steering wheel, Xiang Lei tried to calm himself, that he then heard Xiang Yang say, "Sister bought me a toy. Give it to her, I don't want it." Xiang Lei resumed driving, responding as he steered, "Even if you don't like what your sister bought you, you must keep it. It's her heartfelt gift." "That bad sister got into a fight," Xiang Yang said slowly. "That was not a fight. Don't say such things about your sister. That was a fight. That uncle came out of the hotel and spoke to sister. And she went to confront him. That a screeching sound of brakes cut through the air as Xiang Lei, gripping the phone, asked urgently, Yang, think carefully. What is the name of that hotel?" "I don't know." Yang, please think again. You have such a good memory. Since you know the uncle came from the hotel, you must remember its name. Hurry, brother has an urgent matter to discuss with that uncle. Mayu Grand Hotel. Tell that uncle his zipper is down. He can't get fat." Before Xiang Yang could finish, Xiang Lei hastily ended the call and shouted out the window at Fu Yunkue. "Stop searching, everyone get in the car." The vehicle sped off again at breakneck speed. While driving, Xiang Lei dialed another number. "Boss Mu, it's me, Xiang Lei. What is the matter? I need a favor." "Speak." "Take some people to Mayu Grand Hotel to rescue a girl named Meng Ran. She's about 1.7 meters tall, has shoulder-length hair, is wearing blue jeans, a bright red sweater, and a black down jacket." "Who captured her?" "Zhu Wei." Boss Mu hesitated, sounding conflicted that it's not wise to interfere. That hotel is under his control. It would be inappropriate to take his people away from him. "Boss Mu, Meng Ran is a classmate of mine from university, that I assure you. Go and rescue her, by any means necessary. Zhu Wei will not cause you any trouble. In fact, he will be grateful to you. Meng Ran is from a military family. She cannot suffer anything untoward here. How you explain this to Zhu Wei is up to you." Once the call ended, Xiang Lei's expression softened a little, and the car headed directly to Boss Mu's martial arts school. Meng Ran had been bound and tossed onto the grand bed of the Mayu Hotel. Moments later, Zhu Wei entered, drooling at the sight of her. However, before he could remove his clothing, Boss Mu's men arrived outside. Zhu Wei, fuming with rage, stormed out and did not return. Meng Ran was taken to the martial arts school, and upon seeing Xiang Lei, she rushed over and embraced him, sobbing. Xiang Lei's heart finally settled when he saw she was safe. This time, Meng Ran was genuinely terrified. She had envisioned countless scenarios of battling against villains and evildoers. And though she could withstand bleeding and injury, viewing such experiences as a soldier's badge of honor, she had never anticipated being humiliated in such a manner. Had Xiang Lei not come to her rescue today, what would have become of her? She dared not contemplate it. Everything that had transpired today was something she would never wish to remember again. "Did I want to kill him?" Meng Ran wiped her tears and instinctively reached for her waist. Xiang Lei was all too familiar with that gesture. She was reaching for a gun. That is not something you should say. Sweat soaked Xiang Lei's back as he glanced at the recovering Meng Ran and slowly took a seat on the sofa. The people Xiang Lei had brought were standing outside. Obediently, Fu Yun Kuei and the others exchanged glances with Boss Mu's men, their presence surprisingly harmonious. This was because Xiang Lei had previously mentioned to Boss Mu that he hoped these individuals could help out at the martial arts school, potentially becoming instructors. Moreover, Boss Mu had also assisted in connecting with the director of the Blue Sky Psychiatric Hospital, hoping to entrust security duties to those recommended by Xiang Lei. Thus, Fu Yin Kuei had been busy running between both places. And they were all somewhat acquainted. Xiang Lei said, "To kill him. And then what? Your life would be ruined. Is it worth it?" Tears welled in Meng Ran's eyes, her chin trembling with fierce determination as she replied, "A life for a life, but I will not endure this humiliation." Xiang Lei stood up abruptly, stepping closer to Meng Ran and poking her chest as he admonished, "A life for a life. Does he deserve it? Who do you think you are? You are a child of destiny, the hope of your country, a pride for generations. You have worked tirelessly for over a decade to gain admission to university. And now you are pursuing a graduate degree. How arduous it has been. You belong to the nation, and you are meant to protect many others. How can you allow such a beast to destroy your life so easily?" Chapter 62. Meng Ran leaves. Hearing these words, Meng Ran felt even more aggrieved. "But he almost destroyed me today. I am a girl. Isn't my life more important than this? If I cannot protect myself, how can I protect others? Moreover, I see it as seeking justice. My father has taught me to be loyal and righteous since childhood, to stand up for the oppressed and act heroically is what a soldier should do." Xiang Lei observed Meng Ran, who seemed to forget her fear, realizing that no matter how much he said, it would bear little significance. Some experiences could only be understood through personal suffering, without the agony of direct experience. One could not truly grow. That he understood that the life Meng Ran possessed was one he wished fervently to protect, yet it was also a life that was now separate from him. If it weren't for the heavens playing such a cruel joke on me, why would I envy anyone? Yet this does not prevent me from standing on tiptoe to escort you back to the path of hope, where the sun shines brightly. May you return to a sunset of flourishing beauty, my dear classmate, but if I may request that you not pursue this matter any further." Xiang Lei gazed at Meng Ran, a hint of bashfulness in his plea. "After all, he is my superior, that if you create a scene, you will certainly be unscathed, but I will be left in dire straits." Meng Ran stared at Xiang Lei, astonished at his sudden shift in demeanor. After blinking several times, she asked, "Xiang Lei, what do you mean by that?" Xiang Lei replied coldly, "It means exactly what it says. You nearly came to blows with him earlier, and now you've stirred up this whole incident. Have you considered how I will manage in the company moving forward? You will be fine, but I will be in a dire predicament." That I in disbelief. Meng Ran reached out and slapped Xiang Lei's shoulder, laughing in anger. "Wait, are you saying that this is my fault? Xiang Lei, what on earth is going on with you? Are you still the Xiang Lei I once knew?" Xiang Lei remained silent, yet Meng Ran felt her heart sink little by little. Suddenly, she recalled what Xiang Yang had said, that Xiang Lei and she were no longer of the same ilk. At that moment, she believed Xiang Yang was deliberately sowing discord between her and Xiang Lei. But today, who stood before her, Xiang Lei, regardless of the circumstances, "I am your classmate, and I find myself embroiled in this situation." Xiang Lei met Meng Ran's gaze directly, a hint of impatience in his eyes as he remarked, "Did I not save you as well? Nothing has transpired, and yet you wish to settle scores. What scores? Moreover, would it not be disgraceful if this matter were to be disclosed?" Meng Ran, disheartened, closed her eyes and nodded, saying, "Xiang Lei, in your current state, how can you have the audacity to mention our lecturer? Just for this trivial job. You have sold your heart, have you not? Thankfully. She pointed a finger at Xiang Lei's nose and declared, "You dropped out. Otherwise, a person like you on the battlefield would undoubtedly be a traitor, forsaking loyalty for gain." Xiang Lei laughed nonchalantly. "Yet you have sought me out for 3 years. With someone like you, betrayal is certainly a pair affair, is it not?" In a fit of anger, Meng Ran swung a fist at Xiang Lei, only for him to easily catch her hand, scoffing, with such meager strength, "It is no wonder I know how you were dragged into the hotel today, bound hand and foot. Meng Ran's eyes reddened in fury as Xiang Lei disdainfully released her hand, concluding, flower fists and embroidered legs. You scoundrel, Xiang Lei, I still cannot believe you have become this way. Meng Ran stared at Xiang Lei, hoping to discern some flaw in his expression, but soon she relinquished that hope. She saw not the timid, fearful Xiang Lei, but the deep-seated irritation reflected in his eyes. Wiping away her tears, Meng Ran forced a smile and said to Xiang Lei, regardless of what impact today's incident may have on your career, I am truly sorry. From the very beginning, I should not have sought you out. Perhaps the Xiang Lei of 3 years ago was the one I admired, but now, at the age of 22, you are so oily and repugnant that I no longer harbor any feelings for you. I shall no longer intrude upon your life. Farewell. With that, Meng Ran turned and strode away, while Xiang Lei's feigned victorious smile ultimately succumbed to the uncontainable bitterness within. An ache that throbbed painfully in his heart, moistening his eyes. Suddenly, the door swung open again, and the once departed Meng Ran rushed back in like a gust of wind, embracing Xiang Lei and crying out in anguish. Xiang Lei, tell me, why have you gone to such lengths to avoid me? Only to encounter whom? Please tell me. I, too, am flesh and blood, with 9 orifices and 4 limbs, 5 internal organs and 6 viscera. How can I be different from others? Tell me, how can I be different? Without waiting for Xiang Lei's response, Meng Ran turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Xiang Lei aware that this time she truly meant to leave. Following this incident, when Xiang Lei encountered Zhu Wei at the company, both maintained a tacit understanding to avoid mentioning the affair, continuing to greet each other with smiles, calling each other brother and younger brother. While each secretly contemplated how to outmaneuver the other, that is for why Zhu Wei had refrained from taking further action against Xiang Lei, Daozi had once inquired about this matter. Zhu Wei, standing before the office window and gazing at Xiang Lei, who had just exited class, remarked meaningfully, why bother with him? Lu Fang has finally found someone of merit, a person who can prance about and boast before the chairman. All the achievements he earns in the company will naturally be credited to Lu Fang. Is that not a good thing? Daozi appeared baffled and asked, how could that be a good thing? Everyone knows you and Lu Fang are vying for the position of general manager, and the chairman has stated the election rules. Anonymous voting. With all company personnel eligible to cast their votes, they are now offering scholarships and improving living conditions, and for the new year, they are investing heavily in competing with us. They are winning over hearts. How can this not influence the election? Zhu Wei scoffed disdainfully. A mere clown to you know why the chairman has kept the general manager position vacant all these years. Daozi shook his head. Zhu Wei continued. He fears that one faction becoming too powerful will be difficult to manage. Zhu Wei exhaled onto the window and wiped it away, smiling as he added, primarily, he does not trust me. I know that well. Hence, Lu Fang must remain, and he cannot be too weak, that if he is not too weak, then I will not appear too strong, understand? Daozi shook his head again. So, how does this relate to the upcoming election? If you fail to secure a position, you might lose even the vice president role. The election is only a few months away. We need to tighten our efforts. Zhu Wei smiled mysteriously at Daozi, patting his oblivious subordinate as he lazily whistled. You do not comprehend. Lu Fang is but a frog in a pond, and no matter how high he leaps, can he reach the heavens. His vision is confined to the stinking pond, unable to see beyond. Thus, those who follow him are merely wasting energy. Therefore, it is not that I cannot move against them. Rather, I am too lazy to do so. Daozi, only partially understanding, nodded but persisted. So, Zhu, we must act quickly, lest Lu Fang's group gets ahead. Zhu Wei, utterly perplexed by how someone so clever could be surrounded by such foolish subordinates, glared at Daozi and muttered, fool, before leaving. Chapter 63. Saving Chen Xiaoya Xiang Lei. 2. Felt perplexed by Zhu Wei's apparent inaction. He had procured numerous pieces of intelligence from Ho Liang and discovered that Zhu Wei seemed utterly unconcerned about the upcoming election, adopting an almost indifferent attitude. Xiang Lei had inquired with Ho Liang, but the latter provided no valuable insights. The key information about discerning people's hearts could not be bought with money. Frustrated, Xiang Lei tossed aside the heap of useless materials, grabbed his car keys, and descended the stairs. Outside, Mao Lu was already waiting by the car. Upon seeing Xiang Lei approach, he stepped forward to take the keys, asking, "Shall I take Yang Yang to my home?" Xiang Lei glanced at his watch and replied, "Never mind, there is no time." She can manage alone at home. Xiang Yang stood at the door, waving at Xiang Lei, who leaned out of the car window, reminding her, "Make sure to close the door tightly to do not open it for anyone, and call me if anything comes up." Clad in a white tracksuit, Xiang Yang looked both casual and comfortable, her unadorned fair skin appeared even more radiant under the thin sunlight, and her short hair shone with a rich black hue. Over the years, Xiang Lei had ceased to invest effort into styling hair, opting instead for a simple cut that required no maintenance, thus gradually steering Xiang Yang towards a more tomboyish demeanor that in recent months. Mao Lu had been honing his driving skills with Xiang Lei's car and had become quite proficient, obtaining his driver's license in less than half a month, allowing Xiang Lei to relinquish his role as a driver entirely. Leaning back in the car seat, Xiang Lei closed his eyes to rest while Mao Lu drove steadily, gradually relaxing as they engaged in casual conversation. "Brother Lei, what are Lin Ji's plans for getting people out of the rescue station?" "Set a fire." "What? Set a fire?" Mao Lu exclaimed that I have seen the rescue station. "The conditions are dreadful, and the management is atrocious. An institution that cannot turn a profit cannot be expected to provide good service. Furthermore, that rescue station is situated in the most remote corner of Yitai County, with a prison in front, followed by a mental hospital, then the rescue station, and finally, a crematorium. Not a complete chain of service. Thus, the rescue station lacks the security of a prison and the funding of a mental hospital. The patients who end up there are merely waiting to die. This time, my idea aligns with Lin Chi's. Set a fire to create chaos and take the people away. No one will pursue it afterward." Mao Lu parked the car not far from the rescue station, deliberately avoiding areas with surveillance cameras on the way. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiang Lei leaned against it, checking the time, which seemed just about right. Moments later, a thick plume of smoke suddenly billowed from the direction of the rescue station, and chaos erupted as people began to rush in and out, some in white coats, others in patient uniforms, turning the place into a complete shambles. Xiang Lei turned and re-entered the car, instructing Mao Lu to drive. As the vehicle slowly moved forward, they caught sight of Lin Chi and another person in white coats assisting a frail young woman toward them. As soon as the three entered the car, Mao Lu hit the gas and sped away. Xiang Lei turned around to glance at the rear and asked, "Is she all right?" Lin Chi removed his white coat, assuring him she's fine. She may have been startled by the fire and is a bit dazed due to the sedative, but it seems to have little effect on her, as she's merely a bit disoriented but not causing any trouble. Xiang Lei remarked, "Perhaps she has developed an antibody due to an excess of psychotropic medication." Lin Chi replied, "Are you certain her brother can keep an eye on her? We must not send him into a frenzy." Xiang Lei inquired, "What about Chen Lao Air?" Lin Chi chuckled, "He's doing quite well. Believe it or not, he has remarkable luck. After lying in a coma for 3 years through such a massive fire, he has awakened. When we mentioned bringing his sister out, he diligently follows his rehabilitation. At this rate, he may even be healthier than I am." Xiang Lei bowed his head in silence, while Mao Lu glanced at him discreetly, but said nothing. Lin Chi, realizing he had misspoken, felt awkward and wished to console Xiang Lei, but was at a loss for words. Should he say, "Some people have different fates"? Upon returning to their hometown, Uncle Lin and the others were already waiting at the door. Lin Chi assisted the young daughter of the Chen family out, and Uncle Lin, anxious, asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" Xiang Lei replied, "Yes, it went well. Did you bring the doctor?" Uncle Lin nodded, "Yes, let's hurry inside." Chen Lao Air, still undergoing rehabilitation, turned to catch sight of his sister. A wave of astonishment and joy washed over him. Leaning heavily on his cane, he limped towards her, enveloping her in his embrace while weeping profusely, exclaiming, "I am so sorry, my dear sister, that it is my fault. I have brought misfortune upon you and our entire family, causing you to suffer." Ergo. Chen Xiaoya's clear utterance of left everyone present in stunned silence. Xiang Lei, astonished, turned to the doctor, asking, "What on earth is happening?" The doctor, equally bewildered, shook his head in response to that moment. Chen Xiaoya, her face streaked with tears, released Chen Lao Air and turned to address the others, declaring, "I am not mad. I am truly not mad." Xiang Lei stepped forward, grasping Chen Lao Air's arm, demanding, "Are you deceiving me?" Chen Lao Air, equally perplexed, shook his head in a flurry of confusion, replying, "No, I am not deceiving you." "Then what is going on?" Xiang Lei shouted. Chen Xiaoya interjected, positioning herself in front of Chen Lao Air to explain, "No, it is not my brother who is to blame. I am not mad at all. It was those people who deliberately, kneeling before Xiang Lei, she continued, it was that police officer who injected me. When I awoke, I found myself unable to speak, my limbs weak and unsteady, staggering as I walked. Then my brother sought medical help for me, and the doctor declared me insane. Subsequently, the villagers labeled me mad, and I was sent to a psychiatric hospital. That officer visited me periodically, administering injections, until I saw on television that our home had burned down, and several charred corpses were dragged out. That was when I realized that my family was gone, everything was lost. Later, I overheard that officer speaking with a nurse, stating that all my brain scan reports indicated I was not insane. Yet the nurse was instructed to keep a close watch on me, and to increase my medication if necessary, that I was terrified, unsure of what to do, and so I feigned madness 8 times. I did not know whether I was genuinely mad or merely pretending. Xiang Lei inquired, is that officer named Shen Nanxing? Chen Xiaoya glanced at Chen Laoer and nodded. Yes, it is him. Even now, I do not understand why. Xiang Lei stated. So during the time I cared for you, you were indeed lucid, correct? Your ramblings about the fire were not the ravings of a madwoman. You understood my questions. Did you not? I have always been saying that I am uncertain why you kept asking about Dao Jiago village. I feared you were in cahoots with that officer, and thus pretended to be mad. But I truly do not know what transpired in Dao Jiago village or why those people sought to harm me. Xiang Lei found himself stifling a laugh, realizing that despite his exhaustive efforts over the past year, he had failed to perceive that she was merely acting. Not only he, but also the numerous nurses and doctors in the hospital had been oblivious to her deception. How had she managed to deceive those machines? Xiang Lei stared at Chen Xiaoya for a long moment, at a loss for words. With Chen Laoer supporting her, Chen Xiaoya seemed to grasp Xiang Lei's thoughts, saying, during each examination, I would feign sleep, using dreams or thoughts to manipulate them. Xiang Lei's body stiffened, incredulously regarding Chen Xiaoya, momentarily speechless, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement at such a clumsy excuse, wondering if she considered him a fool. Perhaps there truly existed such a clever child, a kind of intelligence that felt eerily familiar. Chapter 64. Saving Xiang Lei nodded towards the doctor beside him, but the doctor could only conduct a simple physical examination of Chen Xiaoya, as he was merely an ordinary physician faced with someone capable of deceiving medical equipment through dreams and thoughts. Chen Laoer, overjoyed at the sight of his sister returning unharmed, appeared considerably rejuvenated. Having spent many years in the psychiatric hospital, Chen Xiaoya, who had long been accustomed to feigning madness to deceive both people and machines, seemed a bit unsettled upon shedding her disguise. Her movements remained tentative, occasionally shaking her head and glancing around nervously. Xiang Lei stood at a distance, observing the sibling duo, when Uncle Lin approached and asked, What shall we do now? Xiang Lei replied, Uncle Lin, do you think her situation is a result of innate intelligence? 3 years ago, she was merely 16, and prior to that, I had not heard of her being particularly gifted or clever. How could a single experience in a psychiatric hospital transform her so drastically? If she is so intelligent, why did she not escape from the hospital? Why did she not flee from the shelter? Or do you think that even if we had not come to rescue her, she would have managed to escape on her own? Uncle Lin responded, perhaps she never even considered escaping, with her family shattered. Where would she go if she did? Xiang Lei questioned. Given her intelligence, did she not perceive the issues surrounding her family as tragedy? Did she not suspect that Shen Nanxing was problematic? Does she not desire to understand or seek vengeance? Uncle Lin gazed at Xiang Lei with concern, saying, she is just a young girl, completely clueless, and no matter how clever she may be, she is devoid of resources and trapped in a psychiatric hospital. How could she seek revenge? She is unaware that her brother is still alive, and the key witnesses to the Dao Jiago village case are no longer present. How could she investigate? Xiang Lei was about to respond when suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing the unfamiliar number, he hesitated to answer, but the caller seemed persistent, dialing again after a brief moment. Uncle Lin glanced over and suggested, Answer it. It might be urgent. Xiang Lei's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiaoya as he answered the call. Before he could utter a greeting, his expression shifted dramatically, and he anxiously asked, What happened to Yang Yang? At that, everyone in the room turned to look at Xiang Lei. Uncle Lin rushed forward to steady the almost faltering Xiang Lei, exclaiming, Xiang Lei, what is it? What happened to Yang Yang? Xiang Lei's eyes reddened, his body trembling, yet he uttered not a word as he turned to leave. Malu, who had been seated on the steps, hurriedly followed, asking, "Xianggu, what is wrong?" In a whirlwind, Xiang Lei rushed out, struggling to open the car door in his agitation. Frustrated, he kicked the side of the vehicle. Malu quickly helped him to the passenger seat, saying, "Don't panic, Xianggu, I'll drive." Behind them, Uncle Lin and Lin Chi hurried after, with Malu insisting, "Uncle Lin, Gu, you stay here and keep an eye on the Chen siblings. I'll take Xianggu back, don't worry." Uncle Lin, drenched in sweat from anxiety, urged Malu, "Good boy, if anything happens, be sure to call me. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything reckless." "Hurry!" Xiang Lei shouted at Malu. Malu, silent, drove back at breakneck speed, not daring to utter a word, even holding his breath. Xiang Lei, clutching his head, cried out Yang with increasing urgency. This was the first time Malu had witnessed Xiang Lei in such a frenzied state. When he had listened to Chen Lao recount the circumstances of his parents' deaths by the hospital bed, Xiang Lei had at least maintained some semblance of composure. Now, however, Malu felt that Xiang Lei was not just upset, but profoundly unhinged. Upon reaching Xiang Lei's home, he exited the car, but instead of heading inside, he sprinted down another alley. Malu followed closely behind, ultimately halting at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. The large door stood ajar, and a multitude of people filled the courtyard, locked in a standoff. Upon seeing Xiang Lei approach, they parted to allow him passage. Sweat-drenched, he navigated through the opening to a small room on the left, the purpose of which was unknown, where he found Zhu Wei, disheveled and clad only in a white shirt, her legs exposed. Xiang Lei's breath caught in his throat, seemingly frozen in place, unable to move. Fu Yunkui rushed over from within, calling out, "Teacher, you need to see Yang." Gathering his courage, Xiang Lei peered inside to find Yang crouched in a corner, her face devoid of expression, neither crying nor shouting. Blood, vivid and glaring, stained her white athletic outfit. Xiang Lei's gaze shifted to Zhu Wei, his eyes cold and piercing as he fixed a stare upon her. Malu, entering and witnessing the scene, felt his eyes nearly pop from their sockets. He immediately stripped off his jacket and approached Xiang to drape it over her. Upon noticing the blood on her pants, he closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions, before rising and furiously shouting at Zhu Wei, "Zhu Wei, I'll kill you. I swear I will rip you apart and feed you to the dogs." Malu unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks at Zhu Wei, while those accompanying her attempted to intervene but were halted by Fu Yunkui's group. Given the horror of Zhu Wei's actions, few were willing to step forward, and the knife wielders retreated even further. Xiang Lei appeared to snap back to reality, pulling Malu away and seizing Zhu Wei by her clothing, lifting her up and delivering repeated blows to her abdomen, then switching hands to strike her face. Each punch sent blood gushing from her nose, and another left her eyes bruised, several of her teeth knocked out. As Xiang Lei began to tire, Zhu Wei slid down the wall to the ground. He then sought out a brick, preparing to strike her again when Daozi stepped forward to stop him. Furious, Malu glared at Daozi, declaring, "Daozi, if you dare to interfere, I'll end you." Daozi whispered in Xiang Lei's ear, "Bro, your sister is fine. The blood should be checked at a hospital. Don't act impulsively." Hearing this, Xiang Lei finally released the brick, bending down to grasp the nearly unconscious Zhu Wei by the throat, saying, "Zhu Wei, this time, our dispute is far from over." Rising, he approached Xiang but hesitated to speak. Kneeling, he cradled her legs with one arm and her back with the other, lifting her gently. Malu stepped protectively in front, declaring, "Step aside, all of you. Keep your mouth shut. I, Malu, will make it clear today. If anyone dares to spread rumors about this, I will ensure they find no peace in Yitai County." Xiang Lei paused for a moment while holding Xiang and addressed the donkey. "Donkey, call the police and then summon Dr. Li." The donkey, taken aback, glanced at Xiang Lei and asked once more, "Call the police?" Without uttering another word, Xiang Lei embraced Xiang and headed home. The donkey turned back to glance at the unconscious Zhu Wei, spat on the ground, and said to Yunkei, "You all better keep an eye on things here. I'm going to report this." The donkey dashed to the police station to file a report, simultaneously calling a doctor to come to check on Xiang at home. 3 police officers followed the donkey to the scene of the incident. They were momentarily taken aback by the crowd in the yard, and upon entering, they spotted Zhu Wei lying on the ground, their brows furrowed. 1 younger officer remarked, "How is it him again?" The older officer shot a glare at the young one and turned to the donkey, asking, "Where's the girl who was assaulted?" The donkey retorted irritably, "She must have been taken home. Would she wait here? Just looking at this beast will give me nightmares for years." "Where does she live?" "You've taken the victim. How can we investigate?" The donkey snapped. "Is there even a need for investigation? There are plenty of witnesses in this yard. Just ask anyone and you'll find out. Why do you officers only think to find the perpetrator once someone has died right in front of you?" Chapter 65. A false alarm. How do you speak like that? The older officer questioned. "Did I ask there's something wrong with what I said? I just don't think we should call the police." "What is the point?" The donkey, still fuming, kicked Zhu Wei again. The young officer immediately intervened, saying, "What are you doing? If you keep talking like that, I'll take you away. Come at me. You're ignoring the perpetrator and instead targeting me." The donkey shouted, "Brothers, did you see that? A little girl was nearly violated by this beast, and the police are aiding the monster by arresting the one who called for help. I want to go to the station and ask." "What kind of reasoning is that?" In the yard, Yukue gathered with his companions, taking on a threatening demeanor as they stared at the three officers. The older officer glared at the younger one again and said, "The person has been beaten to this extent. We should call 120 and send them to the hospital. Regardless of the situation, we need to clarify the case, right? One is unconscious and one is not even here. Do you think this is acceptable?" The donkey remained silent. Shortly after, 120 arrived, and Zhu Wei was loaded onto the ambulance. The police instructed the remaining individuals, "We need to keep a few witnesses who know the details. Everyone else can disperse." That in the end, Daozi and a few others were retained, while the donkey led the officers to Xiang Lei's home. Upon reaching the door, the donkey entered but closed it behind him, saying, "With so many of you here, it'll frighten everyone. Wait here. I'll go in and speak first." Upstairs, Dr. Li was attempting to examine Xiang Yang but had not yet reached her when Xiang Yang, in sheer terror, began screaming and struggling to escape. Xiang Lei stepped forward, holding Xiang Yang tightly in his arms, choking back tears as he said, Yang, just kill me. That its brother's failure for not being able to protect you. For being too cowardly to shield anyone. Not our parents, not our classmates, not even you, my sister. What else can I do?" Xiang Yang, awakening from her nightmare, clung to Xiang Lei and cried out, "Brother, save Yang. Save Yang. I'm scared." Tears streamed down Xiang Lei's face as he gently bit down on her neck, sobbing uncontrollably. Dr. Li also felt his eyes welling up and, seizing a moment when Xiang Yang relaxed, discreetly lifted her shirt to examine her body. The donkey stood at the door, his eyes glinting with malice, glaring at the blood on Xiang Yang's trousers. After completing the examination, Dr. Li approached the donkey and stated, "Aside from a few minor scratches on her wrists and arms, there are no other injuries." The donkey nodded, his brow furrowed as he struggled to articulate the situation, pointing at the blood on Xiang Yang's trousers. Dr. Li clarified, This is likely because Yang has started her menstrual cycle." He then added, "I understand your fears. Fortunately, there has not been any further harm. However, this incident may inflict new trauma on the fragile sense of safety Yang has built." The donkey slammed his fist against the door frame, and Dr. Li cautioned, "You all must not act like this. Yang has already suffered enough. You need to control your emotions rather than display your rage and hatred in front of her. She is already in a state of extreme fear. Don't exacerbate her terror." Immediately, the donkey reined in his emotions and, after asking Dr. Li a few pertinent questions, the doctor pulled him aside and asked, "Is this Yang's first menstruation?" The donkey paused, scratching his head in embarrassment. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Brother Lei." Xiang Lei looked up at the donkey and asked, "What is going on?" The donkey replied, "The police are here and want to ask Yang some questions." Xiang Lei, holding Xiang Yang, said to Dr. Li, "I'll need you to accompany us downstairs." Dr. Li nodded and followed Xiang Lei down. The donkey rushed outside to signal the police to come in, instructing the others to wait outside. When the police entered and saw Xiang Yang curled up in Xiang Lei's embrace, her blood-stained clothes made their expressions shift slightly, their tones softening. "Are you Xiang Yang?" Xiang Yang, filled with fear, buried her head deeper into Xiang Lei's arms. Xiang Lei's expression was also grim, and he remained silent. Dr. Li nodded to the officers, saying, "Please, gentlemen, follow me outside for a moment." The officers followed Dr. Li to the yard, where he retrieved his credentials and presented them to the police, explaining, "Hello, I am Xiang Yang's private physician and psychological counselor. Here is my identification, and this is a report on the psychological assessment Xiang Yang underwent 6 months ago. The older officer flipped through the report, noting moderate autism. Dr. Li confirmed. Yes, Xiang Yang initially suffered from severe autism, but her condition has significantly improved over the years, transitioning from severe to moderate. You may not fully understand the challenges of this transformation since you are not a specialist. Both Xiang Yang and her guardian, Xiang Lei, have made considerable sacrifices during this time. However, after today's incident, it is likely her condition will worsen, that I do not recommend you question my patient further about this incident. The older officer glanced into the room, looking somewhat troubled. But you filed a report. We must inquire about the victim's circumstances. Dr. Li replied. Even if you ask her, she won't respond. Instead, it may only exacerbate her condition. The younger officer interjected. Then should we speak to other witnesses? Since the victim is unwilling to speak, we cannot force her. The older officer, now uninterested in the young officer's comments, turned back to Dr. Li, saying, I'm sorry, but I still need to question Xiang Yang. You may assist her. With no other choice, Dr. Li nodded and led the officers back inside. The older officer pulled up a chair opposite Xiang Lei and began questioning with his notebook open. Can you tell me what happened this morning? He asked. Xiang Yang clutched Xiang Lei's neck tightly, remaining silent. The officer continued. Do you know that person? Xiang Yang responded by gently nudging her head against Xiang Lei's chest. Emitting soft whimpers, Xiang Lei coldly interjected. Is that enough? The older officer exchanged a glance with Dr. Li, who gestured for a pause. The officer followed suit and stepped outside to inquire. I would like to know. Did Xiang Yang sustain any injuries? Dr. Li replied. Aside from a few scratches on her wrists and arms, there are no other wounds. The officer pressed on. And what about the blood on her clothes? Dr. Li explained. The child has started her menstrual cycle, and she was unaware of it. The officer nodded in understanding, a look of sympathy crossing his face as he glanced at Xiang Yang, still held tightly by Xiang Lei. Let us leave it at that for today, then I'll ask others for more information. Dr. Li responded, Thank you very much for your understanding. The 3 officers stepped outside. Standing at the door of Xiang Lei's home, addressing the remaining witnesses, you all are familiar faces. Come with us to the police station. Daozi, ever the social one, smiled and said, Director Liu, you go ahead in the car. We'll follow behind. None of us will be left out. Director Liu remarked, I would have liked for you all to join, but there's simply isn't enough space. After the car departed, Daozi turned to Yun Kuei and asked, So, how do you plan to explain today's events? Yun Kuei replied, I'll follow Daozi's lead, that if it weren't for you today, Brother Leia's sister, Daozi, you just say the word, if I can take the blame. I will. Daozi chuckled, Honestly, I do prefer to bear it myself. Who would believe that? Yun Kuei remained silent. Daozi added, In truth, this isn't a big deal that I'm the one who stirred the pot. And once Zhu wakes up, he'll certainly guess what happened that I owe Xiang Lei a favor. So whatever Zhu decides to do to me, I'll accept it. When we get to the station, just tell the truth. Chapter 66. Reward for kindness. Yun Kuei expressed concern. Daozi, that's unfair to you. You did a good deed. Why should you end up in this situation? Daozi couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time someone has said I did a good deed. It feels nice. Just follow my instructions and don't worry about anything else. Yun Kuei, momentarily at a loss for other solutions, found himself unexpectedly admiring Daozi for his boldness in a situation he usually despised. He intended to go inside to discuss matters with Xiang Lei, but realized it was not the right time and there was no opportunity for discussion. Thus, he decided to heed Daozi's words. The group was separated for questioning at the police station, and Daozi was led by Director Liu into a small office to sit down. Let us hear what happened, Liu prompted. This morning, Zhu was taking us to the Meiwei Hotel to check out goods. Not to check out beauties. The local police station is undoubtedly aware of the dubious dealings taking place at the Meiwei Grand Hotel in Juwei, yet they choose to turn a blind eye, opting for a path of least resistance as long as no fatalities occur and the situation does not escalate into public chaos. Director Liu, feeling a sense of distaste, furrowed his brow and rapped the desk with his pen, urging, Get to the point. Daozi nodded, recounting, As a result, I encountered Xiang Yang, who was out alone. President Zhu followed and lured her to a nearby dilapidated temple, instructing us to guard the entrance. Before long, I heard Xiang Yang's cries emanating from within. Having previously received assistance from Xiang Lei, I could not stand by idly, so I called one of Xiang Lei's students, requesting them to bring help that I then led a group inside. only to discover President Zhu had stripped Xiangyang of her clothing. While his own was partially removed, Xiangyang, covered in blood and huddled in a corner, was sobbing uncontrollably, while President Zhu stood frozen at the entrance, momentarily dazed. Shortly thereafter, Fu Yunhui arrived with reinforcements. It was he who had alerted Xianglei. Upon seeing his sister in distress, Xianglei reacted violently. Director Liu interjected, "You are an underling of Zhu Wei. You clearly had the opportunity to escort Zhu away, yet you chose to encircle the premises and await Fu Yunhui's arrival instead?" Daozi, accustomed to dealing with law enforcement, attempted to play coy during his confession, but when the officers saw through his ruse, he had no choice but to be forthright that if he encountered an indifferent officer who might hastily dismiss the matter, he was disinclined to dissect his actions before them, that it's quite simple. Self-preservation. How so? Since I had already notified Fu Yunhui, he would undoubtedly inform Xianglei if I failed to keep them on site for Xianglei to witness. I would ultimately be caught in a predicament, neither here nor there. Furthermore, the actions of President Zhu were excessively egregious, which I could not condone. Had I warned President Zhu to leave, he would have undoubtedly escalated matters and taken Xiangyang with him, thus putting her in greater danger. Xianglei would never forgive me. Given that President Zhu was momentarily caught off guard and Fu Yunhui arrived swiftly, my intervention with Zhu was a matter of necessity. "And have you contemplated how you shall address Zhu Wei?" Daozi offered a rueful smile, glancing mischievously at Director Liu. "Could you provide me with some guidance, officer? If Zhu Wei truly harmed Xiangyang, would Xianglei not seek revenge?" Daozi replied, "That is a certainty. You should have witnessed the ferocity with which Xianglei confronted Zhu Wei. Had I not intervened in time, Zhu Wei would not be in a hospital, but rather in a morgue. Thus, it was not merely an act of stopping Xianglei. You safeguarded Zhu Wei's life." Daozi mulled over this statement, sharing a knowing smile with Director Liu. "Did I end the room?" Xianglei held Xiangyang in his arms for an extended period until her sobs subsided. Once she had calmed, he gently inquired, "Yang, do you feel any discomfort?" Xiangyang, with swollen and reddened eyes nestled against his chest, remained silent. Xianglei pointed to her abdomen, asking, "Does it hurt here?" When she did not respond, he sighed and asked, "Are you hungry?" Xiangyang nodded slightly. With a forced smile, Xianglei kissed her cheek and said, "My little princess is hungry. What would you like to eat? Tell your brother, and I'll prepare it for you." "Dumplings," she replied. Xianglei smiled. "Very well. We shall have dumplings, filled with your favorite green bean and egg mixture. Does that sound good?" Xiangyang shifted to a more comfortable position in his embrace, gazing up at him. "Then let us have a bath and change into some fresh clothes. Shall we?" Xiangyang shook her head. Xianglei pressed his forehead against hers, saying, "Yang, today I was particularly terrified that my mind is still in a haze. Ever since our parents passed away, I believed nothing in this world could frighten me again, nor could anyone threaten me. Yet today, I was truly afraid. Yang, you are my only family, that if something had happened to you, I would have been lost. Over the years, I have sought various reasons to choose forgiveness amidst the injustices of this world. Yet without you, what is left that deserves forgiveness, brother?" Xiangyang reached up to wipe away his tears, urging him not to cry or be afraid. Through the bathroom door, Xianglei continued to converse with her. Listening to the sound of running water, he crouched down, cradling his head, only to discover that the backs of his hands were raw and bloodied. Rising, he rinsed them under the faucet before hurrying to pass her clean clothes through the door. When he received the blood-stained garment she handed back, his eyes stung with pain, and he dared not look too long, placing them in a prepared black bag. Once Xiangyang emerged from her bath, Xianglei tenderly dried her hair before leading her downstairs. Downstairs, Dr. Li approached with a package of sanitary pads, asking, "Yang, do you know how to use this?" Xianglei took it from her, saying, "I know how to use it. I'll teach her." That he then brought Xiangyang back upstairs, where he laid her fresh underwear on the bed, explaining as he affixed a pad to the panties. He instructed, "From now on, this is how you change it. Remember to replace it every 2 hours, all right?" Xiangyang nodded, taking the underwear back to the bathroom to change. Upon her return, Xianglei took her hand and led her downstairs, instructing the driver, "Yang wants dumplings. Please pick up Annie and bring some eggs. We're out at home." Turning to Dr. Li, he added, "Li Jie, please stay and have dinner with us. That I appreciate your help today." Li smiled and patted Xiangyang's head. "All right, I'm also craving dumplings. Today, I shall bask in Yang good fortune." That evening, Everyone tacitly avoided discussing the events of the day, each person striving to maintain a cheerful atmosphere, deliberately steering Xiangyang's attention elsewhere. After finishing the dumplings and bidding farewell to the driver and the doctor, Xianglei returned to find Xiangyang watching television, her phone in hand as she made a call to Uncle Lin in the yard. What on earth happened to Yangyang? Nothing much, that don't deceive me. It must be something significant, or else your face wouldn't be so pale. Just tell Uncle. It will put his mind at ease. Well, Yangyang was kidnapped. But fortunately, someone discovered and rescued her. That it was a false alarm. What? Kidnapped? Why would someone dare to do that to Yangyang? How audacious to attempt such a thing in broad daylight. Right at our doorstep? Xianglei paused, overwhelmed by the chaos of the day's events and the myriad of thoughts he had yet to process. Chapter 67. Clouds of doubt. The circumstances surrounding Chen Xiaoya are peculiar, as are those involving Yangyang. Chen Xiaoya does not appear to be mad, nor does she show any signs of suicidal tendencies. Why would she obediently transfer from Weilon Hospital to a shelter instead of attempting to escape? She is unaware that her second brother is alive and cannot possibly know they will come to save her. What, then, is the reason for her remaining at the shelter? Is she truly oblivious to the happenings in Daojaiga village? Does Shen Nanxing know she is feigning madness? What kind of injection did he administer to Chen Xiaoya? Why hasn't she lost her mind? Instead, she has become extraordinarily astute. How did Yangyang end up in an abandoned temple several streets away from home? Did Zhu Wei come to the house? Yet he had instructed Yangyang not to open the door for anyone, as he had a key and did not require her assistance. So why did Yangyang go outside? With a barrage of questions swirling in his mind, Xianglei returned to his room, only to be embraced by Yangyang, who declared, "Time for bed." As he attempted to dispel the troubling thoughts and maintain a semblance of normalcy before her. He resolved not to mention the day's events, wishing to spare Yangyang any distress that might exacerbate her psychological struggles. "All right, let's sleep. Tomorrow, I will check your homework to see if your composition has improved." Lying in bed, Yangyang was restless, unsure if her discomfort stemmed from her menstrual cycle or the fear brought on by the day's events. Before turning off the lights, Xianglei noticed Yangyang was unwilling to let him do so. Concerned, he climbed out of bed and drew back the curtain to find her wide awake, devoid of sleepiness. He decided to sit beside her and casually picked up a book, The Journey to the West. Her favorite. Noticing the bookmark, he asked, "You've read so much already. Do you really enjoy Journey to the West?" Yangyang nodded, responding, "I like it." "Why do you like it so much? It's just a tale of battling monsters. And the language can be quite convoluted. Can you really understand it?" Yangyang affirmed, "Battling monsters, Wukong." Xianglei chuckled, "So you only remember the monster fighting and overlook the profound quotes. Brother Liao is surely going to tease you about becoming more and more of a tomboy." After saying this, he set the book down and gently brushed aside the stray hairs on Yangyang's forehead, tentatively asking, "Yangyang, may I talk with you for a bit?" Yangyang looked up at him and replied, "Okay." In a casual tone, Xianglei asked, "Yangyang, what do I usually remind you? That when you're home alone, no matter who comes to the door, you must not open it, and that you should call me immediately if anything happens. Correct?" "Yes," she confirmed. "Then why did you open the door today?" Yangyang fell silent. Feigning annoyance, Xianglei repeated, "Yangyang, are you ignoring what I said?" "No," she murmured, resting her chin on his arm. "It's not that Yangyang wanted to go out." "Then who told you to go out?" It was Annie." Xianglei was taken aback. "Annie? Why would she call you out?" "Annie called Yangyang and invited her to play." Xianglei inquired, "So you went then?" Xiangyang shook her head and replied, "Yangyang did not, but brother said that Annie likes Yangyang and asked her to keep Annie company, so Yangyang went." Xianglei scrutinized Yangyang, pondering her words. Was it likely that Yangyang rushed out due to a phone call from Mamuli Mama? Xianglei thought it improbable. Xiangyang was rather indifferent in emotional matters, sometimes even cold, only revealing her inner feelings when it came to Xianglei. He couldn't help but recall the time when Meng Ran was captured by Zhu Wei, and in his anxious search for her, Xiangyang had suddenly called him that moment. He hadn't sensed anything amiss, but upon reflection, it felt particularly strange. Firstly, the timing was peculiar, as it was the critical moment when Meng Ran was being captured, and Xiangyang called. Secondly, the purpose of the call was unusual, as she claimed she disliked the gift Meng Ran had given her and wanted to return it. However, Xiangyang had never behaved that way before. Even if she received an unwanted gift, she would simply set it aside rather than specifically call to discuss it. Thirdly, she began by mentioning the gift, but then actively brought up the encounter between Meng Ran and Zhu Wei, even mentioning the particularly significant location that had ultimately saved Meng Ran. But how did Xiang Yang know about that? As he gazed at Xiang Yang, who was playfully resting on his arm, he fell into deep contemplation. Brother. After a long silence, without a response from Xiang Lei, Xiang Yang turned to see him with his eyes closed, unsure if he had fallen asleep. Xiang Lei opened his eyes, offering a gentle smile to Xiang Yang without speaking. She then propped herself up, nestling entirely into his embrace, asking, "Is brother angry?" Xiang Lei tenderly stroked her back, replying, "What is there to be angry about?" Xiang Yang stated. Yang Yang was disobedient and ran out. Xiang Lei responded, "I am indeed upset about this, for you placed yourself in danger, nearly resulting in a grave disaster, which could have left me living in regret for a lifetime." Xiang Yang clung to Xiang Lei's neck, urgently explaining, "No, Yang Yang had a stomachache, and with brother not around, I went to find Annie." Xiang Lei paused, looking down at Xiang Yang and asking, "So you mean you went to find Annie because you were uncomfortable? Is that correct?" Xiang Yang nodded, her eyes reddening as she said, "Yang Yang has a stomachache." Xiang Lei felt confused again. If Xiang Yang had gone out due to a stomachache and he was not present, it would make sense. However, what about that phone call? How to explain it, brother? Xiang Yang tugged at Xiang Lei's arm. She pointed to her backside and held up 2 fingers, saying, "Brother, it has been 2 hours." Xiang Lei was puzzled, instinctively leaning forward and asking, "What about 2 hours?" Xiang Yang replied, "2 hours, as brother said." After a moment of hesitation, Xiang Lei understood what she meant. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and told her, "Brother's memory is poor. Go on, the sanitary pads are in the drawer. Go change by yourself." Xiang Yang obediently got off the bed to go to the bathroom, but after a while, she returned to lie on the bed. Refusing to sleep, Xiang Lei queried, "Yang Yang, it's quite late. Why are you still awake? Can't you sleep?" Xiang Yang shook her head, saying, 2 hours. Exhausted, Xiang Lei propped his face up with his hand, troubled by the knowledge he had gleaned about girls' menstrual cycles from books. The literature stated that sanitary pads should be changed every 2 hours, yet it did not mention what to do at night. Yang Yang, rest assured, brother will keep track of the time. When 2 hours are up, I will call you. Xiang Lei lay on the edge of the bed, watching Xiang Yang, gently patting her. "Sleep now. You must rest well during this special time. Tomorrow, brother will ask Dr. Li if there are sanitary pads that don't require changing every 2 hours. Finally, Xiang Yang closed her eyes and drifted in a peaceful slumber. Xiang Lei remained vigilant, continuously checking his watch. First, when 2 hours had passed, he called out to Xiang Yang to go to the restroom. But as he observed her sleeping so soundly, he couldn't bear to wake her and soon succumbed to sleep himself. The next morning, Xiang Lei suddenly called out in his sleep, "Yang Yang, hurry and go to the restroom." 2 hours are up. He then heard the sound of hurried footsteps as Xiang Yang, wearing slippers, dashed to the bathroom. The two had spent the entire night in a tumult over this issue, neither getting proper rest. After breakfast, Xiang Lei called Dr. L. As soon as he finished expressing his confusion, he was met with unabashed laughter from the other end of the line. "Oh dear, Xiang Lei. You are simply adorable. By your reasoning, wouldn't all women in the world be utterly exhausted?" Chapter 68. A weak law equals a weak nation. Xiang Lei, having been laughed at, hung up the phone and relayed the latest knowledge he had learned from the doctor to Xiang Yang. She nodded, her complexion slightly pale and anxious, biting her lip without speaking. Xiang Lei, feeling concerned, asked, "What is wrong? Are you unwell? Is your stomach still? Where does it hurt? You must tell brother to know." Xiang Yang glanced up towards the second floor. Without prompting, Xiang Lei went upstairs and discovered that Xiang Yang's blanket was unmade. Lifting it, he was startled to find a vivid red stain on the sheets. "What is this?" Xiang Yang stood to the side, fidgeting and silent. Xiang Lei's face suddenly flushed, and he awkwardly coughed, bending down to change the sheets while attempting to ease the strange atmosphere. How impressive, quite miraculous, he placed the soiled sheets in a basin to wash by hand. Xiang Yang rushed over, saying, "Use the washing machine." Xiang Lei replied, "The washing machine can't handle this. It must be washed by hand." Xiang Yang hesitated, saying Yang Yang was wrong. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Xiang Lei teasingly asked, "What did you do wrong?" Xiang Yang replied, Yang Yang won't bleed next time. Xiang Lei couldn't help but laugh. Can this even be controlled? Xiang Yang added. Next time, remember to change every 2 hours. Xiang Lei affectionately patted Xiang Yang, reassuring her, no need. Next time, brother will provide you with a pad, so you won't have to worry. Moreover, this signifies that you are growing up. You are becoming a big child. Reflecting on this, Xiang Lei felt a wave of emotion. You have no idea how much I wish for you to grow up, my Yang Yang. When will you grow up so that you can protect yourself? With that, he smiled at her. Aren't you already grown up now? Suddenly, you've matured. Xiang Yang wrapped her arms around Xiang Lei's neck from behind, resting on his back, declaring, Yang Yang will protect brother. As Xiang Lei washed the sheets, he chatted with Xiang Yang. All right, from now on, let Yang Yang protect brother, just like Chun Lei's sister, Qin Xiaoya, who not only didn't go mad but became even smarter. Could it be that the ancestral grave of the Qin family is emitting green smoke? Xiang Yang slowly loosened her grip around Xiang Lei's neck, remaining still. Xiang Lei turned to her with a smile, asking, why are you silent? Xiang Yang did not reply, and Xiang Lei did not press for further answers. It seemed they both shared an unspoken understanding that in the afternoon, Mao Mulei arrived with Fu Yunkui, who felt a bit awkward entering Xiang Lei's home for the first time. Mao Mulei laughed heartily. You're just like how I felt on my first visit to Brother Lei's home. Fu Yunkui chuckled bashfully. I've never seen such a small Western-style building. Yes, they chatted. Xiang Lei came down, and Mao Mulei approached him, saying, Brother Lei, I just came from the hospital, and Zhu hasn't woken up yet. Xiang Lei nodded at Fu Yunkui and asked, is there any progress with the police? Fu Yunkui replied, yesterday, Director Liu took us to take statements, and then there was no news. Mao Mulei added, Brother Lei, I still don't understand why you reported it to the police. Xiang Lei fell silent for a long moment before murmuring, a weak law equals a weak nation. Have you forgotten that my parents are lawyers? This is something I should defend. It cannot end with me. Mao Mulei sighed and turned to Fu Yunkui, asking, what exactly happened yesterday? Did the knife come looking for you? Fu Yunkui nodded, saying, yes, I must thank the knife for this. Early yesterday morning, the martial arts school asked me to bring people over to help. And just as I arrived, the knife called me. I was so stunned that I rushed over with the brothers from the school, only to see. Mao Mulei angrily raked his fingers through his hair, muttering, Zhu should die a miserable death. Fu Yunkui continued, it was really dangerous this time. If I hadn't been nearby, even if the knife had called me, I wouldn't have made it in time. Mao Mulei nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, the knife was a great help this time, and we must properly thank him. Fu Yunkui added, from what the knife said, he doesn't intend to keep this under wraps, but if Zhu wakes up, he come looking for trouble. Xiang Lei, realizing the implications, asked, looking for trouble. How can he do that if he is in prison? Mao Mulei and Fu Yunkui exchanged glances, skipping the topic, even if Zhu ends up in prison. Before he goes in, it would be easy for him to find someone to deal with the knife. After all, he has deep roots here, and his network is incredibly tangled. Xiang Lei instructed Xiao Fu, go back and inform Director Liu about this matter. Let him send a word to not make things difficult for the knife. You all should also keep an eye on him during this time to prevent anyone from having the chance to act. Fu Yunkui nodded and left. Mao Mulei remarked, Brother Lei, you're simplifying this issue. Xiang Lei asked, what do you mean? Mao Mulei replied, what will you do if Zhu doesn't end up in prison? Xiang Lei narrowed his eyes at Mao Mulei, asking, what do you mean by not going to prison? Mao Mulei responded, Brother Lei, back in the day, such a big case in Daegujia village, Zhu didn't lose a single hair. How could he possibly go to prison for such a trivial matter now? Xiang Lei remained silent as the donkey spoke again. If the one surnamed Zhu didn't go in, then what about your situation with him? Xiang Lei replied, what do you think? The donkey chuckled and said, Brother Lei, I have promised to protect you even at the cost of my life. Xiang Lei's expression shifted slightly as he retorted, nonsense. The donkey, anxious, replied, Brother Lei, I have but one wish, to find my sister and ensure she can fulfill her filial duties before her mother. If something were to happen to me, I would be grateful if you could help me find her. In that moment, Xiang Lei clenched his fists, feeling a pang of guilt that prevented him from meeting the donkey's gaze. What could possibly happen to you? I will ensure that nothing befalls you. If you continue with this nonsense, do not call me brother. The donkey, wiping away his tears, reminded Xiang Lei, but Brother Lei, you must truly consider what you will do when Zhu Wei wakes up. Xiang Lei responded, I will have Uncle Lin arrange for a lawyer. If that fails, we shall take it to court and ensure he is imprisoned. 3 days later, Zhu Wei awoke, immediately demanding to be discharged and seeking revenge against Xiang Lei and Daozi. Daozi had prepared a response to face Zhu Wei, yet Xiang Lei and Lu Fang remained uneasy, insisting on sending him away to a different location for a time. Xiang Lei, accompanied by the lawyer arranged by Uncle Lin, went to the police station, where the response was vague, neither affirming nor denying involvement, merely stating that this was a serious case requiring transfer to the county police to AT. That moment, Zhu Wei casually discharged himself from the hospital and returned home. Xiang Lei and the others went to the county police station, where they encountered Captain Li, who had been in the police car with Shun Nanxing on that rainy night. After listening to Xiang Lei's account, Captain Li frowned and said, "The local police station has informed me about this matter. You are now requesting us to investigate Zhu Wei for the crime of forcibly molesting a minor. But there is a lack of factual basis." The lawyer interjected, "What do you mean by a lack of factual basis? There were numerous witnesses that day, and the injuries on Xiang Yang provide evidence. The police officers have already visited the scene. There are witnesses and physical evidence." Captain Li replied, "Who saw it? Who witnessed Zhu Wei molesting Xiang Yang? Just because Xiang Yang was disheveled and crying with some bruises. Moreover, as far as I know, the blood on her pants is menstrual blood, isn't it? Does that imply Zhu Wei molested her? Besides, the police report states that Xiang Yang has moderate autism. Therefore, she cannot provide a coherent account of the incident, making her testimony inadmissible." Before the lawyer could respond, Captain Li continued, "Conversely, the evidence is substantial regarding your assault on Zhu Wei, which resulted in his 3-day coma in the hospital. That IT remains to be seen whether he will file charges against you. Do not expect anything more." That IT was at this moment that Xiang Lei finally comprehended the meaning behind the donkey's insistence that reporting to the police was futile. He had previously believed that a weak law equated to a weak nation. But now he understood that when those who enforce the law are weak, the nation becomes weak. What good is a strong law if no one enforces it? It is merely a piece of waste paper. Chapter 69. Zhu Wei is dead upon returning home. The lawyer briefed Uncle Lin on the situation. Uncle Lin, aware of the turmoil Xiang Lei was experiencing due to this incident, set aside his dissatisfaction with Xiang Lei's concealment of the truth and proceeded to analyze the case. The group regained their spirits and began to seek more compelling evidence. Uncle Lin also mentioned over the phone that Chen Lauer was currently very active in exercising, but due to excessive activity, he was experiencing thigh muscle pain and had requested some painkillers. Xiang Lei frowned, saying, "Make sure he monitors his dosage and doesn't misuse medication." Uncle Lin assured him, "It's fine," when Lin Shi delivered it. He reminded Chen's younger daughter, "That girl is clever. She's learned how to give injections and can take care of her brother without issue. Initially, I considered arranging for a caregiver, but now I see that it is unnecessary." Xiang Lei was troubled by the sudden intelligence of Chen Xiaoya and felt uneasy about the fact that the Chen family, who had caused his parents' demise, ultimately ended up with a reunion of siblings. He couldn't quite describe it as jealousy, but he found it hard to be magnanimous as for Xiang Lei's plan to address Zhu Wei through legal means. The donkey chose to stand back and not express his stance, while Xiang Yang remained a silent observer throughout. Xiang Lei intended to retrieve Daozi, who served as a crucial witness in the case, ensuring his safety was a priority. That he also sought Dr. Li's assistance in finding a breakthrough from a medical perspective. But this required Xiang Yang's cooperation. "Yang, could you recount the events of that day in detail?" Xiang Lei and I gently encouraged her. Xiang Yang remained unresponsive, her silence reminiscent of the first time Xiang Lei met her, cold and distant. As if she were a deity overlooking the world, indifferent to human suffering, dispensing punishment from her lofty perch, with everything under her control. Xiang Lei was overwhelmed with the pressure of the situation. During this time, Lu Fang called him, filled with fervor, excitedly assuring him not to worry about company matters and to focus entirely on family issues, offering his support for any difficulties. Xiang Lei was acutely aware of Lu Fang's joy. He clung to the idea of Zhu Wei's criminality. Regardless of whether Zhu Wei faced consequences that end their competition, Zhu Wei was clearly at a disadvantage, and it would be best if he were imprisoned. Then there would be no need for any preparations for the competition. 3 days later, Xiang Lei and the donkey went to retrieve Daozi, who had been hiding in another location. From a previous conversation with Lu Fang, Xiang Lei learned that Zhu Wei was also searching for Daozi. flailing about like a headless chicken, which made Xiang Lei anxious. Thus, he decided to personally bring Daozi back under his watchful eye. The drive would take approximately 5 hours, and Xiang Lei drove quickly. Arriving half an hour early, Daozi was thrilled to see Xiang Lei, having spent the past few days in fear that he had initially thought he could gloss over the situation with a few words, only to discover that Zhu Wei was far too powerful, having not even spent time in detention before returning home. This completely disrupted his plans to share his grievances and clarify the situation. Sitting nervously in the back seat, Daozi asked, "Are my family members all right?" Xiang Lei reassured him, "They are fine. Zhu Wei cannot do anything to them while you are away." Daozi responded, "But if I return?" Xiang Lei interjected, "You will stay with me, that I will ensure your family is protected and that nothing happens to them." Daozi looked at Xiang Lei with hopeful eyes, asking, "Can we bring Zhu Wei down?" The donkey also turned to Xiang Lei, who understood that he had no guarantee but wanted to give it a try. He repeatedly told himself that there was a clear path ahead. Why choose a dark and treacherous road? He was different from those people. He did not wish to remain in this murky gutter forever. There were many things he needed to accomplish, and Yang was still young. She needed his care and protection. What if the dark path didn't lead far? "Brother Lei," the donkey called again, noticing Xiang Lei's lack of response. "Brother Lei." Xiang Lei snapped back to reality, his eyes vacant and distant. "What is it?" The donkey gestured towards his pocket, indicating that his phone was ringing. Ditto. Xiang Lei straightened up and took out his phone. "Hello?" On the other end was Fu Yinkei, his voice filled with excitement. "Brother Lei, the one surnamed Zhu is dead." "What?" Xiang Lei leaned forward, his temples throbbing, and patted the donkey on the shoulder, prompting him to stop the car immediately. "Say that again." "Brother Lei, the one surnamed Zhu is dead. We're all on site. No one is willing to report it. Should we call the police? I truly don't know who executed such a flawless act." Cold sweat streamed down Xiang Lei's forehead, yet he remained oblivious to it. After hanging up, he leaned heavily against the seat, closing his eyes, utterly exhausted. Zhu Wei was dead. What a coincidence. Xiang Lei's eyes shot open as he immediately dialed a number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. "Auntie, is Yang with you?" he asked urgently. "Yes, she's been with me the whole time. Do you want her to come over and speak with you?" The donkey's mother replied. Xiang Lei sighed with relief, his tone softening. "It's fine. Nothing is wrong. Please keep an eye on her and don't let her wander off. That we'll be back soon." The donkey and Daozi simultaneously asked, "What happened?" Xiang Lei held his forehead and replied, "Zhu Wei is dead." "Really?" Daozi nearly jumped out of his seat, leaning over Xiang Lei's chair. "Who did it?" Xiang Lei shook his head. The donkey and Daozi exchanged high fives in excitement, declaring, "Whoever did it deserves a big round of applause." "Let's hurry back." Xiang Lei gazed at the overcast sky outside the window, sensing that rain was imminent. How could the weather be so gloomy before summer had even arrived? Sure enough, as they drove halfway, a torrential downpour began. Xiang Lei's concern for Xiang prevented him from asking the donkey to stop. The donkey was eager to return and see Zhu Wei's fate, unwilling to halt the journey. Thus, they drove back through the heavy rain. Eventually, they arrived first at the crime scene, a secluded alley with no sealed exits. Zhu Wei lay in the mud, dressed in his customary black suit and white shirt. His eyes wide open in terror, a knife protruding from his chest. There were no other wounds. He had died instantly, cleanly, and skillfully. The blood on the ground mingled with the rainwater, flowing far away, while chaotic footprints muddied the ground as more and more people gathered, filled with curiosity and hidden delight. The donkey spat on Zhu Wei's body, wiping the rainwater from his face, and asked Fu Yinkei, "When did this happen?" Fu Yinkei replied, "About 5 hours ago." The donkey inquired, "Why wasn't the police called?" Fu Yinkei timidly glanced at Xiang Lei, who was pulling the donkey aside, and whispered, "At first, we thought it was Brother Lei who acted, so we made sure to clean up the scene thoroughly. Later, when we called Brother Lei, we learned you weren't in Yetai County. However, with such a person dead, no one is willing to report it. They just watch as if it's of no concern. This person lived their life without doing a single good deed, and now they expect someone to collect their body. Bah!" The donkey gave Fu Yinkei a fist bump in appreciation, but did not forget to explain for Xiang Lei. Brother Lei would never do such a thing. Dante jumped to conclusions in the future. Daozi silently stared at the deceased Zhu Wei, while Xiang Lei addressed Fu Yinkei. "Call the police." Fu Yinkei nodded, and took out his phone, while Xianglei patted Daozi's shoulder. Daozi forced a smile as he looked up at him. The donkey said, "Let us go to my house." Xiangyang saw Xianglei enter, drenched, and hurried to fetch a towel to dry his face, only to be pulled into his embrace. "Xiangyang, brother." Xiangyang raised the towel to Xianglei's face, remarking that he might catch a cold. Xianglei wiped his face haphazardly with the towel, his gaze never leaving Xiangyang. The donkey's mother had cooked thin porridge and steamed buns, and Daozi and the donkey devoured their food ravenously, while Xianglei had no appetite at all. The donkey's mother called out, "Xiaolei, it's time to eat." Xianglei held a bun in hand, but his mind was consumed by the image of Zhu Wei lying on the ground with eyes wide open in terror, leaving him with a heavy heart. Before Xianglei could take a bite, the police arrived and took everyone away for questioning. However, the main focus was on Xianglei and Xiangyang, as they had sufficient motive to commit murder. "Where were you at noon today?" Xianglei replied, "Noon. Is there no specific time?" The police officer awkwardly glanced at Xianglei and added, "Between 1 and 2 in the afternoon. Where were you?" Xianglei thought for a moment and said, "On the road. Did I set out a little after 6 this morning to pick up a friend in L County, and between 1 and 2, we were on our way back." "Who were you with?" Xianglei pointed with his chin towards 2 individuals being questioned nearby. "Just those 2 that you can check the highway surveillance. We took the expressway on our way back." After questioning him, the police turned their gaze to Xiangyang, who sat quietly with her head down, gripping a cup of water tightly. "And her?" Xianglei immediately grasped Xiangyang's hand and said to the police, "This is my sister. She is a bit withdrawn and afraid to speak. I left her at my friend's house today, asking his mother to look after her." The donkey's mother, who had been waiting at the door, rushed over and waved to the police, who signaled her to come forward. She approached and firmly grasped the officer's hand, assuring him, "Officer, my Yang has been with me all day. She hasn't gone out." The police officer coldly pushed the donkey's mother aside and pointed to a nearby bench, saying, "Sit down and talk." Xianglei helped the donkey's mother sit down, saying, "Annie, please take your time, don't rush." The donkey's mother nodded. The police pointed at Xiangyang and asked, "What was she doing between 1 and 2 this afternoon?" The donkey's mother replied, "After lunch, we took a short nap." The police took notes, and Xianglei's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly stiffened, his gaze shifting from the donkey's mother to the calm and silent Xiangyang. Knowing she never took naps, while the police continued their questions, Xianglei heard nothing. His heart sank, and the fingers gripping Xiangyang's shoulder began to turn white. Exiting the police station, the rain had ceased, and the fresh scent of damp earth filled the air. Yet Xianglei felt increasingly heavy, and as he descended the stairs, he missed a step and fell. The donkey and Fu Yinke helped him onto the sofa. Upon examining his foot, which was merely sprained, he sent everyone away. Only he and Xiangyang remained in the house. Watching her apply medicine to his ankle, Xianglei repeatedly questioned himself in silence. How did it come to this? Had he driven Xiangyang to become a murderer? But how could she? How could she dare? A girl not yet 12, so frail. Could she even wield a knife? What if Zhu Wei had snatched it away? Who would have died then? Xianglei dared not think further. "Yang," he called out, uncertain of what to ask her, or if he even dared to. His heart was too constricted and painful. It hurt down to his bones. How could it hurt so much? He had never imagined things would turn out this way, that he wanted to avenge his parents, to clear their name. Yet he never envisioned living in this dark abyss, let alone subjecting Xiangyang to such a life. His life experiences were few, and he possessed little wisdom. But he felt like an elder before Xiangyang, believing he should teach her things absent from textbooks, even a simple lesson: be kind to others. For years, they had relied on each other, and moments of joy were rare. Yet, even under the thickest clouds, he wished to provide Xiangyang with a glimmer of light, however faint or brief, telling her that those who carry light in their hearts do not traverse dark paths. Yet now, that glimmer had extinguished, and if given a choice, he would rather be the one who killed Zhu Wei. If one of them had to remain here to endure this wretched existence, he would prefer it to be him. Xianglei wished to grasp Xiangyang's collar and shout at her, "You fool! Your life is ruined, destroyed by someone unworthy. Why did you have to use that knife? Why did you have to force me into such a desperate position? If you wanted him dead, you could have told me. You could have handed me the knife. I would willingly die for you. I would forsake this damnable belief in justice to eradicate all who have wronged us. I would become a monster for you. At worst, I wouldn't accompany you anymore, wouldn't watch you grow up, wouldn't share in the beauty of the world. But you can't do this. You must be okay. Otherwise, what was the purpose of everything I did? What am I supposed to do now, brother? Xiangyang's delicate fingers gently massaged Xianglei's ankle, frowning as she said, "Be careful." "Are you scared?" Xianglei asked. Xiangyang nodded, cautiously cradling his foot. "Be careful," Xianglei inquired again. "Are you afraid?" This time, Xiangyang did not nod. Instead, she gazed directly at him, silent. Xianglei embraced Xiangyang. "Yang, don't be afraid. Fear nothing. I'm here." That night, as he watched Xiangyang fall asleep, Xianglei dared not return to his own slumber. He sat at the bedside, observing her. From the moment he first encountered Xiangyang, he felt an indescribable oddness. This peculiar little girl led him step by step forward. Though she never spoke, events gradually unfolded in the direction she desired. What was her purpose? At the police station, Shen Nanqing reviewed the report sent by the forensic department for a long time and finally remarked, "So this fingerprint does not belong to Xiangyang?" Captain Li replied, "No, and we checked the highway surveillance. Xianglei was not lying. They were not in the area at the time of the murder. Although they had sufficient motive, they lacked the opportunity, and they have a solid alibi." Shen Nanqing furrowed his brows, sensing the suspicious circumstances surrounding Zhu Wei's death. Yet, based on the current evidence, the most likely suspect was easily eliminated, leaving behind a cast of inconsequential fools, none of whom seemed capable of significant wrongdoing. Some individuals could be assessed at a glance, while others were simply inconsequential. Thus, Shen Nanqing instinctively kept his suspicion focused on Xianglei and Xiangyang's files, a playful expression crossing his face. Meanwhile, in a small room not far away, Fu Yinkue stood by the desk recounting the events surrounding Zhu Wei's murder, waiting for the seated man to inquire. Behind the desk sat a man in his 50s, dressed in a gray suit. His hair graying yet thick, his small, squinted eyes and square face exuded an air of authority. The man perused the documents repeatedly, eventually sighing in regret. So close. Why did it have to happen at this moment? Fu Yinkue asked, "Teacher, do you suspect Xianglei?" The man referred to as teacher raised his gaze to Fu Yinkue and asked, "Who do you suspect?" Chapter 71. The confrontation. Fu Yinkue immediately straightened his posture. Speaking clearly and confidently, "Teacher, I am certain that Xianglei did not commit the crime, but he has always sought legal means to resolve his issues with Zhu Wei, and at the time of the incident, he was with the donkey in L County to pick up Daozi, leaving him no time to be in Yetai County." The man sighed again, saying, "Our goal is to persuade Xianglei to join our plan and assist us in the eradication operation. You have yet to forge a closer connection with Xianglei, yet this opportunity, where you saved Xiangyang, is truly remarkable. Xianglei will undoubtedly express his gratitude, especially if you assist him in successfully incarcerating Zhu Wei. This would naturally lead to the revelation of the circumstances surrounding this matter." At this point, the man nearly erupted with expletives, and with a fierce thump on the table, he exclaimed, "Who would have thought that this police station would release Zhu Wei without even interrogating him? This incident has dashed Xianglei's hopes, and to add insult to injury, no one dares to take on this case. We have painstakingly arranged our personnel, and as long as Xianglei returns with determination, whether through an appeal or by reporting to the Bureau again, our team will certainly take charge of ensuring Zhu Wei is imprisoned, paving the way for your collaboration with Xianglei." Yet who could have anticipated that we would be one step too late, and Zhu Wei would be murdered? Observing the man's helplessness as he shook his head and sighed, Fu Yinkue asked in bewilderment, "Teacher, although Zhu Wei has been killed, this does not hinder my ability to persuade Xianglei to collaborate with us. Why are you so fixated on Zhu Wei's death?" The man lifted his gaze and regarded Fu Yinkue for a long while before responding. "Zhu Wei's murder, regardless of the perpetrator, has obliterated Xianglei's last shred of hope. Why has he been so insistent on resolving this matter through legal channels? Because his parents are lawyers, and he was once a military academy student. He cannot overcome that psychological barrier, even though he bears a deep-seated grudge. Yet, he has not crossed that red line. Zhu Wei's demise has revealed to him that the so-called path to justice is fraught with difficulty and protraction, and that an individual's strength cannot stir a stagnant pond. With the slightest misstep, he too could become ensnared within it. To speak of justice at this juncture is absurd, when he needed it most. Those who represent justice derided his naivety, disregarding the tragic deaths of his parents and the near harm to his sister, that in his heart, Justice is a mere illusion. What remains are the stark notions of retribution and debt repayment. Fu Yun Kuei was taken aback, envisioning Xiang Lei's ever-present gentle smile, the air of cultured tranquility, and a maturity that belied his youth. His youthful visage was unblemished, and though he often appeared somewhat distant in silence, who could perceive the burdens of profound grievances etched upon that face? When Fu Yun Kuei first laid eyes on Xiang Lei in the classroom, he could not divert his gaze. With striking features and a witty demeanor, every movement exuded charm. Fu Yun Kuei mused. He is even more handsome than in the photographs. Clad in military attire, he would be utterly captivating. Teacher, I still believe that Xiang Lei will not change. He is not that kind of person, Fu Yun Kuei asserted. Why not strive for a chance? He's the most suitable candidate. Resolute, intelligent, and perceptive. This was your initial assessment of him. Shall we halt this plan over such a trivial matter? The man obstinately replied, No, I cannot take that risk that if his current motivation is solely revenge for his parents, lacking that essential conviction, our plan could very well falter with him, Fu Yun Kuei. Conceding his insistence, inquired, Should I still maintain our teacher-student relationship? The man replied, Maintain it. Endeavor to draw closer, keep a watchful eye on him, and maximize the likelihood of extracting what we desire from him without jeopardizing our plan. Fu Yun Kuei nodded and departed. The following day, just as Xiang Lei finished preparing breakfast for Xiang Yang, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Shun Nanxing standing outside. Xiang Lei paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. May I ask who you are? Shun Nanxing produced his identification from his pocket and stated, Greetings, I am Shun Nanxing, the deputy captain of the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Unit. I have further inquiries regarding the case of Zhu Wei's murder. Xiang Lei clenched his fist slowly, stepping aside to allow Shun Nanxing entry into the courtyard, who remarked, The courtyard is quite spacious. Though it has been poorly designed and thus wasted, as Xiang Lei observed the man's back, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Upon Shun Nanxing turning around, Xiang Lei quickly donned a smile, saying, Indeed, I am no expert in design. I initially intended to create a flower bed, but then realized I lacked the ability to tend to flowers, so I left it empty. Shun Nanxing regarded Xiang Lei, noting, You are young, yet your eyes are remarkably spirited. Have you trained? Xiang Lei was startled, barely managing to respond. What? Shun Nanxing scrutinized him deeply, replying, Nothing of significance. Do you have anyone else at home? As he spoke, Shun Nanxing had already entered the living room, where Xiang Yang was eating in the dining area. Upon seeing the guest, she immediately set down her chopsticks and rushed to Xiang Lei's side. Clutching the hem of his shirt in fear, Xiang Lei smiled at Shun Nanxing, explaining, This is my younger sister. She is shy around strangers, so please do not take offense, Captain Shin. Shun Nanxing nodded in understanding, promptly removing his cap and tucking it under his arm, allowing his previously stern expression to soften, that he awkwardly extended his hand to pat Xiang Yang's head. But she, frightened, buried her face in Xiang Lei's embrace, refusing to look at him. This only intensified Xiang Lei's irritation toward Shun Nanxing's probing. Captain Shun, please refrain from such gestures. My sister is afraid of strangers. Afterward, Xiang Lei gestured towards the sofa, saying, Captain Shun, feel free to ask your questions. I am close to being late for work. Shun Nanxing apologized but kept his gaze fixed on Xiang Yang. After a moment, he finally took a seat, and Xiang Lei sent Xiang Yang upstairs before pouring a glass of water for Shun Nanxing, saying, Please go ahead. Shun Nanxing had come alone today, without a notebook or any intention to take notes, as if his visit were entirely spontaneous, that he settled onto the sofa and asked, How do you perceive the murder of Zhu Wei? Xiang Lei, unsure of his intent, cautiously replied, If a police officer were to ask me, I would express my surprise that if it were anyone else, I would say it was quite satisfying. Shun Nanxing chuckled. And as he did, he habitually sniffed. Noticing Xiang Lei watching him, he rubbed his nose and explained, A remnant of rhinitis. Returning to the topic, he queried, Who do you believe is most likely to have killed Zhu Wei? Xiang Lei fixed his penetrating gaze on Shun Nanxing and declared, I. Shun Nanxing and Xiang Lei locked eyes, momentarily stunned before Shun Nanxing sniffed again. Xiang Lei observed how the distortion on one side of Shun Nanxing's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Ho Liang. He pondered what Ho Liang's mother looked like. Shen Nanxing had striking brows and large eyes, exuding charisma, whereas Ho Liang possessed a rather crooked appearance, with beady eyes and a sly demeanor. Had he not known their connection beforehand, he would never have linked these two individuals. You possess quite the sense of humor, Shen Nanxing remarked, but his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he continued. However, refrain from employing such witticisms in front of the police. Is my suspicion not significant? If it were not, why would you inquire with me instead of Captain Li? I assume you have reviewed the highway surveillance footage. I had no opportunity to commit the crime. Yet you possess a motive, and you need not have been the one to wield the knife. Xiang Lei chuckled, deftly sidestepping the verbal trap. I did not commit murder, nor was there any necessity for me to do so. I went to County L to collect evidence. He was a crucial witness in my case against Zhu Wei, that if I intended to kill Zhu Wei, why would I go to the trouble of seeking witnesses and lawyers? Of course, Xiang Lei did not offer Shen Nanxing a chance to counter, adding, Captain Shen, if you persist in believing I am a suspect, that is acceptable. You may seek evidence that I am in a society governed by law. Evidence is paramount. However, if you possess no proof of my culpability, I kindly request that you refrain from visiting my home in the future. Chapter 72. The landscape. Shen Nanxing gave Xiang Lei a meaningful glance before rising and making his way towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned back to ask, I heard your parents died in a car accident. Xiang Lei's heart skipped a beat, and he coldly retorted, and how is that relevant to this case? Shen Nanxing appeared taken aback by Xiang Lei's reaction, a forced smile gracing his lips. It is irrelevant. I merely advise you, young man, to maintain your composure and not let your anger overwhelm you. Xiang Lei closed the door, leaning heavily against it as he exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhu Wei's murder would undoubtedly attract Shen Nanxing's attention. However, he had not anticipated that their confrontation would arrive so swiftly. Confrontation? Xiang Lei gazed at the window on the second floor, murmuring to himself, It is not a confrontation, it is a life-and-death duel. Upon arriving at the office, Xiang Lei noticed that everyone regarded him with strange expressions, seemingly fearful of him. Even the way they greeted him had shifted. Previously, they rushed to be the first to greet him with a cheerful good morning, Teacher Xiang. But now, they mumbled a hurried morning, Teacher, before scurrying away. Xiang Lei was momentarily at a loss for words. The discord between him and Zhu Wei was not only known to the police but was also common knowledge among his colleagues. Their suspicions of him were entirely reasonable, yet such an extreme reaction caught Xiang Lei off guard. Xiang, turning around, Xiang Lei saw Mao Lu pushing a motorcycle into the office, suddenly recalling that he had been too anxious due to Shen Nanxing's unexpected visit that morning and had forgotten to pick Mao Lu up for work. Xiang, I thought you were taking a day off at home. Mao Lu, seemingly oblivious to any oddity, approached after parking the motorcycle and said, President Lu hasn't summoned you to work. What is the rush? Besides, Fu Yun Kue and I are here. We'll inform you if anything arises. Xiang Lei quickened his pace towards the office, lowering his voice to say, This morning, Shen Nanxing came to my house. What? Mao Lu exclaimed, immediately covering his mouth, visibly anxious. What did he want with you? I suspect he still harbors doubts about me. It's just that he currently lacks evidence. The victim wasn't killed by your hand. How could there possibly be evidence? Unless it was fabricated. Is that even feasible? Mao Lu paused, momentarily stunned. Xiang Lei was amused by the expression of being startled by a donkey. Do you think this is a likely scenario? The donkey nodded and replied, Quite likely. Should he start to suspect me next? Xiang Lei deliberately remarked, It's very possible. You should mentally prepare yourself. After saying this, he knocked on Lu Fang's door, upon seeing Xiang Lei enter. Lu Fang immediately stood up and gestured towards the sofa, saying, Please take a seat. It's been a few days since we last met, and you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Lu Fang, on the other hand, appeared radiant and full of vigor, his speech infused with a newfound confidence. Misfortunes have been coming one after another, causing trouble for Mr. Lu. Xiang Lei courteously inquired, with Zhu Wei's murder. Do you know if there are any directives from the chairman? Lu Fang, pouring a cup of tea for Xiang Lei, replied, There hasn't been any news from the chairman. Logically, he should be aware of this incident. But for some reason, there has been no response. Xiang Lei took a sip of tea and asked, Has Mr. Lu not called the chairman? Just as Lu Fang was about to respond, he noticed someone sneaking around at the door and called out loudly, Who is out there? Come in. The door opened, and the donkey, along with Fu Yun Ke, dragged in two individuals with bruised faces. Lu Fang inquired, What is going on? The donkey erupted in anger, exclaiming, Mr. Liu, this bastard is deliberately spreading rumors in the company. What? Xiang Lei turned around and asked, what rumors? Fu Yunkui explained. He told other trainees that Zhu Wei was killed by you, teacher. Before Xiang Lei could speak, the donkey slapped the person in Fu Yunkui's grasp and shouted, Are you out of your mind? Spreading nonsense without any basis. Use your eyes and look carefully. Is Brother Lei a murderer? Which of your eyes saw him commit murder? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock out all your teeth. Lu Fong cleared his throat awkwardly and said, The police Haven T reached a conclusion. So what are you two gossiping about? Besides, wasn't Zhu Wei deserving of his fate? Why are you standing up for him? How much kindness has he shown you? The two individuals hurriedly clarified, No, we're not standing up for him. Besides, it's not just us. Many people are saying the same thing. Actually, everyone is just standing up for Teacher Xiang. The donkey retorted, It's better for you to keep your mouth shut. Brother Lei hasn't he committed any crime, so why do you need to stand up for him? Xiang Lei cast a deep look at Lu Fong and said to the donkey, Are you just idle? Let them say what they want. Just because they claim I'm a murderer, does that mean I truly am one? A clear conscience fears no accusation that I don't need anyone to speak for me, nor do I fear anyone speaking ill of me. Just let them go. Don't embarrass yourself in front of Mr. Liu. After the donkey cursed and released the individuals, Xiang Lei turned to Lu Fong with a smile, saying, Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize for the negative impact my personal matters have caused the company. Lu Fong waved his hand dismissively, saying, Xiang Lei, there is no need for such formality. You are the victim in this situation that I had intended to visit your sister, but I heard she isn't available to see outsiders, so I refrained. As for Zhu Wei's death, regardless of who killed him, he deserved it. Xiang Lei, rest assured, we shall leave this matter here, that I trust your integrity, and in the future, we will continue to work together. You focus on your teaching and don't let other matters weigh on your mind. Leave those to me. Xiang Lei smiled faintly, understanding the essence of Lu Fong's speech. Fortunately, he was not fixated on such affairs. Otherwise, he might feel a sense of melancholy regarding this pragmatic approach of discarding the used. Not long after leaving Lu Fong's office, the donkey and Fu Yunkui caught up with him. Fu Yunkui said, Teacher, we found out that this was all orchestrated by Lu Fong. Xiang Lei's eyes brightened as he looked at Fu Yunkui and the donkey, asking, Who sent you to inquire? Fu Yunkui's expression changed as he momentarily pondered Xiang Lei's intent and cautiously replied, Teacher, it was me I was the one who asked. The donkey, not comprehending the exchange, questioned, Brother Lei, that Lu Fong is not a good person. If it weren't for Xiao Fu's inquiry, we would still be in the dark.